Good morning, gamers, and welcome to coverage of Spotlight Series Secret Lair, being brought to you live from SCG Con, Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Clomparens. This weekend, we will also be joined by Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis. That's going to be our commentary pairs, as we're going to be going over today 9 rounds of the Modern Constructed format.
Ooh, I'm so excited. I know Modern is a format that it feels like it's been changing a lot the last 6 months. I know that there were some shakeups about 6 months ago, a lot of unbans, bans, and so on. But Tarkir Dragonstorm is also impacting the format. There's a lot to love right now.
Yeah, a lot going on with that. Like you said, there's been multiple significant ban list updates. I think kind of the big thing going on, recently released from the ban list, a few cards, but specifically Mox Opal is the big one. Of course, Underworld Breach has been taken away from kind of the marquee Mox Opal deck, so now we're saying, okay, where are we going to play our Mox Opals? Because it's somewhere. It's a matter of where. It's not if, it's where. And then, like you said, Tarkir Dragonstorm also making his presence known. There's going to be Corey Steelcutters in the field.
Yes.
Not as much as in Standard, but they will be present.
Right, and, you know, kind of mixing both of those flavors together, we're seeing this Jeskai Ascendancy deck that's sort of making a name for itself in the Magic Online field, right? This is one of the first major events where it has a chance to prove itself and really show, no, I can hang in the format, I'm a real player.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big thing there, Mox Opal, Mox Amber, these spells cost 0. Corey Steelcutter would like you to cast 2 spells a turn. It costs 2 mana. If you want to do that on turn 2, a 0 is how you're going to get there.
Carry the 3. Yeah, no, you're totally right.
The math checks out.
No, it's really awesome, too, because this is sort of a shell that has a lot of the same things going for it that the Underworld Breach deck did. You have this sort of punishing combo that has a lot of moving parts, and to people who like to draw a bunch of cards, flip their whole library over, they get to do some of that. But the interesting part about Corey Steelcutter, and what it does for this deck is it's a threat that Imri can recur. A lot of the things that the Underworld Breach deck struggled with in the past is that Imri was mostly just a card advantage engine, bringing back air, hoping to find something else to close out the game with. Being able to say, hey, even if you answer my Corey Steelcutter or if Imri flips it over, I have a way to start pressuring your life total and force you to answer this is so valuable.
Yeah, so there's some new things going on. Also, just as a caster, Modern tends to be my favorite format to cover because there's a lot of familiarity. We're going to see some of our old friends, some familiar faces.
Capital F for friends.
Perhaps the biggest, friendliest of those faces. I expect some Primeval Titans in the field this weekend.
When nature calls, run. No, that's one that it's stuck around in Modern for, it's been tier 1 or 0 through many different decks, through Hogak, through KCI, through memes on the artist formerly known as Twitter.com.
Yeah.
And it's actually taken on a pretty different shape in the last 6 months. It has this sort of graveyard component that kind of started to gain traction with Murders at Karlov Manor last year with Aftermath Analyst, but Lumra, Bellow of the Woods out of Bloomborough, actually gave it this real beatdown dimension and a sort of a redundancy to that graveyard component where it's able to flip over its entire library into entire library into the graveyard and make infinite Primeval Titans. And it's something that I'm really hoping we get to see this weekend because it's pretty cool to watch it play out.
Yeah, well, I did see that Dom Harvey is here in the field, so the longer the tournament goes, the more likely that we are going to have to feature him one way or the other. Expect him to do a lot of winning this weekend.
Oh, yeah, that's one that, especially whenever I'm in the booth, I feel like it is just almost like a fixed point in time. The first event I ever covered, he made the finals. The second event I ever covered, he literally won. It's just something he made the top 8 of Pro Tour Lord of the Rings whenever that deck, Amulet Titan, was supposedly not even good.
Right.
But he found a way to do it. He's just so strong with that deck in his hands.
I think there's only one era that I can think of where Amulet Titan actually wasn't good, and that was the brief period in Modern where Nadu was legal.
Oh,
because it was just a faster,
yeah,
similar kind of engine building deck. But as long as you give Titan the time to do its thing, it's going to do that thing. But let's talk about what we are playing for this weekend. We have some pretty cool prizes on the line. Of course, we're playing Modern Constructed, and we're giving away a lot of cash. First place you see there, $10,000, $5,000 for second, and cash going down. And we are playing, this is SCG Con, or sorry, Spotlight Series Secret Lair. So the winner of this event event is going to be able to collaborate a little bit on an upcoming Secret Lair release, which is a pretty cool and unique prize.
Right, this is something that, for anyone who doesn't know, I work for Wizards of the Coast. I've gotten the opportunity to work with the Secret Lair team a few different times. One of the awesome things about that branch of Wizards is that they're always coming up with new and cool stuff. So this is just something, getting to peek behind the curtain like that is just so exciting. This is something that I really cannot oversell how cool this is.
Yeah, and you see there the top 128 players will be getting a foil borderless Garrick Wildspeaker promo. This is the kind of stuff that we see with these Secret Lair releases, these alternate frames, art treatments. I'm a big Garrick Wildspeaker fan, so I'm a little envious of the top 128 players just for that alone.
I think Garrick Wildspeaker is one of those cards where you get old heads and you get cube aficionados who love to just go, yeah, Garrick Wildspeaker, what a card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it stands out. My hot take, maybe it's not that hot of a take, I think one of the best designs in all of Magic's history.
Right, and also I just want to point out top 64, $350 in their pocket. That's about 10% of our tournament this weekend. So a lot of players could be walking away from this event really happy they came out.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at the structure of this event, what we're doing here. Day one today, as I said, 9 rounds of Swiss, modern constructed. We're looking for 18 or more match points to make day 2. Typically, that's going to be a 6 or 3 record. You can get into weird stuff with draws.
Ooh,
we'll see.
What, 5, 1, and 3?
Ugh. Didn't like hearing that, but that is technically true.
Hey,
yes.
It's all legal past it day 2.
We'll be back day 2 at the same time, 9 a.m. That's going to be Eastern time. 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to a top 8 single elimination playoff, as you tend to see in Magic tournaments of this size.
Right, and anyone who does make that top 8, I want to emphasize, because I don't think we got touched on it that hard, they're going to the Pro Tour.
Yes, yeah, all of the top 8 competitors.
Yes.
You'll have that invite locked up, and this is these Spotlight Series events. If you are trying to make it onto the Pro Tour, make a name for yourself in the competitive Magic sphere, this is maybe your best shot.
Right. For a lot of players, I know anyone who's tuned into SCG Con coverage over the last few months has probably seen us showing up on the regional championship broadcast. Those are events that you do need an invitation for. You do kind of need to engage with the RCQ system in order to play in them. Spotlight Series, totally open. This is your chance if you maybe have a life that doesn't necessarily allow you to go out to an LGS or something like that every weekend to try for that sort of thing. This is your chance to plant your flag and say, no. I can hang. I am good enough to go to the Pro Tour, and you should come out and take a shot at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And when it comes to those regional championships, they do pay those Pro Tour invites down to beyond the top 8. But
Totally.
as you said, you do have to first qualify for them. And RCQs, they can be a little unforgiving. A lot of them, you have to actually win the tournament to get that invite. But you play here, it's a big field. I think we have somewhere in the ballpark of 700 players this weekend. But top 8 pays down. And playing 15 rounds, if you know what you're doing in Modern Constructed, for example, this weekend, that's a lot of rounds to control your own destiny.
Right. It's strange to say that it all comes out of the wash and it's pretty forgiving. But part of the reason that we have 2-day tournaments that are this long is it kind of accounts for, yeah, my deck didn't really function. Maybe I didn't draw the cards that I needed this time. But if you are good enough, if your deck is good enough, you are very likely to end up making a deep run and likely punching your ticket to the Pro Tour. Yeah,
I mean, like we said, 6 and 3 is the cutoff for day 2, or 5, 1 and 3. But
I don't know who said that.
Could have been anybody.
There is no evidence that I was the one who said that.
Not one shred of it. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what decks players are bringing to the field this weekend. I think that there's still a lot of space to innovate in Modern. We've talked a bit about the format, and really for everything that is new, Tarkir, Dragonstorm, that kind of stuff, we're also still feeling the impact and dipping into Modern Horizons 3.
Ooh, look at this. We got Amulet Titan round 1?
That makes sense.
Ooh.
Connor Mullally, all right. Certainly a very strong player. We've seen him on the Pro Tour quite a bit
Punched
recently.
his ticket in Minneapolis to go back to the Pro Tour. So
Nice.
this is someone, love of the game, playing for money, playing to consult on a secret lair.
Yes, absolutely. And something we see here, another recently unbanned card that we do see making waves in these Amulet decks. 3 copies of Green Sun Zenith. And kind of the more, I mean, it's an older card. It's been reprinted relatively recently, but newer to these Amulet Titan decks, 3 copies of Scape Shift,
Yes.
which is pretty different from the
That's
Primeval
such
Titan
a diplomatic
plans.
difference.
It's similar. You might think, okay, from Evil Titan Escape Shift, there's a lot of decks that have played both of these cards, but what I'm getting at when I say different, this deck is often trying to Escape Shift with only 4 lands on the battlefield.
Right.
That's different.
Right. No, you're totally right. It's something where a lot of the combo where it gets to flip its whole deck into its graveyard is it involves Lotus Fields, it involves shifting woodland, it involves sacrificing all of your lands to loop them with Lotus Fields and so on. So that's the situation where you think, okay, well, what am I doing with that? It actually just sort of starts a chain reaction where you're able to pull off something really impressive, even though it sounds pretty backwards when you say it in the version of, okay, why do 4 lands beat my opponent? It's not that 4 lands beat your opponent. It's that 4 lands simultaneously entering the battlefield beats your opponent.
Right. And certainly being able to untap them once or more times as they enter. You can get up to some filthy stuff getting up to that. On the other side of the table, we have a deck that I'm sure we are going to see multiple times this weekend. We have Boros Energy in the hands of Nicholas Odenheimer. There's some new stuff here. I think a big card we're seeing from Tarkir Dragonstorm in the stock Boros list is going to be Voice of Victory. Not a huge factor in a matchup like this, I would imagine, but it can come up meaningfully.
It's pretty nice. It produces a bunch of bodies, and it's one of the things that really helps with the beatdown plans that Ajani and Goblin Bombardment are able to kind of roll up and press a bunch of damage quickly. So I do think that aspect could matter, even if the sort of Grand Abolisher-esque text doesn't do much here.
Yeah, big in the racing sense, and kind of what you were alluding to with the Ajani Bombardment, those tokens, they're red.
Yes.
So if you have an Ajani and you need a red permanent, that's a free source.
Exactly, and a Blood Moon main.
All right. Well, if that comes up, that's historically the card against Amulet Titan.
All right.
He's got it. We'll see if the 1 copy shows up. But I'm hearing that our players are ready, so let's go get down to the match and see if he will have it. There you see our players, Connor Mullally, Nicholas Odenheimer, opening up round 1 of Spotlight Series Secret Lair. Looks like Odenheimer is on the play where you want to be with this Boros Energy deck.
Ooh, has a land drop, but no 1-drop on 1. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, this is a closed deckless tournament. You know, this is a Spotlight Series, not a regional championship. So maybe you'd be a little bit more inclined to mulligan if you knew the matchup. You'd want to have a 1-drop, but here we see a fetch for a Surveil land. Could have something like a turn 2 Ajani and be off to the races that way.
Right, and this turn 1 Urza Saga from Mullally is really signaling that this is just suspend to Amulet of Vigor.
Right. And Odenheimer quickly fetching on turn 2 down to 18. We'll see what the turn 2 play is. A few different options with that Voice of Victory added from Tarkir Dragonstorm. There's a few powerful cards Odenheimer could have on turn 2. And it is going to be a Johnny and a Coddle Pariah. And
this is one of the cards from Modern Horizons 3 that isn't really an energy card, but is what makes the sort of zoo plan of the energy deck so viable. It is 2 bodies, it's 3 power. This is just the best Watch Wolf ever, and it also is a ton of damage upstairs pretty fast.
Yes. A member of that cycle of these Origin Planeswalker cards that transform into a Planeswalker. Huge play on turn 3. Thraben Charm answering Urza Saga. Mullally, no mana there to make a construct. Not going to be able to get that amulet.
How you feel about Strip Mine?
Big fan. Sinkhole.
Oh, no, you're so right. Oh, no.
All right, Mullally's going to set up a little bit. There's a Crumbling Vestige into our Boreal Grazer. Simic Growth Changer will pick up the Vestige. So some mana development for Mullally.
Ooh, Arena of Glory. All right, so this means that Odenheimer is going to be so much better at applying, like, surprise pressure to Mullally here.
Yeah, some potential hasty threats in the future. There's an attack. Our Boreal Grazer jumps in front of the cat and a Seasoned Pyromancer, possibly adding some bodies to the battlefield. And indeed, looks like another Pyromancer and a Flage discarded. That's going to bring 2 elemental tokens.
Ooh, is that card number 5 and a Flage with an Arena
with an
of
arena
Glory?
on the battlefield and 2 draws looking for that 4th land.
Localized entirely in Odenheimer's kitchen?
May I see it? All right, Mullally is looking for something big to make up for that destroyed land. I almost said missed land drop. Hasn't been doing that.
So this is the strength of Mullally's Amulet Titan deck, is that it's possible with an Amulet or 2, he could win from here.
Yes. Crumbling Vestige is the land in hand. With the Simic Growth Chamber on the battlefield, you wonder if maybe there's another bounce land available as well. Doesn't take a lot to really start making a ton of mana.
And you can see it on the players' faces. This is kind of a tale as old as time. In Modern is your Amulet Titan opponent untaps, and they start kind of tapping the table doing counting while looking at their hand. And you can see Odenheimer crossing the arms, just saying, all right, well, I'm pretty sure you're dead next turn. So am I dead this turn?
Right. And that's always the question playing against Amulet. You might think they're trying to navigate, all right, what's the best thing I can do this turn? And the question they're really always trying to answer is, can I win?
Yeah, right. Okay, so just transmuting into Lair West and off that Crumbling Vestige that Malele's been moving around a bit. Unlikely to kill here.
This is a lot of sorcery speed mana, yeah, like you said, unlikely to kill. Lair West will often be finding Summoner's Pact in this spot. We'll see if maybe he needs a land, though. Transmuting the land for a land is, I imagine, a lot of what Lair West was designed for, but notably from the same set as the Pact Cycle.
One of the interesting things about the evolution of Amulet Titan over time is this deck has always had a ton of redundancy. It's whether or not it actually has the time to commit to spinning its wheels and tutoring like this, right? We can see the pressure that Malele is under at this point. So taking most of a turn off to transmute to Lair West to search for any of, 33 cards in his deck sounds not that bad. But look, Flage is representing at least 12 damage here, and Malele's just passing back.
Yeah, finds Summoner's Pact and passes. We'll see if Odenheimer has the 4th land, because that would be huge. It would mean escaping Flage. I assume shoot down the Grazer, attack. There's still 9 more points on the Flage. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So this is a bingo if this all works. There is the 4th land. There is escape Flage. Target the Arboreal Grazer.
All right, Grazer to yard. I have a feeling Malele will be joining it.
Flage trigger upstairs. Malele to 13. Players are going to check the math on this 13 power attack, and yeah, Malele has confirmed that Nicholas Odenheimer has won game number 1.
And that game really is kind of the recipe of this Boros Energy deck a lot of the time. We say Odenheimer with a turn 4 kill, 1 piece of disruption. That's just what this deck is good at consistently doing.
Yes, and that sinkhole, that Thraben Charm on the Urza Saga.
You started to say strip mine.
I did start to say strip mine. Players are going to sideboards here, though. Malele will be on the play for game number 2. Does he have some tools on the sideboard to help him out here?
Yeah, so a lot of what he's going to be doing is not really trying to disrupt the formula of his deck too much. We spoke a bit in the pre-round conversation about how high synergy Modern is. You don't want to trip over too many disruptive pieces. But there are a bunch of sweepers in the form of Fire Spout, in Pyroclasm. I think we could see Radiant Fountain even come in here as a way to just buffer a little bit of life in a pinch. That's something where it's a good way to get out of Goblin Bombardment range if you end up in a position where you aren't literally killing your opponent but are able to develop something like a Primeval Titan. Castle Garenbrig is also a card I could see Malele reaching for, where it does just help you cast Primeval Titan 1 turn sooner. I think in the post-board games, you end up being a bit worse at just comboing and completely killing your opponent out of nowhere, and Malele's going to want to posture a bit for passing the turn more frequently.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And for Odenheimer, the Boros Energy side of things on the draw, what is he going to be reaching for?
In a lot of ways, Molten Rain. And sometimes talking about sideboard, you set up to say some smart thing about posturing and passing the turn, and sometimes you just go, well, you saw how good Sinkhole was game 1. How about more of them?
I'm a big Lava Spike gamer, so I'm a big fan of keeping it simple, stupid.
No, this is nice. This is Dual Deck's Molten Rain versus Radiant Fountain.
Love
right?
it.
They are just two sides of the same coin.
We've been talking a bit about recent shakeups to the Modern format, and I expect we will see a little bit more in the way of change with an upcoming set. Final Fantasy is coming out very soon. You can pre-order the Final Fantasy Crossover Universes Beyond on StarCityGames.com/MTG-Fin. I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan.
The set is so charming.
You see the icon here, Sephiroth versus Cloud. This is my adolescence. This is a game that I have played to completion in 4 different decades.
Oh, that is so nice.
I love Final Fantasy VII. I'm so happy to see it lining up with Magic in this way.
Right, this is something where I personally am not someone who really has the same connection to Final Fantasy that a lot of other people do. I had a PlayStation when I was a kid, could not afford a memory card, so I played the first disc of Final Fantasy VII like 5 times. I would just leave the thing on for days to be able to finish it. I know that pretty well. But the set has a lot of charm to it and so many things that watching it kind of get previewed and watching huge fans of this series go, oh, these 2 cards work together just like in the games has been a real, real joy.
Yes, and the set will be covering Final Fantasies 1 through 16. So if you're into the newer games, those ones, I'm a bit of an old head, but I love that the set does appeal to fans of the more recent installments in the franchise as well.
And something else in Odenheimer's sideboard that I really liked was that he had a bunch of artifact and enchantment removal that I think is going to be pretty nice here.
More sinkholes.
Right, exactly.
Answers to Amulet, of course, pretty nice. We see Mullally, I believe, was on a mulligan of 6. It just opens up on a forest, as Odenheimer will be having that 1-drop this game. It is Ragavan.
And Mullally happy to specifically have the basic forest whenever there are cards like Blood Moon from Odenheimer's side of the table.
Yeah, that would be nice there, but the turn 2 play is Simic Growth Chamber, and I'm seeing this Ragavan. I'm thinking about a second land, I'm thinking about a treasure token, and this is going to be a big check for that Blood Moon for one of those Molten Rains. We'll see what happens as Ragavan does rumble across. Mullally to 18.
Oh, fastest treasure throw in history.
All right, here's Marsh Flats, and the Blood Moon hits the table before the land. That is bad news for Connor Mullally.
So the nice thing about having that basic forest is traditionally you do see Amulet Titan decks with a bunch of Besejus in their deck, and Mullally's doing exactly that as well. 3 copies of them in the main deck. So this is not lights out, despite Mullally having such a non-basic land strategy.
Pyroclasm will take care of the Ragavan. Notably, the Simic Growth Chamber being a mountain makes that castable. A little bit of a follow-up for Odenheimer. Going to get back on the battlefield with a Johnny, but a flooded mountain as the land drop.
I think Mullally's happy with this turn cycle. In a lot of ways, he's just trying to create spots where he gets another untapped step over and over, and trying to keep Odenheimer off the table is a means to that end.
Makes sense. Here is Spelunking. 2 Crumbling Vestige entering the battlefield this turn.
Listen.
Crumbling Mountain.
Yeah, we've been loose with card names this match. Those are mountains.
A Johnny and token rumble across. 4th land there for Odenheimer, but no additional pressure. Mullally to 15, making a 5th land drop.
I mean, Mullally's 1 land from just casting a Primeval Titan the old-fashioned way.
Yes, and here's a Green Sun's Unit for 3.
I'm expecting this to be a Dryad of the Elysian Grove. I don't see a Zeus's in the 75, though I guess the card 6 could come out.
Yeah. 6 would be, I guess it's the exact same size as Dryad of Elysian Grove.
Dryad notably getting Mullally out from under this Blood Moon if it sticks.
Yes, yeah, some layers action in effect, where the Dryad will give the mountains all basic land types after the fact.
Is that the 2nd layer, I want to say?
That's a tremendous question.
Or is it maybe 7.2?
I don't even know if that is a technical actual term.
Oh,
but
it is.
Define's going to be Dryad of the Elysian Grove. I direct all layers questions to my judge friends.
Okay, well, let's see. Mullally direct an Arboreal Grazer to the battlefield, but no land to put in.
Yeah, I think mostly just trying not to die to these creatures, and the Grazer jumps in front of the cat. You don't want to jeopardize that Dryad, get that tagged by a Galvanic Discharge, so that makes sense.
What time is it?
It's prime time. Here comes Primeval Titan. There was the 6th land for Mullally, and the Dryad in play. We could see some pretty nasty stuff even just this turn.
Well, so it's complicated. So Spelunking means these lands could enter untapped. Mullally having them enter tapped. They are just mountains. Well, one of them is at least.
Yeah, that is true. Kind of setting up, like you were alluding to, with that future possible Beseju for the Blood Moon. Want to get off that table, but when it happens, I believe a Valakut is in tow.
This is a lot of the strength of the Amulet Titan deck, is at the end of the day, Colossal Dreadmaw is not that bad. The problem with a Colossal Dreadmaw, 6/6 Trampler, is that it's hard to tap 6 lands.
Yes.
Once it's there, that Primeval Titan is the biggest kid at the playground.
Large and or in charge.
I'd go with and.
Yeah, and works for me. Ocelot Pride certainly isn't going to be able to rumble with it.
And now there's this interesting game of cat and mouse where, I mean, literally
cat and giant.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. Where attacking with this Primeval Titan is fairly hard to justify whenever it could theoretically just transform a Johnny.
That is true, yeah. And with Odenheimer at 14, a little bit of trample damage is not necessarily where you want to be. But there's been a lot of turns where Odenheimer has not really played anything. You have to really wonder what's in hand. With all these mountains and that basic plains, can realistically cast, I think, any spell in the deck outside of Escaping Flage.
I believe you are correct. I'm double-checking what would make sense here that is not just copies of lands.
Right.
Maybe Static Prison is a bit awkward, but I kind of assume that Primeval Titan would be exiled at the moment if that were the answer.
Yeah. Here comes Primeval Titan and Dryad. Malele is going to see what lands he wants to find. Player West and Lotus Field enter the battlefield as mountains.
I would also believe Wrath of the Skies is a card that could have come in. That's one of those catch-alls that the first copy doesn't hurt if you're trying to get your opponent's Urza Sagas.
Sure. Cat jumps in front of the Dryad. A Johnny will transform as Primeval Titan connects for 6. Odenheimer down to 8.
Okay, interesting spot on Malele's side where all of a sudden this Ajani is threatening to maybe go after Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
Spelunking number 2, that's all well and good. Primeval Titan number 2.
Ooh, that is capital W, capital G, well and good.
Yeah, no wars about that one.
No, absolutely not. There's not even an and. That's just an ampersand.
I will fuse well and good. Shifting woodland and a bounce land entering the battlefield. That's all kind of immaterial because we are, as you kind of alluded to, playing a Colossal Dreadmaw is large and in charge style game.
This is also the thing where I think a lot of things that you'll hear people say about deck thinning are overblown most of the time. These Primeval Titans have taken 8 cards out of the deck or something at this point, which is the point where it starts to matter.
Yes. Aftermath. Analyst enters the fray, and Odenheimer leaves it, as we are going to go to game number 3.
Yeah, and I think that last game really just highlights a lot of why it's important to have more pressure than disruption. A lot of the time whenever you're on the Boros side of things, whenever you're an aggro deck, your cards are not going to scale very well, and your disruptive pieces, the end that they are serving is letting you actually apply pressure turn over turn, not extend the game.
Right, and something that's kind of significant, you were mentioning these 4 Molten Rains being a big deal on Odenheimer's sideboard. You have to think that with Malele just playing a Primeval Titan for 6. Blood Moon turning off the Simic Growth Chamber was fine, but a Molten Rain on that turn 2 could have actually been game-ending, right? There's no Pyroclasm on turn 2 if that happens.
Right.
So we'll watch that, and certainly with Odenheimer on the plate for game number 3. Do you expect there's going to be any changes here going to the 3rd game?
The big thing I would expect is for Odenheimer to more or less be more interested in applying pressure and less interested in disrupting whenever he gets to play from ahead.
Sure, that makes sense. Yes, we're playing a Spotlight Series and open entry event this weekend, but SCG Con, we do have some a little bit more prestigious tournaments coming up. SCG Con Orlando, that's going to be featuring, actually this is actually not a Spotlight Series, but significantly about this event, this is going to be Standard, and it's going to be the rotation of Standard, planetary rotation, as Edge of Eternities will release and rotate Standard, so it's going to be a pretty new format.
Yeah, I think the first big event after rotation is just one of the most exciting events that you ever get to see in Magic, right? It has we always say it has the wild, wild west vibe, where everyone just kind of gets to say, no, I think this is the best thing. And you really do not know what people are going to be bringing to the table, so it's always fun to watch. It's always fun to play. You're going to want to be there or watching it August 29th through 31st.
Yes, hashtag SCGCon Orlando. You can find information at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. We got to get my diction down at some point this weekend.
Why? All right, it looks like we have Malele going down to at least 6, but this Amulet Titan deck in general is pretty forgiving on the mulligan front.
Yes, both forgiving and looking for very specific things. This is the kind of deck that Uh, it's been a lot of years at this point, but the update to the Mulligan rule, the London Mulligan, being able to actually look at 7 cards when you're looking for a very specific thing and combination of things, Amulet Titan is a deck that mulligans well.
Right, and some of that is rooted in it has so many cards that basically just completely undo a mulligan by themselves, right? Every bounce land it draws is kind of 2 land cards. Urza's Saga is obviously able to put you up a bunch of resources, though after that last game, I suspect that Maleli sideboarded a bunch of those out. They're pretty bad in the face of a lot of the enchantment destruction, the Blood Moons, and so on. But in general, like you said, there are some cards that are just so much better than the rest of them, and the combinations of things that Maleli can have incentivizes him to find a better hand rather than settling for an okay one.
Yeah, and for players who are trying to, for example, win a modern RCQ, I think what you just said about playing against Amulet, that's a pretty good insight. It's pretty common for these Amulet players to board out, at least trim on the card Urza's Saga, because there's so many cards that are hostile to it in the environment. They play enough lands that they can easily get away with that.
It's one of those cards that's really cool where it feels like it might even be, I don't want to say too strong for Modern, but it feels like one of the strongest cards in the format a lot of the time, but it is balanced against the fact that the things that it's doing, it is soft to so many forms of hate.
Yeah, I think that Thraben Charm sinkhole in the Urza Saga, that pretty much defined Game 1.
Right. Ooh, tap lands and passes?
Yeah, this is pretty reminiscent of Game 1 so far. We'll see exactly what Odenheimer's getting on the battlefield for, as we see a fetch for the Surveil land once again. The Elegant Parlor. Tolarian West on turn 1 for Maleli. That one's not going to be sinkholeable immediately.
I have a feeling it may be finding its way back in the hand soon.
That's often where it goes.
Yeah, pretty rare that you're hoping to tap it for blue. Well, unless it's feeding itself, of course.
Right, yes. Ooh, Ragavan surveilled over. I think that's a sign of strength for Odenheimer's hand.
Right, that's a spot where a lot of times when you keep a 7, you're missing one thing, right? In this case, I would guess Odenheimer is maybe landlight and kind of has the rest of the mixture of threats and just 1 or 2 disruption pieces and just wants that the land drops component to be able to play the game.
Odenheimer fetches to 18 for a basic plains.
And I believe that's a Goblin Bombardment.
I believe you.
Thanks.
It looks like enchantment on the type line. Bombardment, check, that tracks.
Interesting to have no threat before turn 3.
Yes, yeah, pretty slow start. I smell a Molten Rain. We'll see if we can confirm that, as there is Simic Growth Chamber, about as juicy a target as you can get. Arid Mesa fetched for Odenheimer down to 17. Find the second plains, though, so it's not going to be Molten Rain.
I think Blood Moon Rising.
Could very well be. If you're an Odenheimer fan, you would like to see that. Ocelot Pride and a Johnny. All right. Going to immediately transform that Ajani. I like this layup with Bombardment into Ajani.
Very cool.
Going to replace that cat token, and because of that red permanent, Ajani is going to go upstairs. Maleli to 17.
Okay, I mean, this is the reason that you would make that sort of play, is if you just say, okay, no, actually, I'm pretty set up. I'm getting pretty close here.
Here's a Crumbling Vestige into Spelunking from Maleli. Draw a card off Spelunking. I got to imagine there's a land forthcoming. There is. Another Vestige. And that's going to make red mana for Pyroclasm. But the Goblin Bombardment will be able to fire these creatures upstairs. Maleli to 15.
A lot of the strength of that card is it means your creatures they're always worth at least 1.
Yes. Yeah, Odenheimer was not about to just get totally got by that Pyroclasm again. Land number 4, another fetch land. Odenheimer to 16.
Uh-oh.
That's a mountain.
Uh-oh. What are you forecasting?
Well, I think there's some rain in the
Heavy
forecast.
rain.
Tap a 3. There's Molten Rain. And there goes Simic Growth Chamber and 2 of Maleli's lives down to 13. Here's a cat token. We'll call it 12.
Meow.
And those 2 Crumbling Vestiges not looking great for casting spells at this point in time.
Listen, they're trying their best. So.
Right, this is nice. Simic Growth Chamber. Float a color, pick up one of those Vestiges. Float a colorless, rather, excuse me. Growth Chamber is going to cast Arboreal Grazer. There's a blue and a colorless floating.
All right, currently with that Vestige, 1 mana short of Primeval Titan.
That's horrifying.
I mean, it depends. If the Primeval Titan's on your side.
Right. The Vestige re-enters. It's going to make a blue, and Teleria West will be transmuted. Finds Summoner's Pact. Yeah, Malele is hopeful to get that Primeval Titan online next turn.
Okay.
As we go back to Odenheimer.
And all of a sudden, in a lot of ways, this is putting Odenheimer under the gun. You probably need to shut off what Primeval Titan can do, or you need to kill Malele this turn.
Cat rumbles across. Grazer jumps in front. Johnny will make a second cat, shoot down the Grazer, but most importantly, here's Blood Moon.
Oh, all right. I mean, wow. Okay, this is one of the super disruption-heavy hands that this Boros Energy deck is able to put forth, with Odenheimer writing the fact that Ajani is just an army in a can by itself.
Right. Yeah, very cleverly navigated around that Pyroclasm in this game. Got the Bombardment in line first, got that Planeswalker lined up, so this steady stream of cats is coming down. And it will not take very long at all for that Ajani and these cats to close the game, as here is Ocelot Pride added to the mix. Ajani makes a cat. It's going to be 4 points upstairs. Malele to 8. 2 cats will make that 4. There's Flage. Goblin Bombardment, that's going to clean it up. And Nicholas Odenheimer is going to win over Connor Malele, 2-1, winning round 1.
And something that you highlighted about that third game that I really have a lot of respect for Odenheimer's navigation of that matchup is the patience that went into that. I think there are a lot of players who are less experienced with Boros Energy, especially in the matchup, might be inclined to say, hey, I need to get on the table. I need to cast my 2-drop. I need to start attacking as soon as possible. And instead kind of had an idea of the play patterns of the matchup itself and said, no, I'm not going to die this turn. We saw a couple of tap lands from my opponent. I have time to develop. Instead, I'm going to insulate myself from the type of hand I think my opponent has. In that case, you can tell Malele does not have an explosive hand. What does that mean? It's disruptive. When it's disruptive like that, you want to play through it. And I think he did a great job of putting himself in a position to win, where if that Ajani had been answered, all of a sudden, Odenheimer doesn't really have any way to apply pressure, and it's just kind of going, well, we're just top decking against each other, and I know which side of that equation I want to be on.
Yes, Odenheimer also rocking the full 4 Molten Rains in the sideboard.
Yeah, of course.
Something we've seen from Energy lately, and the way that those games played out, it was important for Odenheimer to present multiple forms of disruption, be it Blood Moon plus Molten Rain, be it could have been 2 Molten Rains, but we saw a second game. That was the game that Malele actually won through Blood Moon.
Yes.
So getting that threshold, having 4 copies so you can actually more often draw 2, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think Goblin Bombardment might have been a card that changed in on the play versus on the draw. I'm not confident. This is one where I think I need to get a couple more leagues under my belt with Boros Energy to be sure. But that is also the type of card that is going to be so much stronger when you're on the play as opposed to on the draw.
Yeah, and that was a card that I actually spotted. It didn't end up being a relevant part of the game or the conversation, but there was a second copy of Goblin Bombardment in Odenheimer's hand. So clearly very much prioritizing that in the matchup there. So we are going to have a backup match for you this round. We're still getting it situated and get everything lined up. So these 2 decks here, Boros Energy, Amulet Titan, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of both of these decks this weekend. But we'll get to that as the weekend progresses. We're going to be entering a match that is in progress. They're going to be tracking some life totals with dice, apparently. So a little analog.
I love that. Okay, so it looks like we have Devin Straub at 13 on the bottom, and Joe Lissette at 19 up top. I ran into Lissette at the airport, actually. Old friend of mine.
Yeah, Joe Lissette, a name I was going to say, kind of a throwback, doing the analog with dice. And on the topic of throwbacks, Joe Lissette casting Snapcaster Mage.
Ooh, I love this. Look at that. Is that? That can't be Eternal Dragon. That has to be Wrath of the Skies in the graveyard. Okay, never mind. We're fine.
Orum's Chant going off there to break up some kind of combo turn by this Jeskai Affinity deck. That is the matchup here, is Aureus Control, naturally for Joe Lissette, the Miracles Master, against Devin Straubs on Jeskai Affinity.
Lissette is explicitly playing the Scepter Chant version. That's Isochron Scepter Orum's Chant. This is one that it had me grinning from ear to ear when he told me that he was playing it, because A, he's always been the sort of prison-y combo player. That's just been his bread and butter. Old Miracles aficionado from day one, basically since Avacyn Restored was released until Sensei's Divining Top got banned in Legacy. And that's also a deck that I personally worked a lot on when working on design for Modern Horizons 3. So seeing it make a name for itself this weekend is really exciting.
Yeah, Scepter Chant, just one of those 2 cards, do the same thing every turn combo I would definitely associate Lissette with. This was the Otawara taking care of a Construct token there. Snapcaster Mage is going to try to go to work at this transformed Tameo.
One of them.
That will get there never, as the Tameo +2s.
Listen, 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Emery's going to go to work, going to bring back this Mishra's Bauble. Here is the front face of a Tameo, Inquisitive Student.
And something that Lissette highlighted to me, it was that the sort of quote-unquote fog cannot attack kicker part of Orum's Chant is so relevant in Modern right now. So many decks are actually trying to win in the combat step.
Yeah, that makes sense. Here is Isochron Scepter for Lissette. And there is Orum's Chant. So if you have not seen this combo, because you weren't, well, you're not going to see it here either. Straub's going to take care of that one. And it was already up at game, so Devin Straub's going to take down this match 2-0. Jeskai Affinity, that's another deck we are going to be seeing more of this weekend, absolutely.
I'm actually really loving this list from Straub here. So I'm actually just poring over it, and I see these copies of Flame of Anor are main deck. That's something that we've seen come out of the sideboard a lot whenever Underworld Breach was kind of the top dog of Modern. But now, whenever games are slowing down a little bit or more about kind of, let's say, playing traditional Magic, that card's incredible.
Yes. And the Flame of Anor, like you're mentioning, this is a deck that we are still figuring out what the stock list would be. There's going to be some flex slots, going to be different versions of this deck in the field. I really like the 2 main deck copies of Flage as well. This deck is going to be attacking you from multiple angles. I mean, that's a lot of graveyard stuff, but there's artifact things, so it's going to tax your opponent's ability. They have to interact with you on multiple kind of fronts here, right? Playing on the battlefield, playing out of the graveyard as well. The Flage also being a meaningful interaction when it comes to playing a deck like Is It Prowess, which we haven't seen yet. I assure you we will be seeing it. A card like Flage is very significant against a deck like that.
Right. The amount of life that it gains over the course of a game is just, it really cannot be undersold. I know that's something that you've talked a bit about. You were actually quite successful with a Prowess deck at an RCQ last weekend, and that is sort of the card that can just overpower most of your game plan by itself.
Right. Yeah, so the Flages are great. I really like the look of this Jeskai deck. We'll see if we see Devin Straub more. That was a win in round number 1. So we see Jeskai Affinity and Boros Energy.
4 main deck Repeal, 4 main deck Metallic Rebuke in this Jeskai Affinity deck. Very cool.
Yeah.
That is really far up my alley. I know Repeal is a card that we've seen show up in some of the sort of Jeskai Ascendancy combo-y versions of the deck because it gets you a couple of spells. It lets you, it's a free cantrip some of the time whenever you're playing it with a bunch of Moxen. So the buyout on it is really low opportunity cost, but the times that you actually get a card for it, if you ever get to take out, say, a Construct token for 1 mana and draw a card, you just feel like you're almost feel like you're cheating. You're just going, we are not playing the same game.
Right, and that's a good shout. We've seen the 4 Repeal is something that we're starting to see in Modern, but typically there would be the pairing with Jeskai Ascendancy. These are just 4 value repeals.
Right, there are no Jeskai Ascendancies in this list. This is someone
is
who obviously has played a lot of this deck to arrive at this list.
Yeah, decided it's really good just to bounce a Mox when I have a Corey Steelcutter. That makes sense to me.
Okay, yeah, great.
So we'll see if we see more of that this weekend. I'm excited to see this Jeskai Ascendancy deck, different flavors of it. That's going to do it for round number 1 here at Spotlight Series Secret Lair. We'll be back for round number 2 in just a bit. All right. I'm getting the kinks out. I generally feel okay about it.
Good.
Hello gamers and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Series Secret Lair here from SCG Con, Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf, she is Carmen Clemperens. We have some more modern action for you. We had a little bit of a break there, but the players are about ready and we have a pretty unique match here coming up.
Ooh, I am so excited for this one. We've got Psychic Frog on one side, we've got Flage on the other. 4 colors, all Modern Horizons 3, and they are going to have such sick games.
Yeah, so our Flage deck, we have Benton Madsen, PT Phyrexia finalist, playing Boros Energy. A little bit different from the list we saw from Nicholas Odenheimer. There's some flexibility there. Corey Burkhart is doing Corey Burkhart things. We have Grixis. That's our Psychic Frog deck. I don't need to tell you about it. Let's just find out what it's about. Let's go down to the match and see what Corey has brought here this weekend.
Oops, all Watery Graves has a player.
There's some steam vents. You know, I'm doing the check. This is actually I'm a kind of a Grixis fan myself. No Blood Crypt. There is Arrakis Theater though.
That's just showing respect.
Yes.
How often do you need the untapped Blood Crypt in this
Right.
deck?
Yeah, you want it to be fetchable. On the topic of fetchable, here is a Polluted Delta for a turn 1 Tamiyo, shocking in a Watery Grave, as you said. For Madsen, we have a turn 1 Ragavan. That's going to be off of a shocked Sacred Foundry, both players at 17.
Really just 2 of the defining 1-drops of the Horizon sets.
Yes. 2-1 versus 0-3. You could argue this favors Tamiyo.
Right, it introduces the question, do you attack with Tamiyo for Burkhart? And I think a lot of that's going to come down to the texture of Burkhart's hand.
I imagine both players would like to have a removal spell right now.
Right.
Darkslick Shores is land number 2. Tamiyo's attacking.
I mean, I like the attack here from Burkhart. Tamiyo dying is kind of a canon event, right? So this is Burkhart kind of knowing how this one goes and playing around it.
Canon event meaning there's no way to get away from it, of course. So here's a clue token. Mana up, passing turn. This is Corey Burkhart's comfort zone. Orcish Bowmasters, the natural predator of Ragavan.
Everyone knows that.
Yes, another piece of canon, another piece of magic lore for you.
It's not a cannon. It's actually a bow and arrow. But like you got the spirit.
Wielded by an orc army. Here is Galvanic Discharge. So both players did have the removal spell, but that early exchange looks like advantage Burkhart to me, as here is Osla Pride for Benton Madsen.
Right, this is a spot where Orcish Bowmasters is a card that did a lot right with the release of Pro Tour Lord of the Rings, right? We saw it do a ton at that tournament. But it's kind of taken a bit more of a backseat as there's sort of more combo going on in Modern. It is so strong in these fair games that are about creatures.
You see just that Ocelot Pride, another creature that is very vulnerable to Orcish Spellmasters. 3 copies in Burkhart's deck list this weekend as we see a Scalding Tarn finding a Steam Vents. Burkhart to 14 and not too concerned about the life total. Lightning Bolt takes care of Ocelot Pride and the Orc and the army rumble across.
I really appreciate that there are Modern decks that want Galvanic Discharge and there are Modern decks that want Lightning Bolt. That's just really cool texture and speaks to how large the card pool is.
Much love to Corey Burkhart bringing lightning bolts. That's going to be my rooting interest in that affair, but I completely agree seeing both on the spread. A good sign for the format.
Madsen notably on 1 copy of Seasoned Pyromancer and 4 Fables, which really nice to have the split cutting that way against a bunch of Bowmasters from Burkhart's deck.
Yes, you would hate to Seasoned Pyromancer into Orcish Bowmasters. Undoes your work pretty quickly. Windswept Heath is land number 3 for Madsen. Gonna give this one a think.
Right, this is that spot that you kind of talked about earlier in the day, where this being a closed deck list event, you don't actually know if Burkhart is on removal spells, counter spells, what the mix looks like, and you really are kind of having to try and figure out what it is you want to play around.
2 blue mana or 2 black mana represented there for Burkhart. There are 4 counterspell proper in the spread. Probably wouldn't be too surprising for Madsen to have that face up, as the spell attempted is Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That one does resolve. Here comes the Goblin Shaman token. And kind of we were alluding to, I don't think we'll be doing too much rummaging with Chapter 2 against that Orcish Bowmaster.
I mean, there is the nice spot where, theoretically, Madsen could even untap, discharge the Bowmaster with the trigger on the stack, and then still get that bit of value.
True. Burkhart cracks that clue as we go back his way. life total's tied at 14. Psychic Frog added to the mix.
Oh, my son.
A fair Psychic Frog. We see those up to a lot more cheaty stuff in the format, but Corey Burkhart is, of course, on the trademark pretty fair Grixis deck this weekend.
Look, the card is meant to just be halfway between Psychotog, right, and Shadow Mage Infiltrator, which is just a pretty nice Thieving Magpie in a fair sense.
Halfway between those cards?
Yeah, halfway.
half the mana of each of them? And
between both those cards, yeah.
Back to Benton Madsen. See a draw for turn. Some thinking about that Chapter 2. You were mentioning the possibility of maybe killing the Bowmaster and then doing some rummaging.
Right. Notably, Madsen has not rolled this die up to Chapter 2 yet on Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which implies that he is having a bit of a think during his draw step.
Definitely makes a lot of sense to take your time, be a bit deliberate. There's Chapter 2. Flage discarded. Makes sense to give that one a think. It's good to have in the graveyard, but that does mean you're giving up that Bowmaster trigger. Ooh, and main deck Cling to Dust.
Whoa!
There are 2 of those in Burkhart's deck this weekend. I understand why you wouldn't play around that one, but that is disastrous, and that is happening here before Madsen's able to escape that Flage.
That's so sick, right? And just like you're saying, because there was that Orcish Bowmaster trigger on the stack, you can't just cast the Flage there. Where normally, if Madsen theoretically, say, had an untapped red source, he would have the opportunity to escape the Flage before Burkhart could cast that Cling to Dust because of how turn player priority and all of that works. But again, that trigger being on the stack for Burkhart was crucial.
Yeah, really good call. If that was just Madsen, there's no Bowmaster trigger, just goes right to the main phase that he's already in, makes a land drop, there comes Flage. Goblin Shaman rumbling across. A couple good blockers for Burkhart here. You got to imagine that Madsen is pretty much valuing the treasure token with this attack.
Yep. 2/2's trade.
We'll see what the follow-up is for Madsen. That Cling to Dust, exiling creature, also notable as Burkhart is at 17.
Right, and that's the type of thing where normally Madsen really wants to try and be the aggressor in this sort of matchup because he doesn't have as many cards like Psychic Frog that are going to help him sort of snowball an advantage in the same way that Tamio might be able to. Most ways that Madsen is able to accrue cardboard are also reducing Burkhart's life total. Those are things like Ragavan, those are things like Ajani, but he doesn't really have anything like that going yet.
Fetching a shock for Madsen. Madsen down to 10. Very much the player on the back foot in this affair so far.
Something you've noted is that Flage can make up a life difference.
Yes. And there's a tap of 3. And it's going to be another Flage. Actually targeting the Psychic Frog. That's interesting. Like Burkhart with 2 cards in hand, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a spot where it is basically saying, hey, Corey, do you think your 2 cards in hand or your Psychic Frog are worth more?
It's also the threat of a Galvanic Discharge follow-up.
Right, this introduces the really interesting puzzle. Does Corey think that Benton was bluffing?
Right.
During the draw step earlier on maybe pretending to have Galvanic Discharge here?
We were covering Amulet Titan in round 1. That's our chess of magic. This is our poker as Burkhart's going to call. There's discard both cards to make the Frog a 3/4. Madsen up to 13 from the Flage.
Okay. Still 2 mana back for Madsen. You can see Burkhart thumbing Cling to Dust to the front.
And Ajani is the follow-up. Burkhart paid off for saving that Frog.
Really big deal, especially with all of these cards in the graveyard that can help it jump.
Right, back Burkhart's way. Draw for turn. Looks like we're thinking about jumping the Frog. A little bit of tension there, but I think that the tipping point why you're not seeing valuing cards in graveyard for Cling to Dust is that would take 4 mana. Burkhart does not have that.
Right, it's really hard. Where this Cling to Dust does want to go after Flage, but if Burkhart is able to find a counterspell or something, that's good enough as well.
There's the jump, there's the attack, and wow! The other Cling to Dust is going to answer that other Flage.
It is a cantrip with a lot of versatility. It's the type of card where you go, wow, he really must mean it, but also it's not like the opportunity cost of this card is that high.
Yes, and also we're talking about trying to attack a metagame with this Grixis mid-range deck, right? This is not a stock deck. This is Corey Burkhart preparing for this weekend. You have to imagine Boros Energy is one of the strongest considerations in his crosshairs.
And it's so interesting because the deck that he's attacking is one that is just a bunch of great standalone threats, which is historically not the type of thing that Grixis has been that great against, but it looks like most of what Burkhart has been doing has actually been lining up somewhat favorably with Madsen's deck.
Yeah, things coming together well so far as we're back to Madsen, the reflection of Kiki Jiki now on the battlefield. 4 mana up, there's an Ajani. No attacks, no plays. Back to Corey Burkhart with that active Psychic Frog. This is looking pretty good for Corey Burkhart.
Right, this is a spot where basically we're going to see the token on Madsen's side saying you probably don't want to let me have this Ajani transform into a Planeswalker.
And now with some cards in hand, Burkhart not even jumping the Frog. Psychic Frog and Tamiyo attacking. Crack of the Clue.
Okay, so this is basically just making sure that the Frog is really the thing that this is the way that you want to jump it. Because sometimes, say Burkhart were to draw a removal spell, he might want to let Madsen go ahead, chump block with the token, and then with the Ajani trigger on the stack say, no, hold on. I'm killing that too.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, get the extra card, jump still before blockers. The Frog grown now to 4.
Whoa, is Madsen looking at doing something with Ajani? This is interesting. Okay. I love the discard to the Frog here. This is I would say a proclamation from Burkhart that quote-unquote flashing back Cling to Dust is not what this game is about.
There's another discard, the Frog up to 5. That's half of Madsen's life total. And there's the draw trigger off the Frog. Tamiyo transforms and pluses.
Okay. I mean, that's half of Madsen's life. Madsen is facing lethal now.
Yes.
And this is a 6 toughness Psychic Frog, so it's unlikely Ajani's going to be able to take it down.
Right, with no plays last turn, no answers to the Frog. It's going to take something pretty special for Madsen here. Fatal Push there, enabled by the transformation of the Tamiyo, taking care of the reflection as well.
Holy... Okay.
Burkhart really showing Grixis mages how it's done here.
This is that balance of pressure and cards, right? This is not necessarily Burkhart doing the sort of Grixis control-y, I'm going to bury you in cards over a long game. This is him threading a needle and saying, no, I'm going to use exactly all of my resources to kill you the turn before you can stabilize.
Notably, a lot of those resources going into growing the Frog, but, you know, that counts. They mattered against the Flage.
I was about to say, you're telling Madsen. I mean, if anything, something that Psychic Frog does is it gives every piece of cardboard that you have access to a sort of fungibility, where you're able to convert it into a resource that always matters, right? Either it is going to mean the Psychic Frog is going to survive more removal than it normally could, or in a case like this, it actually just contributes to your closing speed.
Madsen staring down lethal, very possibly the last turn of the game for him. What can he do? Here's the backup of Johnny, going to transform the first copy. Get a cat.
Normally, the way that we see Ajani become a Planeswalker is from him seeing his brother Jazal die, not from seeing himself die.
My understanding of time travel, continuity, and stories in that space is seeing yourself would be pretty horrifying. So this does make sense to me.
I would hate that. Yeah, I feel that.
Here's a dash of Regavan. That's our red permanent for Ajani, who will 0. There's a 4th creature. Bit of a question of where to point the damage. It's going to be at Orcish Bowmasters.
So this is interesting. I think what we're seeing is Madsen doing a sort of Hail Mary and hope to see Ragavan flip over something like a Fatal Push.
That would be ideal, but Kaito is not going to be it. I think you're exactly right, though. I think Fatal Push was the real hope here, as you see Madsen pick up the cards.
Right, that's a spot where Madsen's kind of identifying, yes, I am behind, but we've talked about turning the corner and how that could play out. That was sort of the fundamental turn of that game, and Madsen did what he could to put himself into a position to get lucky, but the game was just a bit out of reach.
Lair is going to sideboarding. A lot of really normal, kind of main deckable cards in Burkhart's sideboard, which is kind of a cool aspect of the composition. What do you think he's reaching for here against Boros Energy?
Like you said, a lot of these just sort of look like normal cards, right? That's something that we've joked about. I would guess Nile Spellbomb is actually a card that's kind of interesting. Here, where we saw Cling to Dust specifically do a lot of great work against Flage. I think Flage is one of the cards that Burkhart has front of mind, highest impact threat, thing that he's not really going to be good at just powering through a lot of the time. Having a low opportunity cost way to check it in a longer game as threats get worse is going to be huge for him.
I want to call attention to something really quick here. Players have exchanged physical decks. This is a closed deckless tournament. My read is that these are very serious competitive players. They are preparing for an upcoming open deckless regional championship.
Oh.
Really cool to see this happening in the event here.
Wow. I mean, this is something actually in the finals of the regional championship in Charlotte just a couple of months ago. We also saw Corey Burkhart, Jesse Robkin in the finals. Right, both they had just secured Worlds invitations. They were playing for the trophy for like 10 grand. Sideboarding face up.
Love it.
This is something where I think Corey in particular, we've talked about student of the game. It's something, a buzzword we've said a couple of times. This is something where both of these players are not saying, no, I don't want to bob and weave. I don't want to try and zig while you zag or something like that. I want to be better than you. I want to prove that I am the best at Magic. I want to improve. What do you say? Like, how often do I get to play against someone else who's finals to Pro Tour?
Benton Madsen also very much a student of the game. Pretty varied sideboard here for Madsen. Anything standing out as a possible answer to this Grixis deck?
In general, I think a lot of what he's going to do is just try and make his threats a little bit more resilient wherever that's possible. I think you could maybe end up seeing cards that help him posture for a longer game or maybe disrupt the sideboard a little bit. But for the most part, I don't think he has a ton to change up his game that much. I could see him trying to maybe get cheeky with something like Magus of the Moon to just say, hey, you got to respect this. Good luck. But I think most of these cards are trying to check unfair strategies, and I think his deck is built under the assumption that Boros Energy is pretty reasonable most of the time playing in a fair game of Magic.
Yeah, you have to imagine something Madsen was looking at in Burkhart's deck list was the basic land count when it comes to cards like Blood Moon.
Right.
We'll see if that comes into play, though. If you're watching us here at home, we really thank you for tuning in. And we also want to thank our sponsors this weekend, Beckett and Dragon Shield. Thank you so much for helping to make this event possible, for making this broadcast possible, so everyone at home can come and enjoy this tournament with us. Dragon Shields, that's my brand.
Right, it's one of those things where a lot of times, whatever you have to get a little meta about it, whatever you have to thank the sponsors and stuff, you think, oh, okay, cool, no, I really appreciate this. But these brands in particular are ones that I've been using. I remember reading Beckett Magazine back in the day. I still use Dragon Shields today. I've been using something made by one of these companies for, gosh, 20 years, 25 years at this point. They make it easy, and they're keeping tabletop Magic alive.
I had to pick myself up a little bit. I started to turn to dust as you said that timeline, but that is just true.
All right, both of us are 20, and then both of us kind of had the, don't say the 5.
No.
Don't say the 5.
The 2 is bad enough. But no, you and I, we did a little cubing at a local restaurant last night. The cube safely protected from the drinks on the table in some black matte Dragon Shields.
Listen, I have thousands of their Poppy Fields art sleeves for all of my cubes. The best picture sleeves you can get. I cannot say enough nice things about them. And, you know, we talked a little bit going into the match about Benton making the finals of a Pro Tour, right? That was all will be one, falling to Reed Duke in the finals, having a great meta call for that event. Corey Burkhart's no slouch, right? We've talked about the finals appearance just a couple of months ago at a regional championship. Also won the America's Players Tour event. That was sort of a Pro Tour equivalent right before the pandemic. Beat Hall of Famer William Jensen in the finals, and that was with the Demure Inverter deck on the weekend, which is one of the hardest decks that I've ever had to play in Constructed Magic.
No kidding. A very fun deck to cover, actually. You and I talking about 2020 in this very building.
Literally this room.
Yeah, we covered a lot of Demure Inverter and Pioneer. Very skill testing deck, and Corey Burkhart bringing a Grixis mid-range deck, trying to tackle the format with controlling elements. That takes a lot of courage.
I mean, it's someone where, in a lot of ways, it's just a real love of the game situation, where I think there's this sort of balance you want to strike where, yes, I can just play the best deck every single time because I want to be the best, but also it's a game and you want to enjoy yourself and you want to play it your way, and that's what Burkhart is doing.
Absolutely. Players underway here for game number 2. Madsen on the play. Going to fetch up a basic plains for this turn 1 Guide of Souls. Indicative of some possible Blood Moon, Megas of the Moons on the horizon. Scalding Tarn for Burkhart. We'll find out before too long how highly he is going to value fetching out this 1 basic island and 1 basic swamp in the deck.
I feel like we are going to see something like that. Well, not a basic swamp off a Scalding Tarn, of
Right,
course,
right. No immediacy on the basic swamp for sure, and no immediacy on any basic lands as we see the Scalding Tarn finding something to cast a lightning bolt on the Guide of Souls. That's going to be a Steam Vents because there's no Blood Crypt. Foreshadowing from earlier. Burkhart to 17.
You know, if foreshadowing's so good, why haven't they made a 5 shadowing?
Great question. I think it's coming up though.
Okay, cool.
Basic Mountain for Madsen and just going to pass.
It's not that surprising. I think post-board you're going to see players happier to keep hands that are built on the back of 3 drops.
Sure. The aforementioned Blood and Megas of the Moon.
Right.
Here is Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That's a good 3-drop. Underselling it a little, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it is really nice. It is a card that kind of cycles in and out of Modern as things progress. It's telling to me that Madsen has so many sort of linear sideboard cards with all of these Fable of the Mirror Breakers in the deck.
Kind of the ideal answer for Burkhart. Here's Counterspell proper. Going to be cast off of a Watery Grave, fetched up. Burkhart to 14. Has not prioritized those basic lands just yet. Makes you wonder if A, there's not much more in the way of lands in hand, or B, there is much more in the way of counterspells.
Yeah, I think something that you'll see a good chunk of the time from players in Modern is you either respect the Blood Moon or you don't, right? And especially in a world where you're seeing a lot of counterspells in Corey's hand, fetching a swap is just not a solution.
Right.
Especially without a 3rd land.
Right, no 3rd land, but here is Psychic Frog. Looking forward to hearing that all weekend.
Really?
Yes.
Aw.
Back to Madsen. What can you do about this frog? Gonna be a decent amount of cards in hand for Burkhart. Makes red removal tough.
And you can tell, is Madsen going to say, all right, discard 2 cards?
As here is Flage. Looks like 5 cards in Burkhart's hand.
2 spell bombs.
Nice. Gotta imagine we're targeting the frog as Burkhart lines up cards to discard.
Hey, at this phase of the game, it's possible you want to put a premium on pressuring Burkhart's life total, but I think we're still at the phase of the game where players are posturing for threats and cards.
Right. Tameo and Lightning Bolt discarded. Madsen has a follow-up, but it's not a Galvanic Discharge. It's a Regavan.
And this 3/4 frog really threatening to go to work.
Yes, indeed. Here is that Nile Spellbomb.
And now there's this interesting sort of game where Burkhart has to figure out, do I want to block Ragavan? Do I maybe want to crack Spellbomb now to dig for a land? There are a lot of ways that Burkhart can play from here.
And just like you said, Aggressive activation of the spell bomb. Going to use that black mana to draw a card.
I like this line from Corey because it also informs if he wants to attack.
Yeah, that makes sense. And he decides he does not.
Well, Madsen doesn't either.
You know, Madsen, that would be a clearly bad attack. So that one makes sense to me.
Listen. I'm in the booth. They've been to the finals of Pro Tours. So.
Orcish Bowmaster. Woof. That's going to go after the Regavan. Reprieve, though. Actually, it's not going to go after the Regavan.
Okay, that's out of the sideboard. I think remand in this sort of remand effect in this sort of matchup when you're on the play makes a lot of sense.
Definitely. And in this game with Burkhart light on lands, it's pretty effective.
Right, I think this is a situation where it's really nice for the games where Madsen has a 1-drop and then is able to hold back a Frog or a Bowmasters on 2 as the follow-up. I think that's really nice. Just real, shows that Madsen has a macro idea of how he wants these post-board games to play out.
What is tough, though, is there was no answer for this Frog here. Regavan just hanging out. Fatal Push takes care of it, and now the Frog can freely attack, and this is where the advantage starts to compound in Burkhart's direction, drawing a card there.
Right, where I think this is the spot where Madsen really needs to get on the table or answer this Frog. Ideally both, of course, but this is the spot where if Madsen bricks for another turn, I think this game is really, really at risk of slipping away from him.
Some help on that front as an Elegant Parlor is fetched up. Madsen at least gets to surveil before going to work on the following turn.
I mean, there is a point where if this were to flip over something like a Flage, there is an Arena of Glory on the table.
Yes. Currently 3 cards in the graveyard. Need a little bit more help from there, but it starts to line up.
All right, well, it wasn't a Flage.
It is one that Madsen's thinking about. I think this is one of those situations where it is obviously not the answer to this battlefield on this turn.
Right. This is the spot where Madsen's having to basically map out, okay, let's assume that Burkhart untaps with this Frog again. What do the games I win look like? Does this card contribute to that game? And he decides it does.
And we'll see what it is. Fabled Mirror Breaker.
Worst things to draw.
Yes.
I think we can assume that that was the pickup here, given it was not cast last turn.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Here is Goblin Shaman, and there is a Johnny.
So this is at least going to force Burkhart to start exiling cards from graveyard to jump the Frog, but I have a feeling Burkhart really does not mind doing that.
Yeah, pretty stocked graveyard on Burkhart's side of things. Already 8 cards there. We also know that Burkhart's hand is all gas.
Right, yeah. Whenever your mid-range opponent is just missing land drops and has 3-ish lands, you kind of have this, give me a break.
Right.
Come on.
Especially when one of your turns was missing plays.
Exactly. You're just like, wait, assuming all of our cards trade 1 for 1, I'm down this many resources?
Here is Orcish Bowmaster. It's going to go after Cat Token. Madsen now has the question, do I want to transform my Ajani?
Ooh,
Not that
nice.
appealing against a Psychic Frog, is it?
No. I believe Psychic Frog, that it does say our Planeswalker. It does say our Planeswalker.
It would be bad enough if it just attacked the Ajani to death, but I believe you are right that it would draw a card as well.
Yeah, I don't know who put Or Planeswalker on that card, but I think they deserve a very strong talking to.
I think Corey Burkhart probably give him some praise. No transformation on the Ajani. A lowly Squire at this point. As here comes the Psychic Frog.
All right, 3 of them, no jumping.
You can block if you want to.
Okay, is this Goblin Shaman a friend of Corey's? This is interesting, right? Because Corey is just saying, you know, I like drawing cards, but I kind of think your Goblin Shaman or your Ajani is worth more than a random card off the top of my deck in 3 life.
Right.
So this is a spot where it's pretty loud to me that Burkhart is just simply trying to shrink the battlefield at the moment. Generally in a mid-range fight, whenever you are ahead on the board, it's a spot where it is better for you to shrink how many game pieces there are on the battlefield, because that means each individual resource is worth more, or at least carries more of the game on its back.
Yeah, that makes sense. Madsen does throw the Ajani under the Frog.
And this is the way that Frog kills Ajani, but Burkhart doesn't get to draw a card about it.
Right. Here's Basic Island and Nihil Spellbomb. Fable's going to go to Chapter 2. And that Orcish Bowmaster is once again in play. So even if there were a Flage, it's not going to be that easy.
It's so strange how it almost feels like a lock piece.
Right.
But in a different way. Like normally Orcish Bowmaster is the turn off your card draw spells way. But here it's a, oh no, this will create a trigger, so good luck.
Definitely feels very deliberate on Burkhart's part. You know, I'm seeing this interaction for the first time. He's not.
No, absolutely not. No, one of the strengths of Flage in this Boros Energy deck that Madsen's brought generally is that you have these sort of, I don't want to say priority tricks, but you are insulated a bit by the rules of Magic where you're probably going to get to engage with your Flage at some point. But Burkhart paying a ton of respect to Flage itself with a bunch of ways to check the graveyard and really saying, no, I have actually realized that's the way that I lose games most often, and I'm willing to pay a lot of respect to that end.
I love that approach from Burkhart. Certainly lines up with my experience. We do see a Rummage here. Just one card.
1 damage to Madsen. Little bit of life.
A little bit of work. Blood Moon, okay. Turns off the black mana.
Now this is a spot where I think Burkhart wants to figure out if it's time to cash in Nihil Spellbomb.
Right. If you want to draw the card, your black mana is going away, but you do still maintain that Tormod's Crypt effect if you don't.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about a second ago. This is a lot of respect being paid to Flage specifically by saying, no, I don't want one card. I don't want Flage to become part of this game.
Love it, especially with the active Frog. That call by Burkhart just looks right to me. Guide of Souls shows up for Madsen, and we go back Burkhart's way.
So at this point, Madsen is not out of this. He has 15 life to play with.
2 cards discarded to the Frog. Burkhart lining up a 3-turn clock here with the Frog itself, as that's going to jump as well.
Oh, I love this attack with the army.
What are armies for? Going to war.
Ooh, I'm using that one.
You're welcome.
That's good, clean living.
The army is going to trade with the Goblin Shaman. We've seen that before. Psychic Frog also chunking in for 5 and a card. We're going to see that one again, I'm sure.
And this is Madsen saying, no, I just need a couple more turns to stabilize. Guide of Souls plus Reflection of Kiki-Jiki is a lot of life and a lot of damage.
Yes. So here comes that Reflection. Guide of Souls going to gain a life. Going to make an energy.
Having a way to produce extra energy also just makes Madsen's Galvanic Discharges off the top stronger, which I understand feels a little bit like reading the cards to you. But right now, there aren't that many individual cards that Madsen has access to that are able to check this Psychic Frog. And in a lot of ways, it just feels like Madsen is drawing to that end.
Yeah, really good shout. The Discharge is not a clean answer to the Frog at this stage in the game, but the Guide could help to get it there. Here's an attack by Goddess Hollows. Here is Snapcaster Mage. Going to target a Lightning Bolt in the graveyard.
Oh, what year is it?
Goodbye, Guide of Souls. Lightning Bolt also says goodbye, Reflection.
I feel like that might be the house of cards for Madsen.
Yeah, we might be saying goodbye, Benton Madsen, in short order as we go back to Corey Burkhart.
Six of them.
Psychic Frog, Orcish Bowmaster. They're going to rumble across.
Ooh, two more.
Discards. A land and an uncastable Cling to Dust. That makes sense. Frog connects for 7.
I mean, this is that fungibility that I was talking about earlier, where those cards were dead. And instead, they are 2 points of damage, which over 2 turns is 4 points of damage.
Once again, we see this Desperation Dash Dragavan. Looks like it's connecting. Burkhart to 12. We need a good hit here. It's Scalding Tarn. That is not it. And Benton Madsen has to pick him up. Corey Burkhart Making quick work of Benton Madsen's Boros Energy deck. Definitely something he was targeting with this Grixis mid-range deck, and so far so good. Corey Burkhart 2-0 in our tournament.
And something that I love about this, that just absolutely adore about this, is I think there's a temptation whenever a format as wide as Modern ends up having, let's say, a certain chunk of the field or a large enough portion of the field consolidate on a deck like Boros Energy. I think there's a temptation to say, it's a soft format. It sucks that these cards are so much stronger than all of the other ones. I wish I could play something else, but I feel like I have to play Boros because it is the best deck and so on. That is not the case. That actually means for a lot of players that if you put the work in and figure out what it is you care about in the matchup, there is space for you to maneuver.
And to your point, we see some new cards making an impact on Modern right now from Tarkir Dragonstorm. That's not what Corey Burkhart is doing. There are no Tarkir Dragonstorm cards in the spread here. Corey is saying, all right, I think this is the time for Grixis. I think I can show up with my 3 spell snares, my counter spells, my lightning bolts, my cling to dust, very relevantly my cling to dust.
Yes.
And he's making it look good so far.
Right, there's even Kaito, right? That's out of Duskmourn. That came out less than a year ago. It's not like he isn't adapting or he isn't paying attention. It's that he is paying attention and he's updating a deck that he really understands and is being paid off in a big way.
Yeah, definitely. Boros Energy, definitely a deck we're going to be seeing more in the tournament. It sounds like we have a backup match ready here. I might even have some deck lists.
Well, I definitely have a deck list.
Well, that's great.
Oh, yeah. Peter Tubergen, Mox Opal.
Yes.
Modern is back, baby.
Another look at one of these Jeskai Moxen deck. And then on the other side of the table, we have Cody Lewis with, looks like Domain Zoo. I wasn't sure if we were going to see this one this weekend.
Oh, yeah. There's just so much cool stuff going on here. I think we've seen Domain Zoo as another reaction on a macro level to Boros Energy. This is a deck that goes just a little bit bigger and is saying, no, can you beat a Scion of Draco? Because I don't think so. We've seen it happen a bunch where just a flying hexproof 4/4 lifelink creature is unbeatable.
I'm also going to say that we haven't seen it yet. We are going to see some Is It Prowess this weekend. Leyline Scion is so good against just lightning bolt decks. But our players are playing. So let's go ahead and get down to our match here. Looks like we are opening up on that ley line for Cody Lewis, and we are actually starting this match from the beginning. Sacred Foundry shocked in at turn 1, Ragavan.
And this is the opening that you want to have if you're in Lewis's seat.
Yeah, that ley line, that's part of our 1-2 punch. That's our combination that makes our Scion of Draco castable and really tough to beat. Here's a turn 1 Tameo for Tubergen.
And, you know, we've had a lot of talk about Tarkir Dragonstorm impacting Modern, Corey Steelcutter. That's something that everyone knows about at this point, or a lot of people have heard about it. There are 3 other cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm in Tubergen's deck. That's Narset, Jeskai, Waymaster. Such an incredible card advantage engine whenever you're willing to commit all of these 0 mana cards into your deck.
Yes, really nice draw engine. I think that card would line up quite well against Corey Burkhart's Grixis deck, for example. Big test against Cody Lewis's Domain Zoo is, do we have that Scions to make these value plans tougher to execute? Definitely looking for a fast clock for Lewis. We'll see what turn 2 can yield. Once again, we see Ragavan being checked by Tameo.
And this is interesting because it shows how differently the cards play on the play versus the draw.
Yes, as Tribal Flames able to cleanly answer Tameo and allow this Ragavan to connect. Ooh, Mistress Bobble by Ragavan.
Oh, do you mind if Lewis just? Do you mind? 'Cause I don't think Lewis minds.
I would. I'll cast that for free. Thank you. Get a treasure for his trouble as well.
Oh, is Lewis thinking about it? Maybe just say, no, I don't want you to have access to this.
There's something to that being a card in graveyard. I think in this post-Underworld Breach era, it's not that real.
Right, we see a bunch of 3s hanging out in Lewis's hand, which has me inclined to believe that we're going to see a look for a 3rd land.
Some respect to Emery would be from not casting it, but Lewis does cast it and quickly gets the Bobble trigger. Playing with your opponent's Mistress Bobble can make that particularly tricky card even particularly trickier.
I think this speaks to just how intricate games of Modern can be, right? 3 total turns have been shared by these players. And already we're at the phase where players are kind of trying to think about, okay, well, what if they have this? What if I have this? What am I playing around? What can I beat? What trap do I not want to step into?
Yes. Every decision starting on turn 1 can, does, and will matter in this format.
Notably, Leyline Binding, a nice pickup for Lewis here, where if we see Tubergen do something like dump his hand and do a bunch to try and make Narset work, that is a really good way for Lewis to be able to clothesline Tubergen.
Yes. If you're maybe wondering about that tapped Scalding Tarn, that's because Leyline of the Guild Pact allows all of Lewis's lands to tap for any color of mana. I remember Urborg being something that caused such confusion often for viewers once upon a time.
That's Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth?
Correct, not just Urborg,
Not just
which
Urborg.
is a different card.
Yeah, we don't do that here.
Here's a backup Tameo and a tapped Hollowed Fountain, but that's it for Tubergen as we go back to Cody Lewis.
And now Lewis in the interesting position where I know we saw Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Flage hanging out. It's hard to not want to send Flage after Tameo, send her back to the underworld.
This is really good, though, too. Scion of Draco has arrived.
Little crack of a treasure.
And there's Leyline Binding. Get that Tammy out of the way. Once again, Ragavan getting busy.
And this is so much of what goes on in these sorts of matchups where whenever you see an aggressor trying to just say, okay, I have 1 or 2 pieces of disruption. I want to get pressure on the table and then sort of hold your head under and keep the game just out of reach of you assembling one of your synergies while I make your life a couple points lower until the opponent inevitably runs out of life.
And the Ragavan, of course, has Vigilance because the Scion of Draco is going to grant that ability along with 4 others because the Leyline of the Guild Pact also makes these creatures all 5 colors. Corey Steelcutter exiled. That one is going to be permanently exiled, but a treasure does show up for Lewis.
Tubergen already down to 14, which doesn't sound that bad, except there's 6 on the table at this point. This Domain Zoo deck that Lewis has brought this weekend is so good at just having a bunch of burst damage between Flage, Lightning Bolt, Tribal Flames.
Also quite significant that Lewis had no 3rd land. That means all gas in the hand. I do want to call attention to something. You see those dice off to the side. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties this weekend, so those life totals on the top and the bottom of your overlay, they're not going to be updating. Those dice are going to be moving. So Lewis is showing 20 points, and Tubergen is showing 13. The life gain off of the Ragavan, I believe, was missed.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Mox Amber. Here is Emery.
Okay.
Mill for 4. Looks like Jeskai Ascendancy, Mishra's Bobble, and a couple lands. The Mox now online.
Yeah, being able to actually just accelerate out is one of the things that Tubergen has got to have front of mind at this point. Though, awkwardly, his interaction not going to be doing that much whenever Scion of Draco is giving everything some sort of protection.
Lewis going to give a read to Jeskai Ascendancy. 2 copies in Tubergen's deck this weekend. That's kind of a combo with Emery, but you can't play it out of the graveyard in any way in this deck. So milling it, a bit unfortunate. Tubergen also light on resources, just 2 cards in hand as we go back to Lewis. And here is Flage taking care of Emery.
Oh, and is that with lifelink? Ooh.
Oh my, it is. Gains 6 up to 26. Here come the Scion and the Ragavan. How about gains 6 more? 32 life. This is kind of funny. Hits Mox Opal and has a treasure token and the Scion. So Metalcraft is online. Doesn't cast it. Doesn't need it.
I love not casting it. No, you know Tubergen's on repeal.
Oh, yeah. Could just pick it up.
That's so heads up from Lewis.
Smart. Good call. Go back to Tubergen. Here's Expressive Iteration. Needs to find a lot of help for not a lot of mana.
Gotta express something here. At this point, Tubergen's all the way down to 7. There's 6 on the table, and you know Lewis has, in their 60-card deck, I would estimate about 70 burn spells. So Tubergen's really feeling the heat.
Going to give a think to these 3 cards here. One of them destined for the hand, one for exile, and one at the bottom of the deck. We see Repeal, like you said. Not as strong when there's no Mox Opal to steal back. Going to target the treasure token. Lewis can just sack it in response to fizzle the Repeal.
Wait. Okay, looks like it just resolved.
Things you can do aren't always things you do.
Sure. And I like targeting the treasure there. I think there's a lot of temptation to target your own Mox Amber, where there what Tubergen is valuing is trying to actually just throttle Lewis on any resource at all. Just saying, hey, even if you sack this and I don't get the card, it means that Lewis can't cast something like another Flage next turn.
Exactly. It represents the 3rd mana, and currently 6 points against 7 life. Lewis would need another points to cross the finish line this turn, as you do see that attack for 6. But Ragavan does make the treasure. And here is Lightning Bolt. That one's easy enough as Cody Lewis picks up game number 1.
And once again, we're just seeing a player choose Lightning Bolt over Galvanic Discharge. I think there's a lot of argument about if you want to do Unholy Heat, Galvanic Discharge, Lightning Bolt, and different decks have different needs. And I think that is one of the best parts about Modern is they're all strong in their own ways.
Yes, yeah, we see Boros Energy with Galvanic Discharge, but like you said, Lightning Bolt here for Cody Lewis, man after my own heart. This player's reach for the sideboard. Peter Tubergen now down a game with this Jeskai Ascendancy deck. What does he have here to try to combat this Leyline Scion deck?
So some of the things that stick out to me that are interesting, I like Wear Tear in particular. I think that game would have been extremely different if Lewis had not had access to that Leyline of the Guild Pact right off the bat. So that being something that Tubergen can do for 1 or 2 mana, be a little bit disruptive, maybe get a bit more breathing room is attractive. I like Orm's Chant as a possible thing that Tubergen could look at, is going for that fog mode is actually worth a lot. Just buying an additional turn, as silly as that might sound. Flage is also a pretty reasonable consideration if Tubergen thinks things can get grindy. For the most part, I think Tubergen is just trying to stick to sort of plan A here most of the time, but I think there are a lot of ways that he could choose to try and construct his deck going into Game 3, and the velocity of the average Repeal, Mishra's Babo, etc. deck really allows Tubergen to have a bunch of flexibility in how he wants these games to play out post-board.
Yeah, that tracks to me. So how are you feeling about these Flages on Tubergen's side of the matchup? There's been a little bit of iteration. Actually, the card Flage, pretty big deal for the Domain Zoo deck, because we stopped seeing cards like Nishoba Brawler that would be easy pickings for the Flage. Is there merit just at trying to get this 6/6 online?
I can totally see a world where the first copy is something that Tubergen wants a reasonable amount, especially whenever you have cards like Emery that can kind of let you quote-unquote free roll the first half of it, where it ends up in your graveyard and it just is a 6/6 a lot of the time for 4 mana. Having a little bit of a life buffer is a big thing that sticks out to me that I think Tubergen could end up wanting against a deck that leans so hard on burn, like we see out of Lewis here. But I think the second one is maybe fraught, especially when there aren't that many really good targets from Lewis. I know we see these Pyroclasms from Tubergen that I don't really know if we're going to see more than one of those come in, when it can really only go after Fable tokens and Ragavan.
Right, not a lot of targets there. And then for Cody Lewis, the graphic, I apologize, has not updated again. We're working through some technical difficulty. We appreciate you sticking with us on that. Cody Lewis now up a game. What is he going to reach for on the Domain Zoo side of things?
So just looking at the sideboard, I think a lot of what we're going to see is Wear Tear on his side of the battlefield as well. Brotherhood's End is something that I think actually doing the sort of Shatterstorm version of the effect is pretty attractive. Orm's Chant is something that's really good at breaking up combos for the Silence mode. So it's funny where I think both players are bringing in a lot of similar cards, but they're using them in really different ways.
Yeah, pretty cool to see that in action, and pretty cool to see a live event like this. If you're having fun watching, maybe you should come out to one of our upcoming events here. We have SCG Con Orlando and Baltimore coming up. Those are going to be more Spotlight Series events. Those are open entry. If you have a deck, you can show up and play those ones. Or if you're looking for something a little bit more competitive, something you have to earn your spot to compete in, we also have regional championships coming up at SCG Con Houston and SCG Con Las Vegas.
And regional championships in particular are something that, if you care a lot about the Pro Tour, those actually pay. Pro Tour invites are awarded down to the top 32. So quadruple the players at those events are going to punch their ticket to the Pro Tour. They have World Championship invites up top. Those are awesome. You can qualify through the RCQ system. There are a lot of different ways you can get into those. And the Spotlight Series, like the one we're at now, if you can't engage with the RCQ system, you can just come out and plant your flag.
Absolutely. Tons of cash prizes up for grabs this weekend as well. If you're interested in checking out these events, starcitygames.com/SCGCon as we are underway in game number 2. Peter Tubergen now on the play. Scalding Tarn, Mishra's Bobble, and a Think.
And a pass. And this is so cool. The Mishra's Bobble Fetchland thing is one of the things that just has defined Modern for the better part of a decade now.
Xander's Lounge for Lewis. As Tubergen is going to take a look with that bobble. Think about whether he wants to use this fetch land, like you said. Does not like what he sees and is going to fetch. And relatively recent addition to the format. Now you can find a surveil land and get another look to see if you like what you see.
And this one's nice, where I think there's a lot of temptation to call it 0 mana preordain, right? But this is an Inner's tapped land, so it does kind of cost 1 mana. It just doesn't necessarily cost you a slot in your deck like Consider normally would.
Right. Meticulous Archive going to Surveil. The Portable Hole going to the graveyard. Makes sense with no plays on 1. Mishra's Bobble drawn, plus draw for turn for Tubergen. So far, so good on Mishra's Bobble triggers in this matchup.
Notably, Lewis does not have the ley line, does have a tri-land on 1.
Here's a Windswept Heath. Fun to see that one next to Xander's Lounge. Temple Garden, fetched by it. Perfect.
No, this is nice. I've always really respected a lot of Zoo players having a great idea of what their turns are going to look like in the average game, where you frequently see one or two tri-lands, and then I would say 3 or 4 shock lands that round out the combinations of, okay, if I play out my turns this way, what does it look like? If I have this draw, what does it look like? And this just shows a great awareness of kind of how you plan to map out the way that your deck can play in a bunch of different combinations.
And I'll remind you that the life totals in the graphic are not accurate. There was a fetch shock there for Lewis down to 17. That 1 pip on the white die there, if you're wondering what that is, I'm right there with you.
It's the game win.
Ah, all right, we're all caught up. Just some more lands and passing. Tubergen with a Flooded Strand, and now Lewis playing Scalding Tarn as land number 3.
Tubergen got to be really happy to not see a threat from Lewis yet. I suspect Lewis has a more reactive Fable hand.
Tribal Flames upstairs.
Oh, talk to me.
2 words. Love it.
Face is the place. Holy, I know both of us really love a good old-fashioned Lava Spike. How do you feel about 5 of them?
I love Lava Axe. I love Lava Dart. I love Volcanic Hammer.
Whew, that is 5 damage. 5 fingers across the face. That is, whew.
Tubergen is going to fetch up another Surveil land. It's Thundering Falls. Tubergen now at 13 is going to bin a Repeal. No targets for that one, so that makes sense.
Okay, so it looks like Lewis has a couple of Stubborn Denials, as well as a Territorial Kavu in hand. What this communicates to me is that Lewis really wants to have 2 pieces of interaction up and is paying a bunch of respect to how good Tubergen's deck is at quote-unquote just killing you.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So to go to Tubergen, and here is the front half of a Flage. That's going to also go upstairs. Lewis down to 13 after fetching. Tubergen up to 16. And notably for Tubergen, with all that surveilling, there are 5 other cards in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Right, this is the point of the game that I actually really like that. I want to zoom in for a second on that Tribal Flames from last turn, where it might have looked a bit premature, but Lewis has kind of identified, all right, Tribal Flames is eventually going to do this. So I just want to be mana efficient and make sure that I can cast my Kavu, hold up a Stubborn Denial and a Leyline Binding, or some combination thereof. And I think so many ways that Lewis has constructed their deck, been playing the games, just speaks to an awareness of what a long game with a deck that traditionally doesn't try to do that looks like.
Definitely like the navigation as we have Elegant Parlor fetched up. Lewis is going to keep 1 on top. Here is Flooded Strand as land number 4. And now it is Territorial Kavu time. That's the full 5/5. Something a little bit awkward, though. It's not in time necessarily to exile his Flage. We'll see if Tubergen has red source number 2 / mana source number 4 for that, though.
In a lot of ways, something that Lewis could be doing here is actually just forcing Tubergen to spend his turn on it.
Yeah.
If it's just saying, okay, great, I am pretty happy if all of your turn is exile my whole graveyard, Flage.
And it's a long road there as we see Mox Opal, Mox Amber, Mishra's Bauble to get Metalcraft. Here comes Flage. There goes the graveyard. But kind of what you were getting at, this Flage does not answer the Kavu. It's just 3 points upstairs. Lewis to 10, Tubergen to 19.
A lot of ground for Lewis to make up.
Going to start by fetching the 9.
One of the nice things about this Domain Zoo deck is it generally does not nickel and dime its opponent very much. I know we saw it from Ragavan in Game 1 a little bit. Ragavan's just a really nice card, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the time when Domain Zoo is dealing, it's dealing 5.
Yes. Here's Rafine's Tower. This is pretty significant because it means Lewis will be going back to his turn now with 2 blue mana. You talked about Stubborn Denial hanging out in the hand. I believe that there is also an answer to the Flage waiting in the wings. Lewis could really start going to work here, as here is Leyline Binding to start that.
Notably, a ton of respect being paid, specifically to any reactive spells, where we saw Lewis fetch a tap land, wait to untap until getting into this sort of reactive fight, where Dispatch goes after the Kavu, Stubborn Denial answers it, Kavu comes in for damage. Lewis still has mana up the whole time.
Kavu now going to Rummage, going to discard an Arid Mesa to draw a card. Yeah, the Dispatch, not the most exciting target in a graveyard, so that makes sense. Tubergen down to 14 as we go back his way.
Wow, I cannot say enough nice things about how Lewis has played this game. Just first couple turns were almost confusing, right? But it just really shows a lot of awareness for how to really convert the cards you are given into a win.
Yes, really nice navigation. Here's Wear Tear, though. Going to go after that Leyline Binding, but like you said, that navigation, Lewis at the ready with another Stubborn Denial. Waited to get the double blue mana. Love it.
This is awesome. It is so hard to not just be stoked when you're watching someone at the top of their game play incredibly.
Yes. Tubergen now decides to cash in that Mishra's Bauble. Maintained it previously because of Metalcraft. Looks at his own top card. Here's Flooded Strand.
Tubergen's still at 14. Has a little bit of life to play with.
Emphasis on a little bit.
You know, of life to play with.
That Kavu is not messing around in the clocking you department. So Tubergen's going to keep that card on top and draws it on Lewis's turn. Kavu is going to rumble across, and this time it goes after the Mishra's Bauble in the graveyard.
Is that 3 cards in hand for Lewis? Whenever your opponent attacks with something that can rummage and they go, I guess just exile one of your cards in the graveyard, you cannot be feeling good.
You know, these ones are not weak. Tubergen is going to fetch to 8.
So we know, Eyes in the Sky situation, Lewis has a Bolt in hand. So that plus Kavu is a bingo.
That is correct. That checks out.
Tubergen really needs to assemble something here.
And there are only 2 Surveillance in the deck, as the fetch is going to be a tapped Sacred Foundry. See what Tubergen's able to do. This deck can do some explosive things, but it really wants to do them on turn 1 or 2.
Right. This is the spot where a lot of Tubergen's real estate asks you to have other cards. Right, Narset, for example, Jeskai Waymaster is a card that if you cast a bunch of spells, it can draw you a bunch, but you also kind of need to untap again after that. It's really tough.
Scalding Tarn as the land. Here comes Flage. Flage targets Territorial Kavu. Could be something doing here for Tubergen. Life gain also relevant, going up to 11. And then Galvanic Blast to try to finish it off, but here is Stubborn Denial number 3.
Ooh, oh, okay. Okay, and it looks like now Kavu can go after the Flage, but is that Bolt number 2?
I think you might be right. Kavu attacks. It does exile the Flage because this hand is made. Tubergen down to 6. Here's Lightning Bolt, and there's Lightning Bolt number 2. Cody Lewis. Gonna go 2-0 over Peter Tubergen, and I like this call. First of all, beautifully navigated match there. Love the way Lewis played that game 2 in particular, and I think this is a great call for this weekend.
Yes, yeah, that was unbelievable. I love the deck. I love Lewis's navigating these games. I know we kind of question a little bit. There was the treasure and the repeal in the one game. You know, sometimes it's early in the morning. The macro understanding of what is going on is unbelievable. I am so excited to watch Lewis play more this weekend. That was just, that was an awesome game to watch.
Well, he's 2-0, so definitely so far so good on that front. For Carmen and myself, we're going to take a little break, but don't worry, there's more magic coming. We're going to have Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister in just a minute here to bring you more modern action here from Spotlight Series Secret Lair at SCG Con Indianapolis.
welcome back everyone to Spotlight Series Indianapolis. Got me and Corey in the booth here. Carmen and Ryan, great job as always. But Corey, how you feeling today?
I'm good, man. I am so excited to see how Modern shakes up, and honestly, I just love seeing 8 more people head to the Pro Tour by the end of this tournament, so really pumped.
Is this a hard day for you? This is the first major post-breach tournament. Corey, are you doing okay?
I'm doing okay. It's a lot easier now that I'm in the booth for sure. I was really tempted to play the last couple when Breach was around, so I'm happily in the booth now.
Yeah, I imagine some other folks are happy with that development as well.
But I think a lot.
Yeah. Maybe a few. But we come in now with not really a new metagame, but a metagame where you shape Breach off the top.
Yep.
And now we've got Boros Energy kind of coming in here, kind of as the top dog to beat.
Yep.
Is a Prowess popping in too? I'll have a metagame up in a little bit here, and it's a pretty exciting to see who's going to take the top spot. So metagame coming up. Let's take a look. What do you got here, Corey? Boros Energy number 1, but is it Prowess number 2? A little bit of a challenger. So go over Energy first here. What's Energy got to be the top dog here?
Energy has been the top dog at so many tournaments, basically since it was, created with MH3. Then Teamer Breach, took over that top spot for those couple tournaments. But besides that, Boros Energy has been at the top for a very, very long time. Is it Prowess? I think it's maybe one of the more surprising things. If you've been paying attention to the Magic Online results and stuff like that, it's not really that surprising. It's been kind of dominating recent tournaments, but it hasn't really had its opportunity to shine at the biggest stage, like a Spotlight Series here in Indianapolis. So that's going to be a big one to me, see if the hype is real on that. And then Amulet, I think, at 7.7%. That's the other thing that's a little surprising to me. I thought it'd be more. I think Amulet is the deck of the modern metagame right now with Boros Energy, but Amulet is extremely difficult to play, and Boros Energy still tough, but not as tough to play. And then we see a lot of linear combo decks, Jim. We see Ruby Storm, Belcher, Neoform is a new story here, as that it's now the more fair version. It's not the one that's going to combo kill you on turn 1, make you hate your life, and then drop from the tournament. But yeah, really healthy metagame though overall, Jim.
Yeah, widespread. Seeing Prowess here, of course, we were in Hartford a few weeks ago doing Standard.
Yep.
Brazen Prowess is top dog. So kind of cool seeing the transition here of Corey Steelcutter into the modern format. And this Neoform deck, this is a deck that is a kind of a classic deck from Modern's past. So seeing it kind of slide back in here is really, really cool. Perhaps Breach, being gone, opening space for that and more decks. So wide metagame. Love the other here too, 198 in the other column as well. So come back in, and we got a great match here. We're gonna have we're gonna see this Neoform deck against Boros. A lot of this tournament is kind of Boros first, not really the world yet. But Boros is the number 1 deck. It is the one folks are gunning for. Seen it on camera a few times already. And Neoform, it's kind of weird to say Neoform's a new entry here, right?
Yeah, it is weird to be a new deck, but it is definitely a lot different of a style. It's a lot more fair Neoform, which I don't think fair and Neoform should ever be said in the same sentence, but here we are. The one thing I will say about Neoform, though, supposed to have a pretty good Boros Energy matchup. It's just really tough to deal with when your opponent's trying to galvanic discharge and stuff like that on these gigantic creatures, Atraxas, dinosaurs, that kind of thing. So should be a fun one.
Yeah, a true fair versus unfair.
Yes.
Even if it is a more fair version of Neoform, it's still pretty new for me. So let's hop down to our feature match area and check out the match. All right, so we have Grayson on top here, currently 2-0 with Neoform. Andrew on the bottom playing Boros Energy. And it looks like Grayson's on the play. We see a tap breeding pool. Not exactly an explosive start for our combo player, right?
Yeah, exactly. But this is not exactly, you're not trying to use any of the ways to add extra green mana. I believe the Chancellors were in the previous iterations. You could Neoform on turn 1, get Gristlebrand, win the game. You can still do that stuff, but it does have to wait till at least turn 2 for the namesake card Neoform.
Turn 2, how awful for them,
I know, it's such a slow deck.
Yeah, so we see a fetch here for Andrew into an Oslet Pride, one of the better 1-drops, of course. Passing back over to Grayson, and this is a big turn for Grayson. We see a MDFC land come down. 3 life is paid, and pass him a turn.
Yep, so no start to get it going here, no Neoform to be able to, get a Gristlebrand into play. Galta is the other card. Galta Stampede Tyrant is maybe one of the newer additions, being able to put any number of creature cards into play. So you see Neoform, maybe not do a lot, and then, oh my god, I have 14, 15, 25 power in play, and you kind of just overwhelm your opponent pretty quickly.
So flat stamp for Andrew, probably gets in for 1, deal 1, gain 1. We got a fetch crack here. What's the pacing for Grayson in this matchup? You know, so with Andrew not having a ton of interaction, being Boros Force, no counter spells, no discard, is Grayson able to kind of sit back and chill? What's the pacing like?
Yeah, chill as much as you can. You know, I mean, when Andrew does go Ocelot Pry into a Johnny, then Gauntlet Bombardment, that kind of thing, you know, Boros Energy still has these aggressive kills, especially if we're going triple 1-drop like this, where, you know, you can be pressuring lethal turn 4, turn 5, but really, neither of these decks are interacting with each other game 1 pretty much at all. You know, Static Prison, stuff like that can actually do some stuff to Grayson's side, but Grayson, the only interaction you see from this deck, Pact of Negation and Consigned to Memory. And, you know, that is not exactly the best interaction here against Boros.
All right, so we see that triple 1-drop, as you said, with the Ragavan and the Ocelot Pride. So a lot of bodies in play. Grayson's going to fire off an end-step Planar Genesis. Cool little impulse effect. They also put a land into play. Take a card. And some tokens in the way here for Andrew, perhaps.
Yep, just getting infinite cats, basically, at this point. Maybe not quite, you know, Felidar Guardian Saheeli, but this is the next best thing. There's that many cats. So both, there should be 3 in play, I believe, now.
Oh, it's game time, folks.
Oh, no, just 2.
Yep. So here's the Allosaurus Rider, 2 cards pitched to pay the alternate cost. Here comes the Neoform. The deck is doing its thing. Can go in there and get a creature of a cost 1 Morbid Rider, which is 8. And what 8-drop is it going to be?
You know, I mean, it is almost assuredly always Gristlebrand. Now, if you already have Gristlebrand in your hand, you can get the gigantic dino here, and then put something into play. And yeah, this is really nice. You can, oh man, is that Zendagos? So this is going for a more combo finish here. Wow, okay.
So Galta comes in and we'll put in the Xenagos. You see, is this double power and haste, I believe, on Xenagos, correct? Double
power, haste, and just win the game on the spot. Okay, this version from Grayson's a little different here. I like this.
Yeah, so
wow.
The fair Neoform deck still waiting on turn 3, and we got to see there in that game like of what's going to happen with Boros, where they kind of just play creatures, right?
Yeah.
So. We hop over of our sideboard here, where Boros to get a little bit of help. We see 1 Celestial Purge, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Deafening Silence, a Ghost Vacuum, a March or Otherworldly Light, 3 Molten Rain, 1 Charmer, 1 Chant, 1 Showdown, 1 Wear Tear, 1 Wrath of the Skies. What's Andrew got to do here to be able to not get trampled on by a 24-power dinosaur?
You know, there is not really a ton that you can be doing here. There is not a great sideboard for this. Maybe not a deck that you know, is expected by everyone. Orm's Chant, you can definitely use that as a form of Time Walk. You can bring in some Molten Rains if you, you know, when you're on the play, maybe a Ragavan on 1, and you can Molten Rain on turn 2. That seems good enough to me, at least on the play, maybe not on the draw. And that's about it. That's all I'm really seeing.
Listen, if there's a problem, Molten Rain can solve it.
Exactly.
All right. And then on Grayson's side, we got 1 Beseiju, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 to the Floodmaw, 2 Murktide Regent. Do those get lost on the way to the Murktide deck?
I guess so.
2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Orm's Chant, 2 Suspend, and 3 Veil of Summer. Now, of course, Grayson's going to be sideboarding in more so against Andrew's sideboard than main deck. What's Grayson got?
Not much here either, but this is the case of, I think we already have such a good matchup from the Neoform that there's not a lot that's coming in. What Grayson's sideboard screams out to me is I need to beat the decks that are controlling and interacting with me. So Veil for all the Thoughtseize decks, Mystical Dispute for any kind of counter spells, and then Murktide Regent as a nice sidestep when your opponent has a ton of interaction for your combo.
Yeah, and this is kind of, you know, Boros is obviously a very, very powerful deck, currently top dog in the format, but it is a deck that is exploitable in that way, where, you know, without these counter spells, these Thoughtseizes and stuff, you know, like there are weaknesses to these combo decks, and of course Grayson. And that game 1 looked pretty convincing.
Yeah, looked really, really good. You know, I was watching a good amount of streams from people that play Boros Energy, and every time they saw one of those, you know, breeding pools tapped or anything like that, any of these lands that you lose 3 life to play from the flip side of them, it always felt like they were sighing and really, really unafraid or really afraid to play that matchup.
So speaking of Murktide, of course, being a Dragon Storm, I'll wait for our players to shuffle up here. Remind you, Tarkir Dragonstorm, order now. All right, this set's been a really, really awesome, kind of foray into Magic's lore. Going back to Tarkir, a lot of awesome things happening in limited in the set, constructed. It's been a good one. What's your favorite Tarkir card, Corey?
Ooh, a favorite Tarkir card. I really like Voice of Victory. I think that card is sweet. Being able to punish all these control mages. I'm a big fan of it. Of course, Corey Steelcutter is probably the most impactful one, that's for sure. But what about yours?
I like Voice a lot too, actually. It also attacks for 3, which I like.
Yeah, that
cool
thing's huge.
Stuff too. Cool card. So order now, starcitygames.com/mtg-tdm. All right, back down to our match here for game number 2. Grayson, of course, up a game on top. And looks like Andrew might be taking a mulligan.
Looks like it.
I think more pressure on Andrew to have, the right cards, right?
Yeah, definitely have the start, be able to interact in a meaningful way. I'm just still trying to piece together anything that would really help. You can bring in cards like Deafening Silence if you really want to prevent your opponent from fully winning the turn, the turn that they search up, one of their big, powerful 8-drops. But I just don't think that's enough. You can still just play a giant creature, say go, play another giant creature after that. I bet it still comes in, but we'll see.
Give me Molten Rain.
Yes, I want Molten Rain.
Just give me a good Molten Rain. Nothing else needs to be said here. So
yes.
Andrew got a Martial Arts on 1 with no 1-drop, which is definitely a bit telling of Andrew's hand. We see an MDFC land for Grayson, coming in tap once again, so no rush on turn 1 here. And step fetch crack for Andrew. Let me get a little Surveil on here, the Elegant Parlor.
Always looking to put Flage into the yard pretty much every single time.
That's a nice one, yeah. When your Surveil land is also an Entomb, that's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that is pretty good.
Probably looking for any sort of aggression here, I would think, though, right?
Yeah, definitely want to get something going as fast as possible and then interact in any small, meaningful way that Andrew can.
All right, so you see Plains go to the bin. Andrew going to draw for turn and look for a little bit of help here. Got to apply some pressure. All right, let's fetch again. Arid Mesa to the bin. Life total for Andrew, not super relevant. Probably going to be either dead or not dead.
Exactly, yeah. I don't know if we can fit that in where that 19 is, just put dead or not dead, but we'll try to work on that.
I'll write a strongly worded email to our directors.
Okay, absolutely.
Yep. So shuffling up here. And 20 life is a lot. The cards in this deck, if we see a Johnny here, they are powerful. Not necessarily huge, though.
Yeah, this is a deck that is aggressive. It is our go-to aggressive deck in the format, but, that doesn't mean it can kill on turn 3. This is still a good old solid aggressive deck that wins on maybe turn 4, turn 5 pretty consistently.
Let's look at Gemstone Mine. Here we go. Okay, party time.
Yep.
There's Allosaurus Rider. Unsurprisingly, here is another Neoform. And Andrew can't look too happy about this one.
Remember when I was saying that this is not a great matchup for Boros Energy? It's really not a good matchup for Boros Energy. And that's the thing. Grayson has to have the draw, and he has both times. But, man, I think all the onus is on Grayson to have it. And if he does, it's just game, and there it is. That's going to go get Zendigo. You're going to be able to do the exact same thing that Grayson did last game, and wow.
That was clean.
That was really clean. And, just like the old Neoform lists, you feel just as bad when you die on turn 2 games in a row, especially when you're on the feature match here.
Yeah, and it's tough. This is almost, you could definitely say a match that was lost in deck selection where, it's sort of, you didn't want to put counterspells with Thoughtseize in your deck. This is what can happen to you. So Grayson takes down the match in one of the most convincing matches I've seen in quite a while now. It's absolute domination, and on Andrew's side, don't think Andrew did anything wrong.
No,
right?
no. Sure, you could aggressively mulligan for a little bit faster of starts and then still have the great privilege of dying on turn 2, but you have a couple extra permanents in play. And, the way that the sideboard was designed and configured, there's not any fantastic cards, for the Neoform matchup anyways. So we'll see if there are other Boros Energy lists that are respecting the matchup a little bit more, or if that's just like one of the auto-lose matchups for Boros Energy.
And kind of a dark horse contender here, right? Neoform has kind of been popping up over the week on Magic Online a little
Yes.
bit, and kind of deck that comes out of nowhere. And if you're not prepared for it, it is doing a very, very unique thing.
Yeah, I think Is It Prowess and Neoform are the two decks that have been like really coming out of the shadows here more, than really any other deck. Where I kind of expected Amulet to be like the deck that everyone was playing. It was going to be gaining popularity at this event, like huge, like going up to second most played deck, first most played deck. But hey, people are going for Neoform or Belcher rather than more Amulet, it seems like.
I mean, those are two. It's funny, they look different.
Yeah.
But the idea is the same. These are some pretty powerful combo decks.
Definitely.
So we're going out to a backup match here, it looks like. We're going to be looking at Orzhov Blink versus Amulet Titan, Christopher Carl versus Ryan Bellamy. And Ryan, actually, so this is really cool for me. Ryan was a coaching student of mine.
Oh, really?
Maybe 10 years ago. I used to coach him and his dad, and so awesome seeing him absolutely crushing lately, crushing you a lot too, right?
Yeah, that's so funny because he's been basically schooling me every time I play against him. The last tournament I played like a back-to-back weekend, and I lost to him in the finals, and then I lost to his team in the top 4. So, yeah, he's pretty good.
Taught him well. So
yeah. Take all the credit, Jim. Take all the credit.
Yep. You feel 10 years old. If you coach sessions, that's got to be the entirety of
get
his
one of
background.
these
Oh,
there for you. You got it, buddy.
Thank you. So I think we're ready to hop down to our match here, and we're going to see Ryan on Amulet Titan. Definitely an Amulet master.
Yes.
Has played this deck an absolute ton, and the range of outcomes from Amulet, based on how good the player is with the deck, is wide.
100%. After I lost to him back-to-back weekends at this last tournament I played where I was on Breach, I just had to rethink. I was like, I thought this matchup was good for me, and I just got eviscerated, multiple times in a row. So, yeah, the kid is the real deal.
All right, so we see Urza Saga on 1 for Ryan, followed by a Mycosynth Garden. Christopher got just, a little surveil land here. Of course, the Blink deck, much more fair, more of a, can do some powerful stuff, but, more fair, blinking value kind of deck. So is that going to line up poorly here against Ryan with, trying to take kind of the fair approach?
Yeah, I would think that this matchup is a little brutal for the Orzhov Blink deck. It's just a little slow, but it does have the ability to, blow up some lands with White Orchid Phantom. If you can blink that, that's kind of game plan number 1 here for Christopher. Obviously this Overlord, blink it with Flicker Wisp, all that kind of stuff is great, but you're just dead. Similar to what we saw from Neoform, Amulet is Amulet's slower, I guess, compared to the Neoform deck when we just saw. It's usually a turn 3 combo deck, so look out right here with the Garden coming into play. Ryan Bellamy is going to start with 2 Amulets in play, and that's never a safe sight on the other side.
Yeah, and kind of similar to Boros, where there's a little more disruption in this deck, but still not a ton. We're not seeing Thoughtseize, we're not seeing counter spells. So game 1, Ryan kind of just do his thing, which looks like he might be doing right now. So 2 Amulets in play, always the scary spot.
Yeah.
First Amulet's scary. Second Amulet means the world is Ryan's oyster.
Yeah, the third Amulet, I shield my eyes. like
pack up your cards and walk away.
Exactly. All
right, so we see a Boros Razor coming down. We see Bounce Line Float and some mana. Summoner's Pact. Gonna go find. What do you think it's gonna get here, Corey?
God, it looked so good in the last one. I want to go get Galta, Stampede Tyrant.
It's actually we actually got a Cultivator Colossus.
Wow,
here.
take that, Jim.
All right, I know, right? So foolish me. These Amulet decks are always so confusing. So
exactly.
Cultivator Colossus comes in. Corey, talk me through Cultivator Colossus.
Well, first, I think maybe you should get some coaching sessions from Bellamy so you would be up to date on this. All right, so Cultivator Colossus, you're putting a land into play. For each one, you then draw a card. So the way it works out here, Cultivator Colossus did come into play as a 0/0, so it is dead. But you get to put as many lands as you have in your hand into play. And it's not where, okay, let's say you have 4 lands in hand. You put those 4 into play, draw 4, and then if those are lands, you don't get to play them. Not how Cultivator Colossus works. You get to draw, play that one if it's a land, and then eventually whatever non-land cards you have in this deck are pretty much going to be Primeval Titans or Scape Shifts. And each one of these lands is going to untap twice. So, those Gruul Turfs are going to add 4 each. Besage of the Forest, they're going to add some mana as well. So the world is Ryan's oyster here. I see a Primeval Titan in hand, so we're going to go through the motions, and here's going to be one of my least favorite things when I'm playing against Ryan. He now will explain to you why you're dead, and and then we'll move on to game 2.
Yeah, I actually was watching Ryan in the last round, going through the full entire combo, which we're going to see now here, I can only assume. I'm sure that when Cultivator Colossus was designed, it was meant to die when it ETBs, right?
100%.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah. You're supposed to cast that with no lands.
Yep.
100%.
So we see lands being bounced here, a bunch of mana floating. Here is your Primeval Titan, and with 2 amulets in play, that's going to be a bunch more mana. And Overlord of the Battlemark's a good card and all, but you know, kind of twiddling its thumbs here a little bit.
Exactly. So now we're going to need some colorless mana. We have that Mirror Pool, which is going to untap twice. So you can get Mirror Pool, untap once, add colorless, untap again, make a copy of Titan. And basically, for every Mirror Pool you have in your list, or, you know, Echoing Deep says you're going to sacrifice them, you get to keep making Titans. And if you do have the ability to find one more creature, you'd get Aftermath Analyst, and you can kind of get a loop going when you bring back Shifting Woodlands. Going to sacrifice it to the Lotus Field here, bring back Woodlands, bring back Mirror Pool, make infinite Titans, give them all haste, and get it done.
Yeah, for Ryan's last match, the number was 1 million Titans. He chose 1 million.
1 million? Okay.
Only 1 million, a pretty modest number.
Conservative these days, I see. Okay.
Yep. So now Christopher, I mean, I suppose could have a Solitude here if it is the one possible interaction point, right?
Yeah. Yep. Can absolutely have a Solitude to interact with this Titan. We see another Pact. So now we'll see if you get the Aftermath Analyst first, or maybe go for Titans. Looks like Analysts to for sure bring back those lands. And we have Instant Creature Enchantment. So doesn't look like we have it quite yet.
All right, well, Analyst's going to come into play in mill 3 here. Looks like we added an artifact to that one, so there you go.
That'll do.
So Delirium is in. Analyst goes to the bin. Now all the lands come back. So, of course, we're going to see a bunch of triggers here from Lotus Field. We're going to see the Amulet untap triggers going on the stack as well. And Ryan's going to talk us through it.
Yep, he's going to be explaining exactly what he's going to do. He's very good at kind of walking through his opponent on exactly what he's going to do. Now, granted, it's still, if you take a step back from this Amulet deck, it's a very confusing line when you go for the infinite Titan things. When you just do a couple Titans, attack, get a bounce land, bring back Besagers, and, you know, say go, kill them the next turn. It's not as ridiculous, but...
Yeah, come a long way since, was it Sunhome, Fortress of Legion?
Yes.
You would haste and double strike, attack for 16, and, like, that was the combo.
Yeah, but the other part of the combo was your opponent took 4 from their own lands almost always.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so see some lands go to the bin thanks to the Lotus Field, more mana, more Titans, and Ryan just having a great day.
Oh, I mean, this is Ryan thriving right now.
Yep.
In his element, feature match, his opponent's letting him do this, you know. I mean, if I'm across from the table, I've already submitted my deck for game 2 because I would have conceded so long ago, but, you know, I love it. And Ryan's loving it as well.
Yeah, definitely Amulet players are a different breed.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is just their happy place.
Oh, 100%.
All right, so we see Hammer Battlement, we see Mirror Pool. The Battlement can give haste. Mirror Pool's going to get that loop going alongside the Analyst. And Ryan's looking towards Christopher saying, so, anything you want to say here? Or do? Would you like to join the game in progress? Or?
Yeah. Do you want to thank your mom or something? Do you want any shout-outs while I'm doing this?
Yep.
I remember back in the old days, a Storm player would bring a coloring book. So while they were comboing off, they'd give their opponent something to do. Gotta love it. So I believe that was Caleb.
Yeah. All right, so here's a Solitude. So we were kind of looking for the window of, like, when is a Solitude actually going to be impactful here? And it looks like it's going to be in response to the Mirror Pool targeting the second Titan.
Okay.
Is that going to be enough?
I don't think so, but we shall see.
All right, so Titan goes to exile, 6 life for Ryan. And now there's only 2 Amulets, a bunch of lands, a Titan in play.
Yeah, and there's still going to be the Aftermath Analyst coming back. You know, this is sacking the cave for whatever land you want. There's the Echoing Deep for another Mirror Pool, I would assume. And then you Mirror Pool the other Titan. Or, you know, Bellamy might go for what it seemed like he went for before. Make sure he has a second Titan in play before he targets one of them to make sure there isn't Solitude number 2.
Yep.
But if that Mirror Pool resolves, then you got to know we're all good to go here.
And even if there is Solitude number 2, at that point,
I don't think it matters.
That's 4 cards out of Christopher's hand. and there's plenty of mana things available. I guess Ryan's played what, 1 or 2 packs so far?
Probably 5. Like who knows?
Which is kind of like the out, right? Where when you are playing against Amulet, your hope can be maybe I can't win, but they can lose to the pack if I can disrupt them in some way and stop them from having the necessary mana. So
yeah, and honestly, there is a lot of value, and you should always do this. If you don't know the player you're playing against, you don't know the level of how well they know their deck, you want to see exactly what they do because it's going to help you sideboard, and it's just going to kind of show their efficiency with the deck. Like I've had the great joy of losing to Ryan so many times that I would have already packed it up because I know he's not going to mess this up, but especially if you have a Solitude, there's a lot of players that just go, all right, Titan, give it haste, and then if you get them there, like, all right, dang, go, and I have to pack next turn type thing.
So we see the win here for Ryan, using the loop to give Handwar Battlements all the Titans getting haste.
Yes.
So it's funny to go through an entire loop to give one thing haste and go through it through and through.
Yeah. Because that's how it would work there. Because with the Lotus Field, you're sacking the Handwar Battlements each time. So then when you bring it back, you'll be able to give 2 Titans haste, and then you're rinse and repeating every single time. That's how all the Titans get haste as well.
A lot of loops. So
a lot of loops.
On Christopher's side, sideboard here we see 1 Ava Interrupter, 1 Celestial Purge, 3 Deafening Silence, 1 March, 2 Prismatic Endings, 1 Toxic Deluge, 2 Vindicate, not quite Molten Rain, 2 White Orchid Phantom, and 2 Wrath of Disguise. What does Christopher have to do here to not have that happen again?
So I definitely like the White Orchid Phantoms. That's got to be plan number 1 for me. I want to be kind of aggressively mulliganing to White Orchid Phantom. That is a tongue twister. Say that 10 times fast.
Nope.
And then ephemerates. I want that to be my main plan. Aven Interrupter is also amazing. Imagine if, Christopher didn't have 3 lands there, but if you have Aven Interrupter and you get to interrupt the Titan after your opponent already packed it, boom, that would be gigantic. As well as I'd bring in Vindicate and the March to deal with Urza Sagas.
Okay, and then on Ryan's side, and of course, with most combo decks, you are more so sideboarding against your opponent's sideboard than their deck. See 1 Bestage, 1 Cavern of Souls, 1 Collector Oof, 1 Sky Turtle, love that one, 2 Dismember, 3 Fire Spout, 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Green Sun Zenith, 1 Seal of Removal, and 1 6. What is Ryan going to need to do to defend here against his possible onslaught of land destruction?
Not a ton. I definitely like the Dismembers, as you can break up those ephemerate loops. I think that's a very important one. Fire Spout seems decent if you want to control the battlefield a little bit. I'd maybe consider that 1 of 6 as well, but yeah, Dismembers are the main ones I'm looking at.
All right, so we'll get into our match in just a second here, but first, so Corey, I got a scenario for you.
Yeah.
You just lost to Neoform on turn 2 for the 10th time with your Boros Energy deck.
Yeah.
You want to sell it and get into a new deck. What do you got to do?
Well, I'm going to for sure go to Star City Games and sell my cards because I'm going to have to buy that Neoform deck because it looked so sweet and it just destroyed me so many times. So I really want to get that extra store credit that SCG offers. You get that 30% kickback if you just want to buy more Magic cards. I don't think I've sold so many cards to SCG, Jim. I don't think I've ever accepted cash from them. And not because I'm just like, you keep it, SCG. It's because they're racking up my tab. I have so much store credit with them all the time. So anytime I want to buy a new deck, I just go to StarCityGames.com and order whatever I want. So go to sellyourcards.StarCityGames.com if you want to do the same thing.
When I get cash, I often regret it.
Yeah.
I often end up just buying cards 2 weeks later and being like, could have 30% here. So
could have 30%.
Back down in the feature match area, we see Christopher starting off with an MDFC land. Just a shifting woodland for Ryan and back Christopher's way. And is it time to start killing some lands?
It definitely might be.
So
it definitely might be.
Christopher, thinking perhaps if this is a land worth killing, decides that it is. Here comes the Phantom. We see that Ghost Quarter effect. So the land goes away. Ryan gets a basic forest out of a deck. And not like a super important land. Not as bad as killing an Urza Saga or a bounce land, which can be tempo devastating.
Yeah, I think what it's really about here, maybe Christopher didn't have another play. That's not a land you really care about at all. But having the Phantom in play means that, let's say we have an Amulet here, and then a bounce land gets put on the stack, then you have the ability to ephemerate this and then kill the bounce land, where your opponent, sure, they can go get another basic. There's 3 of those in the list for Ryan, but they still have to return said basic. Ends up being a very good exchange for them.
We got a sloth party here.
Woo!
Razor into Grazer. Now 4 mana in play for Ryan. The bounce line is there and exposed. And kind of like Esper Pixie in Standard, like when you're playing this Orzhov deck, each effect is just going to happen over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So, we can see so many more. We can see this Orchid Ghost Quarter almost every turn. But it's going to get in the red zone here, and these slots are going to step in the way. So 0-3 makes a block.
Love it. Make them block.
And, that's a classic. Listen, it's not quite Molten Rain, but it is certainly the same class. Vindicate on the bounce land, almost like a double Molten Rain.
Absolutely.
So, back Ryan's way, we see an Explore. So 2 land drops coming for Ryan here. Of course, Explore playing excellent with the bounce lands.
Yep. We'll see how many lands we have. Yeah, 0 lands. So this may look like a very different game here. And, hey, I mean, this is all some interaction here from Christopher. Like, also Bellamy maybe not having the absolute best draw, but we'll see if there is a bounce land.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it possible that Ryan just didn't want to play a land there?
Yes,
just hold the bounce
absolutely.
land, keep it safe for a bigger turn, and then now we see the explosion, Amulet of Vigor, Spelunking, all these extra land effects. And, Christopher is doing some cool stuff, but not getting any damage through it all.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see an end-step Fila here. Makes a lot of sense. You're able to blink out your White Orchid Phantom, blow up another land at Christopher's end step, and keep the land destruction going.
Looks like 3 basic forests in Ryan's deck. Whenever you're playing against one of these, Ghost Quarter-centric decks, your basic land count is very, very important. For playing Tron back in the day, you wanted to have 5 forests so you can catch Thragtusk. So 3 forests here for Ryan.
That's way too far back in the day.
Was it too far?
Too far.
My back. Hold on a second.
Yeah, no kidding.
So we see a blink out here from Philia, and we see Recruiter of the Guard going to go tutor up a creature. Something.
Okay. Go find something to interact. Solitude is the only free piece of interaction, but you can always get Witch Enchanter as well. That looks like a Flicker Wisp there, so able to blink out next turn. So looks like this is Ryan's turn. You either got to do it now, otherwise the land destruction will continue until morale improves. And this will probably be Christopher picking it up. But at the same time, like you were saying, there's just not that much pressure right now. And the Orzhov Blink deck in general just does not pressure your opponent that much.
Yeah, to be fair also, those are some nice forests.
Oh, yeah.
You can't feel too bad going over the deck and pulling those out. But
I love the full art lands like Christopher has, but man, if I could afford them, I need to sell my cards at SCG and pick up some beta lands. Hopefully they have them in stock.
Or beat Ryan in the finals.
Oh, yeah. You get to keep the cards if you beat him in the finals?
Yeah, prize money I'm sure can buy you maybe 1 land or 2.
Okay, fair.
All right, so big turn for Ryan here. Spelunking, Amulet of Vigor. A lot of potential for this turn to be fireworks, and like you're saying, it kind of has to be.
It kind of does have to be, and the way these lands interact with Spelunking and an Amulet on the battlefield, it's almost like there's only one of them. They don't help each other. It's not like you get to have them tapped, but also untap, add double mana, any of that kind of shenanigans. So double Spelunking also doesn't do anything, but double Amulet negates the Spelunking for sure.
All right, so we see not great for Ryan here. Just playing the 3rd forest. So that means it was naturally drawn, therefore not available in the deck to pull out another one of these land destruction effects.
That's a big deal because there is another land destruction spell ready to go. Looks like Ryan's getting the Oracle text on a card, I'm sure.
Yeah, so with 4 cards in hand for Ryan, kind of a squeeze, really has to go off his turn. We're going to see a lot of blanks next turn. I guess Philia returns on the end step, right?
It returns on the end step.
So we cannot see a blink and then blink with Flicker Wisp again. So capped at 1 trigger perhaps, but still a lot of pressure. But we see Zenith 4-3.
Okay. Now we could see there was a 6 in the sideboard we could have. Let's see. Yep, there is that. I was like, we don't see any Azuzas, those kind of cards that we've seen in the past. Not even any Dryads in this list, which is slightly surprising. But as I look at that, no Valakuts either. Man, these Amulet decks just evolved so fast.
Yeah, they really do. And 6 coming in here. 6 is kind of like the grindy sideboard card of choice. Can cast things in the graveyard. However,
it doesn't look good here, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, 3 forests is going to be what Ryan was working with for a while. Although, again, explosively, a couple bounce line here, bounce line there.
The one thing I'm seeing right now is Christopher has the ability to destroy Ryan Bellamy's Beseju, Solitude 6, with just what we've seen. The Flicker Wisp can get the Recruiter out of there. That can come back. You can get Solitude. Get rid of 6 at Christopher's end step. And the Fila can attack, blink out the Phantom, and get rid of that Beseju. And leave Ryan with 3 mana. And that's not the sweet spot. You really want to have 4 mana going into your turn. Then a Titan is pretty trivial. Otherwise, you got to jump through some hoops. You got to have Grazer number 3 and a bounce land. So everything coming up Christopher so far.
Chris deciding how best to navigate this. A lot of cards in hand as well. So a lot of good avenues we can see on board, but also in hand as well. Working through the permutations. And Ryan, this is kind of the opposite of game 1.
Yes.
Right? Where Chris sat and watched Ryan do his thing. And now Ryan's going to sit and be like, all right, well, your thing is just killing all my lands. And then killing me very slowly. Of course, Ryan's still at 20 life. So miserable on both sides, you know?
You know, I'm just happy we saw a turn 4, Jim. You know, so far we have not touched a turn 4 in our 2 matches that we've watched, so I'm here for it. I want to watch some games.
Well, we are gaming right now. Some finger math for Christopher. Looks like popping into combat here, maybe. All right, so here is that Flicker Wisp. Can come into play and blink something.
Yeah, and it comes back into play at Christopher's end step, which not that relevant right now, as it'll still get the effect.
Ooh, all right.
Ah.
So going to target the Witch Enchanter, is it going to target?
It's the Witch Enchanter,
okay,
yes,
the Witch
yes,
Enchanter.
yes.
Okay, yes. So the MDFC land come back as the creature, which will disenchant. We see Philia get in here, and we see a blink on the Flicker Wisp. So not a lot Ryan can do to interact with this. 6 going to block the doggo. So no damage getting through. These are not damage attacks.
Yes.
These are value attacks.
So this is interesting. So we're going to have the Witch Enchanter come back. It's going to blow up, you know, Spelunking or Amulet. That doesn't do much right now because when you lose one or the other, you just use the other, you know? And Flicker Wisp is coming back. We'll see what that targets. Okay, it gets rid of the Amulet. I'm very happy that Christopher did that because if you don't take away some piece of cardboard from Ryan, a Titan is pretty inevitable.
Yeah, very, very, very tight play there from Christopher. You know, recognizing I don't need to kind of kill everything, actually to make sure that we get to my next turn. Engines online, rocking and rolling here. So we see a discard of a Crumbling Vestige to retrace and cast Spelunking from the graveyard with 6. A card is drawn.
Yeah. And this is going to be up to 5 mana.
So Simic Growth Chamber comes into play. On tap, makes 2 mana, bounces itself. And bounces itself again.
That's a Grazer.
All right. That's 6 mana.
Okay.
So explaining how the Growth Chamber is coming in. Untapping, bouncing itself. This should put us at 6 mana, the magic number.
Yep.
Get a little mana counter here.
Now, I think that would have been good to go regardless unless the Simic Growth Chamber was drawn off that Spelunking.
All right. Up to 5 mana with a Beseju untapped.
Bounces itself. The Beseju will be able to put a Primeval Titan into play. There's the Pact.
All right, Summoner's Pact going to go search. Now, Pact is a little bit scary here, I suppose. It was, you know, Ryan doesn't seem poised to go off completely here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the combo that we saw last game, but it'll easily be I'm going to get 1 more land into play, you know, maybe 2 more lands into play that can at least pay for Pact if the worst kind of thing happens where, you know, Ryan loses the Titan to a Solitude here and Christopher is able to destroy some lands. The not being able to pay for Pact next turn would, of course, lose Ryan the game.
I mean, given that Ryan's still at 20 and damage is not exactly forthcoming here, this is kind of the issue for Christopher, right? Where Christopher's doing a bunch of stuff, killing lands galore, not really dealing damage or getting the game over with.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, it is prime time. Titan's in, 5 mana out of the pool, tap a land. We got a Titan trigger. Let's go get some lands.
Now it'll be interesting whether we go for the Haywire Battlements plus a red source and get that going, or if you try to do a little something more. I'm never going to question Ryan, so, That's pretty scary.
Sit back and watch, folks.
Yeah.
Enjoy the show, because we're ready to rock and roll here. 2 Lotus Fields.
I mean, even if anything, even if you just go Lotus Field, sack the other 4 lands, and leave those in play where they can't really be interacted with because they're hexproof, excellent. But looks like Ryan has more plans than that. And, I mean, if you have one more Pact and you can go get Aftermath Analyst with that 6 mana, then all of a sudden you're bringing back all these lands. And when your Lotus Fields go to the graveyard like that, it's usually bad news bears.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree strongly with you that, like, just getting 2 fields in play isn't that bad.
Yeah.
You know, you can't kill them at 6 mana, but this is the other path, and this is the uh-oh path. And it must feel bad for Christopher having killed all of these lands.
Yeah.
About to watch them all come right back into play here.
Yep. Really brutal stuff. And, you know, you got to think Christopher did have a couple different lines, you know, that he could have chose to do. I don't know how many of them really would have mattered.
Yeah. All right, so here's a cut. Here's an analyst. And, well, how convenient is 4 mana floating? You know, it's so convenient it worked out like that.
So convenient. It's like he's really planning for that. I'll tell you, that 4 mana is going to turn into a lot more.
A lot.
A lot more.
Get your calculators out, folks. So,
yeah, no kidding.
Analyst gets sacked, and guess what? All those lands that were destroyed, they're coming right back.
They're coming right back.
Lotus Fields. We got bounce lands. We got shifting woodlands. A whole bunch of mana. Looks like we got.
We do have Delirium.
Delirium for the woodland. Floating mana. Get those dice going. We also have the retrace on the.
On 6, yep.
Which is kind of cute as well. A multitude of options for Ryan here.
Oh, yeah. This should at least lead to infinite mana. But that is maybe not enough here. You know, you do got to have a little something extra. We don't have the mirror pool for the Titans yet. I guess when you do have infinite mana, you're also milling over your deck infinite times. So, yeah, I would think just the analyst here is enough because you're going to eventually hit mirror pool. You're going to eventually hit the Hairwar battlements. So here we go.
Looking pretty good. Christopher again in the hot seat. And, you know, it's tough. Christopher executed the game plan that he was looking for. I can only assume this game. You know, killed, what, 4 lands? 5 lands?
Yeah.
You know, he's out Vindicate, multiple Phantom triggers. But this Amulet deck is just resilient when piloted by a master.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that, you know, you get to play 8 amulets essentially, Splunking and Amulet. This deck was a lot easier to beat when you're like, all right, I'm going to attack your amulets. I'm going to always be prepared to march them or whatever. But now when that's your plan and then your opponent Splunkings, or, you know, you're always just attacking the Titan. And so you have removal for it in response to them getting haste. And then they scape shift you on turn 4, you know, with 3 lands and they still win the game. It's just like, God, like, what? How do you beat this deck? And it really shows to me that Amulet Titan is either 100% tier 1 up there with Boros Energy, or it is that S tier to me. Like, I really think Amulet feels like it's in a tier of its own right now. It's just so incredibly difficult to play that it's not a deck that everyone wants to pick up because, you know, these lines don't make sense to everyone like they do to Ryan, like they do to Canister, like, you know, to Dom, to all these Amulet masters that have been playing this deck forever.
Must be nice for them too, right? You know, like to know that like you're in a very small class of players, you have access to this thing that most people don't.
Yeah.
You know, because the Amulet deck is exceedingly difficult to play. I've tried to play it a few times. Every time I do, I just time out the first match and drop the league. You know, like it is so difficult. You know, and we've seen that before. You know, with Ironworks in the past as well, of decks that were probably S tier, but gate kept by the fact they were just so hard to play and so taxing, and well, difficult to play strategically and mechanically. Yeah. There's so much stuff happening right now, you know?
Well, hey, man, I know Ryan Bellamy is a buddy of mine. If you want to get a coaching session, you know, just whatever your rate was, you can just give that, you know, money right back to him.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's when you know your student has worked out, when he becomes the teacher. So we'll get you in some one-on-one sessions with Bellamy after this event, okay?
When I left you, I was supposed to be the learner. Now I am the master. And then I say, only a master of evil, Ryan. He's an evil Amulet player. But so Ryan goes through the motions here. That's a bunch of Titans in play. We got a bunch of Lance in play. We got a bunch of loops happening. Christopher can only shuffle the cards in. It got to be a little bit of surprise here. Ryan Bellamy takes down the match. Amulet Titan, a master of a deck, now 3-0, looking to make a great run with a deck that like we're saying, it's just a really, really powerful deck.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a player to keep an eye out for this tournament. And honestly, just in general, in the future, I think, we look back in 5 years, I would not be shocked if Ryan Bellamy is the same kind of story like Nathan Stoyer. Started off at these kind of tournaments and then really started to dominate pro events. So, yeah, really nice stuff there by Ryan.
Yeah, fantastic. So, going to be, I think a story of a tournament a little bit here. We just saw Combo versus Boros. Combo versus Blink. Combo versus Fair. In those two matches, Combo turned out on top. But that's going to be kind of the narrative of tournament, right? Can these Fair decks, they're so powerful. Their cards are so good.
Yeah.
But if you choose the right combo deck for the right weekend,
yeah, exactly, because
house.
That's the thing is these Boros energy decks, these Blink decks, they can't prepare for every combo. Like if Belcher was the only deck, load up a bunch of Pithing Needles, easy peasy, but you got to deal with Belcher, Amulet, Storm, all these kind of combo decks that it really is a combo player's, paradise right now in Modern. So, yeah, it will be fun to watch unfold throughout the weekend.
All right, so that's a deal here for round number 3. We'll have round 4 coming up after a short break. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to Spotlight Series Indianapolis. We're coming into round 4 here. Modern action. Corey, I want to take 1 second.
Yeah.
I love Indianapolis.
Me too.
Can I just say that?
I think you can.
Like 2 sports stadiums right in the area. Great bars, restaurants. Everything's close. The Skyway. Love it.
I'm a big fan as well. You know, I also really enjoy riding some scooters around. I hurt my knee earlier, so I'm not doing that as much, but it's a great city to ride those Lime scooters around too.
Yes, excellent, excellent stuff. So we're coming here to round 4 of our Modern Spotlight series, and we've seen a lot of kind of fair versus not fair so far, right? We've seen so far the unfair decks have the advantage. Amulet Titan, Neo Form. We've got a kind of an unfair, fair matchup coming up, a little bit blast from the past as we go into round number 4 here. But what side of the divide are you on, Corey? Are you on the fair side or the unfair side?
I mean, I've been playing Breach for so long, and that's one of the more unfair decks. So I am usually leaning on the side of combo. I love combo decks just in general. So I want to see these unfair decks just unfair their way all the way to a Pro Tour invite, all the way to a top 8.
So of course we have like this, kind of new format here with Breach gone.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a feeling of, oh, well, Breach is gone. We could just kind of do our little fair thing here and play a little, play some card advantage, some 2-for-1s, some good value creatures,
See turn 4?
Right.
Nah.
So do you think this is sort of like the clever response of like, well, level 0 is, oh, Breach is gone. So there's not as much combo, so I can focus more on fair matchups. And level 1 is, oh, you want to focus on fair matchups, eh? And you think that's what's going on here?
I still think it is I want to beat the best deck. I think every player going into this tournament would have probably picked that Boros Energy was going to be the top deck. So if I'm playing in this tournament, that's the first thing for me. I want to have a good Boros matchup, or I want to have a good matchup against basically everything else. I think that's the only 2 divides you can really have going into a format like this. So combo decks, these really aggressive combo decks, Belcher, Storm, all that stuff, have pretty good matchups against Energy. So I think that's why it's so popular these days. So I'll be shocked, honestly, if Boros Energy has like a fantastic weekend.
All right, so players coming in prep. So we're going to enter our match here. We're going to see a little bit of unfair versus fair. We've got Goro's Vengeance, Esper Goros, versus a throwback deck here. Merfolk.
Yeah, Merfolk has been unfair for years. These fish have been loose for far too long. When are we going to nerf some of these fish?
Yeah, perhaps the most fair deck possible, honestly. Just 29 creatures, so modest, a little bit of disruption also.
Yeah.
Which honestly is going to be good. Merfolk is historically that good in unfair metagames, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, I would think this Merfolk deck, no jokes, all jokes aside, it's got to be very good against combo. We see 3 main deck Force of Negation, 3 main deck Flare of Denial, and the deck can actually present a pretty quick clock. Yes. So I bet this is kind of a combo killer, and if it plays against Oscillate Pride, you pack it up. This is kind of that other avenue that I'm talking about. You beat everything but the best deck. That's what Merfolk feels like to me right now.
Level 2. All right.
Level 2.
Let's pop down to our feature match area and see how it goes. All right. So we got Bernie Wen on top playing Esper Reanimator, our unfair player, and Henry Treadway in the bottom playing Merfolk. I haven't seen Merfolk in Modern in quite a while. Have you?
It's been a while. Yeah, it has. It always pops up here and there. People that are diehards, they love the deck. But it hasn't really gotten any new cards, really. This is a deck that does play 4 Harbinger of the Seas in the main. That's probably the newest edition. And I think that's going to be Henry's main game story of the tournament is if Harbinger's a good card, this is going to be a good deck.
Sounds good. All right, so Bernie's off to the races here with the Surveil land, of course, very powerful in the Esper deck if you get a little lucky on your Surveils. And we're going to see Henry here with a turn 1, I believe this is a Mindspring Merfolk, an Aether Drift Exhaust Merfolk that can draw some cards and get a little bit bigger.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. That's not the 1-mana Merfolk I really would have expected. We're not seeing any of the 3-mana, 3/4 indestructible Merfolk. I forgot the name of it. But, that's a card that was in a lot of these Merfolk lists. No copies in Henry's list.
Well, it's gone. To the graveyard.
Gone.
Sole purpose in life is sacrifice to Flare Denial.
Yes.
Psychic Frog, get out of here. Not a Merfolk. Frog. Don't like frogs here. So we see Archaeologist come down for Bernie. Put over some more cards. Tainted Indulgence. Frog. No big whammy, right? Looking for that big boy to put in the graveyard.
Yep, exactly. No gigantic creature yet. And yeah, I believe Falaji, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that is only 3 cards. So there was that 4th card flipped over here, so the judge is going to intervene, more than likely. A minor dexterity problem. probably get a warning here on Bernie's side, and we'll kind of move on from here.
Yeah, I believe Thunder Trap Trainer, the very similar Bloomberg card, is 4 cards, not 3, right?
Yes, there you go.
That's tough. It's the old Ponder Brainstorm problem.
100%.
You know,
yeah.
where, I resolve this cantrip, not that cantrip in Legacy. Whoops.
That was what your opponents were doing, right? Because you were only casting goblins?
Yes. Yes, indeed, actually. Don't look at me, Judge. I have a 1/1 goblin in play.
Exactly.
And a Mirage basic mountain. So
Thriving.
Yeah.
Thriving.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So we're going to solve this issue here. We're going to find the right ruling as far as what's the procedure here. Probably just going back in the deck and getting shuffled.
Yep. So, funny story, I played Breach for a very, very long time, but before that, my deck of choice was Esper Reanimator. I think this deck is incredibly powerful. It's, extremely fun to play as well, and this was all before Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog in this deck is just absolutely unbelievable. When it's in play, of course, it's going to do the normal Frog things, draw that extra card. You're able to discard one of the giant creatures like an Atraxa that you draw, and also it's very good up against the hate that you might run into, like Surgical Extraction. You're able to exile the card that your opponent goes to Surgical. You'd still wouldn't be able to bring it back with Goryo's Vengeance, anything like that, but it still would negate that effect. So Psychic Frog just truly does it all, bridging the gap in the games where you don't have the absolute best draw that you can of Gorios on 3, Ephemerate it type thing.
Yeah, and whenever you have a deck that has a card like Psychic Frog, doing all these wonderful things, and then it's also just like one of the best creatures in the entire format. That is the mark of a good deck.
Yeah.
Super high card quality with synergy. So looks like we're all cleaned up here with this Archaeologist. And Bernie's going to pass back to, are we playing Standard here?
Hey, we sure are. Absolutely. I mean, that's a lot of cards from the recent sets for sure.
Flood Pit Drowner coming down. Going to try and stun this Archaeologist.
Love it.
Bernie's going to respond with a fetch. Maybe a little blinking action going to happen here. Should be quite good for Bernie's set as far as setup goes.
And I will say, it's always difficult for me to evaluate a Merfolk deck in general because, it does get played, but it doesn't win a lot of major tournaments. Here and there it'll spike. So it's always interesting to see how good of a chance a Merfolk deck really has. But if there's going to be any kind of matchups where it's going to be great, it's going to be in a matchup like this where your opponent has to resolve a 2-mana spell when you have a lot of interaction for it.
Yeah, when your creatures are not quite up to the Boros energy snuff, but your interaction is so good. That's where Merfolk lives. So, and now we see Harbinger of its Hide. So heads up play from Bernie there, fetching that Plains. And Harbinger comes down. We turn all these non-basic lands into islands, Mutavault included. Yep. And here comes the Harbinger for just a little check attack. Hey,
oh, yeah, a little. You going to block this?
You awake over there, Bernie? Or? So back to the upkeep. We see a flashback of Ephemerate, or the rebound ability, excuse me. Going to be on the Archaeologist. Going to bin that Atraxa, which of course is kind of step 1, right? Step
1. Now the hardest step of them all is there's only one swamp in Bernie's list, and you need black mana to do the thing. You need black mana to pretty much... I mean, I'm looking at the creatures now. Besides just like playing Solitudes and blinking it out there, you're really not doing anything without black mana. So, as great as the play, is that the swamp?
That looks pretty swampy.
Wow. Okay. Forget everyththing I just said. Bernie's mana base is perfect, played flawlessly, and is probably ready to go.
Got that basic Lantron in play, and quite the motley crew of lands there. But yeah, that's a big deal, And Harbinger of the Seas is a card that is going to have a major impact on a lot of these matchups, barring either prefetching the swamp or just naturally just drawing it.
Yeah, you got to think, Bernie probably had that in hand. Otherwise, we would have been fetching it a little aggressively. But here's the thing. This is not an open decklist day at this event. So you don't know your opponent has 4 Harbingers, so I would assume that's much better news for Henry, as you would get some free wins here normally if your opponent didn't already naturally draw the one of.
Yeah, and that's an important thing because, a lot of our RCs lately have all been open deck lists. And
yes.
I think that there's a real skill to kind of having a feel for what your opponent could have,
Yeah.
Or you're looking at the range of cards they have in hand, but like their deck list too, having a feel for knowing the things that, the monsters in the closet kind of thing too.
Yeah.
So we see Lord of Atlantis come down here and attack, of course, Harbinger because of Merfolk itself. So a nice little synergy beat down here. Passing back to Bernie. And Bernie looks like We got that Goryo's Vengeance.
There we go. It's Atraxa time, 10 cards, and now no matter what, we're going to get a hit. So you're going to be able to gain yourself some life, buy some time, get some cards. Now it's the Ephemerate number 2 check. If you can get that, game's probably over.
Yeah, don't look like we see that one there. We see 2 Solitudes, Thoughtseize, Tainted Indulgence, Grizzlebrand. There's a Frog in there also. Now, of course, a bit, even though the swap has been found, a little bit limiting to only have 1 black source.
Yeah, limiting, but, you really do only need the 1. If you're needing to double Goryo's on a turn, you can probably wait and still win the game pretty handily by waiting a turn, but yeah, definitely is slightly limiting.
All right, so picking out these cards. Looks like Solitude, Thoughtseize, Land, Tainted Indulgence. And I guess mostly all the options, right? Oh, there's a bunch of creatures here. We got Solitude, Grizzlebrand, and Frog.
Yep, 4 cards. Most of the time, this deck isn't caring about being the best Atraxa hitting deck ever, where you're trying to get 6 cards, get some Planeswalkers in there, although some lists have played Teferi, Time Raveler in the past. But it is just good enough when you can do this. Hit 7, and now is the test. Is the Ephemerate there? Because that's the true combo. You're going to get to spin again. You're going to get to look at 10 more cards and keep your Atraxa around. This is what this Esper Reanimator deck is all about.
Yeah, the Ephemerate. Without that, this is a one-shot deal.
Yeah.
So keeping Atraxa in play is a big deal. Although it's important to note, Merfolk, Lord of Atlantis gives Island Walk.
Yeah.
And historically, the Merfolk decks being good against the combo decks, good against the blue decks in Legacy and stuff like that, is probably due to that. But looks like no Ephemerate. So there goes Atraxa. Get out of here. And that is still a pretty healthy attack force on Henry's side. So back over to Henry and a draw for turn.
And the one thing I will say from Bernie's list, sure, you need to fetch those basics out aggressively, but you do still have 3 Solitudes and maybe a 4th in the board, which I'm assuming is going to come in against the 4 Harbinger deck, where even if you can't piece together any white sources or black sources with the basics, you can still Solitude Harbinger. So not the worst news here for Bernie.
All right, so here comes the Drowner and the Harbinger, which are both 3 power and Island Walk. Lord does not give Island Walk to itself, so it's going to stay home in the face of the Archaeologist on defense. Noting also the Mutafault is an island as well, so not available. And we're going to see Solitude. We're going to see Cancel. Flare of Denial being hard cast to eat that Solitude. Pretty good exchange for Henry.
Yeah, absolutely.
And back Bernie's way. Bernie at 12. And the clock's ticking. This is a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, and Bernie didn't hit another Goryo's off the Atraxa. That's all you're looking for is, I want a Goryo, or I want an Ephemerate, or I want another Goryo's to do it again. Looks like we might have already had it wrapped up as 2 mana is tapped here. And I believe we saw, Emperor of Bones, not quite as good. This card's a little bit more manageable, but over the course of 2 turns, we'll still get something powerful back, like a Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, the lack of black mana here hurting for sure,
Definitely.
Also that this thing can't block.
Nope.
We got islands in play, so the 2-turn clock is still available, but Emperor is quite powerful if the game goes on.
And we'll see what we select. I want to say there was a Grizzlebrand in the graveyard. I'm not 100%. I didn't see it as Bernie was going through it, but even if there was, this is the order you want to do it. You want to first put Solitude under it, and then put Grizzlebrand the turn you're going to activate it, because if this Emperor were to die with the Grizzlebrand under it, it's just gone.
So here come the Merfolk for the attack. How about Harbinger number 2? All right, so unlocking the Harbinger via Solitude, no longer an option, and now there is 9 Island Walk power in play. So going Bernie's way. Bernie draws for turn, and has quite a few options here.
Yeah, we'll see. If Grizzlebrand is indeed in the yard, that seems like where I'm going to start. You get in there for 7, go up to 13, draw 7 cards, and try to find something. But that is not even a foolproof plan either. Atraxa would actually be better to get right now if we had it. Maybe we just do not.
All right, so we see an adapt here on the Emperor Bones. That puts Solitude into play temporarily. A little bit of attack, a little bit of lifelink. Lord Atlantis to get out of here. So some life for Henry, and then most importantly, these Merfolk are back down to size and no longer have Island Walk.
Yep. That is very big, as now the battlefield from Bernie is just better. Just a stronger battlefield. So Henry really needs to find another way to give his creatures Island Walk, which there are a lot of. There's 3 Lords and 4 Master of the Pearl Tridents to be able to get Island Walk going once again.
Yeah, so now we can see blockers actually mattering. So
Yep.
Emperor Bones is a 4-4, Archaeologist is a 1-4, and kind of a sad pass back for Henry here. Just a couple of 2-2s in play, and a great start, but Bernie now has the opportunity to get things going. So here comes Emperor again, attacking in for 4. Bernie going on the offensive.
Poor fish.
And looks like we're over Henry's way, so Bernie just passing.
Okay, just a flashed in 3-2. It's not countering anything.
All right, so doesn't go to turn, goes for the tie binder aggro play, just getting in there, draws for turn. And how about a little tricky actually? Let's get tricky. Merfolk Trickster coming to play, can tap down a creature, and I do count 9 power in play.
Yeah, that Emperor Bones attack was a little greedy. I mean, we'll see what Bernie has. There's got to be something. But, wow, if this is just the game here, you got to think Bernie is going to want that Bones back. But, yeah, Fatal Push, anything to be able to interact.
All right, so pushing down the only available target, the Floodbits Drowner. 7 damage comes across, puts Bernie down to 2. Yeah, that was an aggressive attack, right?
Yeah, way too aggressive, I would think. But once again, you don't know the cards that are in your opponent's deck here on day 1. So, you maybe forget about this one.
Merfolk Trickster. Not hard to forget.
Yeah. The first time you get tricked out, you feel it.
The second time, fool me twice and so on. So here's Otherworldly Gaze from Bernie. Going to look at the top few cards here. Get some surveilling on some cards to the bin. No card to hand. This is just looking at the top view manipulating. Surveil 3.
Very common card in Dredge when that was a popular deck.
Yep. And needs to find something here. We got, this is just it's like a limited game, right?
It really is.
We got 4 2-2s in play or whatever, and only 2 blockers, and Bernie's at 2. So.
Yeah, and just think if that Emperor stayed back. Bernie is at 4. There's 1 less creature, and this looks manageable.
All right, so an immediate flashback on Gaze as well. I assume this is in the upkeep.
Yep.
Trying to manipulate the draw for Bernie's turn. And this is a definite desperation play, right?
Definitely. Trying to find a Gorios Vengeance, trying to find a creature to bring back and win the game. I would say even if you could bring back a frog or something and jump it there, but it is not how Gorios Vengeance works.
Frog feels legendary.
It does feel legendary, yeah.
But it is a Psychic Frog, not the Psychic Frog.
Yeah. Does work with Emperor, but we've already adapted, so you can't do that again.
All right. Tough spot for Bernie here. You can tell that really in the squeeze. We're in the upkeep, just manipulating cards a little bit. Sensei's Divining Top style almost.
Yeah.
It's not like we're drawing cards here. So
that's 3 cards, though. Okay, that looks like we were already past the upkeep. So this was mill. I probably already have the card, Gorios Vengeance, but didn't find any hit besides Ketramos, which can attack.
Yep. Tainted just not going to find the answer. And yeah,
yep.
The Merfolk Beat Down gets there, and in surprising fashion, right? I mean,
very much so.
The Island Walk plan was smooth. When that got turned off, it felt like, oh no.
Yeah.
There's some 2-2s in play. So, all right. So, Merfolk takes on game number 1 here on Bernie's side. We see in the sideboard 4 Consigned Memory, 1 Fatal Push, 1 Fracture, 1 Ketramos, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Prismatic Ending, 1 Solitude, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Thoughtseize, and 2 Wrath of the Skies. There are a lot of good options here.
Yeah, a lot of good cards, and here's the thing that's kind of awkward. Normally, the card that says counter target blue card for 1 mana is excellent, and it still probably will be good, the Mystical Dispute. But Merfolk is an Aether Vial deck, so that's always kind of the brutal, pull that Aether Vial decks put you in. It's like if they don't have the Vial, these counter spells are amazing and I'd want them, but if they do, it ends up being less than exciting. Fatal Push is going to be excellent. Wrath of the Skies looks really good to me. Bring in some more Thoughtseize if you want, 1 more Solitude. It's going to be a question of how many cards do you want to take out, and I see like some Force Negations in the main that I'd want to get out. The Ketramos doesn't look that good to me. I'd probably be taking that one out. So basically anything that destroys a creature early on, and then I'd be very much prioritizing getting my basics.
All right, and then on Henry's side, we got 3 Chalice of the Void, 3 Consigned Memory, 2 Dismember, 2 Harbinger of the Tides, 2 Spreading Seas, and 3 Stern Scolding. And looks like less tools here for Henry, right?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too exciting. Maybe the Stern Scolding actually looks okay. It's good against about half of Bernie's deck. It's the fact that you can hit the Frog, you can hit the Solitudes, you can hit the Emperor of Bones, which might be enough, but you can't beat the, hey, I just tainted Indulgence on 2, put an Atrax in my yard, then Goryo's Vengeance into Ephemerate. So it's no catch-all, be-all, but it is good against half the deck.
All right, so let's we got Game 2 coming up here in a moment, but first, Flash. We got a flash sale for you, folks, on StarCityGames.com. 10% off promotional singles. Some little fancy cards here, huh? What are your thoughts on fancy cards?
You know, I'm a fan, except what is that? What is that? Is that Delayed Fire Blast?
Delayed Blast Fireball.
A delayed blast. Okay.
That's a.
Looks like that. Yes, that looks pretty nice. That's a little Zelda action, right?
It's something 8-bit something. Yeah, that's a vintage cube card. Pretty good one too.
Okay.
But flash sale ends on Monday. 10% off promotional singles. Check them out at StarCityGames.com.
I like them to an extent. There are some that are not my favorite, but you know, and there are a lot of them that look really, really cool.
Good stuff.
As long as they look like a Magic card. That's my big concern.
That's a big one for me too as well. So, all right. So we do have actually that is a classic. Star City Games Open Series deck box.
Is that a silhouette of you winning the Players Champ?
I wasn't going to say anything.
It is, right?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Oh, okay.
But I think that was pre SCG Tour. Yeah. That was way back in the day. I have one of those, but it's like whited out.
That's a classic. It could be you type deck box.
Yep.
If you were born way earlier and played on the Star City Games Tour back in the day.
It was pretty cool. I think it was Thursday on the big sign outside the convention center. They just used one of the old Star City Open Series graphics because they didn't update. They just assumed that Star City again, whatever. So they didn't have a Spotlight Series stuff on it. And I was like, I know they're gonna be mad about that, but that's pretty cool.
Yes.
All right.
You played a lot back in the day. I didn't play as much as I lived in North Dakota. The series did not frequent Fargo, North Dakota very often. I don't know. I put in my complaints, but I believe Patrick said something about it on air one time. I don't remember exactly. It was something if you live in a place like Fargo, North Dakota. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to check the replay.
Yeah, we'll have to go back on that one for
sure.
sure.
We'll have to check, yeah.
So looks like a little mulligan here on Henry's side. Now, kind of looking at Bernie's sideboard, it almost feels like Bernie can become a pseudo-control deck, right?
Yeah, looks like it with Ketramos, with a bunch of Thoughtseizes. You can just go Thoughtseize into Frog, into Ketramos, and all of a sudden, you have to deal with that mid-range plan, and then the combo still has the ability to kind of creep its head in whenever. So that is why I love this Esper Reanimator deck. It feels like it's the mold of the type of decks I always love to play. Something that is a really over-the-top powerful deck as your plan A, but your plan B can get there. Because what that does, it puts a squeeze on your opponent when they're sideboarding. If you lose to the combo, it's a common thing that players will sideboard overly against just the combo. And then you zig and you beat them with plan B. And, those kind of decks just really get a lot of value just from, the presence of having a plan A in your deck. It ends up being exactly the style of Magic I want to play.
All right, well, Corey, you kind of called it here, right? So you said Aether Vial, good against counter spells, also 2 Cavern of Souls of Us as well.
Yep.
Turn 1, Mindstream Merfolk once again for Henry, and if there's a dispute in hand for Bernie, sorry, can't counter that one.
Doesn't matter, yep.
All right, so we got a Surveil on Bernie's side, and the Mindstream Merfolk is, it's a card that can draw cards, but it's not exactly a beatdown machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's pretty slow. It is not doing that very aggressively. So that is an interesting one for me. I will be happy to be wrong when we see this do some good work, but it feels like a lot has to go right for this one.
Oh, I imagine more for the fair matchups, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the grindy matchups, if you will.
Yes, so kind of a nightmare scenario for Henry here in turn 2 Psychic Frog. And there are not a lot of ways to get this thing out of the way in the mono blue Merfolk deck.
No, usually some dismembers in the board, but that's even if your opponent doesn't have enough cards. If they have 7 cards, there's a solid chance they're okay discarding 4 of them because, hey, 2 of them might be like Gristlebrand's and Atraxas where you already want to get them in there. So
a little more mono blue land destruction here in this Tide Shaper, which I believe is turning the backstreet into an island. Kind of a cool little way to disrupt, you know?
Yep.
All right, Delta comes down for Bernie.
Would have been a lot better if we were, on the play doing that. I guess it was a fetch land, so it wouldn't have really done anything anyways. But
And here comes the frog. The frog. Such a hard card. You can't block it. It's hard to kill. And then once that first hit happens, what's that feel like, Corey?
it feels like it's over.
Yeah.
It truly feels like it's over already. One of the most powerful card, that we saw from Modern Horizons 3, and that's saying a lot because there was a lot of really good ones, but there just hasn't been a great home. The Dimir, mid-range decks, they're okay. They're nothing amazing, especially in a combo world where a lot of stuff's going over the top. Urza Saga is pretty good against those style of decks, but Frog in this deck is perfect. So I'm a big fan of Esper Reanimator as a deck choice right now.
All right, so going Henry's way. Henry draws for turn, plays an Otawar as a land. Very important that Cavern of Souls is marked as Merfolk to avoid any confusion.
Yeah, absolutely.
So kind of a light attack here for 3. The Tide Shaper does get bigger when your opponent has an island.
There are a lot of wizards. There's only 2 Merfolks here that are not wizards as well. Okay, never mind. There's 3, but it could be wizard.
Are there any wizards that are not Merfolks?
No.
All right.
There are not.
Well, Cavern of Souls is an island now anyway, so here comes the Harbinger. And we're going to see a fetch and response from Bernie. Imagine pulling out a basic land of some type.
That back street is now a double island.
Yep, so islandy.
Yeah, it's the most island.
All right, basically there's basic swamp. And swamp, the more important of the 2 non-blue duels, right?
I would have
Or
to
basics.
agree. Yes, I would definitely have to agree. I think being able to get back a powerful creature is more important than being able to ephemerate it. And because that's the thing, if you can get back an Atraxor, you can get back a Gristlebrand, you can probably find a Solitude, Yeah.
The fact that the primary white card does not require white mana is certainly a big one.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a Tainted Indulgence end step from Bernie. Going to draw 2 cards. Have to discard 1, unless you have like a bunch of types or mana cost graveyard, which is not the case. So.
And sometimes that's a disadvantage. When you have those types, you're like, dang it, I need to discard.
Right.
Not when you have a frog. Usually doesn't matter, but.
Yes, it is a pretty amusing little anti-synergy there.
Yeah.
Doesn't come up too often, but. And we see it on tap, and again, you immediately, as soon as Bernie untaps, you feel the pressure of his frog.
Yeah.
It's not too long before it's going to get into the red zone, and just a squeeze.
Yeah, frog against the mono blue deck just seems like everything I want to do if I'm Bernie. I wouldn't say aggressively mulligan because, you don't want to go too crazy on it, but I would be decently aggressively mulliganing to a frog, especially when I'm on the play. Now, there are some counter spells, the Stern Scoldings, that can answer it, but outside of that, it's just going to live. It's just going to live. You can tap it down with a Drowner. You can tap it down with a Trickster to buy some time. Eventually, the frog's going to eat, though. There'll be flies aplenty that it will be gobbling up.
Or fish.
Or fish, yeah.
Yeah, so coming in, we see some discards here and more cards drawn. Here's Archaeologist as well. That's the thing about Frog, too, is sort of like, we get a little pause here. Okay. And, the
Ding, ding, ding. We hit.
Oh, that is the whammy, yep.
Yeah, that was after an attack, though. So, there is that stuff that's going on here that we're not going to attack with Gristlebrand. So that leads me to believe that Bernie just found the Archaeologist off that.
Yeah, and then the post-combat Frog is a pretty good consolation prize, right?
Not too bad.
All right, so
looks like we might be hopping our way into third game.
Yep, so offensively, Henry is a little behind here. Also defensively, so a lot to kind of get through. Real motley crew of Merfolk in play right now. And,
Yeah.
There's definitely a disparity in these decks between the raw power level of the cards, right?
Yes. Yeah, and I would say normally it's like, what you lack in raw power from Merfolk, you gain in synergy, but these frogs are not only powerful, but they're very synergistic in the deck as well. So I can't get over enough how much I think Frog is amazing, but not that great in these mid-range style decks, like just Dimir, just Grixis type thing, but really just perfect in this list.
All right. Looks like we're back Bernie's way. And it's a bit dicey for Henry here, not being able to get that offense in. Definitely somewhat reliant on the island walk effects to actually be able to attack.
Yeah, very much so. And now it looks like these frogs are going to start jumping. only jumps the one. The other one's large enough where Bernie is willing to interact in some way. But, hey, if Henry does have a dismember here and you're able to maybe just triple block the one frog, see how far Bernie's going to go with it, maybe you really can get something going. But the fact that Bernie's drawing 3 cards a turn here, Bernie's ahead on life, cards, battlefield, land advantage, like every metric that we track in a game, Bernie is ahead on.
Psychic Frog's going to make you jump. All right, so damage going through. The sizing, too, on the frogs is crazy. Obviously, Psychic Frog is a riff off of Psychotog, classic old card that had a temporary buff. The permanent buff, just turning cards into sizing, is just incredible.
So incredible. And to age myself, that was, the first deck that was like a tier 1 deck that I lost to was Psychic Frog Upheaval Shenanigans. So there it is. Look at that beautiful monster. Man.
That toothy grin.
Yes. Absolutely love it. Whenever I got all my stuff upheavaled and then this Atog was still hanging around, I was a very sad 12-year-old, but
yes, the year was 1942.
Yes, I got picked up by my mom. I cried. I said, "Would you believe it? They made me pick up everything, Mom. Not cool."
All right, so we see an end-step Mind Spring activation, which draws some cards and puts a counter on every merfolk. So a little synergy there, which is kind of cool. And we see an attack. The archaeologists are both 0-3s, and now we have 2 3-power merfolk coming in. But I think we need a little more on Henry's side. So chump block. I kind of like that one, right? In the face of possible, they might not be able to block later.
Yeah, exactly. Get your blocks in while you can. As, sure, you're holding back the 2-2 right now. I would have liked to see Henry get in with that 2-2 as well, though. As, you're not really expecting any kind of blink effect you're going to lose your merfolk on. And if that happens, then you at least get in some damage. It probably would have yielded in the 2-2 being blocked and an archaeologist hanging around, but then 3 damage got through.
Yep. So frogs here, deciding who's playing offense, who's playing defense. The smaller frog is going to get in.
Okay. That's Bernie showing a little bit of, being afraid here.
Trepidation on Bernie's side. Maybe a little reeling back to that last game where that Emperor Bones got a little too frisky.
Far too frisky. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So, and now it's on Henry. It's chump blocking a frog, denying a card on a chump block. How's that weigh into your chump blocking equation?
It matters when I'm doing something extremely powerful and over the top. Like, let's say I'm about to combo next turn. But at this stage, it's like, what's the difference between 7 and 8 cards here? I think at some point, Henry is going to have to deal with these frogs, of course. But I don't think it's right now.
All right, well, we have a temporary solution here in Harbinger of Atiah. It's just to get paid 2 extra mana for and flashed in. This can bounce a tapped creature. Now, plus side here is bouncing the attacker. The downside here is that Bernie can recast this thing on defense.
Yep, can recast it. But when you're stuck under all these islands where that's your only thing you get to cast, and who knows, maybe Henry has a Flare of Denial, something like that. So that plays great. Those came in from the sideboard. And they look incredible. I wasn't sure if that was going to come in. It doesn't seem great against the Reanimate plan, but definitely good against the frogs.
Yeah, you got to have some kind of plan for these frogs.
Yeah.
So of course, Mono Blue knocks the Fatal Push, Solitude, and so on and so forth. So we see an island from Bernie, and you're right. Bernie's going to pass the turn, not using the black mana on a frog. So clearly saying, I've got something else I want to do.
So I think this is what Bernie is setting up. Recognizing that, this game's went pretty long. Henry's done a lot of nothing on certain turns, so probably has a good amount of interaction. So what I would be thinking Bernie's doing is end step Gorios Vengeance, gets countered, Bernie's main phase, second Gorios, lining up something like that to be able to have a Gristlebrand attacking and hopefully pick up the game through that.
And this is kind of predicated on the fact that Bernie's at 15. Right,
yeah.
The clock for Henry is not particularly impressive, so Bernie has a little more time to kind of set up these kind of things, right?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, this clock is getting a little scary. One Island Walker, and we're going.
Sure.
We are truly going places. So, hey, speak of the devil.
All right, there it is.
Speak of the fish.
That is Master of the Pearl Trident. 2-2 that gives Island Walk and buffs the squad, and You're right. This would be a lot of island walking damage if this works. 4, is that 4, 8, is that 12, 15, I believe. Exactly 15.
Just 15, no big deal.
Yeah.
So we could be just getting a 2-0 win here. I mean, if you told me at turn 2 when that frog stuck, or turn 3 when it connected, that, Henry is presenting lethal here, I would be very, very shocked. So let's see what the play is here, because if Bernie can even, kill the Master with a Fatal Push, maybe back it up with a counterspell, and then block the Harbinger, then all your mana's unlocked, and then Bernie can really go crazy. That would be truly impressive here, but you got to, of course, kill it before blockers.
Yeah, and this is, a load-bearing Master, right? So you're right. If it gets killed, the Frog gets the block, too. So Frog eats something, much less damage, kind of a big blowout scenario. So Henry go over the big swing here, and Bernie's going to tap 2 and fire in a Goiro's Vengeance. So can't block yet, right?
Yeah, this is at end step. We took the damage, so this has got to be a Bernie's end step.
Oh, my apologies. I miscounted it. Must have been 14.
So end step, and this resolves Henry not having any way to interact, but now gets Solitude, and the writing is on the wall there. The Psychic Frog gets to jump, the Atraxa gets in there, and Henry will fall. But, wow, could not have gotten much closer there.
Yeah, that was, whew. All right, pretty big swing there. And we saw though, that the clock on Henry's side just really, kind of trying to push the frogs, push the blockers, a lot of reliance on these island wall creatures.
Yes.
So does that change how Bernie approaches the game?
Not too much. I don't think so. I would think if all the Thoughtseizes weren't in before, they would be now. Maybe Spell Snare as well to counter one of these 2-drops on the draw. But once again, it all comes down to that Aether Vial aspect of the deck. Bernie hasn't seen them. Bernie also doesn't have access to the list, so maybe they're not even in. So if I'm Bernie and I haven't seen them at all, I'm still going to act as if they're not there, because it is a possibility that these Merfolk decks side them out. I kind of doubt it, but you never know. Especially on the play, though, I bet Henry leaves them all in.
Also, Wrath of the Skies there is a pretty ugly one for the Aether Vial plan.
It really is. And Wrath of the Skies, when Bernie is going to be on the draw, might be a little bit too slow as well.
Okay. And then the Stern Scoldings on Henry's side on the play are also looking a little better too, right?
I don't know. I think they look amazing on the draw because you get to kind of break serve. You get to leave that one open. On the play, I could see a world where Henry just, goes all in on the aggressive plan, maybe has a couple dismembers, but I still think they're probably good enough. But that's the tough part about sideboarding against Esper Reanimator. It plays 2 game plans, so which one do you want to be prepared for?
All right, FF Freaks, little bro. Talk to me about this next Magic set.
Oh, man, yeah, absolutely. This set is so very exciting. Like you said, me and my brother, our first Magic Online account was Final Fantasy Freak and Final Fantasy Freak's little bro. So this was the game that I played nonstop until I learned about Magic. And then, that kind of took up most of my time. But an incredible set. It looks like a lot of fun. Go to starcitygames.com/MTG-FIN to be able to pre-order some stuff. It is just really awesome. I actually got a chance to play Limited already, being an ambassador for the set. And it is so very fun. A nice, slow, grindy Limited set so far, which I think me and you really, really love. Having time where a Limited set, you're not dead extremely fast, is definitely what I love to play.
That's awesome. Yeah, looking forward to that for sure. And that's going to be next week and the week after Final Fantasy. Let's do it.
Pre-release coming up, next week already, right?
Yep.
I'll be at my LGS, which happens to be Star City Games.
What a coincidence.
Yes.
All right, so Henry on a mulligan here, going down to 6. Look at Bernie's happy with his hand. And Henry on the play here. I mean, I would think that Henry's still feeling pretty good in the play here, right? Even with the mulligan.
I would think so. Yeah, I think as long as Henry doesn't play against Ocelot, Pride, and a Johnny, I would be thinking the fish feel pretty good. But if you play against those, there's a chance your fish can get cooked.
Fish sticks. All right,
it's lunchtime for us. So, yeah.
Probably not having fish sticks, but we'll see. Nothing is set in stone yet. So.
Your palate isn't that advanced, so I can see you on some fish sticks. Absolutely.
All right.
That's true for both of us. We get a lot of cheeseburgers and mac and cheese and pizza.
that is true. Now I'm hungry. Thank you, Corey. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, buddy.
All right. So, we're going to look at a new 7 here. and think about if we're putting one back. It looks pretty reasonable, right?
Yeah, we got an Aether Vial, we got some lands. It looks like a Harbinger is going to the bottom, which would kind of lead me to believe there was another one hidden in there. And there we go, something that was not seen from Bernie for the other turn. So Vial's great. The more you mulligan, though, the worse Vial gets. And if you ever draw Vial 2 when you're mulligan, you're like, all right, this sucks.
Yeah, I was spoiled as a Goblin player because in Goblins, the second Vial's great.
Yeah,
But definitely in these decks that aren't drawing as many cards, you're totally right. So,
yeah, and you know, I mean, there was some Merfolk builds where you're trying to play a lot more card advantage-y stuff. This is not the case for this one. This is an aggressive Merfolk deck that is playing almost like a tempo deck. 4 Sink into Stupors are in this list too, as a good land and the ability to tempo your opponent out.
all right, so you see second land of pass from Henry into a Surveil land for Bernie. And the Vial and the somewhat flash element of Henry's deck does allow for a much more like dynamic game, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Surveil bins a Goyro's Vengeance, so the wrong side of the combo on that Surveil end.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, you put Gristlebrand in there, you feel like an absolute god.
Yep. And we see, all right, there's the Frog into 2 open mana.
Okay.
Response is a Tide Shaper and a Flare of Denial. So build your own Force of Will.
Okay.
Quite a few pieces.
Stern Scolding would have looked better there, admittedly, but, oh, and that was the draw. Stern Scolding was the card on top there. But hey, if there's Frog too, this looked really nice.
Yeah, Scolding has some pretty good value here. So no land from Henry, which is honestly, I think, good for Henry's hand, right?
I think so too, yep. And I think that is Frog too.
In response,
Okay, maybe that wasn't Stern Scolding.
I'm going to guess it wasn't.
Yeah. Or Henry is really, really ready to go for Psychic Frog 3.
Yeah, so here's the Harbinger, and that is backbreaking. Any basics over there, Bernie?
Or Solitude.
Yep.
Now it's Solitude and a Dream, or trying to top deck one of these basics. But hey, even if you top deck the Swamp, most of the time you need to trigger Revolt for Fatal Push. So this Harbinger could easily get it. Never mind.
Okay. There are 4 Solitudes of the list, so
Yes,
that is a pretty good answer. So both players trading pitch spells back and forth. Here's a Tainted Indulgence. Draw 2, discard 1. Looks like Henry says that's okay.
And now Henry only has 1 card in hand. And it's probably not Stern Scolding. I think I was wrong on that one.
Yeah, the 2-for-1 exchanges on the force effects are a lot tougher when you mulligan, also tougher on the play.
Yep, really brutal, but hey, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Harbinger at home?
Yeah, not quite a lockout. We see a Godless Shrine to Godless Island here, so no white for Bernie yet, but more important, there's black mana, which is the important part. And we see, here comes the Goyros. Looks like the target is off screen, unfortunately, but we're going to find out what it is.
So unless it's Flare of Denial number 3, I don't think there's a single way.
Henry's out.
Yeah.
Henry's, you know what? I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Got up, left feature match area, doesn't want to play anymore.
He's going to get lunch a little early. Just says, you know what? I'll pick up these cards a little bit later. No big deal.
I'm done. See you later.
Yeah, I wonder what he is trying to think about. The only thing that I'm thinking is, like, we're going to flash in a Tishana's Tidebinder, and if you still sacrifice the creature. I think that's probably what it is. Nothing else makes too much sense to me. Or does the Gorios give it haste? Or, like that kind of question with Tidebinder is the only thing that would make sense right now for interaction. If he comes back to the table and just Flare of Denials it, I'm out of here too, okay?
All right, it's if he comes back to the table.
True, okay.
All right. Emery's back. Here's Atraxa. Here's the Vial. And there it is. Well, good call, Corey. There's a Tidebinder on the Atraxa trigger. Yeah. So this would, of course, remove the 10-card ability. As you were saying, Judge Cole was definitely about this. Does it still have haste? Does it still go away? I'm going to assume it's going to go away because that would be pretty risky to give your opponent Atraxa, even if you don't get the cards.
Yeah.
This Mega Baneslayer is still quite good against Merfolk.
Totally agree with you. And, Jim, I am going to start just saying words and stalling until end step till we see where this Atraxa goes. I think that is the – I would think it still does get sacked, though, but I'm not 100% either.
I would agree on that.
Yeah.
But Tidebinder, whenever you're removing abilities and adding abilities and doing layer stuff, things get a little weird. So,
and there they are confirming. Does it still get sacrificed? because I would assume that's a delayed trigger, you know. And goes to the yard. And hey, if this is the case, Tidebinder just straight up countered Goryo's Vengeance, and it put a clock on. So truly fantastic.
Yeah, this is great. You know,
Yeah.
Henry's in a low resource game, but 5 power in play. Playing off the top, you know, needs a little more to go right here, but Bernie's also a little land light too. So we see a draw here from Henry. Going to get in for 5 damage. Bernie missed the land drop last turn, which does mean that a lot of good cards in hand, hopefully.
Yep.
But down at 12, has time.
But does not get to Goryo's Vengeance back that attracts. And that's the thing with this Reanimator deck that is a bit of a struggle is, you know, once the creature gets exiled from your graveyard, you have to have a setup turn to put it back in there, and then you have to have the Goryos.
How about plan B? Just put a frog in play.
Frog.
Yep, so Psychic Frog from Bernie, and that's going to stop the offense from Henry. Plays a Mutavault, has to just pass. So now we're in the Frog zone, and question here is, can Frog get in and start trying to draw cards? Does have to play defense?
Yeah, that will be the interesting aspect. Now, the fact that Bernie has missed a lot of land drops, it's got to lead me to believe that there's still plenty of stuff to be doing. But, you know, the Esper Reanimator deck is not perfect. It's a lot of A plus B style of combo. It's not necessarily a combo deck by any means, but you need to have a little bit of both aspects of your deck. If you have all the giant creatures, your deck looked really bad. If you have all Goryos, no big creatures, same case. So we will see.
All right, well, good news for Bernie here is this NSEP Surveil stayed on top. So 2 mana tapped, 3 mana tapped. And the follow-up here is a Ketramos. And
wow,
not 7 cards in exile yet. But that Psychic Frog can do a pretty good job there, right?
Yeah, that is a combo right there. Psychic Frog being able to exile some cards in your graveyard to give it flying. Not only do you draw a card, you lose a life, but you can do that a couple of times and turn on Ketramos. So Ketramos can easily attack next turn. It can almost easily, not almost, it can easily block this turn as well.
Yeah, so once again, Henry kind of feeling the squeeze here from card quality. Of the synergy, you know, the creatures of his deck are not as exciting, but there's Master of the Pearl Trident. That's the card that Henry needs to push through.
One of the very few cards that Henry needs right now. And, hey, this is a large attack. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Island Walk coming in. And Bernie can, if we don't have anything, just take this. But if he does have an interaction like a Solitude, the game's over because we get to exile enough cards in the yard to be able to block with Ketramos that it's just the meanest 2-for-1 possible. But that's not the case. So, one thing that I think Bernie had to do was exile cards during Henry's turn.
Right, so Ketramos only triggers and loses the life and draws the card on your turn.
Yeah.
And now Bernie's in a spot where Fetch Land's dead, Ketramos is dead, cards can't go away. Is this, it can't even be Wrath of the Skies, right? There's only one white source.
Yeah, only one white source.
That's an awesome draw from Henry. I mean, like, just shoving in there, recognizing that, you know, I'm down a bit here, I got to get things going, this engine's coming online. Great stuff.
So if that was the case where Bernie didn't have any interaction there, I would have loved to get that frog in there because you don't need both creatures back if your opponent, you know, if you're afraid of an island walking creature. The 1/4/4 lifelinker would negate the Mutavault, the Tidebinder, and the other Merfolk, excuse me. So there was no reason to leave back frog there if you didn't have an answer already. So
right, Henry didn't have the Master. But you got to plan for worst case scenario.
You got to plan for it. And Bernie's already got the rest of the battlefield locked up with Ketramos. So I guess it could have been the same thing like last game where, you know, you run into another way to tap down the Ketramos and then the attack looks a little brutal. So understandable from Bernie, I suppose.
All right, so Frog gets in here. We see a draw, and Bernie needs a miracle. You know, 1 life. If it was 2 life or 3 life, there'd be a lot more room for error. But
yeah,
a lot of Bernie's cards just don't work at 1 life. Tap into.
Tainted Indulgence, it looks like.
It's kind of similar to game 1, where it was just, you know, all right, then this last tournament 1, got to draw. Didn't really get there. So.
But if Bernie can find, I mean, now it's kind of Solitude or nothing. Like, if you can Solitude on the Pearl Trident and then block with Ketramos, you actually net a life there. But
nope,
no.
Not going to have it. So Henry Treadway takes it down. Merfolk, kind of an awesome picture of just like these scrappy little Merfolk, not the most popular deck lately, and they're certainly less powerful in a vacuum than cards like Ketramos or Psychic Frog. But seeing them scrap together, find the right spots, be aggressive when necessary, really cool stuff.
Yeah, really cool stuff. And there from Bernie, if you did exile all the cards on your opponent's turn, sure, you could attack with Ketramos, but that was only 4 life. It would not have been enough with all the Island Walkers anyways, so maybe a slight misstep, but I don't think it was the game-changing play with Bernie not having access to anything else.
Yeah, really cool. And, the mulligan missed the land opera too on the Merfolk side, but able to scrap out, pull it through, and get the dub.
Merfolk 4-0. Oh, my God. What a beautiful place to be.
That was on my bingo card for sure.
100%. Yeah. Jim called it.
Yep,
That's in the other category. We'll tell you that.
Yep. So I believe we're going down to a backup match here. Is that correct?
I think we're taking a break.
Taking a break. I'm sorry. The Merfolks got me thinking about fish sticks.
Too excited.
All right. So taking a break, and we'll be back here for round number 5 in just a little bit.
Good afternoon, gamers. Welcome back to live coverage of Magic Spotlight Secret Lair here from SCG Con Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf. She is Carmen Comparens.
Hey, Ryan.
We're coming up on round 5 here. We're seeing a little bit of some stuff we've seen before, but we're seeing some something pretty out there, something pretty old but new again in Modern this round.
Yeah, a little something like that. We already know who is going to be in our feature match area, right? So on one side, and kind of what you're alluding to is, the deck list sheet says mono black mid-range. Okay, so I'm looking at this deck list sheet. I'm seeing Thought Knot Seer. I'm seeing Kozilek's Command, but I'm also seeing Fatal Push and Orcish Bowmasters.
Yes. So this is a mono black. A little surprised that Nick Miller didn't give us Eldrazi on this one, but there's some. There's 4 Eldrazi Temple. I think a lot of the Eldrazi decks by that moniker these days would mean there would be something like Ugin's Labyrinth. Not that kind of deck.
Sure.
A little bit lower to the ground. We're trying to power out those Thought Knot Seers. Also a Nethergoyf deck. Kind of a value Emperor of Bones, which I'm digging. 4 copies, but what are we getting? Our Thought Knot Seers, really.
Yeah, something I really like about this deck is it feels like it is a version of a mid-range deck that's applying pressure in a way that's going a little bit bigger and having slightly stronger disruption than a lot of the Boros energy decks we're seeing people bring to the table. We're seeing something where players who want to go a little bit bigger, or at least still use creatures, are going bigger. They're playing 4/4s, 5/5s, and so on to try and actually just overpower the Ajanis, the Ocelot Prides, and so on of the world.
Yeah, also Urza's Saga in the spread, and a nice way to go over the top of other mid-range decks. And this could be the matchup that Thomas Vanko is looking for. So on the other side of the table, we have Lee Webb. We've covered a couple Boros energy decks today, but this is going to be Mardu energy. So this deck is dipping into black for some form of interaction. Looks like heavy on discard. Actually, 3 Thoughtseize and 2 main deck Dreams of Steel and Oil.
Yeah, I'm looking over the deck list, and I actually read the creature section 3 or 4 times, expecting to see Orcish Bowmasters. I think that's something where you'll see people kind of using that as a sort of mirror breaker. It's really good against Seasoned Pyromancer, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and so on. But here, like you said, there's a lot of discard in this deck, and notably there's Fatal Push. So this is a card that I think is actually going to play to Webb's strengths here in the matchup. Normally, that slot would be occupied by something like Static Prison. That card, a little bit worse against Thought Knot Seer because you do need to untap to be able to tag the Thought Knot Seer with it. Having more instant speed ways to tackle a Thought Knot Seer is going to be really important.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The Thoughtseize, I have to figure that a lot of this is going to be trying to give your energy deck more game against the combo decks in the field. They're not nothing against mid-range decks, but what's your read on this matchup here?
I think it's pretty close. In general, I think I would take the mono black Eldrazi mid-range side of things, if anything, because it's cooler.
Sure, yeah, that's a good tiebreaker.
Right, I mean, I think pound for pound, the cards are a little bit stronger whenever they're standing alone, and I think both players have kind of positioned themselves in such a way where they're trying to reduce the number of resources that both players have. We're seeing all of that hand disruption that you alluded to before, a couple extra removable spells here and there, but I really like that. I feel like on Venko's side, this is the mono black Eldrazi side, we're seeing these Urza Sagas are a sort of one-card game plan. The same could be true for Emperor of Bones, Nethergoyf, and so on, where I think the energy decks in general have a lot of cards that are pretty strong and can run away with a game on their own. These are the Ajanis of the world, but they do ask you to have something else. Sometimes in the form of something like Ocelot Pride, all it's asking you for is an untapped step. It's not clear to me that Webb is going to be afforded that luxury.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense to me, and something that I always look for in a deck registration sheet, one of the fundamental aspects, arguably the most fundamental aspect of Magic, the mana system, lands. One of these decks has broken lands, and the other one is Mardu.
Sure, right. Well, in some ways, you could even argue that I think the Mardu side of things has a slightly worse mana base than normal because it is having to pay some amount of a price to cast these black spells.
Yeah, still 3 Arena of Glories, though, so we're not skipping on that one. Yeah, so there are powerful lands on the Mardu side of things, but Eldrazi Temple for Urza Saga, those are cards that really jump out to me on the deck registration sheet.
And speaking of the deck reg sheet, on the side of Mardu Energy in the hands of Lee Webb, there are a bunch of Seasoned Pyromancers and not that many Fable of the Mirror Breakers. This is the kind of matchup I think you really would rather have Fable, both because it helps you dig towards your heavy hitters and cards like Flage for the matchup, but also when you see a bunch of Orcish Bowmasters on the other side of the table, it's actually pretty hard to cast a Seasoned Pyromancer some amount of the time.
Yeah, definitely. We saw earlier in the day Fable the Mirror Breaker in the hands of Benton Madsen, declining or maybe rummaging one card against an active Orcish Bowmaster. You can't really do that with Seasoned Pyromancer.
Right, you cast it or you don't.
Yes, those are your options.
Right, it sounds like a little reductive, but also it just, I mean, what else do you do?
Right. Well, I suppose we'll find out here as we get our players into the feature match area, and we'll find out the actual science part of this sort of exercise, seeing if our mono-black mid-range player can be advantaged against the Mardu Energy player.
Something that I really like is how Kozilek's command in particular is something that we've seen in a lot of the sort of go big Eldrazi decks in Modern for the last several months. That's just a card that can tag a bunch of different things in their own ways. Having access to that and that modality, I think, is something that we're going to see come into play a lot in this sort of matchup. As players whittle resources down, and it is just sort of a top deck war, even just having the Electrolyze mode of that card to be able to tag something like an Ocelot Pride and give you a card for your trouble and maybe a bunch of selection is really valuable.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the typical Kozilek's command deck tends to be the Gruul Eldrazi, the more ramp deck. And in that deck, you're almost always making Scions. You're exiling things, drawing a card, whatever. But then we come up with the fourth mode, exiling cards from graveyards. In a mid-range fight, exiling your Flage, that seems pretty real to me.
That's basically another way that it is putting you up a card in a way that matters a lot.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, sounds like our players are ready. So let's see how it plays out. Love the commitment to the finger guns there.
Oh, it's not fair. I was holding the laugh in so well at the beginning.
You know I wasn't going to let you get away with it. Thomas Venko on the play. Swamp Go.
Ooh, a nice Aaron Macer from Webb.
We'll foil a retro frame.
Oh, yeah. I can't help but appreciate that sort of stuff, you know? Aaron Mesa in particular, near and dear to my heart.
Gonna be a turn one Guide of Souls met by Fatal Push. So Venko making use of that black mana after all.
That Fatal Push is Japanese and foil. These players are styling. I love the expressive elements that come in Magic these days, especially, you know, this is the Spotlight Secret Lair, but the way that you are able to say, no, this is the version I like. I'm kind of getting to express myself through my own cards is really cool.
Huge fan of the way that Magic allows self-expression. You see here a retro frame Godless Shrine, some stylistic consistencies for Webb. Eldrazi Temple Go on turn 2 for Venko. Looks like we're gearing up to a Thought-Knot Seer to me. Could also have an Orcish Bowmasters at the ready.
Or Kozilek's command.
Ooh, baby.
Kindred Instant.
That being discounted by Eldrazi Temple feels like cheating. Here is a Johnny on turn 2.
God, I really hope Venko is politely just letting Webb get the token out just to exile it. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, yes!
There is Kozilek's command. Get rid of that cat. Just wanted to confirm you had it in the box, but you can put it right back.
Very honestly, just could not be more cordial.
Scry 1 draw a card is going to be the other mode on our X=1 Kozilek's command. Giving it a think on the scry, decides to put it on the bottom. As we go back Venko's way.
All right, let's see if that Thought-Knot Seer that you're predicting comes to fruition.
Land number 3 is Caves of Koilos. That's 4 mana. That is Thought-Knot Seer. This is taking me back.
Oh, yeah. Caves of Koilos Thought-Knot Seer is just... It's the type of thing I personally was not a huge respecter of back in the day, but I think the way that it is positioned in the tournament and the fact that Venko is really just finding a way to incorporate it into a traditional deck looks really nice here, rather than being the all-in Wasteland Strangler thing.
The holdings for Lee Webb are going to be Marsh Flats, Fatal Push, second copy of a Johnny, Ocelot Pride, and Flage, Titan of Nature's Fury. Gonna give this one a think. This hand a little bit redundant on threats, so you got to value, see, you know, how much do I care about that removal spell? And Venko says a lot, as the Fatal Push is the pick.
Yeah, in general, this is the spot where it basically does just come down to if Venko is trying to trade off the Thought-Knot Seer for the sake of just reducing the card quality Webb has access to, or actually ride this Thought-Knot Seer as a threat.
Mishra's a bobble and then a pass. So we go back over to Lee Webb. Has the option to second a Johnny and get a Planeswalker, but got to think about how much this Thought-Knot Seer pressures that kind of thing.
There's also a point where Venko holding the bobble is showing respect to the fact that Webb's first land was Godless Shrine. Not wanting to play into maybe a Thoughtseize or something.
Yeah, playing around discard.
Right, Venko could have actually gotten a faster look at whatever Webb is definitely drawing this turn instead, but again, paying respect to the Black Splash.
Little respect to a theoretical Orcish Bowmaster, too. Going to be Marsh Flats, fetching up a basic Plains for Webb, down to 16. Going to play that second of Johnny. This time, we're going to keep the cat token in play and transform the Johnny, get a Planeswalker online.
Going through a bit of a transformation. Now this begs the question what Webb's one-drop is. It is that Ocelot Pride.
Yeah, good use of mana on the turn. The Ajani is going to add another cat token to the table. Theoretically checking the potential attacks on that Thought-Knot Seer. Passes back. Now we see the Mishra's Bobble taking a look at top card of Webb's deck. And over to Venko. Draw for Bobble. Draw for turn.
Hey, one good bobble deserves another. Right off the top.
Prismatic Vista is the land here. Has access to that sort of scry adjacent trick with the bobble if he so chooses. Gonna Thoughtseize first. Get as much information as you can. The card picked up for the turn was Galvanic Discharge. So is that and Flage are the cards in hand.
Nice one drop to have. This Flage also does kind of mean that Webb has the ability to gain life next turn even without going to combat, which is pretty attractive.
Yeah, could trigger that Ocelot Pride that way. Pretty interesting consideration given that you know there's no fourth land for Webb right now, and if he draws one to escape the Flage, it would have to be a red source, and actually takes the Flage.
Okay, yeah, so goes after the Flage. I believe also a fifth card needed at this point in the graveyard, but Venko does have a few main deck ways of exiling cards. There is a copy of Graveyard Trespasser hiding out, as well as those Emperor of Bones.
Gonna fetch with that Prismatic Vista. Down to 17 goes Venko.
Also, I can't not mention that that is a signed Japanese foil Thoughtseize. Whew! Whew! Be still my beating heart.
I'm pretty into the Expedition Prismatic Vista, too.
It looks nice.
It does.
Yeah.
Nile Spellbomb.
Ooh, the one for Urza Saga? Not bad.
That's a nice answer to that Flage. As the graveyard gets exiled, then Venko will draw a card.
I love drawing a card.
Among my favorite game actions.
It's up there for sure.
It is criminal. They let you get away with that every turn. Here's Mishra's Bobble.
Pithing Needle.
Yeah, another one of in the main deck because of that Urza Saga package. Yeah, that Ajani, that Planeswalker, that's offline.
Player's kind of at a stalemate.
Webb's going to draw for turn. We know the card in hand was Galvanic Discharge. No energy at this point in the game. Pickup was Bloodstained Mire. So having that way to answer the Flage, that already, you can see it mattered.
All right. Webb going ahead and fetching now.
Gonna be a Raucous Theater. Get a little Surveil on. I like getting this information before you decide to make the play.
Right, this is the spot where you're thinking of maybe attacking and having a cat and the discharge team up to go after this Thought-Knot Seer.
Right. Taking a look at that top card. It's going to go to the graveyard. It was a Ragavan.
Feels like Webb is looking for something specific if you're bidding Ragavan.
Yeah, there's something to that. The whole team comes across. Venko is going to bobble Webb. Now Venko knows the top card of Webb's deck. Webb does not.
That's nice. This way, Venko actually knows what it is Webb's going to get off of this discharge, assuming Venko chooses to make the block.
Got to figure if any block happens, it's going to be on the cat token because of the first strike on the Pride. Doesn't feel great, though.
Right, it's so tough. Where normally you'd be happy taking 5, crack back at the Ajani with the Thought-Knot Seer just to maybe get it off the table. But this Ocelot Pride is going to start churning out chump blockers.
So looks like we do see a block on the cat token. The discharge is going to trade, get that Thought-Knot Seer off the table.
That means Webb has 1 energy left over.
Yes. Gets to draw that card. Gains a life from the Pride. So there's going to be a token forthcoming. Sadly, the Pithy Needle holds off the Ajani. So I guess we're a little bit off the City's Blessing anyway, but.
Only a little.
Just a little, yeah.
8.
There's the 1/1 cat. So we go back to Venko.
Token, 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 token. 1, 1, 1, 1.
Draw for bobble, draw for turn. You know, I really value somebody who can remember their Mishra's Bobbles triggers. So great job by Venko so far, as here is yet another Mishra's Bobble.
It is actually kind of funny where these bobbles have mostly just drawn other bobbles.
I have demonstrated a loop.
Right, Venko is saying, look, someday I'm going to draw a real card and you are going to regret what you are doing right now.
And the bobble was it on that turn as Venko passes back. Lee Webb picks up another Ajani. All right, now we are blessed. And here is the attack. 4 points coming across. And that just works. Venko down to 10. Webb up to 17. Has gained some life for that Ocelot Pride. Really going to work.
All right.
City's Blessing.
Sink.
1/1 cat token. 1/1 cat token. 2/1 cat token. Is that all?
Yeah, at this point I was like, oh, okay, cool. We got, like red cat, white cat. We're gonna Dr. Seuss this up together.
And Venko just got a few lands in hand, and game number 1 is going to go to Lee Webb, a Mardu Energy. Taking game 1 over mono black mid-range.
Yeah, that looked pretty nice at the beginning for Venko. Flooded out a little bit, but also I do think that game spoke to Webb kind of having an understanding of how to really play with his cards. In general, like bidding the Ragavan, for example, is something that stuck out to me as Webb identifying, okay, that I don't think that's what this matchup is going to be about a lot of the time. I want to find some of my heavier hitters, and it did pay off for him.
Yeah, Thought-Knot Seer, not bad pound for pound, but something notably absent in the main deck for this mono black mid-range deck is something kind of sweepery, something haymakery. These players look to the sideboard. Is there anything in Venko's sideboard that could maybe help dig him out of positions like this?
So looking over at the sideboard, I see Toxic Deluge is the first card that sticks out to me. I know that one can be a bit fraught at times, especially against a Flage deck, but so much of what you're seeing on Webb's side of the table is 1 toughness or 2 toughness creatures. So I think that's one that looks pretty nice in this situation.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And then for Lee Webb on Mardu Energy, I have to imagine that mono black mid-range, the Eldrazi deck, this Eldrazi deck, probably not on the radar configuring this sideboard, but are there some cards that play here?
Yeah, Wrath of the Skies is the 1-card game plan against the 1-card game plan in Urza's Saga. It just kind of mops everything up from it. Showdown of the Scalds. I think Graveyard Trespasser is a card you could also make a case for. In general, I think you're going to see a lot of what has really been a hallmark of these Thoughtseize decks in the history of Modern is they cut their Thoughtseizes a bunch post-board because it's a pretty bad top deck. I'm not not sure if that will end up being the case here. Sometimes a player thinks, well, there are a couple of cards I just can't really answer that well if it hits the battlefield, and if a player thinks Thoughtseize is the best way for them to answer that, I can see it staying in. But traditionally speaking, cutting those, bringing in your cards, quote-unquote, for the grindy matchup that are good top decks is kind of a sure bet.
Yeah, Webb certainly didn't need a Thoughtseize in that game. You mentioned Wrath of the Skies as a really nice answer to Urza's Saga. Any love for Wear Tear?
I could see that one. I think it's a little bit riskier. It's really only good against the card Urza's Saga. It ends up being tough if your opponent goes, say, Thoughtseize into Nethergoyf into Thought-Knot Seer or something like that, and you just have a Wear Tear in your hand, and you go, well, I don't know what I can do here.
So there is another Stone Rain in the sideboard, but it only comes up as a Stone Rain sometimes.
All right, indicate it.
I'm hoping to see some Vindicate.
Hey!
We're having a lot of fun here on Magic Spotlight Secret Lair, part of the Spotlight series, and if you are enjoying watching the event, maybe it's time you made it out to one of these events yourself. We have one coming up in August. That's going to be SCG Con Orlando. That is Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation. This is going to be commemorating the standard rotation with the release of Edge of Eternity, so it's going to be a fresh standard format.
Yeah, I think these are some of the most fun events you really can play are the big, say, 15-round events whenever rotation and standard has just happened. I know these are the events personally back when in my competitor days. This is when I would play 15 rounds of Swiss and play against like 12 different decks with even the repeats only being singular repeats. It's a lot of fun in a lot of ways. It just feels like really, I don't want to say honest Magic because it's not like the alternative is dishonest, but it just feels very pure in that everyone is kind of building their own decks, just bringing something new and fresh to the table. And I really, really just love the way that it captures that feeling of being on the playground and just going, oh, that's sweet. I love it. That's so cool.
Really highlights and rewards player creativity. I love that.
Yes.
That's coming up August 29th through the 31st. Check out details on that and other SCGCon events at StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. These players are shuffling up here for game number 2.
And I think that last game really shows a lot of the strength of the energy core in general, right? As those are all cards that can be strong early on and they're a little bit above rate, but the fact that they are able to run away with a game if they are left unchecked for 1 or 2 turns just can't be ignored.
Right. Thomas Venko will be on the play again as players look at their 7-card hands. Holdings look definitely playable on Venko's side. Spread of some nice lands and some fatal pushes to keep the game in his favor early.
Yeah, I think those early copies of Fatal Push are just one of the things that Venko really wants to be able to find here is leaving Webb with a 2-1 or something like that, or even a Ragavan in some cases, is going to be something that Venko can power through pretty easily. It's just a matter of being able to check the Ajanis and Ocelot Prides of the world.
Venko is just going to fire off that bobble on Webb. It draws for that as we go to Webb's turn 1. Webb will shock in Sacred Foundry, and here is Guide of Souls. I imagine that one's not long for this world.
That one's tough. I could actually see it go either way, especially into the graveyard.
That's the way I see it going,
yeah,
yes.
Of course.
So we go over to Venko. You see an Urza Saga in the holding. That will be the land for turn.
Turn 2 Urza Saga is just one of those things that I always think of as just, it feels like a blanket when you put it on the table. You just go, okay, no matter what, I'm going to play a game.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to participate in this game of Magic. I'm going to figure it out, and it's all details from here.
Yeah, just lining up to making your 3rd land drop. At least I can make a construct next turn.
Right.
I have game actions to take. So we go back to Lee Webb. There was Nile Spellbomb also added to the table for Venko, as Webb is going to crack a Marsh Flats.
Okay, and it looks like Webb does have those Wear Tears in the deck.
A Stone Raid Appreciator.
I mean, it would have been really nice here.
Oh, yeah.
That's something where, especially if Webb had just gone, say, fetch land, go, and then Venko plays Urza Saga, and you just get to spend your turn 1 blowing up your opponent's land, and while you're up a card by virtue of being on the draw, unbelievable exchange.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, with the first Chapter 1 trigger on the stack. Yeah, I don't know if I could resist that. I got
Yeah. I'm already buying.
Okay,
You can stop
yeah.
selling.
Yeah, right. Stop.
Here's dreams of steel and oil for Webb. Take a look at Venko's holding. We have 2 Fatal Push, and it looks like 2 lands. None of these are artifacts or creatures. But you sure can exile that Mishra's Bauble from the graveyard. Some 1-drop, couple choices for Webb there. Lands on Ocelot Pride and passes the turn.
Notably, I think that might have been a Phyrexian Tower. It's one of the lands in Venko's hand.
Ocelot Pride eats a Fatal Push, and we go back to Venko. Urza Saga goes to Chapter 2. Battlefield is stable. I believe you are correct. That is the Phyrexian Tower there.
Oh. It's non-English in foil. It looks so nice. Oh, that looks so nice. I love the foiling on that art in particular, too. Just like the orb floating in the tower.
Land number 3 for Lee Webb is Arena of Glory. But no action. We are going to see that Urza Saga go to work. Here is a construct for Venko. Already at 2-2. Nile Spellbomb. Doing a lot of work today.
I mean, it's not bad in this spot either, right? This is a spot where next turn, assuming Venko gets to do the thing, where activate it, get another token, search up another artifact. Those are 4/4s. That's a real clock.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, there's Wear Tear. Okay. We're going to fuse that one. Definitely targeting Urza Saga, and then it's a choice between the Construct and Nile Spellbomb. Looks like goes for the Spellbomb. Denying the card, I like that. Does exile Webb's graveyard.
Get Billy Mays on the phone. It tears his.
Now that Construct, just a lowly 1/1. Eldrazi Temple is the land for Venko. It's like Inquisition of Kozilek. All right, we see Guide of Souls, Seasoned Pyromancer, and Flage in hand. All of these cards are castable.
Pretty unlikely Guide of Souls is the get.
That tracks for me. Seasoned Pyromancer seemed to be the standout. Venko agrees.
Yeah, this is a spot where it's pretty clear Venko is just saying, you know what, I actually would love if you spent 3 mana's worth of a turn on that Flage.
Right. Both players also know about another Fatal Push waiting for that guide.
As Webb gets to have fewer and fewer cards in hand as well, Seasoned Pyromancer does just draw cards.
Yes. Ooh, really significant pickup for Webb. Plays that Guide of Souls, and then here is a Johnny Nakatl Pariah.
A little bit of life, a little bit of energy, a little bit of
cat.
kitty, a little bit of cat.
Going up to 2 energy, going up to 16 life. As we go back to Venko.
Ooh, creature draw.
Nethergoyf. That's got some power and toughness. We got a sorcery, we got an artifact, we got an instant, we got an enchantment. Okay, good spread.
Little 5/6 situation.
1 mana 5/6 seems strong to me.
I was counting on my fingers, and yeah, you're right. I agree with you.
It took all of them on my hand.
Right.
Webb picks up a plains, plays it. Here we see Flage. Presumably aimed at that construct, but maybe you go upstairs.
Really nice thing about this is it's notably the 3rd energy.
Yes. Guy's going to give an energy. Flage takes care of construct. Some more life coming Webb's way. Construct could have been sacked to the Phyrexian Tower. Seems like the game's a lot more about all of the other ways that Venko's behind, though.
Yeah. It's definitely a spot where Venko is just figuring out how to leverage the game pieces that he has that are able to play at the moment.
Right. There are not a lot of them.
That's how they get you.
Cat's going to attack. That's going to eat up the energy from that Guide of Souls. Going to fly in for 4 points.
In terms of playing with game pieces, picking up your energy die and moving it onto your thing is just so satisfying.
Oh, yeah.
I had 3, now I had 2.
Venko to 16. They're just doing a little conversation. I think they're trying to figure out, there could be...
Maybe a life total discrepancy.
Yeah, that's how this reads to me. But they seem to have reached a amicable solution.
All right, Venko down to 16.
As we go back, Venko's way has just been holding on to this fatal push. Presumably is thinking maybe that has to go for this Flage if it comes back.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We're at this spot, I suspect Venko is saying, okay, this is my last removal spell. I really have to make sure that I'm getting full value out of it, and maybe trying to set up a situation where Webb may say, try and transform an Ajani by casting another one, or sacrificing this cat to something like a Goblin Bombardment. Less likely now, obviously. But that way you get the sacrificed creature as well as the Ajani, and Venko has a little bit of life to play with to that end.
Yeah, that tracks. Cat's going to fly over again, Venko to 12. And that Fatal Push is just the last card in Venko's hand. So you do want to use it as best you can.
Right, we saw, I believe Venko picked up another card, but we did not get a great look at it. It might have been a hand disruption spell.
Those have not looked too strong in this game, too.
Pretty tough.
On both sides.
Right, yeah, there is some of that dynamic going on where you do just need some amount of that.
Okay, well, here's that Ajani. This could be the window that you were talking about.
All right, so with the spell in the stack, goes ahead and Fatal pushes the original Ajani.
Yeah, so there's not going to be a Planeswalker here.
A little tough, and that's a spot where if you wait for Webb to legend roll one, you get the whole litter.
Right. Yeah, it does not transform immediately when the cat dies. You still get that trigger that you have to acknowledge, so that would have been a window to take care of both the Johnnies. All right, what can Venko do to get out of this? It kind of feels like he's really drawing for those sideboard Toxic Deluge, right?
Okay, but Kozilek's command off the top.
That's not weak.
That's not bad. It also notably exiles instead of destroying.
Yes. And we might be in a situation where you have to / get that Flage out of the graveyard with the other mode.
Yep, absolutely. This is a spot where I can see, I think there are cases for a couple of different things. Attacking the battlefield makes a lot of sense to me. I think Venko is starting to run a bit dry on life. But you can either overpay for the Kozilek's command for the sake of scrying a bunch, or you can go after Seasoned Pyromancer and Flage at the same time with the Graveyard Hate mode.
All right, so Webb is going to crack a Marsh Flats. I think a quick confirmation about cards in Graveyard with this on the stack. Venko would like to not see this Flage escaped. Though a Surveillant here will force the action, and a Shadowy Backstreet is the find.
Ooh, especially with Arena of Glory on the table.
Yes.
Okay, and here, like you said, forcing the action from Venko. Kozilek's command X equals 3.
The timing strongly suggests exiling the Flames from the graveyard is the play. That makes a lot of sense. Giving a real think to what to do with the other mode. When you're this far behind, it makes a little bit of sense to me to maybe try to scry into Toxic Deluge, but also that flying cat needs to be answered quickly one way or the other.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I suspect I am more interested in scrying for a good card here, or a good couple of draws. I think Venko needs more than one good draw step from this point, and I'm somewhat interested in trying to aim for that. That being said, you are definitely losing 4 life if you take that path, so I do have a lot of respect for going after the flying attacker.
And that is what Venko does. Gonna get 3 cards out of the graveyard as well. Flage among them.
And Seasoned Pyromancer, notably.
Ooh.
There's part of me that thought Webb might just get the untapped land and make 2 tokens from the graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an option there. The Surveil paying off a little bit, though, as Arid Mesa is surveilled to the graveyard.
Ooh,
Kindred.
Kindred.
We got a 6/7 online. Venko's looking for a big one. Prismatic Vista is not it.
It's a big one for someone. Unfortunately, I don't think it's Venko.
As Venko passes the turn back to Webb. With only 2 energy, Webb does not immediately have good attacks, and this Thoughtseize was not a great draw. And kind of like you sussed out, it's going to grab a Thoughtseize of Venko's.
Not bad. It's definitely the phase of the game where, for an Inquisition of Kozilek or Dreams of Steel and Oil, casting it is somewhat free. You're at least getting a card in your yard, you're getting something out of it, and so on. Thoughtseize does make you lose life in a matchup that is about that.
Speaking of the matchup being about life, love this attack with the cat token here. What are you going to do, block? Give me a Planeswalker?
Right, exactly. This is the spot where Ajani would immediately replace the cat token, and now that Venko doesn't have cards in hand, Webb knows the coast is clear.
Yeah, it would be disastrous to block. Ajani transforms, get that cat token, get the 3rd energy from the Guide of Souls. Venko's going to fetch up that snow-covered waste. Maybe it's just a regular waste. Maybe it's a snow-covered swamp. Maybe I don't know what any of these cards will look like.
Fun fact, Snow-Covered Waste, the first card in the MH3 file. Day 1.
No shot I would have guessed that.
Day 1. It's just when we're like, hey, we're pretty sure we want to try Eldrazi. Okay, well then we have to do Snow-Covered Waste. Obviously. Obviously. Like, you also need, like, for limited infrastructure reasons, you need colorless lands. That makes sense.
Right. Just another land here for Venko. Is that an Urborg? Looks Urborgy.
No, it's Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth.
Oh.
Not just Urborg.
I was thinking of just Urborg.
Yeah, not just Urborg. Unfortunately, Legends, not legal in Modern.
Not legal.
No. Ooh, Seasoned Pyromancer off the top for Webb.
That's a massive pickup.
Holy.
Guide of Souls still on the table. You know, it's only 1 body, but it's 2 cards. It's a 3rd energy. Okay. Speaking of huge.
Hello, Nurse.
That's Orcish Bowmasters in response.
How did this game go from nothing's happening to everything is happening?
2 cards picked up for Webb. We saw the first point from the Bowmasters go after Guide of Souls. We're going to clean that one up, and we have 1 more point to throw around.
And I do appreciate mopping up Guide of Souls. Venko's at 7. So this is really the part of the game where all of a sudden Venko really has to respect things that can pressure his life total.
Right. Ocelot Pride picked up from Webb, and notably that Pyromancer did gain a life. The Iron Souls was still in play at that time.
Oh, wow, 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 wow.
And this looks like City's Blessing pretty easily here.
I would definitely assume so.
And now this attack with the cat is so good because it's not just a situation outlined before. There's now a City's Blessing Ocelot Pride online. So Venko just has to take this.
Right, this Ajani will literally kill you because there's a red point, or excuse me, a red permanent on the battlefield.
Right. So as much as that Bowmaster was pretty nice for Venko, I think the tides turned even more in Webb's favor this turn.
Holy, I mean, that's the thing, right? Whenever you are at even or it's kind of early in the game, the Bowmasters is great at contributing to a battlefield. In a spot like this, it isn't necessarily the best at getting you out of the hole whenever your opponent is going up real cards.
Thought Not Seer is the draw and the play for Venko. There's no cards in Webb's hand.
Ooh. Oh, that's a combo.
Oh, yeah,
Orcish
Thought Not
Bowmaster,
Seer.
Thought Not Seer.
Oh, wow.
I have a feeling we're late to this party.
Yeah, I think so, too.
It feels like when we said those cards at the beginning of the match, back-to-back 5 or 6 times, maybe we should have, you know.
Yeah.
That's showbiz.
Right. We're just learning more for next time.
All right, this isn't the Rock You Theater. This is the Rock Us Theater, comrade.
Boo.
Unlucky. All right, well, on the other side, Webb, happy with what he sees on top.
Scry to the top from being this far behind is... There's some cards that are immediately lethal, so could certainly be one of them.
Oh, yeah, you see the Arena of Glory getting unsleeved, exerted, if you will.
Graveyard Trespasser with Ace. Okay, I would not have guessed that this was the card, but it's not weak.
It's daytime.
Yes. It was neither day nor night, and it is now day. Trespasser's going to exile, I imagine, a creature card. That's going to bump Venko down to 4. We're going to see another one of those triggers when that Trespasser attacks.
Right, and each one of these also represents some life being gained.
Yes.
And look at this. This Nethergoyf, I believe, is going to get shrank pretty hard here.
So I haven't fully lined up attackers and blockers, but hasting that Trespasser, yeah, I assume that a sizable attack is coming in. The cats are pretty free.
It's really hard to block 0 of these cats, right? Which means that Ajani will probably transform. I think we're about to see lethal.
And lethal we do see. Lee Webb going to clean up over Thomas Venko. Mardu Energy going to advance to 5-0. Thomas Venko, though, still a good start to the tournament at 4-1 on Mono Black mid-range / Eldrazi. May see more of that deck this weekend. And this is the first Mardu Energy deck we've had on camera. We've seen a couple copies of Boros Energy. I don't believe that they've done the metagame breakdown just yet, but spoiler, Boros Energy is the most represented deck in the field. Mardu Energy, though, this is a deck where Webb is taking some liberties, trying some things a little bit different, and they're working out for him so far. I don't think that Mono Black mid-range was the target of putting some Thoughtseize into the Mardu deck, but it was not. The deck played great there, picked up the win.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I think saying it might not be the target, it speaks to Thoughtseize just being a really generically strong card that just it has a lot of applications, a lot of different matchups. In a lot of ways, I might even argue that you have to pick the matchups where it is bad. It is so strong whenever someone is trying to go over the top of you because it is good at both taking the high-impact cards in a matchup like that one or poke holes in the opponent's curve, right? That's why we see, even though on Venko's side he might be a bigger version of a Thoughtseize deck, a lot of times we saw Thoughtseize go after the card that might be the 2-drop or something that's trying to contribute to double spelling. We saw it go after a removal spell one time, for example, and it wasn't just about tackling impact.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where a sentiment that I'm very familiar with from playing Magic and talking to Magic players. If Thoughtseize is wrong, it's not by much.
Right, exactly. You sideboard them out, even if they're bad. It's fine.
Right, we do have a backup. We're going to join that match in progress, I believe. Let's go ahead and see some more Magic here. We got Corey Burkhardt in on that Grixis mid-range deck. Looks like we're in Game 3 against Ryan Comer on Boros Energy. Surprise. This is the matchup we saw Corey make look easier easy earlier in the tournament, but stalling on lands here, just 2 versus Comer's 4.
Right, this is something we kind of joked about where your mid-range opponent has a low land count and you're kind of excited about it. That is less the case whenever you are on the back foot.
Right. Yeah, 2 lands looked strong with a Psychic Frog on the battlefield. It does not look nearly as strong with no battlefield, facing down 2 cat tokens and a Goblin Bombardment.
Right. In a fair game, you can generally do one of 2 things. You can progress your game, or you can disrupt your opponents. Both of those things are going to cost mana. A lot of the time, if you've already developed a threat, you're advancing your own game. That is not the case here.
This is a really good development here, though, for Burkhart. So those 2/2/1 cats were attacking. Burkhart has Orcish Bowmaster before blocks. So we're going to make an Orc Army, presumably shoot down one of those cats. Well, at least target one of those cats. It actually gets complicated with the Goblin Bombardment on the battlefield.
Oh, and look at this. I love it. Burkhart sent the point upstairs. Because if you target the cat token in the Bombardment sacks it, or sacrifice the cat, and it sends it towards the Bowmaster, all of a sudden, Burkhart doesn't get the token either.
Yeah, you are so right. And because of how low value this Bowmaster is, it's actually also jumping in front of the cat, so just a full block here.
Well, you know that card is always going to trade for any creature.
Right.
So getting in while the getting's good, instead of giving your opponent the chance to block, is pretty nice.
And here is a Flay, just going to go upstairs for 4 points because of that bombardment. Comer is going to gain 3 life.
Ooh, Arena of Glory at the ready.
All right, we've seen Burkhart have some answers to Flage previously this tournament. He needs to have one right now, though.
Oh, look, you can see Comer just going, tell me to go, 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 say pass, say pass, say pass.
And it is loud that Burkhart only has 1 blue source. There's some black graveyard interaction. All right, here's Scalding Tarn, so maybe Counterspell is now online as an answer. And hey, here's Nihil Spellbomb too.
Let me ask you something. We have had a tough 5 minutes.
Yes.
Right, between the Bowmaster Thought Knot, and now this, I think we should just stop predicting what will happen for a second. We should never become meteorologists.
No, I would not try to predict the weather. I should stop trying to predict games of Magic.
I'm expecting about 3 inches of snow in Miami right now.
Gonna see a fetch from Comer. Love the patience here from Burkhart. In case of a Surveil land here, that Spellbomb could get an extra card out of the graveyard.
You can see Comer just throw the Sacred Foundry out and say, you're not going to get me. There are 2 elegant parlors in play, so, you know.
I have effects in your upkeep, says Burkhart. Spellbomb is going to take care of the graveyard, and no card draw, so this looks like that counterspell could be there.
Okay, it's likely been stranded in hand the whole game if it's there.
Yeah, this is the first turn. There's a second blue source, so that makes sense.
Oh, is that just a pass back from Comer?
Yeah, no action there as Burkhart fetches down to 9.
The 3rd Surveil land.
Full suite.
I love it. I love it.
This is actually, they call this Grixis Tron.
Who is they?
Me and probably Corey.
Okay, then I love that for y'all. That's really cool that y'all can share that.
Watergrave tap for Burkhart. Now with some mana developed, I think safe to say some forms of interaction in hand. Burkhart's probably feeling pretty good about this game.
Right, this is the spot, especially if you're the Snapcaster Mage deck, where you've got to be feeling pretty good every time you get to make a land drop.
Thraben Charm's going to go for the graveyard at sorcery speed for Comer. Burkhart says, okay, I didn't want those anyway.
Yeah, in some ways that almost feels like your Snapcaster Mage with 0 mana.
Ooh, Flame of Anor. A little instant speed divination for Burkhart.
The quick study, if you will. A lot of reactive pieces in Comer's hand.
Yeah, I spot a Celestial Purge there. That's not doing anything in a game like this. A lot of pressure on Comer to get some threats online. It's like the draw and the play is Arena of Glory. Graveyard pretty empty these days. So we're not close to flaging. As here's another Flame of Anor.
Ooh.
Burkhart's hand's getting pretty full.
Right, this is the spot where this Grixis deck is just adopting the control role.
Here's land number 5 and Polluted Delta. And here's Psychic Frog with a pretty full grip.
Well, Celestial Purge, not really that interested in the cards in hand.
Right. Clean answer there, and Burkhardt does not even fight over it. Makes sense. Burkhardt is not in a rush to try to close the game.
Right, this is the spot where Burkhardt, we've seen this in the way that he's built his deck and the way he's played his game, is that there are a handful of cards he cares about a lot. These are cards like Fledge, for example. He just wants to make sure that those cards are not around, and he is playing under the assumption that he can power through anything else.
Just a draw and a pass for Comer, and Cling to Dust. Going to shrink that graveyard even more. Draw a card for Burkhardt. Leaving the Polluted Delta uncracked.
Pretty nice with the Fatal Pushes in his deck. Means that he can go after something like a Seasoned Pyromancer.
Yeah, and here is another Psychic Frog. And this time, not even anything to fight over it for Comer as we go back his way. All right, here's a fight. Static Prison.
You familiar with the card Suspend out of MH2?
Refresh my memory.
Look, I'm sure we'll get it up on the screen in a second, but in a lot of ways, this Static Prison is doing a Suspend impression, where it exiles a creature, puts a couple time counters on it, and gives it Suspend. This is not a permanent answer to Psychic Frog.
Correct. Yeah, and that was the first 2 energy. And here's an attempt on the Seasoned Pyromancer. Arena of Glory trying to give it haste. Burkhardt is now going to react to a spell on the stack.
Ooh.
Basic Island fetched up.
Notably, this Goblin Bombardment doing a great job at checking a card like Orcish Bowmasters.
And Counterspell. Going to cover that Seasoned Pyromancer. And it looks like 4 other cards in the graveyard to go with that Cling to Dust. So Burkhardt's not really sweating that Pyromancer.
Right. I would guess this is the world where he might even be thinking about the sorcery speed Cling to Dust.
Mm-hmm. Oh, how about Nihil Spellbomb number 2?
I just want to know how often he's been holding the Nihil Spellbomb and waiting for it to be relevant.
That is
because
so
that seems
filthy.
very Corey to do.
Yeah, you were talking a lot earlier about how fungible the cards are in the Psychic Frog deck, so it does make sense just to hold on to that Spellbomb. It might be more valuable as a Frog card. Comer's going to draw. Here's Ocelot Pride.
Not bad. I mean, this is part of the awkward part of the song and dance that it feels like Burkhardt's trying to play here is Comer's energy deck does have a ton of threats that will solo a game.
Mm-hmm. That bombardment also means that each one could be worth some life. Colligan's Command on the Ocelot Pride.
What year is it?
Those are sideboard cards for Burkhardt, as those main deck Flame of Honors supplements with those K commands in these mid-range kind of matchups.
All right, the knock on the deck.
There goes the last energy. Psychic Frog is on Suspend 1 now. Here's Guide of Souls. That represents at least a point with the bombardment. Here's Lightning Bolt on the Guide of Souls. And Burkhardt now is going to escape that Cling to Dust. And it feels like the game is really slipping away. I mean, drawing a card is fine. Gaining 3 life, very significant.
Ooh.
Burkhardt going up to 11.
Yeah, going after the creature to gain 3 life instead of drawing a card by exiling Marsh Flats, deafening.
Yes.
I love to draw the point at the Psychic Frog. Mother, may I?
I would like this back, please. I have been good. I would like my toy back.
Excuse me.
I believe this belongs to me.
It's after class. May I have it back, please?
All right, here's another Static Prison. Comer wasn't quite ready to give it up for good. But needs more than that to really get back into this game. There is another Cling to Dust for Burkhardt. This one he's fine to draw a card with.
And note all the super juicy targets in Burkhardt's graveyard for a Snapcaster Mage.
Raven Charm tries to go for the graveyard. Spell Snare catches it. I love a Spell Snare.
Oh, yeah, you do. Oh, yeah. I literally started to say, someone get Ryan Overturf on the phone. And I look over to say it and go, what am I doing?
All right, here's a dash on Ragavan.
Can't spell snare that.
No. You can Orcish Bowmaster it.
Ooh. Is that the upstairs ping? Yes, it is.
Once again, the upstairs ping. Ragavan's just going to be thrown at the Bowmaster. Probably about the only way that could have gone. Back to Burkhart. Here's a Tameo. Here's an attack for 1. Now Burkhart's going to start to make inroads and actually closing the game.
It's time to attack.
And we're out of energy for that prison for Ryan Comer. We're exerting. We're casting Voice of Victory. Okay, okay.
Oh, that's actually pretty nice with Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah?
Actually, to go after Tamiya.
Well, it would be if it wasn't spell snared.
That is so sad.
I've been waiting 5 years to say that.
Going after the anti-counterspell card with your favorite counterspell of all time, that's gotta be nice.
God, this is like my birthday. Cling to Dust, gonna get Burkhart another card. It's like his birthday. It's just a communal birthday for Grixis mages around the world.
All right, well, here's a clue and an attack for 1.
Comer will draw. That's going to be it for the Static Prison. Psychic Frog back under Burkhart's control.
Ribbit.
This Tameo seems more or less locked to transform on Burkhart's coming turn. And that's where we're going. Celestial Purge on the Frog.
Oh, no. It looks like we might be in a spot where Burkhart might fight over this.
Counterspell proper.
I have a feeling some of this might be the time pressure. Realizing, oh yeah, there's only 3-ish minutes left in the round. I need to get this over. I do not want to pick up a draw.
Right. See Burkhart discarding Fatal Push to the Frog to turn up the heat. 3 points coming in.
This does look like a game that Burkhart is mostly rolled up and just really wants to be sure that he's not losing a game that he quote-unquote won.
Right. And actually it's going to be 4 points as a Swamp is discarded. And now the Tameo will transform. Thanks to that Frog card.
Tommy up to 4, threatening to give the sort of checkmate of picking up the card Counterspell next turn.
Yes. And when you get to these clean battlefields, Counterspell against an empty-handed opponent just becomes Time Walk. Here is a Johnny Nakatl Pariah. And there is another Counterspell. Corey did not even need the Tameo, but he has it, and the Counterspell is back in hand.
Right, this is the spot where you might just see a bunch of cards getting discarded to Psychic Frog.
I think Burkhart fairly easily has lethal over the course of 2 turns.
Yep.
Some discards here. The Frog up to 5 power. 6 points coming across with that Orc army as well. And Comer does not have it. Corey Burkhart is going to advance to 5-0 with this Grixis midrange deck. Once again, taking down Boros Energy, public enemy #1. Definitely something that Burkhart tuned for this weekend, and it is paying off so far.
Right. This has just been a conversation topic all weekend, was that Boros Energy, kind of the top dog deck to be coming into the event, and there are ways to do that, right? This is a spot where this Grixis mid-range, don't call it control deck, really has a lot of tools and is tuned specifically to line up well against specific cards in the Boros Energy deck. It's a real luxury of kind of knowing what it is you're playing against, and the fact that so many versions of the Energy Shell, I would say, are 4 or 5 cards off of each other in the main deck, and even the cards that they are off of from one another are, do you have Seasoned Pyromancer or Fable of the Mirror Breaker type differences.
Yeah, and just the fact that so much of that stuff you can expect, even if there's a little bit going on one direction or the other, you know that they're going to play some 2-mana spells. So Spell Snare's looking pretty good. You know, they got Flage.
You had to get that one in there.
I did have to do that, and I did accomplish that. Some graveyard hate for the Flages. You know, there's also other decks playing out of the graveyard. Notably, the most recent direction for the Amulet Titan decks, they're playing out of the graveyard. They have that Aftermath Analyst kind of plan going on there. So love this call and this configuration by Corey Burkhart quite a lot. But that's going to do it for round 5 coverage here. We're going to take a quick break, and then Carmen and I will be back for round 6 of Spotlight Series Secret Lair here from SCG Con Indianapolis. Howdy gamers, welcome back to live coverage of Magic Spotlight's Secret Lair here from SCG Con Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Overturf, she's Carmen Klemperens, and we are on round number 6 of Modern Action. We're getting to the point where players are officially locking up the requisite record to make day 2 of contention in this tournament.
Yeah, things are really getting into the thick of things, and I caught a howdy gamers there at the beginning. It suits you well.
Thank you, thank you.
We've got a hot one this round, though.
We do. We have some decks. One that I've been saying we're going to see all day. We're finally going to see it. We have Is It Prowess in the hands of David Duran. This is going to be that Corey Steelcutter deck. We see Mutagenic Growth, a couple Violent Urges, Expressive Iteration, Preordained being the blue cards here, and the Suite of Creatures. This is really stock at this point in the Modern format. 4 Swift Spears, 4 Slickshot Show-Offs, and 4 Dragon's Rage Channelers.
Right, this is something that it's pretty similar to what you're seeing in Standard a lot of the time, but rather than stock up, it's using Expressive Iteration. It's a little bit leaner, a little bit better at helping you double spell. Notably, you also get 0 mana cards. Lava Dart, which is not exactly a 0 mana card, but I wouldn't call it a card that costs mana. And you also have Mishra's Bauble. These are cards that help you actually power up Corey Steelcutter a lot of the time and actually reliably have your turn 2 Steelcutter creature.
Right. On the other side of the table, we have something that you and I certainly have not seen yet. We have Esper Blink in the hands of Oster Christensen. So this is actually playing a lot of Modern Horizons 3 cards and some very new cards here. We have our Psychic Frogs, Solitude in the spread, 4 Overlord of the Baelmerk, and 4 Ketramos the New Dawn.
So this is a really nice one where most of what it's doing is pretty similar to the Orzhov Blink decks that we've seen develop over the last 6 months or so. But main deck, it has Psychic Frogs. Sideboard, it has some Consign of Memories. That's the touch of blue. Psychic Frog, a strong card in its own right. But what it's really doing here is it's providing a layer of redundancy for Ketramos, the New Dawn. This is a card that came out in Aether Drift, and it's kind of struggled to really get a firm foothold in the format in this deck specifically. Some decks play this, some play Aether Vial, some are on Recruiter of the Guard. We're really seeing players figure out how they want to build this deck. I think that having something like Psychic Frog to kind of help you go from 0 to a bunch of cards in exile to turn Ketramos into a real creature rather than just sort of a supercharged Phyrexian Arena could be the thing that sets this version of the deck apart from other ones.
Yeah, we saw Corey Burkhart going to work with Fair Psychic Frog, so registering that makes sense to me. I've seen it work out for a different player in a different shell. Something we saw really take off both with the release of Ketramos and also during Underworld Breach Modern is these main deck copies of Relic of Progenitus. Main deck Graveyard Hate, again in the hands of Corey Burkhart, is something we've been talking about being really well positioned in the Modern format and for this weekend. So I do like a lot of what's going on in Christensen's deck list. When it comes down to the matchup, though, how do you feel about it?
I think I'm going to give a slight nod to the Prowess side of things. I think it's a little bit better at just playing a faster game. And in general, this Esper Blink deck looks a little bit lower on the battlefield interaction.
Yeah, it makes sense to me, but our players are ready, so let's stop talking about it and start finding out about it. Looks like players have their opening hands. We're just waiting for the go-ahead, and they have it. And you have David Duran at 4-1. Oscar Christensen technically undefeated at 4-0-1. Technically undefeated is not the best kind of undefeated.
No, I mean, you're not going to complain about it.
No.
Being undefeated's pretty nice, but you would like to just have all of your match points or all of your matches fall into the first part of your win-loss record.
We're going to see Pluto Delta finding
that was a
Basic Swamp
classy
and
fan out.
Thoughtseize. Graceful fan out, as you said. And we're going to take a look at the 6-card hand for David Duran. It is Preordain, Corey Steelcutter, Wooded Foothills, Mishra's Bauble, Lava Dart, and Dragon's Rage Channeler.
This is a really interesting type of opening hand. I suspect we're going to see Thoughtseize go after the Corey Steelcutter, as it is the card here that is the hardest for this Esper Blink deck that Christensen has to just power through. But I think the sequencing here on Duran's side and really what they have to choose to do is the interesting thing. And I would love to get your thoughts on this because I know you play a lot of the Prowess deck.
So I'm strongly in agreement about that Corey Steelcutter being the standout card on power level. What I think Christensen is thinking about is the fact that this is a 1-land hand. And he correctly comes to the conclusion to take the Steel Cutter. It makes some sense, you know, the DRC, the preordained, they're going to find that land, but they could brick. But I strongly agree with both you and with Christensen that the Steel Cutter is just the take.
Right, this is a spot where if you're in Christensen's seats, you know that you're going to need to play 5-6 turns of Magic to win a game most of the time. It's possible we see the Impended Overlord into Philia, the really fast draw. Most of the time, that is not the story that Christensen's trying to tell. So in that world, you have to think, okay, I should be playing for the games where my opponent has a functional draw and not hope that they brick on a land for, 9 cards or something like that.
Going to see a fetch and a shock for Duran for Steam Vents to cast that Dragon's Rage Channeler. Then playing the Mishra's Bauble, getting that Surveil trigger off the DRC.
Really interesting. Usually, Mishra's Bauble is the only artifact in Graveyard for something like Delirium, but right now, you have to think that Duran is trying to pay some amount of respect to a card like Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah. Black mana is often representative of that.
This is a closed deck event, so we know there are no copies of Bowmasters, but Swamp Thoughtseize, it's got to be one of the first cards you think about.
If you're going to register Dragon's Rage Channeler, and the reason that I am not big on the card in my Prowess decks, Bowmaster is part of the reason, so yeah. But yeah, there's the four Overlord of the Baelmerk. We're seeing a lot more of that kind of stuff in Christensen's deck. Trying to go longer. Cards like Psychic Frog are also very good at answering Dragon's Rage Channeler, just in a more roundabout way.
Ooh, the clean basic from Christensen.
Yeah, Basic Plains is land number 2, and here's an Oracle of Bones. That can do some work at checking Delirium.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty nice get here. Just going after that Wooded Foothills in Duran's graveyard, knocking Duran back to 2 on the Delirium count.
Back Duran's way. Here is that Preordained. Here's a Surveil trigger off the Channeler. Expressive Iteration going to the bin.
All right, couple sorceries, an instant, and a couple artifacts in yard now. Duran really wants to find a land.
I think once again, you're having Duran kind of trying to figure out what's going on the other side of the table. With that Oracle of Bones, you might think this is an Atraxa deck.
Sure.
At which point you would not have time for Expressive Iteration, but this could be a matchup where it's just your best card.
Right, it's really interesting. Right? I think it's going to come down to if Duran has the land drop or not. Oh, you smell that?
Well, we don't have Delirium and we're attacking our 1/1 into a 2/2. So it sure smells like a mutagenic growth.
Oh, I wish I knew if Duran did not have it.
I'm with you. I think it's just strictly correct for Christensen to not block, but it would have been a heck of a thing.
It's so fun because Duran is also supposed to attack every time.
Right.
What do you do, block?
At some point, he won't even be able to choose. But for now, I think, yeah, I agree with you. It should just be coming in.
As you get deeper into events like this, assuming you have a strong record, you can assume your opponents are well-informed, know what's up, etc. You can play around a bit of, oh, no, I think they know that my deck plays mutagenic growth, which means they have to respect it. They don't want to give their card up for nothing.
Something we're seeing here from Christensen. Uses the Marsh Flats to find a basic plan. It's kind of showing that the blue splash on the deck is pretty light. And here is Ketramos. That's a combo with the Oracle.
In a lot of ways, I also think this is Christensen just really valuing having a high life total in the matchup where, yes, casting Psychic Frog is good, but if you don't even have the card yet, it's hard to justify paying 2 life.
Right. Oracle of Bones, it wasn't blocking, so it should attack. Love that from Christensen. We'll see if Duran can ever find that second land.
Yeah, is there a case for the upkeep Lava Dart?
It's ugly.
Look, when you draw the second Steam Vents, it's especially ugly.
Right. Ooh, second Dragon's Rage Channeler, okay. That can make it easier to try to establish and maintain Delirium, even against some light graveyard hate, as Preordained is going to give 2 Surveil 1 triggers. The ideal hit, Lava Dart, going to the graveyard.
Judgment Lava Dart, no less.
The ideal Lava Dart.
The ideal Lava Dart.
Second card is kept on top as now Duran scries 2. Can be pretty confident that both are not going to the bottom.
Dragon's Age Channeler is just such a fun card.
Yes. Looks like Duran's thinking about keeping both of them, and he does. We now have Sorcery Instant Artifact in the graveyard. The Lava Dart could put a land there at any time. Attack for 1. Christensen to 13 as we go back his way.
This is so interesting where having a target for Emperor of Bones in this Lava Dart really makes it feel good, but the Emperor of Bones does want to find a creature to exile for the sake of pressure.
Well, Overlord of the Baelmerk is pretty good at helping on that front. We see Ketramos, Got the Shrine, Witch Enchanter, all milled, and I think that's the backside of a Bogart Trawler.
Ooh, that's a nice hit off Emperor of Bones.
Oh, yeah, you could go after that graveyard, really turn off this Delirium.
It also puts a bunch of cards in exile, notably, which means the Ketramos with lifelink.
Yeah, that would just be there.
Whew.
Do we have a black source is the question.
Oh,
well,
no.
you can pick up the Trawler land, right?
Right, you can see Christensen saying, oh, I really want that to be what I do, but...
It can't do both things. It can't be a swamp and a Trawler. Oh, there's Watery Grave, though.
Hey, that can be a swamp and an island.
Correct. Could also be mana for the Trawler.
It could be a boat. You know how bad we want one of those.
And yeah, kind of as predicted here, the Oracle of Bones is going to exile that Trawler, Ketramos trigger. Oracle of Bones is going to put that one on the battlefield.
All right, Emperor of Bones now a 4/4.
Bogart Trawler, I would like to exile your graveyard. Duran cannot be thrilled about that.
Ketramos, luckily a 1 or more.
Sure, yeah, not just to draw 6 here is what you're getting at?
Well, and lose 6.
Sure.
It is not clear to me. I suspect Duran would be thrilled if that were to trigger 6 times here.
Sure, that could be the only shot at trying to win the game. Just some chip shots upstairs. But the really bad news is that this lifelinking Ketramos gets to attack now.
One of the nice things that the Prowess deck has going for it is it is great at saying, no, 13, I understand it's very cute that you think that's a safe life total, and I love that for you, but... And then you just chunk them for 20 out of nowhere.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of the reasons I'm not the biggest Dragon's Rage Channeler the fan. It only attacks for 3 ever, when it's not attacking for 1.
Okay, well, sometimes a Dragon's Rage Channeler it has violent urges.
That's true. That's true. It can get large that way. Here is doing some chump blocking to try to claw back into Delirium for the other copy, but that Ketramos is going to chunk in for a big life swing.
And I do like the chump block for the reason you said. Getting a creature in yard is not nothing at this point, especially with Emperor of Bones pressuring Duran's graveyard.
Bad news is that Duran really needs something.
Yes.
Not nothing, not quite doing it. Don't do what Donnie Don't does. Back over to Duran.
What? Sorry, that wasn't very yes-and of me.
Here's a lightning bolt upstairs. Here's a surveil off the DRC.
Is this an upkeep bolt, perchance?
I believe this was after drawing. Another lightning bolt upstairs.
That's getting kind of close.
Yeah. Some mutagenic growth in the grip could be a thing. Tricky thing is with that 4/4 hanging back, that the DRC has to fly to make anything happen.
Right,
There wasn't mana, there wasn't spells, and Oscar Christensen is going to pick up game number 1 there.
That was so close.
Yeah, I think that in some ways it looked like a runaway, but like you said, I think it was closer than it appeared. And Duran pretty close to representing lethal on that final turn, but we are going to go to sideboarding. What do you like on Duran's side of thing for this matchup?
The things that stick out to me are just anything that interact with creatures. I think for the most part, Duran is really trying to make sure that they aren't disrupting the core of what their deck does too much, so I wouldn't expect really too much messing with what's going on, but Into the Floodmont, Unholy Heat both stick out to me as possible gets for Duran here. In general, I think cards like Mutagenic Growth get a bit worse post-sideboard whenever your opponent's planning to interact more. So I would even see this being Duran trying to get those cards out of their deck more than it is they are stoked to get Into the Floodmar Unholy Heat in.
Yeah, there's a lot of tension going on with Unholy Heat versus Psychic Frog and Graveyard Hate.
Yes.
It's really tough to actually convert it.
Right, exactly.
On the other side of things, for Oscar Christensen on this Esper Blink deck, what do you like here against Prowess?
I like High Noon a decent amount. This is something we've seen instant. You know what? What do you like here, right?
That's strong.
No, it's fine. What do you like? What do you like?
Strategically, love the High Noon. As a human being, I'm disgusted.
Okay, well, luckily it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So I also like temporary lockdown in the matchup. And I think you could make a case for Wrath of the Skies, but I'm not particularly interested hanging my hat on it if I'm in Christensen's seat, especially when you're on the draw. I could see it coming back in whenever you're on the play, but I think you're at risk of dying before you can really convert it. There aren't other sources of energy in Christensen's deck to ever have the quote-unquote 2-mana mode.
Yeah.
So I think it's a bit of a liability on the draw, but I do think there's a strong justification for it when you're on the play, especially if you find out that Duran is better at leveraging any of the cards like Corey Steelcutter in the post-board games.
That's a really good shout in terms of the deck not having other energy sources to really leverage the Wrath of the Skies on time. And if you're a fan of good shouts, maybe you should check out the StarCityGames.com newsletter, where you can keep abreast of all kinds of information in the world on all things Magic. We have information on upcoming events, releases. Magic Final Fantasy is coming up. You can keep up with previews on that set there. This is just a free source of all kinds of information that you are obviously interested in if you're watching this broadcast.
Right, especially when it comes to the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy release. There's a bunch of different kind of things in the product umbrella for it, keeping up to date on what's cool, what's awesome, especially if you're a Final Fantasy fan going, oh, the Commander decks are each committed to a different game. That's awesome. You're not necessarily going to get that just from looking at the box. So having someone giving you the down low on what is going on is super valuable in this space.
Much love to Nick Miller for keeping the newsletter going, for doing all our feature match picks, keeping up our metagame breakdown and deck lists for events like this.
John Hall, also big contributor to the newsletter. Just old friend of mine down from North Carolina where we first started playing together. I think he's over in Tennessee now, but any more specific, I might be doxing him. So
It's like players have presented for game number 2, both hoping to find a nice 7-card hand. Duran was on 6 in game number 1. Some mana woes kind of defined his side of the affair. And unfortunately, quickly to 6.
And I do think that the Izzet Prowess deck is one of the decks that can actually struggle a little bit more on mulliganing.
Yes, so it is really a critical mass deck, which is really the case for Prowess, specifically Corey Steelcutter, trying to cast 2 spells a turn. Also, this is a version of Prowess. There's been some iterations of Prowess in Modern that are really heavy on 1-mana spells, but this Izzet Prowess deck is longer on 2s than most historical Prowess decks in this format.
Right, something like Slickshot Show Off is a very strong card in its own right, but it does kind of ask you to have 3 or 4 other cards in your hand for it to really do a ton.
Right.
Though that being said, having the full set of expressive iterations, pretty nice in this matchup, especially now that Duran knows what's going on.
Yeah, we don't have to be afraid of that Atraxa kind of business anymore. Duran can now look at expressive iteration and see it as a way to actually climb ahead in terms of material. Christensen's going to 6, but Duran is going to 5.
Ooh.
And this Esper Blink deck is pretty long on ways to get card advantage as the game progresses, and a 5-card hand is pretty tough at closing a game quickly.
Yeah, it's really interesting where I think there are a lot of versions of hands that the Esper Blink deck has that can kind of undo a mulligan over time, but there are very few of them that don't ask you to have some amount of cardboard to give up. That's the hard part. Psychic Frog, for example, is something that you probably need to chuck a card or two against our red deck to actually have it start accruing cards and be at the part of the game where Psychic Frog isn't stuck on defense.
Right.
Solitude is kind of a similar situation. Ephemerate is a great value engine as long as you have an ETB creature that is already in play and that isn't going to get destroyed whenever you target it with the Ephemerate and so on. So I think there are a lot of ways for Christensen to make up this mulligan, but it is not a given that they're going to have the time to do so.
Sure. We'll see if Christensen's able to keep on 6. That's already making up a little bit on the mulligan, both with Duran being on 5 and Christensen on the draw.
Yes.
Looks like Christensen's happy with the 6. Duran probably at best resigned to the 5.
Yeah, a lot of times I think both players, but one, because of what the Esper Blink deck is doing and having a bunch of cards like Solitude, sometimes you are just happy with lands and spells. Duran being on 5 will take any lands and spells.
Basic Mountain and Monastery Swift Spear
Ooh.
entering the battlefield, tapped and attacking.
Look at that mountain.
Really nice mountain.
Take me to church.
Christensen's going to play on cracking Marsh Flats for his land. Basic Plains as the find.
That's actually my default planes on Arena.
Really?
Just yeah.
Which set is that?
Eldraine?
First one or second one?
Throne of Eldraine.
Okay. Prismatic Ending is going to tag the Swift Spear.
Okay. That's nice. That is actually a really good pickup for Christensen here. We talked about it going into the match. A little bit lighter on ways to attack the battlefield. 2 Prismatic Endings and 4 Fatal Pushes, the main spot removal spells that Christensen has access to, and only 2 Ephemerates.
No second land for Duran, but a Dragon's Rage Channeler will replace the threat. This here is a Bleachbone Verge as land number 2 for Christensen. There's land number 2 for Duran, Arid Mesa, presumably finding a Steam Vents. Steam Vents and shocking for it, down to 17 is Duran.
Not that shocking.
And here's Corey Steelcutter. That's going to give us Surveil trigger. Another Dragon's Rage Chandler is going to be surveilled away. That makes sense. Gets the creature in the graveyard. Mutagenic Growth targeting DRC. This is going to make a monk token.
Yes.
This is going to surveil. All right, this is a really good turn.
Yes.
The Mutagenic Growth is the 3rd card type towards Delirium.
Trigger, trigger, trigger.
Card stays on top, which is probably not a bad thing. Looks like Christensen might want to respond to some of this.
Yeah, you can tell at this point, Christensen has something. And it's just figuring out, okay, well, how do I do it? It feels like this is Solitude Ephemerate, where you need the trigger to resolve, so you have multiple things to target with the Solitude.
Right.
enters.
Yeah, you need the monk on the battlefield.
Right, right. Entirely possible it's Fatal Push, and Christensen is weighing, okay, well, if you left your card on top, do I want to go after the prowess creature, or am I more worried about taking, say, 2 extra damage now?
Solitude, pitching Prismatic Ending. There goes the Dragon's Rage Channeler. All right, there's no Ephemerate.
Okay, it was just Solitude.
Monk token comes across for 2.
2 of them.
Christensen to 16, and here is Ophelia.
Exuberant little herder.
This could immediately get very scary, and it does, as here is Overlord of the Baelmerk.
On theme for Duskmorn.
Yes. It is impending, but those 5 counters are going to go away in pretty short order, I have to imagine. Ophelia will blink the Overlord. Connect for 2 points. Solitude also picked up off the Overlord. This is a nightmare for Duran.
Right, and this is the second Solitude.
Ugh.
Right. Okay, 4 cards flipped over from the Overlord. Hard to imagine it's not the other Solitude, just a white card to pitch at worst.
Yikes. This is
At
a high
worst.
floor. You need some stairs to get to the first floor of this strategy.
Well, there are 2 flights of stairs on either side of the Overlord, so good news. The bad news is the Colossopede.
Right, second Corey Steelcutter, and here's a 0-mana play. It looks like Mishra's Bobble, so 2 more monks are going to show up.
And this is one of the strengths of the Is It Prowess deck that Duran has brought this weekend, is it can actually hang in a grindy game. It's not going as big. Things are not great for Duran, but the fact that there is still a game to play is a testament to this deck's strength.
Yeah, the Steelcutter is about the best card in the Prowess deck against something like Solitude. Got some work to do against this Overlord.
Ooh, is this everyone sideways?
If you want to get some damage in, makes sense. That's kind of what you have to do, right?
I mean, well, I started to say this smells like a mutagenic growth, and then I look at the 2 Solitudes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually just pushing damage.
Maybe this is an attack for 6. Okay.
Yeah, you can't
Or
just
for 4, rather.
you can't just try to play forever against Ophelia blinking the Overlord every turn.
Absolutely.
Overlord also getting its own attack trigger.
Right. You also know you can't really block against these Solitudes.
Right. You can't block great against Ophelia because that can also just blink out your monk tokens.
Ooh.
And it does.
It can, and it will. Oh, Witch Enchanter.
That's not weak. It's a white card for these Solitudes right now. The mana development's not really there. But white card for Solitude makes it really tough for Duran to find a way out.
It doesn't really feel like the game is going to go that long or be about it, but it is able to destroy Corey Steelcutters if the game comes to that.
Yes.
There are notably Flicker Wisps in Christensen's deck.
That is a combo. Relic of Progenitus. Immediately cracked.
I like doing this at sorcery speed. It lets Christensen know if they draw a land, they can play it. We see this tap Godless Shrine-Eater. Or that could have been, well, I have a bunch of white cards. I can play my Witch Enchanter as a tapped land as well.
Right. Yeah, that extra information, and because those Solitudes are free spells, makes a lot of sense just to get that extra card. So we go back to Duran. He's going to need something really nice to try to close as quickly as possible here. And those 2 Solitudes that are... There's not really counterplay against that in this Prowess deck, is there?
No.
Well, that's tough.
No, it's consigned to memory.
Ooh. Okay. Lightning Bolt and Ophelia into the Floodmaw and the Overlord. That at least cleans up what Christensen's doing proactively.
That's not bad. All of a sudden, this monk token is a 3/3. I have a feeling it is a 2/2 right now and is going to get exiled, but it will become a 3/3 given 2 spells have been cast.
And this is a lot of monks. This is starting to look possible for Duran.
Right, we were talking about things looking bad, but I don't know. It looks like the whole monastery has come out in support of Duran here.
Yeah, and I think you're also seeing why Christensen really valued not playing that Witch Enchanter as a land drop. I guess it's exiled to the Solitude, so we're not going to see that able to destroy a Steelcutter. But certainly part of the consideration is life total's now tied at 8 with those monks coming across.
That is not much, though. Is Duran out of cards?
Duran did mulligan to 5.
Exactly. It hasn't had an expressive iteration or anything like that this game.
Meticulous Archive is going to surveil a Flooded Strand to the graveyard for Christensen, and here's Ketramos.
There certainly are enough cards in exile.
Yeah, that relic made sure of that, huh?
All right, knock on the deck.
The monks are attacking. Ketramos is going to jump in front.
Well, there has to be something.
It's mutagenic growth. Okay. Grow that monk up to a 5/5. The other one is a 3/3. Ketramos, how destructible would you say the creature is?
I would say it is not out-destructible.
more indestructible?
It is indestructible.
Well, that's tough. I believe it's just a wash on combat damage then?
That is correct. Well,
Yikes.
actually, I believe Christensen netted a life there.
I think there's a trample for one.
Oh, the trample. Thank you.
Right. It kind of seems like Duran really needed to wait a turn and try to have a second spell to pair with the growth, but
Sure.
it's tough no matter how you slice it. Another Relic of Progenitus. Card really combining with Ketramos.
Okay, so this time Christensen's just tapping it. One card going away for Duran. Christensen losing a life, drawing a card.
And with Duran so low, the Ketramos can really start to threaten Christensen actually ending the game, as if the giant lifelink blocker were not intimidating enough. Oh, wow. Paying 3 life for a land here. Oh, there's that Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, okay.
Good night. Yeah, Duran going to pick up the lands too, as Oscar Christensen is going to win this game 2-0. Esper Blink advancing to 5-0-1, still technically undefeated.
Right, that was nice. And, you know, I do actually like how Wrath of the Skies played in that last game. So that was a situation where I personally was a little bit skeptical going into a game where we see Christensen on the draw. It's not a given that they're going to end up having time to cast it. The first copy in particular I think is nice. The Plague Wind mode on that, really doing a lot.
Yes. And just having the time to set up and actually getting the cutters, you can kind of conceive of a similar game where even if Christensen stumbled on lands, just getting the monks might have bought enough time. You know, if you have enough time to develop, get the Ketramos online. But really good stuff for that Esper Blink deck. I'm sure this is not the last that we will see of Is It Prowess. It is for this round, though. As our backup match, we have some spice here, and our players are ready. Let's go ahead and just get down to it. We'll talk you through it when we get there. We have Mono Blue Belcher in the hands of Nate Cat against Taig to Jolly on Eldrazi Ramp. This is actually more of an Eldrazi aggro deck. Forgive the overlay here. Playing some Eldrazi line breakers.
Oh yeah,
Some Writhing Chrysalis beatdown.
I love the line breaker. If Flage was not the last card made in MH3, Eldrazi line breaker was. This is a card that was redesigned, I think, more than 5 times throughout the process, just top to bottom, going, that didn't work. Let's try again.
And we are starting from turn 1 of game 1. We saw Devourer of Destiny revealed for Tajali. Looks like Cavern of Souls. Got to be an Eldrazi. This is the turn 1 land. Nate Cat does have the turn 1 suspended Lotus Bloom, though. That's the green light for the Belcher deck.
Right. This is a spot where you know what's going on whenever that happens. All right. Nate Cat gonna go ahead and actually just de-sleeve an MDFC to play it tapped and not re-sleeve it.
Love it. Right, Sire of 7 Deaths is going to go into Ugin's Labyrinth, and Eldrazi Linebreaker is going to get busy. I believe for 4 points being the sole Eldrazi.
Really big fan of this card. It basically just being the Eldrazi version of Reckless Stormseeker is a lot of fun.
You know I love any red creature with haste.
Well, so this one doesn't have haste.
It also isn't red, it's devoid.
Oh, wow. We are... This is the meteorology kerfuffle all over again. We're going to get through this.
Lotus Plume down to 2 counters rather. Cat once again de-sleeving in MDFC to play a land. I believe this is a 3-point swing for a Soporific Springs to cast a Philagi Archaeologist.
Philagi Archaeologist just so nice. It's just super, 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 super Elvish Visionary in this deck.
Oh yeah. It can find the quote-unquote lands, as a waterlogged teachings is one of the options here.
Right. From the creators of Enters the Battlefield, draw a card. Comes Enters the Battlefield, Strategic Planning, or have a 1/4.
Yes. It is not weak.
really interesting that Cat is thinking about this decision. It just speaks to them basically trying to figure out, do I want to get a Lotus Bloom with this Whir of Invention? It also can get Goblin Charbelcher.
Right. And the Whir of Invention was the pickup. One of the axes that the Mono Blue Belcher fights on, the way that it's able to survive until turn 4, is a lot of free counter spells. This Cavern of Souls is a really big deal on that front, though. So here comes a glaring Flesh Raker.
Card is nice. It's even better with haste.
Yes. Attack for 7 this time. Archaeologist is going to eat 3 of it. 4 will come across. Cat to 9?
Not much.
Lotus Bloom down to 1. Here's a Thundertrap Trainer. That's going to be 4 looks.
In a lot of ways, this really does just feel like Modern from 10 years ago. The details are different, but I'll suspend a Lotus Bloom, play a bunch of weird lands, and probably deal you 50 damage out of nowhere against, here's Cavern of Souls, here's my Typal Eldrazi deck, let's see what happens.
A throwback to Ad Nauseum is what you're alluding to.
Yes.
Thundertrap Trainer is going to pick up one of those modal dual face lands that'll enter tapped. Cat very much threatening to combo on the following turn.
Ooh, I love Warpscape Battle Mage.
This one looks like it has been kicked. I believe the effect is to bounce the opposing blocker.
That is what it looks like. This does look like it's threatening lethal.
Yeah, haste that one up. The Flesh Raker also making a token, getting in for a damage that way.
And an additional colorless body.
Yeah, another Eldrazi for the Line Breaker. Yeah, a couple points off of the Flesh Raker. Both players just kind of confirming that they both know what's going on in this game. But it is lethal damage. That's what's going on.
That is what matters, is Cat picks them up, sending us to game 2.
Yeah, Tig to Jolly on Eldrazi aggro, not ramp. Eldrazi aggro as players go to the sideboard. Nate Cat on Mono Blue Belcher. Looks like he could use some help after that one. What does he have?
So, a lot of things to like in the sideboard. So, Harbinger of the Seas is a card that can make it really hard for Tig to actually play the game. Consign to Memory is one that is really tough, right? Where Cavern of Souls is going to let the spells actually power through it, but Consign to Memory is at least going to be okay against a lot of the triggered abilities. Even if it's just buying you a turn of haste in the face of a Line Breaker, that's not that bad.
Yeah, makes sense. And then for Tig, on the Eldrazi ramp side of things, this is certainly a deck that was likely something that Tig was aware of going into the weekend. What looks good in the sideboard?
I like Vexing Bauble. This is something that's pretty good against the likes of Lotus Bloom in particular. I think there are a lot of things that you could look to, like Unlicensed Hearst, if you want to try and shut off the Tameshi half of the combo, where in a lot of ways I don't think Tig really wants to mess with the formula too much. I think he really just wants to try and basically try and execute on the game plan just like we saw there, because I think Tig is a little bit faster most of the time. That is not a given, but whenever you're the aggressor, you don't want to mess up your formula too bad, so I would expect to see a little bit less coming in from his side of the table.
I want to ask you, I feel like Disruptor Float is tailor-made for a spot like this. I think that one's likely coming in. Try to turn off the Belchers.
Yeah, in general, anything that starts with name a card is going to be pretty nice in a combo matchup.
But you're saying something like Trinisphere is probably more ambitious.
Yeah, Trinisphere in general is something that is actually what Nate is already trying to do.
Yeah.
Right, we saw a couple of 2-mana creatures that are helping dig Nate towards specific combo pieces over the course of the game, but most of the cards we're talking about, Harbinger of the Seas, 3 mana, Tameshi, 3 mana, Whir of Invention, at least 3 mana. It's not really doing that much, and I think it just muddies the water for Tig more than it really gives him something to hold on to.
And you called out Vexing Bauble as a really good foil to Lotus Bloom.
Yes.
There's also 4 main deck Chalice of the Void. So there's really cheap ways to cover that, which is another reason why you're saying Trinisphere probably not really the way to go.
Right, exactly. And Vexing Bauble also is one of the best hate pieces in this sort of matchup, because if you start to trip over over them, it does have that buyout of drawing a card.
Yeah, it's free real estate.
It's also really nice against the card Pact of Negation, which
Yeah.
Cavern of Souls was providing some insulation in that game, but that's not a given. It'll happen every time.
Yeah, exactly right. If you're watching at home, I want to thank you so much for joining us. I also want to thank our sponsors for this weekend, Beckett and Dragon Shield, for help making this event possible. Big fan of Dragon Shields, cannot sing their praises enough. Every Magic card that I play with is sleeved in a Dragon Shield sleeve.
Yeah, it's been true for me for well over 2 decades at this point. I've definitely dabbled with other brands, but Dragon Shield is someone who I've stuck by for a really long time, and it makes me proud to know that and that they are helping keep tabletop Magic alive to this day.
Yeah, absolutely. Big events are coming back in a big way. Dragon Shield making that possible. I love what they are doing, for you and I, for everybody here in the room, for everybody watching at home. All right, we are underway for game number 2. Looks like we once again have the suspended Lotus Bloom, this time Cat on the play.
I think Tyke has a Devourer of Destiny.
Yes.
It's probably just hiding out off camera.
It looks like there's multiple Devour triggers being resolved, actually. It's kind of a weird way that one's resolved, where you reveal them during your opponent's first turn if they're on the play, and then you resolve them on your turn.
Correct.
Cavern of Souls and Vexing Bauble. That's quite the 1-2 punch in the matchup.
Ooh, yeah. This is one of those ones that a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, I'm 90% in this matchup," and you just go, "No, you're not." Like decks don't always even work that often. Like that's not. Come on, can we? You're probably 70% and it feels unlosable. I get it. This might actually be a 90% matchup.
This start is unreal.
This is really tough. But I don't think Nate is completely out of it. The nice thing about the deck that he's brought this weekend is it can just play a 4-mana card, and if Nate untaps, game over.
Well, here's where it compounds, though. There's Eldrazi Temple into turn 2 Eldrazi Lawnbreaker, once again attacking for 4 very quickly.
Whew, uncounterable, no less.
The uncounterability on the Cavern, the Vexing Bauble checking Lotus Bloom, that's all really strong. And now the Line Breaker is the clock. So Cat needs to figure this out, and pretty quickly. If there is some way to bounce the Bauble, we could be looking at a Charbelcher win next turn.
Right, there were a couple of copies of Into the Floodmaw, which is really the main thing that I think we're going to see from Nate here, is trying to thread that needle as best as possible.
Cat will pay 3 life for the untapped Seagate. We go back to Tig.
Okay, I mean, that's War of Invention, land, Belcher, kill you. War of
Checks
Invention
out.
for Lotus Bloom,
Yes.
specifically.
Yeah, putting it onto the battlefield just works.
Right.
It's like Karplusan Forest is the land, and a Glaring Fleshraker. Sorry. This is the common, the Writhing Chrysalis, bringing 2 Eldrazi spawns with it. That's quite strong with the Line Breaker. That's 3 more bodies.
Ooh. All right, and you can see in some ways it feels like Nate might be considering the consign at this point, thinking about triggers. I think it is somewhat unlikely, but it's not out of range.
Yeah. Yeah, something to try to buy yourself a turn. Looks like the spawns are being sacked right away to grow the Chrysalis, and that 2 mana is going to be an It that heralds the end.
It.
A Lord, an Eldrazi Lord. Not literally. I don't believe it has the Lord creature type.
It's complicated. It's more of a drone. They have a strange hierarchical structure. I wish I wasn't an expert.
I would think a drone would be rather simple.
And yet, listen, I don't. It's complicated. They contain multitudes.
The way that it's complicated is complicated. I do not have time to explain this to you.
Thank you. We're in combat.
Linebreaker looks like it's going to haste up that giant Chrysalis. That makes sense. So the Linebreaker is currently a 4. The Chrysalis is a base 5 and then +3. So that's 12 points. Is Cat at 1?
Oh my gosh.
Here's that War of Invention. Here's that Lotus Bloom. Cat is, in fact, that one. Now, here's something that's tough for the Belcher deck. They don't play basic lands.
Correct.
So getting a 4-source untapped is, it's tough.
I think the answer might just be, oh, it is the Consign.
Consign countering the Vexing Bobble trigger.
Okay.
There we go. Lotus Bloom resolves. All right, Nate Cat, we're looking for a Goblin Charbelcher. There it is. Target you. All right. Let me see your cards.
So
All
I was
right.
just saying, okay, how'd you board? This is a closed deck list event. So this is the spot where even in an open deck list event, you do want to know how your opponent boards. But now, Tig actually gets to take a look at how Nate has configured the counter spells they've brought, the reactive spells, what kind of bounce spells they might have, and those End of the Flood mods. This is very real.
Getting a feel for the number of consigns. Consign to Memory has to be one of the most registered cards in the tournament. See 3 and 4 of that in a lot of sideboards in Modern these days.
Right, it's just so versatile. And yeah, there it is. Tig takes, I believe that was 39, or 49 rather.
That's a lot.
More than 19.
Yes. Cat only took 19. Only. From 2 turns of attacking. The damage output on this Eldrazi deck is wild.
And a lot of that is just the sort of haste in a can offered by the line breaker.
So I want to circle back to something watching that game play out. We saw that Cat did have some real play against Vexing Bobble. At that point, are you thinking that maybe you want the Trinisphere just to supplement these things?
I'm leaning towards no. That's a game that Tijali would have won on the play.
Sure, yeah.
So I think for the most part, you really don't want to mess with the formula of having pressure that bad. It felt like that game was really close for Tijali and might have just had a little bit of play draw going on. I am not super high confidence, but in general, I am not 100% confident the Trinisphere is going to be what the doctor ordered.
Right.
Though, the way that it interacts against a suspended Lotus Bloom ain't too shabby.
Yeah, forcing that to pay 3. Notably, the Trinisphere, you can't Cavern of Souls your way into resolving that against a consign.
Yeah.
So that's tough.
Right, it feels like it's weak to a lot of the cards that your deck is already kind of weak to, with the core difference basically being that you can't Cavern it out, and when Cavern is blanking a bunch of other cards in the Disrupting Shoal Pact of Negation space, it is a pretty tough sell to just kind of give that lightning rod to your opponent on purpose.
So we are in round 6, getting pretty deep into day 1 of SCG Con in Indianapolis here on the Spotlight Series. We have more SCG Con events coming up here. If you're interested in playing one of these open events on the Spotlight Series, we have both SCG Con Orlando and SCG Con Baltimore. Those ones, if you have a deck, you can roll up and play. And then we also have regional championships at SCG Con Houston, SCG Con Las Vegas. Those ones you have to earn entry for the main event, but there's a lot going on in these cons. You can show up for all kinds of side events for those ones as well.
I know, I'm starting to play. I am actually planning to start bringing more constructed decks just to play on Friday at these. I know I love playing Legacy whenever I can.
I found myself wishing I had my Modern deck with me this weekend.
We were literally sitting at the hotel room going, I have it sitting on my kitchen table. Why did I not just put it in my bag? What is wrong with me?
Yeah. I was fiending to lava spike somebody.
I know, and SCG Con Vegas is pretty close to my birthday. So I'm thinking I might have to make a little trip out for that one, even if it's just for fun.
Ooh, yeah. Just for fun.
Just for fun. What, you think I'm going to compete? No. I can't do that. What if I could?
Looks like in game number 3 here, Nate Cat is looking at a mulligan to 5.
So one of the nice things is that this is a deck that only has one goal. Nate's Belcher deck, if there isn't a disruptive piece from Tig, Nate is just going to be clear for takeoff. Here's Lotus Bloom. That's
3 for 3 on the turn
kind
1
of 3
bloom.
cards.
Yeah. It is the one that makes the mana side of the equation easy. This Tig is going to once again have that turn 2 line breaker and get busy.
With a Cavern of Souls.
Yeah, can't counter that.
Listen, both of these players, they have a plan.
Yes.
And they came here to execute on it.
Largely a race. There are disruptive elements in both decks. We've seen both players really trying to go as fast as they can to just execute, go upstairs.
And notably, Tig does not have one of those locked pieces yet.
Right. Yeah, there was no Vexing Bauble there. There was no Chalice of the Void. Pretty funny the way that Chalice on 0, you're afforded a little bit of time against Lotus Bloom. Still has 2 more draw steps to try to find that one. Cat's going to pay 3 life for an untapped land to play this Philology Archaeologist. Looks at Tameshi, Whir of Invention, and a Seagate Restoration.
Whir of Invention looking pretty nice. Also, one of those lands is an untapped, or the Seagate Restoration does represent an untapped land.
Right. Whir of Invention is the pickup. And back to Jolly. We saw untapping with Linebreaker representing a ton of damage in the last game. Writhing Chrysalis just did a ton, and here is Writhing Chrysalis. Here's 2 spawns.
I mean, in a lot of ways, this deck does one trick, right? It cranks out an attacker a little bit ahead of schedule, and that's what we've seen Tig execute on multiple times.
Linebreaker pumps the Chrysalis, currently attacking for 9.
Checking if the Linebreaker gives trample.
Kind of the same either way with 3 toughness.
Well, if it doesn't grant trample.
Yes, it would be better to make this block.
Right.
Yes.
All right, and it does not. It just gives haste. Nate down
Lotus
to 10.
Bloom. Lotus Bloom to 1 counter. We know about a Whir of Invention in hand.
And I'm not seeing anything in the way of the instant speed colorless spells that Tig could have to disrupt things here.
Thundertrap Trainer is going to be 4 looks.
Interestingly, Tig leaving these spawns in play because they actually represent additional attackers. So Tig right now has the ability to go a little bit wider with damage and not consolidate, say, so many chips on the same creature.
Yeah, the Linebreaker can pump one of those, split up the damage that way. That's a really good point. Goblin Charbelcher picked up by Cat. Cat has to know that he has at most 1 more turn facing down this many attackers.
The apocalypse clock is at 1.
All right, over to Tig. See if he can make that no turns. Ooh, big play here. Whoa, Kozilek's Command making a bunch of Scions. So sacking the 2 Scions grows the Chrysalis up to a 4/5. Get the blocker out of the way and tend to make 3 more Scions. That's 3 Scions for both the Linebreaker and the Chrysalis.
Whoa!
This is way over lethal.
And it resolving. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh, this is so much damage.
Way more than enough. And Tig to Jolly is going to advance to 6-0, locking a spot in day number 2 here with this red-green Eldrazi aggro deck. Yeah, we see like the go big giant Eldrazi decks. This Eldrazi Linebreaker thing, just closing that quickly against a combo deck. Mono Blue Belcher puts you on a clock. It says, all right, you have until turn 4. And Tig said, all right, I only need 3.
Oh, all right. Well, see you there.
Yeah, looked really good. I hope that we see more of that deck this weekend. And Tig will be playing all of the rounds.
Yeah, I love the look of this list. I think there's a lot to love about it. And Sire of 7 Deaths is one that also just lines up really well against decks like Boros Energy. Just making a big, resilient, trampling, life-linking, all of the other things threat is really hard to beat with a bunch of little knuckleheads.
You also can't flage through it.
Right.
It's a 7/7 with Ward 7 life.
Right, what do you do? Pay 14 life to get it to 1 toughness?
Yikes.
I don't, but do you?
Somebody could. Yeah, I would not. I would not do that. That was a lot of fun to watch. And if you're enjoying watching, great news because Corey Bowmeister, Jim Davis are about to be back in the booth. We got 3 more rounds. They're going to take us home today, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back for more Magic here from Spotlight Series Secret Lair in just a moment.
Hello, welcome back to SCG Indianapolis here for Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. We're getting into the heart of a tournament here on day one, and of course we got round 7, 8, and 9 coming up. Players vying for their day 2 lives.
Yeah, things start to get really, really important here for these last few rounds. We're going to be focusing on the players that are kind of crushing it, but there are plenty of people down in the X2, X3 bracket that are doing exactly that, just trying to play tomorrow.
Yeah, and you can lock things up right now with a win, right? We're going to see 2 players who are 6-0.
Yep, well, they're already locked.
All right. Right, even better.
Already locked, yeah. We're going to see them.
All right, so we're going to see 2 players who are battling for an undefeated record to go into day 2 with a great standing, of course. We got Corey Burkhart. Corey Burkhart, we see here in second place.
Yep.
Just been crushing these events.
He really has been. He's always been in contention. Took second to Jesse Robkin in that Breach Mirror, which was really exciting to watch. And yeah, we're down to 10 players at the undefeated. We'll say, we're all the way down to 12 players, technically undefeated, but this tournament is a little bit smaller than we've seen in the past, so we are starting to see everything condense already. So yeah, Corey Burkhart up top, Nicholas Odenheimer won Atlanta, as well as some other great players here on this page.
What do you think of this metagame breakdown here? We've got a pretty wide variety of spread in this top 16.
Yeah, this is awesome to see. We saw Standard be pretty much dominated by Is It Prowess not too long ago. This is just a work of art. I see so many different decks, and that's really what Modern is all about. It'll be really exciting if this is what it looks like going into the win-and-in round tomorrow.
Good stuff. So let's see page number 2 here for rest of our top 32. And any big names stand out to you?
All right, looking for any big names here. Not any huge ones that stand out to me, but once again, just a lot of deck diversity. See some Hollow One there, some more Belcher, Eldrazi Ramp, which we haven't seen a ton of. We saw the Eldrazi aggro deck here not too long ago, but once again, just looking beautiful as far as a deck spread goes.
Yeah, and of course, Boros Energy, kind of our story going into the event.
Yeah.
Not super represented on these on this graphic here, these top 32. They're out there, they're doing pretty well, but as far as domination goes, you think of this is the deck of the tournament.
Yeah.
So far, pretty modest results.
Very modest, which just leads me to believe that sure, it's the best aggro deck, but we see some Domain Zoo in there. We saw some aggressive Eldrazi, Azorius Affinity. You can kind of count as an aggressive deck, especially Hollow One, a fantastic aggressive deck. You can really do whatever you want in Modern. I'm glad we're back to the stage where you can do kind of whatever you want in Modern as long as you know your deck and kind of prepare for other matchups. Maybe wasn't the case for our last RCs. You had to be either playing Breach or targeting it extremely. That's not the metagame we're looking for right now. Modern looks amazing to me.
Yeah, the more global rather than just Breach versus the world.
Yeah,
we have a fair versus combo. Ramp. Yeah. The main archetypes. Just really, really cool to see.
Yeah.
Variety in those archetypes as well.
I love it. So
we're gonna hop down to our undefeated match here between Corey Burkhart and Nicholas Odenheimer. Corey Burkhart on a brand building special. Corey messaged me on Twitter a few days ago. He's like, Jim, I've been winning too much lately. I'm gonna go back to the brand building.
Yeah.
I'm playing Grixis, Snapcaster Mage. You can't stop me.
Didn't he try to fit a Cryptic Command in there?
He did say he was going to try and get one in. The first words I said to him when he walked in the building and I saw him was, Cryptic Command? No Cryptic Command. Otherwise, Snapcaster Mage, really, really cool stuff.
So he let us down. Is that what you're saying? Oh, sorry. That was our off-camera conversation. Exactly.
We're still Snapcastering here, Corey. Good things are happening.
Yes.
And then we got Nicholas is playing just Boros Energy. Nothing too crazy here.
Yep.
So kind of the Brew versus the most established deck. I feel like there's no more fun match to watch in coverage than that.
Yeah, totally agree. You get to see if the big bad is going to take over or, if the Brew can line up. And we've seen Corey do pretty well against basically every Boros Energy player that we've seen. We've seen him on coverage twice so far. And needless to say, every time I tuned in, a Bowmaster was killing either an Ocelot Pride or a Regavan, and then the Amass token, the Bowmasters were doing some work outside of that. So, yeah, it looked pretty good, and you got to think if Corey is playing this deck, all right, I take that back. I was about to say, if Corey was playing this deck, he has a good matchup against the best deck, but he's playing his beauty, his Grixis control, so who knows? He's just a great player and can game against anything.
Some things never change. And the inside scoop is I was walking around last round when Corey wasn't on camera. Beat Boros again. Beat Boros again in pretty dominating fashion as well. So
he's probably played it a lot then so far. That's for sure.
So very excited to see. And, that's really one of the coolest parts of Modern. When you have players who are just they just have their deck.
Yeah.
And, it doesn't need to be a top tier 1 deck either. They just have some archetype they always work with, and they just kind of do magic with it, and you're like, man, I try that deck and I go 4/4, But
yeah.
So really, really awesome to see a return to that.
And I mean, it is, a deck. It is basically Dimir Frog. Really to its core, we're splashing red for just Flame of Anor and Lightning Bolt, and then naturally some Kolaghan's Command in the sideboard. The real K command, look out Eldrazi K command. But so not a ton different than the Dimir decks that we've seen, but those red cards are really important. Being able to have great efficient removal spell to go with Fatal Push, to have some Lightning Bolts, and Flame of Anor to be able to deal with tricky artifacts and be able to draw some cards when it's not the best. Whenever you don't want to kill some creatures in a matchup, maybe if you're up against Amulet, at least you have the buyout of being able to destroy an artifact and draw some cards. So I like this list a lot. It looks pretty sweet to me.
Also, Bolt, Snap, Bolt. One of the most important things about, that sort of combo from Modern's past is the ability for the controlling deck to turn the corner against these combo decks.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of combo decks on camera so far, and the control deck can struggle if they give them too much time.
Yeah.
But you fire off 2 bolts and a Snapcaster and a bolt, and all of a sudden they're at 5, which is kind of crazy too. So
back in our day, we were just animating Celestial Colonnade.
Take 3, Snap Bolt.
5 turns, and then you're dead. That's it.
All right, so let's head down to our match to see how many Snap Bolts we can do. All right, down in the feature match area, we see Corey Burkhart on the top here. Grixis mid-range, Nicholas Odenheimer on the bottom, Boros Energy. Looks like Corey's won the draw. We got a fetch land to start for both players, which probably favors Corey, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so. And honestly, another metric where these players are dead even at, they are probably both the nicest humans you could ever meet. We saw Nicholas Odenheimer when I was commentating that top 4. Just something his opponent missed, and, it was a classic, you went too far, you can't take it back kind of thing. And Nicholas is like, no, don't worry about it. Absolutely not. Take it back. And this is in the top 4 of an event that means so much, has so much on the line. That's the kind of character that Nicholas brings, and Corey's the exact same. So just love and respect both of these players.
I couldn't agree more. So we see fetch land from Corey, a little surveil action. Tamio goes to the bin. And now we see a fetch from Nicholas. Going to get the Elegant Parlor going for a surveil of his own. Nicholas was actually in the Mystery Booster seal that I played yesterday, too.
Oh, really?
So he knows how
knows
how to have fun, too.
Absolutely. Heard you got that Oracle to put some Power 9 into your deck, huh? That's like the most fun card you can possibly have.
I may have cast a Time Walker for you yesterday.
Oh, God. Wow.
All right, so we see turn 2 for Nicholas here. Definitely a different pacing than matches that you and I have seen so far on camera, where we've seen Boros against these combo decks. This is vastly different, right?
Yeah, I think the amount of turns we're going to see in this match is equal to the 2 rounds that we've cast so far in total. As one of the rounds, it was a total of 4 turns.
Ooh, man. So Voice of Victory, the play for Nicholas, and kind of hard to answer with kill spells, but Corey has the answer. Spell Snare.
Honestly, Spell Snare is incredible right now. It is a bit of a high variance card, and Corey is playing 3 in the main. But, you play against Boros Energy, it's the best possible thing you can have. And then you play against, let's say Amulet, for instance, and it's the worst possible card. But when it's good, it is so, so very good. And in this matchup, it's amazing.
Yeah, a lot of good twos in the format also. In other matchups, Psychic Frog being a big one as well. So Goyro's Vengeance. So that's great for Corey. Other land pass, of course, as Corey's going to be want to do for a lot of these games. Back over Nicholas's way, we see a Goblin Bombardment. Oh, wouldn't it be nice to have Spell Snare again?
Yeah, it really would. Bolt, Snap, Bolt is so 5 years ago. Spell Snare, Spell Snare, Snap, Spell Snare is the way it's at now.
A little hard to say.
That was hard to say.
Hard to say.
Yeah.
All right, so Snappy gets in. We're seeing, again, the pressure that Snapcaster Mage can provide. Back over Nicholas's way, and we see an Ajani on the stack. All right, so it's going to resolve, and we're going to see a Flame of Anor to take the Ajani out before the cat comes into play and draw 2 cards with the Wizard in play. Great exchange.
Yeah, amazing exchange. And, Nicholas, if he would have had land 3, would have played it anyways, beforehand. But still, that's technically the correct way to do it, just in case there was a land and maybe a Galvanic Discharge to flip it in response.
All right, so we see another Flame of Anor. 3 mana draw 2, kill a creature is pretty awesome. And Snappy still getting in here. 5th land for Corey, passes back. And then Nicholas has got some work to do.
Yeah, Corey's in his element right now. He probably has about 15 cards in hand, and he's cast, a piece of interaction every single turn. and Nick being stuck on lands, not being able to leverage probably the most important card in the matchup, it's got to be Flage. You know, there is 2 Cling in Corey's list, and there's some other ways to interact with the graveyard in the post-board games like Nile Spellbomb, but game 1, I want to be flaging every single opportunity I can if I'm Nicholas.
Yeah, it seems like the way to catch back up because so far every card Corey has cast has not only killed something, but it's been card advantage almost all the way through. Snap, Snare, Double Flame. So see a discharge here from Nicholas. That Snapcaster has more than done its job.
Yeah, let's get real. Flame of Anor is the new Cryptic Command of 2025.
That's fair, yeah. some modality there.
Yeah, there we go.
So that tiny little energy dice.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas.
So 2 energy for Nicholas. Still only 2 lands. And,
yeah.
And here's that Cling to Dust you were talking about. Just going to cycle for a card, get rid of a Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, now Nicholas's long-term game is completely shut down as that can be escaped pretty easily. The only way you can kind of get it is like if Nicholas already has 4 mana in play, Elegant Parlors into the yard and then immediately escapes Flage. But, I mean, that's a dream.
All right, land number 6 for Corey, passes back. Corey still had a very healthy 17 life. Now it's 16. Here comes Guide of Souls, but that is it. Still no 3rd land, and the Snapcaster Mage train will continue.
Okay, not bad. Being able to Thraben Charm to not only get the Cling, counter this Flame of Anor, that was a big exchange. Nicholas had to have that right there, I feel.
That's awesome, yes. So Cling's gone, Flage back on the table, and let's buy some time here, too, forcing Corey to fire off a Lightning Bolt on this creature, which is good, but not the same as Snapcastering a Flame of Anor or drawing a million cards and so on.
Absolutely.
So Snappy's back in for another hit, and again, these Snapcaster decks, they do kind of get you dead. They tack. And here's a Frog to get him dead train going.
Yeah, especially with Frogs. I mean, Frogs are the true win condition of this deck. I love not having to play cards like Murktide, anything like that. Like, this deck is just Frogs and answers. Even Snapcaster I count as an answer, even though it is a somewhat proactive threat. It's really Frogs and then kill everything you got.
All right, so we see Voice of Victory again, forcing the action on Corey's side. Is it Stern Scolding?
Yep.
Stern Scolding. Fool of a Took. Sorry, Voice of Victory. So Voice has not been able to do the thing it is good at, is you play it, they can't kill spell it, and can throw them off tempo. So both Voices answer cleanly. Here comes the Frog. Discard a card, put a counter, draw a card, deal 4 damage, and Corey firmly in the driver's seat. Yeah,
Nicholas going to his 15th turn here and still not hitting land 3. I mean, oh, there we go. Right on time. Right on time.
All right. Crack the fetch. Get a mountain.
It feels like it's just too late, though.
Yeah. I mean, if we see a Flage here kill Snapcaster by a little bit of time.
Yep. And it doesn't look like Corey has a lot of cards. Maybe Static Prison on Psychic Frog would be pretty solid. That's a Seasoned Pyromancer, so not terrible.
You were saying?
Game's over. That's what I'm saying. That game is over. A dominant performance there from Corey.
Yeah. Absolute clinic from Corey. Just phenomenal on every street. Obviously, Nicholas missed some land drops there, too.
Yeah.
But I think it's really important, the first 5 turns, right?
Yeah.
Nicholas kind of has to get things going, and Corey just had answers lined up all the way through. Good stuff.
It was really the Spell Snare, Snapcaster Spell Snare. Like, that is really, really the beautiful spot here.
Yeah, seeing Spell Snare alongside Stern Scolding, too. Just having these 1-mana answers that can break serve.
Yes.
And also stop a lot of the problem these cards can have, where, Voice of Victory, if you have to, wait, untap, then kill it, get thrown off. So, for Nicholas here, some work to do. He got a sideboard of 2 Celestial Purge, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 1 Ghost Vacuum. 1 High Noon, 4 Molten Rain.
Oh, yeah.
one Arm Chant, 1 Stone of Eric, 2 Wear and Tear, and 1 Wrath of the Skies. What's Nicholas got to do here?
I think I would want to be bringing in Celestial Purge to deal with Frogs. I think it's that important. Maybe not. The one of Ghost Vacuum looks pretty good against all these Snapcasters and Clings. Outside of that, doesn't look amazing. As far as anything else. I think it's more of a product from Nicholas of what he needs to be taking out. So the Galvanic Discharges don't look amazing. I'd maybe want to be taking some of those out. And then bringing in a couple answers to Frog.
Any Molten Rains?
I don't think so. When you're on the play, you can think about it. I think that's the flex sideboard slot where if you just have a couple more cards you want to take out, if Nicholas doesn't prioritize Galvanic Discharge that much, then maybe put him in, but definitely not on the draw.
If Molten Rain is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Yeah, yeah.
Going over to Corey's side, we see a sideboard of 4 Consigned Memory, 1 Force Negation, 1 Harbinger of a Seas, 2 Kolaghan's Commands, 2 Spile Bombs, 2 Shielders Edict, 1 Snapcaster, and 2 Thoughtseize. What's Corey up to?
Well, he's up to probably, like a sin based on how he has played Grixis in the past. A Snapcaster in the board?
I did stutter on that one a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, that just seems like an actual crime. But Kolaghan's Commands look great to me. I think I want the Spell Bombs. I think Flage is the card in this matchup. Like, Corey's so well suited to deal with all the early creatures with all these 1-mana efficient counter spells that if I'm Corey, I just want to control Flage. And the worst the Spell Bomb can be is a 2-mana cantrip, which isn't great, but it can clean up some cards. So that's all I'm considering. I think Corey's main deck is pretty well set up for this matchup.
Oh, we're already going here. We're already in. So we got Ragavan versus Tamiyo, and on the play here we see Ragavan getting in with a discharge. And how about a little theft? Tamiyo's coming to play for this team now, as is Ocelot Pride.
How often do you see Ragavan on 1 and then 3 1-drops on turn 2? I mean, that is doing it.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Now,
wow.
Tamiyo does have the flip text where it exiles and returns, right? So it would return to Corey's side in theory.
I think that is correct. Yes, yeah.
So watch that flip, but still, those clues are pretty nice.
Yeah, Seasoned Pyromancer is not going to be cast for a while.
Yeah. Yes. So shock for Corey here, and Corey has some mopping up to do. Not quite the clean start of last game. Playing from behind, which is going to be an interesting thing to see, contrasted to how clean last game was.
That will be an interesting dynamic because Corey can force Nicholas to draw 2 cards with Flame of Anor.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fun.
That would be spicy. Just like an end step, if you already have a wizard, you just go end step, Nicholas draws 2, you get a Tamiyo. But then if Nicholas were to draw like a Galvanic Discharge, then that play doesn't look so good. But it's cute.
That is very cute. So
it is very cute.
Not so cute for Nicholas here is Orcish Bowmasters massacring his side of the board. Tamiyo gets in for 0, makes a clue. And here's the Bombardment to follow post-combat.
Okay, that play is off the table because you can just sack Tamiyo in response now, but
true.
Still, cool.
All right, so no actual power in play for Nicholas, so good cleanup from Corey. Back Corey's way.
Bowmaster is just so good against these Boros decks, but we just don't see a lot of them because, well, outside of against Boros Energy, they're not amazing. And even against some Boros Energy decks, they're also not good, where they only hit Ocelot Pride. The way things have been shifting, Ragavans have been coming back into basically every Boros Energy deck, and that just makes the card so much better.
Yeah, it's Ragavan, obviously a super swingy card.
Yeah.
If it can kill it easily, it's an issue, but yeah, Bowmaster does that. So we see a combat step, Lightning Bolt onto Tamiyo, going over to Corey's graveyard, so no clue for Nicholas.
Ooh, did we not sack?
Looks like maybe not.
Because you could have just got rid of Bowmaster there.
Yeah, okay. And here comes a Johnny. So I'd imagine Bowmaster will be gone one way or another here.
This could be a counterspell.
Oh, no, okay.
Yep.
All right, actual factual counterspells here.
Gotta love it.
And, yeah, that is a big exchange. So it looks like the Tamiyo did not ping on the way out.
Oh, and now Nicholas is going to want to sack that clue, and Bowmaster is going to trigger. That could be a huge misstep here because what does Nicholas do? Not sack it now?
Yeah, that's tough.
And, hey, this is the price. This feed is not sped up. We are playing live, like they're just playing that fast.
All right, so once again, Corey with the pass. No land drop. And we're going to see a fetch from Nicholas. Looks like an Elegant Parlor. Get that scry on. So no clue crack, but still a surveil. A little bit of manipulation here. But pressure on Nicholas to get back on this board.
Yeah. Now I think we're in the Flage territory already. Corey's done a great job of maintaining the battlefield early, and there it is.
Speak of a devil.
Yeah, I see Counterspell and Kolaghan's Command from Corey's hand. I think those are just always in his hand. Like he goes to bed with a Kolaghan's Command and a Counterspell in his hand. Rumor has it, but can't confirm.
All right, so Lightning Helix onto the Bowmasters. Flage going to the bin.
Probably Helix up top and Bombardment sack to it, but we'll see.
Ooh. All right, here's a K command.
Name a more iconic duo than Corey Burkhart casting K commands throughout multiple decades.
All right, choosing the modes here. Corey's chosen a few modes in his life.
Yes, yes.
And unclear on the bombardment trigger or anything else.
Man,
Okay, yep.
Flame of Anor must have been like, Corey's like invitational card. It's just like K Command of 2024, 2025.
Yep. So, Bowmaster's down. Flazier's in the bin. Tamio to hand. Klington says goodbye, Flage. So, as you were saying, one of the most important factors of the matchup. Looks pretty good for Corey. Here comes Tamio. And passes the turn. Going Nicholas' way. The clue is free now. No Bowmasters. But here's an Ajani. And, fool of a Took.
I'm guessing that is a Lord of the Rings reference?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You've seen Lord of the Rings.
I have, but only right when the set came out.
We got to change that.
I know. I got to rewatch them all. Extended cuts.
Oh, of course. The only way to do it. So, Tamio comes in, makes a clue. We see looks like a draw for Nicholas there, and untap and draw. And still no lands for Corey, but that means the hand's all spells.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll watch the Lord of the Rings movies together, and then we'll also play all the Final Fantasies together to get you caught up. Do you got to spare, 1,000 hours?
I'm not sure what takes longer.
Good point.
All right, so Voice of Victory coming down. And Snapcaster Mage. These whole amount of counterspells have looked so good.
God, Corey's putting on a clinic against Boros here. This hasn't looked close at any point.
Yeah, turn 2 of this game looked pretty good for Nicholas.
Yeah.
That was about it.
That is pretty much it. But now, geez, these clues to refuel. Corey had the ability to flip Tamio if he wanted here, just not worth it.
Ragavan.
Surely this will work.
A little dashing action here. Are we dashing? Are we casting?
I think we're dashing, yep. Or floating a white. It's up to Nicholas.
That's true. Options are abound. So Corey going to crack a fetch. And another actual factual counterspell.
Yep. And Nicholas is fully hell-bent here, so, man, just looking incredible for Corey. And, that's the thing. We've seen Corey on camera play against Boros a lot. You said you saw him play off camera. It looks a lot different if he played against 4 Amulet decks, Yeah,
absolutely. But the thing is, there's a lot of play in Corey's deck, too.
Yeah.
Counterspell, Snapcaster Mage, and stuff, too. So, kind of cool to see, kind of riding that middle part of the metagame, but looking good on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Corey's having some lands here. Nicholas keeping cool in the face of a pretty tough situation.
Yeah, or he's just thinking, hey, well, at least I already locked up day 2.
That's true.
I did joke with him on Twitter. He drove 18 hours to get here.
Oh, my God.
From Florida, I'm pretty sure. So I said, you know what? If you win a second spotlight in a row, you are required to fly first class to the next spotlight. So he was just saying right before this last round, he's like, I'm gonna book my flight early. maybe I cursed him. We'll see.
I'm gonna blame you also.
Okay, good.
All right, so Tamio's up now. Power of Planeswalkers in play. And it looks like Nicholas is just passing a turn back, unfortunately. End step fetch for Corey. And Corey's entering the I'm feeling good phase. I got my Snapcaster Mage, my cards in hand, my Planeswalker.
He entered that phase when he got to submit Grixis today. Let's get real.
That is true. The thing is, Corey always has a smile on his face.
That is true.
So, just a happy-go-lucky guy.
He is a happy fella.
All right, so Tammy goes to the bin off the Surveil.
I like that he's got a healthy hand these days. At a Pro Tour not too long ago, he broke his thumb and still maintained a solid record at the Pro Tour. Still did well at the RC. Took second next to Jesse Robkin. And now he's healed up. Gotta love it.
Yeah, rocking and rolling here. Returning counterspell with Tamio, playing Nile Spellbomb, covering all the bases. You were saying Flage is like the one way out here, right? Spellbomb covers that. Good sideboarding, too, right? Being very aware of what's important in the matchup.
Yeah, totally agree with you. And, his deck just looks phenomenal. You see, Subtleties and Force Negations. Those are probably the only cards I wouldn't want. And you see 2 Kolaghan's Commands and 2 Nile Spellbombs. Seems like an easy in and out for him.
All right, here comes Snappy. Here comes Tamio for another clue. And just chipping in. I like seeing a control deck that attacks,
Me too. Even the other control decks we see, Dimir control that plays some Murktide, some Frogs, those are solid. There isn't too many just control decks. We saw, Joe Lissette a little earlier on Azoria's control. That's about it. There's really no other ones right now.
Modern being a very proactive format, right?
Cards are just too difficult to deal with right now, and the metagame is just so wide. Control decks tend to be a lot better when the metagame's condensed. Like we saw 2 weeks ago with Chris Patello taking second with Azorius Control. The metagame was very expected to be small because his prowess would be so big. That's when control decks can do well.
All right, so you see a little Snapcaster action, a little Ghost Vacuum action here. How about Double Snap? You know, you try and exile with my Lightning Bolt, I'll just throw it right back at you. Corey Bernhardt with an absolute clinic here.
Yeah.
Rich's mid-range, going to 7-0, looking phenomenal in the tournament and looking for another deep run for Corey.
I mean, how just iconic of a screenshot to take right there with 3 Snapcasters in play and your opponent going to shake your hand. I mean, that's just really what a match with Corey Burkhardt is all about. So congrats to him.
I just love the, no, you can't Snap Bolt me. I'm going to Ghost Vacuum it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I can. And I will.
Ambush Viper.
Yeah.
Get out there.
Yeah.
Love it.
Great stuff. So, awesome match. Of course, Nicholas still in great shape.
Yeah.
6-1 of a tournament. Has a great pedigree. Former winner of one of these Spotlight Series events. So, no problems at all for Nicholas.
Exactly. So, yeah, going to be still doing fine and still has a very solid chance of going deep again. I would love to see our very first back-to-back Spotlight winner.
Ooh.
You know, there's only been 3 of them, so it would be pretty wild. It's either, Nicholas or BK, Andrew Beckstrom, and this isn't limited, so he's probably not here.
He is not in the building, in fact. You are correct. So take a second here, and let's look over a little Dragonstorm action. Of course, Dragonstorm Tark here. Order it now, and you get your product, you can get your single cards, and just a really cool set.
Yeah.
Just a set that really feels like Magic to me.
It really does. And there's a lot of good cards that made it to Modern, Voice of Victory, Corey Steelcutter, that kind of stuff. There's some other hitters out there as well. And, good for kind of all formats. Some stuff in there for Commander players, good standard cards. It's going to be nice when we head to space here in a while where, cards are going to rotate out. Maybe we'll see a little bit more Tarkir cards in there as well.
Yeah, the Dragon theme is really sweet. I've heard a lot with the actual Dragon cards. They're a little too slow for current standard, but I agree. Post-rotation could look really nice. So, order now at StarCityGames.com/MTG-TDM. All right. So, we got a backup match. We're getting all set up. We're going to hop right down and see how it goes. We actually have
Ooh, what do we got? Got?
We got Lee Webb with a little more Boros energy. Mardu energy, actually.
Okay.
Get another color in there. Versus Ian playing Domain Zoo. I've seen a lot walking around.
Definitely. And, these players are also 6-0. And, normally at these events, there's like 2 pages worth of 6-0s. But not at this one. There is only 5 matches, 6 matches if you include the 501s of undefeated players. So, we're going to be down to 6 undefeated players after this, 3 after that, and maybe 1 or 2 going into that last round. So a rather small event.
This is very interesting. So we've seen the energy decks against the linear combo decks.
Yes.
We just saw it against the control deck. Now this is a little more middle of the road, right? So this Domain Zoo deck it's aggressive, but kind of like mid-rangey, interactive aggressive. So how does this line up for energy, you think?
If it has Leyline and Scion, very well, Jim.
Okay.
If it doesn't, not as good. It's just not as streamlined of a aggressive deck without that 1-2 punch. But the Leyline Scion thing, you really can't beat that from the Boros side unless Ian is kind of like doing nothing besides that, So that is a tough combo to get because, number one, you have to have a Leyline in your opening hand, and then you got to find a Scion. But if Ian can get that going, it'll be great news for him. Outside of that, a little bit more tricky. But I will say, Lee playing Mardu, where you can have Thoughtseize, you can actually break that up.
All right, so we see a Thoughtseize here from Lee. And Lee's also dodged the Leyline this game, which is great. We see a hand of, we got Ragavan, Stubborn Denial, and a smattering of lands. Not the best hand for Ian.
No. Stubborn Denial looks exactly like a Force Spike, but even worse, I guess. And, Arena of Glory is great. This is going to come down to being a Flage mirror match in some ways. So a lot of these games that don't involve the early Leyline Scions, then it really comes down to the Flage fight. Who's got Arena Flage first type thing.
Who's favored in the Flage fight?
I would say maybe a little bit to Mardu as there are just more Arena of Glories. But other than that, it's very, very similar. But I think the Mardu side, it's just easier to get them because you have Seasoned Pyromancer to draw some cards. There's not a lot of card advantage from the Domain Zoo side.
Sounds good.
So I would say Lee.
Okay. Well, Pride comes down, and Pride's coming in. 1 point of damage, 1 point of lifelink. And, of course, Ian is a lot of work to do. That hand's got to get cleaned up for sure.
Yeah.
Here's a backstreet from Lee. Surveil. Going Topper in the bin.
And I see another Thoughtseize in hand from Lee, so nothing amazing as far as the follow-up is. You know, something like a Seasoned Pyromancer here would be phenomenal, but we do know about the Stubborn Denial, so, you know, we're not going to see Lee play land 3 and tap up for a Fable or something like that.
That would be bold.
It would be bold.
I mean, I would almost appreciate that.
I'd respect
you know
it.
What? Here.
Yeah.
I know you have it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do it anyway.
Yeah, be like, but is it a mind game? Who knows?
All right, so Voice of Victory I can assume, right?
Yep.
Tarkir treatment. So Voice of Victory comes down and is a threat too. You know, it attacks for 3. Pretty good body here. Makes that Stubborn Denial look pretty silly as well.
And it is a combination with Oscillate Pride for sure. Because those tokens do get sacrificed at end step, but if you ascend, you will get 2 warriors, and they will not have that clause where you have to sacrifice them. So a really nice combo if Lee can get ascended, and it doesn't look that hard next turn at all, right? Because there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, a couple of permanents, and we're good to go.
Yep. And it's cool seeing the synergy of this card as well. But here we go. All right. So
big game.
Ian finds the Flage first, takes out the Oscillate Pride.
And has Arena of Glory, too. So maybe everything that Lee did to set this up doesn't matter. Flage looks insane right now if we just have a fetch line, which I'm pretty sure Ian did.
Yeah, there were plenty of lands to go around, so fetch line looking pretty good. Graveyard looking pretty full. And Lee's got some work to do. So Voice of Victory come back over with 1 single cat.
Yeah, the game just flipped immediately with the first person to draw a Flage here. First person to get it in play as well is just ultra incredible here.
It is somewhat difficult to remove, right? We see bindings on Ian's side and then a few fatal pushes on Lee's side, but, you know, just come back, right?
Yeah. Or Galvanic Discharge if you've done some extra work, but regardless, yeah, it's going to be really tough. Also, Dreams of Steel and Oil is probably the best one, huh? Just exile it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can get it from hand or graveyard, right?
Yeah, yep, exactly. So right now, if we go land Dreams of Steel and Oil from Lee, you get a card out of your opponent's hand, and you get to eat the Flage.
All right, so you see the Pyromancer discarded. Looks like another Pyromancer and a Thoughtseize. We have the tokens for that. We got a Mobilize attack for 4 with the cat, the Voice, and the 2 Mobilize tokens.
Yeah, so there should be 2 tokens coming in.
Yep, there they come.
There we go.
All right, so big turn for Ian. Can Ian produce this Titan?
Ooh, that is not a land that produces the Titan, though.
Yeah, so 1 card short in the graveyard. Untap Godless Shrine, take 2. And we see a Territorial Kavu.
Okay.
And a Scion of Draco. All right, so not too shabby.
Not bad. I still think Flage would have been better, you know, but
now it's a spot where if either one of these die,
yeah,
that's the Magic 6 card in the graveyard.
Absolutely.
So leaves an untap. Now the tokens in play look less impressive against these larger bodies. And Lee's going to take a second to think over his options.
We got some freshly drawn cards off the Seasoned Pyromancer, so hopefully we have some gas to fight back against these creatures. But Scion of Draco is also just a very difficult card to get off the battlefield. You're not fatal pushing that one, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's a few mana cost off.
Just one or two, yeah.
All right, so looks like you might be thinking about an attack here, or maybe it looked like an attack organized. Maybe just a little board cleanup.
Yeah.
I don't know why Voice of Victory has been isolated to the side over here. You know,
not attacking with that one.
Yeah, sit in the corner.
Lee could be trying to get Ian to block with the Scion of Draco and then finish it off with 3 damage. So we'll see if we want to fall for that at all. It does give first strike to the red creature. Not super important since it's a 5/5 anyways, but the Scion does not get any kind of buffs right now.
How important is Kavu in these Flage fights?
Pretty important if it comes down early, but if you can ever kind of wait a little bit to get your Flage in a little bit later in the game, or Surveil went in, of course, that would be ideal.
All right, we got a big attack coming here, I think. Here's Guide of Souls. Here's a dashed Ragavan on this board, which is pretty frisky. Here comes our energy. Now, can Lee stack the energy generation from the Voice of Victory tokens and the Guide of Souls trigger?
Yes. Yes, it can. Yep. So you put it at the back. You get to, and then you get to send something to the skies. Yep. Explaining that right now.
So the question is, what's going in the air?
I would assume Ragavan. Get that extra land, especially if we have something like a Fatal Push. You can, trigger Revolt. Not that you really have to, but be able to do that. I would assume that's the case because you can also just hit a spell off your opponent's deck. You can hit a Lightning Bolt, something like that.
Okay, so a little temporary buff here on this Ragavan potentially, but looks like Lee's thinking it over. There's a large attacker. There are a lot of attackers here.
And Scion can just block whatever flyers, so, maybe it isn't Ragavan. Maybe you put your worst creature in the air, so, yeah, okay. Voice going up makes a lot of sense because it doesn't die to Scion. Yep, that's much better. Good call, Lee.
All right, so thinks it over, comes out with the, looks like the right answer here, and energy goes away, and we got a whole bunch of little guys coming in. Ragavan, 2 elementals, 2 warriors, a seasoned pyromancer, a cat, and the 3/5 flying Voice of Victory.
Yeah, I would think block number 1 would be on the Ragavan with your 5/5 first striker, and then unless there's a land drop that Lee can make, which there is, he hasn't played a land drop yet, but otherwise these blocks are just going to happen. It's going to work, and you're going to take a solid chunk of damage, though. Don't get me wrong. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, putting Ian down to what looks like 5.
I think it's the possible lead up to a bombardment finish.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would be an easy finish, to say the least. The Warriors do go away, and we'll see. Ian's at the spot where, let's not forget about the Flage. If the Flage is there and coming back, that's 6 life we're gaining, and just might be lethal. Or if Ian goes Leyline, just hard casts it and has all of a sudden this much lifelink, vigilance, first strike, all the text. So Ian has 2 ways to just slam the door shut. Fetch land. 1 mana plus, a land plus 1 mana card to go to the yard. But if he doesn't have either of those things, you still have a consolation prize of being able to attack with the Kavu, discard a card, bring back Flage and kill 1 thing and gain some life, and that's still pretty good. But it's not a Flage attacking kind of good.
All right, so best case scenario for Ian has not come to fruition, but a little bit of a backup plan here. And, of course, this was face up last turn for Lee to see. This was the one guarantee was this play happening here. So here comes the Kabu. And looking like no blocks.
Wow, had the fetch land. That is wild to me.
All right. So, yeah, chose – well, I mean, you could have drawn it off the loot, right?
That's true. That makes a lot more sense to me.
So Flage comes in, and a little Lightning Helix action onto Guide of Souls. And Flage will have first strike and lifelink. So does it?
Vigilance. It feels like it should be lifelink, but it is not.
All right. So to ask you, it would gain double life then on the Helix, right?
I believe that's how it worked in 1995, yes.
Okay.
There was double lifelink. That was a thing, wasn't it? Yeah.
All right. So board getting pretty chalky for Ian over here, back Lee's way. And the last turn felt like a setup attack for this turn.
Yeah.
But Flage does seem to complicate that quite a bit.
Yeah, now Lee has to have something. This attack alone is just not going to be enough. You will be able to get through, 4 damage? And then I guess if there is a bombardment, it is probably good enough here.
Yeah, the tokens from Voice in this deck are awesome.
Yeah.
There's so much synergy with Voice. Really, really cool to see a card that is, singularly powerful by itself, but does so much for the deck with the Johnny and bombardment and everything else. So
yeah.
Lee thinking it through. I mean, there is still the 1 mana available on Ian's side. The Stubborn Denial was discarded, but there are 2 unknowns. Fetch land up.
Yeah, and I think if one of them is Goblin Bombardments from Lee's side, I think it's enough.
I agree.
Yep. Unless there's Stubborn Denial number 2.
All right.
Which would be a complete blowout.
that would be quite the surprise. Oh yeah, that one you knew about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's gone.
But there's no way it's here, though, if you're not playing it pre-combat. That wouldn't make any sense.
Agreed. So in that case, kind of a wild attack then, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I guess Voice is in play, so you couldn't counter it anyways, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the attack. The 3/5 flying Voice. Warrior, elemental, cat. With a variety pack of tokens. We see block on Voice, block on cat.
Interesting.
And we got cat down, the Voice and the Scion bounce.
You'd think you want to flip those around, though, right?
Well, a voice does not have flying. It's a flying counter, right?
Yes, of course,
Right,
Yes.
yes. Right. So
I was like, I know we had 2 counters, but they were, of course, from our Guide of Souls. Yep. My bad.
all right. So, and now we saw Flage deal 3. Is that correct? Yes.
Yep.
Tap for
Finished
3.
off the Scion.
So Scion's gone. Fetch land's here. Flage still in play though.
Yes.
Not a card you want to leave in play for too long as
Not
possible.
really. So that is 11 damage plus 3. We have 14 upstairs. 14 isn't 15. So Ian would have to have something to finish this game off and, want to go for it. Lee could have, God, not much. I was going to say we can't really Galvanic Discharge anything. You could Fatal Push one of the cards, so maybe Lee is trying to set up something like that. But if you had Fatal Push here, Lee would have just done it, I imagine, to save a creature. But we will see.
All right, so we'll end step Surveil. Bins a land for Ian. Now we go Ian's way. Ian's got a lot going on here. Flage and Kava ready to attack. There's an Arena Glory also, but we're going to see an attack. Goodbye, Lee's Flage.
Oh, so good.
See you later.
Down to 1. Bolt.
That is the easy answer. All right, so Ian takes it down in kind of a wild game, honestly. Lee took some pretty aggressive stabs there, trying to get around the Flage, I can only assume, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, Ian's hand looked horrible early in on the game. It was really not looking good, but just that top deck Flage right when it really mattered just shows how powerful that card is in general, but really in any kind of aggressive matchup.
Absolutely. All right, so, Corey.
Yeah.
So you want to get some cash. You got to pay your rent, or you want to buy some more Magic cards. What are you doing?
I guess I'm gonna go get a job. Nah, just kidding. I'm gonna sell all my cards, and I'm gonna use all that store credit to buy some more cards. Go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Now remember, if you sell your cards to SCG, you kind of have that option where you can sell your cards for some money for a good value, or you can boost it up by 30%. Get yourself some nice store credit for all that stuff, and then just buy more Magic cards. You just got to ask yourself the question, am I ever going to buy Magic cards again? If the answer is yes, get store credit. It doesn't expire.
Yeah, I actually put it in a sale yesterday. I sold some stuff. I actually sold some of the old gold-bordered cards out of my cube.
Oh,
like
okay.
My Gaia's Cradle, Ancient Tomb. They've been in my cube for like 15 years. A little sad to see them go, but, the cards got to move on. They got to find a new home, so...
You need to buy other Magic cards, so,
that's why I did it.
Yeah, checks out.
I got my store credit. So, sell your cards at StarCityGames.com. All right, let's hop back down to game number 2 here. Ian is up a game. Lee, of course, on the play with the turn 1 Sacred Foundry for Oscillate Pride.
Iconic. An iconic play from these Boros energy decks, or Mardu energy.
All right, Steam Vents for Ian, and then another iconic play. Turn 1, Lightning Bolt your creature.
Bolt the cat, as they say.
I've heard that before. But
everyone says it.
Like twice.
Exactly. Once was now.
Yes. All right, so back Lee's way. And Lee definitely feels like Lee's got to get under Ian a little bit, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so, but once again, we dodged the bullet of Leyline Scion. I think that is number one thing that you need to avoid, as it's so hard to interact with. And now it's... okay, get the early game going from Lee, and then once we get to that mid to late game, it's a Flage fight.
All right, so here's Johnny. Going to come with a little cat friend, ready to avenge Oscillate Pride's untimely demise.
Oh.
Back Ian's way, we see Temple Garden tapped and just a Ragavan. And that's it. So 4 out of the 5 domain lands, no fetch land, no triumphs yet. And a lowly Ragavan, a little worse on the draw.
Just a Goblin Bombardment, just thinking, oh yeah, come on. This would be prime Eaton here to be able to kill the Ragavan and flip the Ajani if we do have one of those.
Are you surprised to see Ragavan still in the deck on the draw?
A little bit, but I do think it is good enough. If Lee had Bowmasters, I would think for sure get him out of there. I think the card is just good enough.
Okay. Well, here comes a cat. Going to be in for 2. Of course, Ian trying to not flip the powerful Planeswalker Ajani. And the follow-up is Shockland Tron.
Oh.
I kind of like it.
And honestly, nice choice in duels there from Lee. Those are gorgeous.
Yep, really, really nice.
Oh.
And up. Well, Lee is going for the first shot in the Flage battle and going to Flage his own cat. It must have been a misclick, right?
It must have been a misclick.
Yeah.
I mean, it is kind of wild to me because normally you're going to tick down, you're going to be able to deal some damage, but there's no red permanent. This actually could be a little brutal.
A little risky, right?
A little risky.
So if this cat is now defending its Ragavan, if Ian can take the cat out, Ragavan can get in, can snowball a little bit, but Lee valuing getting that powerful Planeswalker into play, and we're going to go back Ian's way. And now Ian's, one cat between a Ragavan hit that could be anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got to say, like you said, that's Tron, and I would think Flage is Karn in this scenario, in this Mardu deck.
Love it. All right. Ian here taking a real second to think about this. Definitely an interesting play on Lee's side. Whenever your opponent makes a play that looks a little strange to you, you got to stop and think.
Yeah, like, why are you doing this? Because, I mean, we could have looked in the same way of Flage, kill Ragavan, attack for 3, and keep a Johnny hanging around. Like, a Johnny now is very vulnerable to a Flage or a Lightning Bolt. So, the flip side of it, the Johnny on the other side would still be vulnerable to those cards as well. So, it's a pretty close play for sure.
Whoa, okay.
Wow.
How about a Wrath of the Skies? And this is for X equals 1?
It's got to be X equals 0 and just bank in an energy.
Okay.
Otherwise, that would not make a lot of sense.
Right.
But
all right. So banking 1 energy, you're only using no energy for the actual effect.
Yeah.
Goodbye token. Hello Ragavan. Gonna get in, trigger Ragavan, and we're gonna see top card of Lee's deck, which is a Vindicate. Awesome card. Not so good here.
And I gotta say, I mean, there is only one other Wrath of the Sky that uses energy at all in Ian's deck. What if Lee just flipped over a good 2-drop and you just floated that 1 extra mana, kind of for no reason?
Yeah,
that could have been brutal.
All right, well, we're going to see, and there was a use for the mana. It is the Treasure. I guess a white, the Steam Vents could attack for white, but we see Binding now taking out the Ajani, and Lee's entire turn just unraveled.
Yep.
So back Lee's way. Now Lee's got to rebuild. Got to defend against this Ragavan, and then also build some sort of a board presence. Flage is in the graveyard, but there are no cards to go with it. So Lee's got some work to do here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to think through, take a second, admire those lands, like, oh yeah, my Mardu is pretty cool.
It is gorgeous,
And then I get back right to it. All right, first stop is Dreams of Steel and Oil, and a Swing and a Miss that exiles a artifact creature from hand and graveyard, of which there is none. So tough pill.
A good old peak.
Yeah, tough pill for Lee to swallow there. Ragavan of his own, pass him a turn. This is getting ugly.
And no dash there on Ragavan. That is also quite interesting. I guess you are just very much prioritizing blocking. That makes sense.
All right, so trades favor Lee, right, with Flage in the graveyard?
I would think so, yeah. Lee just wants to be trading everything. And with that fetch land, now we're all good to go. You go get one of your Surveil lands. Bin basically anything, As long as you got a Ruckus Theater or something like that along the line still left in your library.
Some sort of theater or parlor. Maybe something, right? Some nice hangout joint,
Yeah, exactly. Some place where you can kick back, relax a little.
Tonight,
the parlor.
Tonight after the show, you and me are going to a Ruckus Theater.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Or an elegant parlor.
It's already been just such a day. I want to chill in like a beautiful, elegant parlor.
Okay, that's good.
Sweet.
All right, so Surveil coming for Lee. These Surveil lands just so good at Modern.
So good. I very much did not respect them that much, and wow, have they just been so good in so many different matchups.
Speaking of wow, we got a top here, but fetch time to follow up. So Lee wanted that card, didn't need it in the graveyard for Flage. Arid Mesa to the bin, and I believe we're going to see the Giant Titan coming in.
Yeah. I do not want to go hang out in a shadowy backstreet, though, after this, okay?
I've decided I agree with you.
Yeah. I'm afraid of the dark.
All right, there we go. There's a theater.
Okay.
A Ruckus Theater, All right, so Theater comes in. One more Surveil. Fill this graveyard up. Get this Flage rocking and rolling. Top card. And you're going to keep that one, too.
All the goods. So now we know Lee is bringing back the most powerful card here in the mid to late game in this matchup, plus drew a card that he wanted and has a card on top that he wanted. And Ian does not have anything in hand, just the Arena of Glory, and, is kind of drawn off the top here. So we know Arena of Glory is the other card, so Ian does not have a single thing available right now.
Yeah, and one thing Flage does is it does kill really, really fast.
Yes. What do you know? Both of those cards were Seasoned Pyromancer. That makes a lot of sense.
All right, so Pyromancer discard, make it elemental, draw 2. Here comes Flage, Helix upstairs, take 9, gain 3. And how about an Ocelot Pride too?
Why not?
Put that one in there as well.
Throw that kitty cat in there. And we've ascended, so you get an elemental 2 for your troubles. 2 kitties and an elemental.
Love it. All right, end step fetch for Ian going to 1. Looking for a Hail Mary here.
And it is exactly a Hail Mary because there's a 1 of Wrath of the Skies left in at least the 75. That's pretty much all that could prevent this game from ending right now.
All right, it's 2 looks at it. Here's Thundering Falls. A little Surveil.
And you got that energy banked up, so, you're able to clean things up for a little bit of a discount. Ian will look even smarter than he already does if you got that extra energy, but yet you don't have enough mana to do it for 3 fully.
Yep. All right, take a look. Let's go into the bin. Leyline, not the time for that one.
Nope.
Maybe in game 3, and that's where we're going. All right, so Lee takes it down. We're going into game number 3 here, and we haven't seen the Leyline draw from Ian just yet.
Yeah, we really haven't, and that's the thing is, I think both of these decks are very good. I think the Domain Zoo deck is a lot better against combo decks. Stubborn Denial plus big creatures ends up being a lot better than Mardu just trying to win the game fast. But in the aggressive matchup, I do think the energy decks are just much more streamlined, much more fluent.
Sounds great. All right, but we get to game 3 here. We got a flash sale.
Ooh.
Everyone's good flash sale, right? 10% off your favorite. Not your favorite, I guess. It's the ones that are on sale. But the select promotional singles, which will hopefully include some of your favorites. That sale is going to end on Monday. So hop on to StarCityGames.com now. Check it out and see if your favorites are in there. And if they're not, find some new favorites.
What's going on in that mana confluence? Are those dogs or? I'm interested. I like that Inspiring Vantage though. That looks nice. We're in space?
There's space. There's dogs. There's basically if. The answer to your question is yes. if there's something happening, we're doing it. All right. So StarCityGames.com. Make sure you don't miss out. The sale ends on Monday.
Love it. I like that forest too.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a cool one. I like that one. So, all right, going into game number 3, and looks like we got Ian on 6. And Ian, I think Ian's looking for the Leyline.
I don't think he's aggressively mulliganing to it, but would definitely accept it if it's there. The thing is, it's not a foolproof plan against this specific energy deck just because Lee does have Thoughtseizes.
So your fear is keep a Leyline with a Scion, lose a Scion?
Yeah, I mean, you still just do it, but, I was going to say I wonder if Ian maybe sided some of them out in this matchup, but that seems crazy. And also, we saw it last time.
Yep. All right, well, here's Dreams of Steel and Oil. We have a really, really ugly start for Ian, who is now playing Boros Energy.
Yeah, Boros Energy, switch decks.
Yep.
That is a very smart plan. That Arena of Glory, though, is not free, as that would have been much better with a Ragavan here into play. Yep. But the good news for Ian, no matter what, a Ragavan's connecting next turn. So that's good.
Yep. It is hilarious to see these 5-color decks sometimes. The hands, this is just a Boros hand.
Oh, yeah.
If you just tuned in, Ian is playing Domain Zoo. Ian's not playing Boros Energy.
Yeah.
So
Jim's hand of the week, if I'm saying it right.
I know, right? All right. So Dreams of Steel and Oil will exile one of these cards. Important to note. So could take the Flage.
And probably should.
Yep.
There we go. I think that's smart. If it was just one Ragavan, I think that makes a lot of sense because this game can unravel if Ragavan does some pilfering here. Let's say hits a nice 1-drop, hits an Ocelot Pride or something. This would be a big game.
All right. So dash Ragavan in. Here we go. Treasure and top card. It is a Arid Mesa.
Womp womp.
Not so good. Now, Treasure does stay around though, which is nice. So a little mana generation. And another Thoughtseize.
Okay.
So, I mean, I imagine we go off of how the last one went, probably taking Fable.
I would think so. If you have a removal spell, maybe you take one Ragavan, kill the other, but Fable definitely seems like the strong aspect, especially if there's an Ocelot Pride. Oh, no.
Yeah.
First strike, Jim. First strike.
Yeah, the Ragavan definitely has a little trouble getting through this Boros deck once things start to get going. There are so many creatures, and we're going to see a lonely monkey.
Oh, no.
All right.
Sad Ragavan.
Foothills say go. Now, of course, I was saying earlier on the draw, Ragavan seems tough. On the play, you can't not have Ragavan.
Oh, yeah. Right? Yeah. I think it's there either way. If there's no Bowmasters, no Wrens, you know, Young Wolf, any of the cards that very much prey on Ragavan, I'm leaving that card in. It's too good.
All right, so not looking great here. So you tap into off Lee, taking some note-taking off those Thought Seizes.
The thing is, Ian would not be doing too bad at all if that Flage was just tilted a little bit in a different direction in the graveyard. This wouldn't be so bad at all.
Yeah, pretty cool tech card here in Dreams of Steel and Oil.
Yeah.
You know, recognizing what's important, you know, in these kind of matchups. Good stuff.
And I mean, it has some good applications. Like if you're playing against Amulet, being able to hit Amulet or the Titan, like Dreams of Steel and Oil is actually very strong right now.
So I got to say, I like these lands from Lee. These look like draft lands. We can see they have the Pro Tour stamp on them. For those who don't know, in all pro level limited events, every card is stamped. So, so any pro player sees a card like that, they go, ooh, I like that. Nice stamped card. So 2 stamp basics from Pro Tours. Love seeing that. Here's an Ajani as well. Bring a cat along too. And the pride's just getting in.
Yeah, it's a flex if you know. You know, like, sure, you can have a playmat full of top 8 pins. That's an open flex. Like, we know we're flexing on that. But a stamped one, you're like, dang, what happened to your basic? You should probably get that replaced. Or it's a flex.
I also like the contrast of the like draft land basics with the super nice dual lands.
Yes.
I like it a lot. So
I don't, but I'll
So Dreams of Steel and Oil again. Goodbye, other Ragavan, and now Ian is down to the wire here. Only an Arab Mesa in hand. Lee's board is building, and it is building fast. And this one lonely Ragavan is, you know, like Captain America up against Thanos' army. You know, I don't know if there's any portals opening this match though.
Yeah, I think the one portal to give Ian a chance here is surveilling a Flage to the yard and then figuring some stuff out. That's probably the best thing we could do.
And I imagine if it was Flage, it would already be in the graveyard.
He would have already been starting his next turn for sure, yeah.
I mean, you think there's some value in just drawing it, killing the Ajani, and then having it in the graveyard for the next turn?
Yeah, that's actually true. That could have been the case.
But either way, it's a binding. That's going to go away here.
Yeah, not good enough.
And there's the Arid Mesa, and that face-down card in Ian's hand better be a good one, because things are starting to unravel pretty fast over here on Lee's side.
Yeah, and it really felt like Lee was just in control all 3 games. You know, like, did lose one of them, of course, and it was the top deck Flage on turn 3 for game 1, but otherwise Lee has just felt like had the deck advantage here, and hey, when you don't have the combo, the Leyline, the Scion, your deck is a little less powerful than these energy decks.
All right, so here comes a cat, and a smaller cat, and a first strike cat, and they're all getting in. Little life for Lee. And
another Ajani, a Seasoned Pyromancer, and I think another Ocelot Pride in hand. Like, yikes.
2 legendaries at once. Oh, that must have been a mistake.
Must have been a punt, yeah.
So we're going to see a legend rule here of Ajani, which kills the Ajani and therefore flips the other Ajani. And now Lee's off for the races. Now, there's no red permanent yet.
No red permanent, but another cat's coming into play. And honestly, what I'd love to see Lee do here is just tick up to avoid any kind of Flage killing a Johnny. And, like, how do you lose, you know? Like, boost up all these cats. You get 4 power instead of 2. Your Johnny's safe, and you get another cat at end step.
I'm going to go the wide route.
Okay.
So we're going to see a bunch of cats.
Unless you're Ascended just barely, then that makes sense.
So City's Blessing. So we see 2 cats off of the Pride itself. The second cat off of the Ajani. Or, I'm sorry, 2 cats off of Johnny Planeswalker, 2 cats off of Johnny the actual creature. The dice are coming out. I'm not the only one overwhelmed here, okay? That's a lot of cats.
What I was saying about the +1 from a Johnny, not when you have 9 permanents, when you need to ascend. That was a very, very intelligent downtick, that's for sure.
All right, that cat's the...
Get that cat out of there.
The oddball, you know. All right, so... And now Ian's got a lot of work to do. Now, we did see Wrath of the Skies. In game 2, so that's certainly a card that can mop a board like this up.
I think it is basically that. Wrath of Skies and a Dream here. You got 2 looks at it. It might already be in hand, though. That is possible.
All right, here we go. Big draw step.
Now, Wrath of the Sky does not clean up the Ajani Planeswalker, though. So it isn't a foolproof plan, but still very good.
Definitely a start.
Yeah.
All right, so Ian's going to work it out. Take a second here. And unfortunately, just past the turn back. And I have to imagine with the Ajani's ability to pump all the cats up. Crazy cat lady Ajani.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going to do a little math. And what's Lee considering here? What's Lee's worry?
I don't know, that he gets a GRV before he can get to combat, and that's really the only way he loses here, I feel. Like, it really is completely Lee's game to lose here. But, hey, this is when you slow down and you make sure there's nothing that can happen. Rather, the skies has to be your number one concern. Maybe a hasty flage, that's still pretty good.
All right, so here's Pyromancer, discard 2, make 2 elementals. And that's going to do it. Lee Webb takes it down in convincing fashion with an absolute army of cats. Lee Webb going to 7-0.
Impressive.
Not a bad place to be.
Not a bad place to be at all. You know, there's going to be 5 players or so that are going to have that undefeated record. You know, I really want to see maybe a Corey Burkhart versus Mardu Energy next round. See if Corey can clean up that cat deck as well. But, yeah, huge congratulations. 7-0 is impressive.
And that was like, we've seen Boros Energy look a little tough on camera so far. You know, getting Neoform, you know, picking apart by Corey. But that was, you know, the power of the deck.
Yeah.
You know, there's no doubt that Boros Energy, even if it maybe is a little exploitable by these combo decks, it's still a really good deck.
Still a great deck. You know, we didn't see the power from these Scion decks, though. Didn't see the Leyline Scion combo. That's really what this deck is all about. It used to be just an absolute powerhouse in Modern. And, you know, just when you don't have that, your deck looks a lot more fair.
Yeah, and it did. It did look very fair there as well.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So that's round 7 for us. We'll wrap up and come right back with round 8 in just a little bit. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back to Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. We're coming into round number 8 here, and this is the point where things get a little tense.
We're cooking.
We're cooking
here, yeah.
And our players are either battling for undefeated records, looking to go into day 2 pacing the field, or fighting for their day 2 lives. We're going to watch the former here. And these players are playing for some pretty crazy prizes, you know.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got money.
Good.
That is true. Not wrong at all. We got 8 Pro Tour slots for our top 8 players. But it's a very unique prize in this tournament, too. It's not called Magic Spotlight Secret Lair for no reason.
Yeah, it's a secret. And it's in a lair.
Very good, Corey. Very, very good. So we've got the ability to make your own secret lair. Of course, with some, Wizards of the Coast, you got to go through them or whatever.
Yeah,
but, the ability to consult on a secret lair. So $10,000 a Pro Tour invite and a way to make your mark on Magic forever.
Yes. And I mean, hey, the other way to do that, there's one other easy way to do it. You just got to win the World Championship to get a card. So this seems a lot easier than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And really cool prize. And, of course, we got a lot of money, 5 figures up top. And the Pro Tour, one of the cool things about these Spotlight Series events is that you can just walk in the door off the street, having not played Magic for however long, or whatever it might be, whatever your lapse might have been, and you can just walk in and then go home Monday morning going to the Pro Tour.
And I got to say, the Garrick Wildspeaker, promo, that was the first card that I ever won a meaningful tournament. This is the state championship, if we remember those, I won my first state tournament with that card, so that is an iconic one. Do you think it's too late for me to join and see if I can maybe top 128 this tournament?
I think going in with 7 losses would probably eliminate you, yes. So,
okay.
So,
gotcha.
Yes, it is too late.
I'll stay
Corey.
here then.
Yeah, probably stay with me. Let's just, let's just finish this out, We'll see if we can, sneak into day 2. Maybe we can, get you in the auto day 2. But yeah, so
yes.
Prizes are incredible. Really, really cool stuff. Let's pop to our standings and see what players are still undefeated here. And we got 6 technically.
Yep.
Of course, Lee up here on Mardu Energy. Corey Burkhart's been crushed in this event with mid-range. We got Oculus Belcher. Talk us through this.
Yeah, absolutely. So 6 players doing fantastic. And, 2 Azorius Affinity, which I don't remember exactly our breakdown, but I don't think Azorius Affinity, all right, it had 14 players. So 2 of them are in the top. So pretty impressive stuff. See some energy down the way. It's kind of starting to rise to the top. But just a diverse metagame once again, Jim.
Absolutely. Check out slide number 2 here for our top 32 players that are still in great shape. 6-1's a phenomenal record here. These players have already locked up day 2, and now they're trying to make sure that they can go into day 2 with momentum and with, a great record to make hopefully top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Still doing great at 6-1. Still really strong finishes so far from those players.
All right, so we're heading down to our feature match area. We're going to see Affinity, Burke Mathena playing against Michael playing Demir Oculus. And Affinity is a deck, it's been a Modern deck forever, and seeing it evolve over the years is really, really fun. And so let's pop into our feature match area and check it out.
No cranial platings, though, Jim. No cranial platings. We're not doing any of that. No spring leaf drums. Now I think the big finisher is Kappa Cannoneer and Urza's Saga. And my favorite card in these style of decks, I think it's phenomenal, the one of Lava Spar Boots. It is so good in this deck. And whenever I see an Affinity deck that doesn't play them, I audibly gasp.
Good stuff. Yeah, no Frogmites and Mirror Forces, unfortunately, either. But we do see
they're in the sideboard.
Yeah, we do. We do see Urza Saga, and we see the classic Affinity start, just dumping your entire hand. Urza Saga, Haywire Might, into Mox Opal, Tormod Script, and now Emery. Mill 4 cards, off to the races.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of the shell that we're left with after Breach. It was this kind of stuff. The hyper-aggressive 8 or 7 Mox deck, Emery, Tamiyo, Urza Saga. It's hard to go wrong. There's so many other ways to put those extra cards in, whether you're playing Jeskai Corey Cutters, Affinity, whatever kind of stuff you're doing, that shell is still very powerful.
So Thoughtsy is a little bit late to the party. Michael would have loved to have won the die roll here.
Yeah.
I think that Thoughtcast, though, so going to keep the card flow stymied a little bit, but Emery, of course, can get to work here. And this has got to look pretty good for Burke, right?
Yeah, it looks good, especially if Burke can draw a land, which I think that was a Darksteel Citadel. The Demir deck's #1 weakness, Urza Saga. Urza Saga is so good against them. If they have the ways to destroy it with the Harbinger, that is great. You can only destroy these Urza Sagas for a couple more weeks, as the card did get a bit of a buff here, basically overnight. Kind of saw that yesterday.
Yeah, Saga rules changing with the upcoming Final Fantasy set, but not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. So we see that Dark Citadel come down. Of course, mana available. Also, Box Amber, too. So plenty of mana available.
Oh, yeah. Had it available already.
For Burke. And then Saga, of course, we're looking at 2 huge constructs. Great board for Burke.
Yeah.
And just a land pass for Michael. Of course, counter spells, spell snares are all well and good, but not when you're this far behind.
Yep, agreed. And now these constructs are just gigantic. So if Michael has to deal with these constructs on just a 1-for-1 basis, just, aim a fatal push at them, sure it works, but it's not a great plan.
Yeah, and we get the Emery engine going as well. Enough artifacts in play now to produce a Thought Monitor. So Emery is, this card you just got to kill, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we're going to see a 3rd chapter trigger on Saga in response, make another construct. Saga's going away. We're going to find ourselves a 0 or 1 mana artifact.
These boots were made for walking, and that's just what they're about to do here.
You were calling it.
Maybe, though. Honestly, a Bobble looks pretty good here with Emery as well, and these constructs will get there, eventually. So this wasn't a clear-cut boots. If, Burke had the perfect information that there wasn't a removal spell in response to equipping, sure, you do that because the game just ends. But I like Spellbomb here. It's a nice, consistent way to protect your Emery.
Yeah, this is a great hedge, right?
Yeah.
So to protect your Emery, be able to answer, sort of Psychic Frog coming down, whatever else it might be.
Yeah.
Already ahead on board, looking pretty good. So here comes the 1 construct, and it's going to be in for a decent amount. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It looks like 8. Just you get to count the land.
Land 2.
Yeah,
there
we go. Darksteel Citadel. Not played in a lot of like the Jeskai list, for instance. You just can't afford that when your mana base is already brutal. You kind of have to play Saga as your only way to not produce colored mana. But in Azorius Affinity, you can really play a lot of these artifact lands that supercharge not only your Thought Monitors, that kind of thing, but makes the constructs gigantic.
The cherry on top here. Woo! So Burke has the Metallic Rebuke for the Hail Mary Psychic Frog, which honestly wasn't doing much anyway.
Oh, no.
And that's it. We are done here. Phenomenal draw for Burke. Winning game 1 in fantastic fashion. So what's Mike got to do here at the sideboard, right? 4 Consigned Memory, 1 Engineer Explosives, 3 Harbinger of the Seas, 1 Jace the Mind Sculptor. Hello.
Gasp.
1 Kaido, 1 Nile Spellbomb, 3 Stern Scolding, and 1 Toxic Deluge. Consigned Memory, Harbingers, something coming in here, right?
Yeah, I like Harbingers. I don't know if I like Consigns. They seem okay, nothing special. But the Stern Scolding, the one of Engineered Explosive looks great. I want to be Stern Scolding Thought Monitors, Tamios, Emerys, those kind of things. That ends up just being a great card. And then you want to take out some of your more clunky stuff here in the main deck, maybe your Trespassers, maybe your Murktides, and be a little bit more lean from Michael's side.
How important is Harbinger against Saga?
It's very important for a couple more weeks.
Until they change that one.
Then maybe Harbinger will be in the Azorius Affinity deck,
Absolutely.
That would be fantastic.
On Burke's side, we got 4 Consigned Memory also. 3 Damping Sphere, 3 Dispatch, 2 Force Negation, 1 Wear Tear, and 2 Whip Flare. What's Burke up to?
Whew, not much. I think the dispatches look really good up against the Oculus. If they got to jump through a lot of hoops to get that into play, I want to get that one going. Maybe get rid of the Pithing Needle. That seems pretty unnecessary. The Crypt looks great, so you're going to keep that in the main. Can probably get that Haywire Might out there. So I think just dispatch, maybe Force a Negation if Burke feels like he wants to do it.
All right, sounds good. So we'll have Michael on the play for game 2 in just a moment, but Final Fantasy is coming up. We've been thinking about it for a long time now, and now it is almost here. You actually got to play with these cards already, right? Yeah,
I got to play a little bit of a pre-release with a couple of my buddies here on Monday. It was a lot of fun.
Why didn't you invite me?
Actually, so if you need to pre-order, you can go to starcitygames.com/MTG-FIN to check out this really awesome set. See Sephiroth, see Cloud. I mean, there is really every iconic card that you can really think of. I also lost to Dark Ritual on turn 2 into Jet, a famous Final Fantasy X character. And yeah, it's a fantastic combo and a great card to have on turn 2, to say the least.
So you lost me there because I was thinking Mox Jet. So I was like, Dark Ritual into Mox Jet? That doesn't. You don't need to do that.
I need to get more educated on Lord of the Rings that you're a big fan of. Yep. You need to get a little more educated on Final Fantasy. So just play every game by the time we commentate our next event together, and we'll be good to go. Okay?
Sounds fair.
Sweet.
All right, so coming back down to our match here. Looks like we have Burke on a mulligan here on the top. Michael up, or maybe not. thought the deck was ready to go. We're still shuffling up, little pre-game action, getting things ready to rock and roll.
Yeah. Hopefully that dice isn't a mulligan to 2. That is kind of our indicator. I don't think that's the case for this one.
That would be bold.
That would be bold.
That would be bold.
What 3-card hand would you ship back?
You know what? I gotta go to 2.
Yeah,
we cannot keep this. Maybe in the days of the old mulligan rule where you didn't draw 7 every time.
Yeah.
You drew 6, then 5, then 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty hard to imagine a 7 where you want to go to 2. So all right. So Michael's on the play here. That seems very, very important. With these counter spells against a lot of these free spells, like on the play looks good. What's a good game for Michael going to look like?
I think it is going to start with either turn 1 Thoughtseize or a Stern Scolding on the back, or just being able to have a Fatal Push ready to go and then curve into a Harbinger. The best card by far in this matchup is Urza Saga. It's so good against these Dimir decks where if it goes unchecked, that is just going to be the win for Azorius Affinity. Now, the flip side, Michael having turn 1 interaction like Thoughtseize into Frog, that can be very good as well because, well, the Azorius Affinity deck is not that good at dealing with a Psychic Frog. We do have Dispatch, which is going to be great, but either way you cut it here, it is not a good matchup for Dimir.
Yeah, and it's also your average Urza Saga is good against Dimir. These are not average Urza Sagas. In Affinity, they are mega sagas. They're making 8/8s, not 2/2s or 3/3s. So very, very powerful. So we see a tap land here from Burke. A little more tempered of a start, just a Mox Amber.
Yeah.
And then going to pass turn. We've got to forget that the artifact lands are banned.
Yeah.
The original 5 artifact lands from Mirrodin, the colored artifact lands, a single color coming to play untapped, are not legal. Those are not allowed. So we see the tap dual land from was it Modern Horizons 2, right?
Yeah. Yep. That was Modern Horizons 2. Do you think they'd be too good, the OG artifact lands?
With Mox Opal, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that they could have unbanned the artifact lands or Mox Opal. Definitely not both.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, so Surveil here for Michael. Taking a little look, and I'm sure Michael's got to be pleased that Burke's draw was a little more reasonable this time.
Yes. Whenever you're playing these kind of Azorius Affinity decks, whether it be Jeskai, Azorius, whatever, when you ever have I can add an extra mana with my Mox Opal on turn 1, those draws look just incredible. It feels like you're playing Legacy while everybody else is playing Modern.
All right, so we got a fetch here. So the main phase fetch land.
Ribbit.
Looking like a Psychic Frog.
That'd be a big game.
And what's Burke up to over here? Maybe a broken sleeve or something?
Looks like it.
There's no pitch cast stifle yet, right?
Not yet. Okay. Not yet.
That would be something.
It's MH4.
Yes. Coming soon to a Modern format near you.
Absolutely. Hey, a long day, you kind of beat up your sleeves throughout a long tournament. That just happens.
Got to keep them fresh.
Yep.
All right, so here comes down the Psychic Frog. And pass it back to Burke.
I love that version of Psychic Frog, by the way. I think I still like the OG a little bit better, but that's nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, there's Urza Saga. Now, it is not available yet to make a construct. It's really important to make that construct, right?
Yes, absolutely. And it's curving right into Michael's ideal play of if he's able to find a Harbinger to be able to Stone Rain your opponent. And, now we're cooking. I mean, this is it.
All right, so we see a Tameo and an Emery. Milling over Force Negation, Metallic Rebuke, a land, and what's that top card?
I want to say that's a Shadow Sphere. I think it's Moogle's Knife?
A Morgul Blade.
Oh, okay.
Crafted
Sorry.
in the fires of Muldur.
Yes, that's what I meant. You didn't let me finish.
Of course, sorry. my bad. All right, so now multiple engines going from Burke, from not a lot to a lot here.
Yeah.
And Psychic Frog has some work to do. So going back Michael's way.
So yeah, this is closed deck list, so we don't know that there's no Bowmasters. That was a real cost from Burke. If Michael did have Bowmaster, we know Michael doesn't even play them in the 75, but if it was there, sacking that Bobble and losing your Emery there, you only make that mistake once because it feels like it's avoidable. You can just wait for your opponent to do things and then end step, do it when the coast is clear. But no Bowmasters in the 75, so kind of dodged a bullet there from Burke.
All right, so this game, Michael's getting to do his thing a little bit. So Frog comes in, draws a card. We see an Oculus discarded for the extra counter. Now, is this a preemptive discard or is this an all rolled up discard? looking like the former without the Oculus already being in play here.
I mean, I think it's about to be in play. Like, we're doing that first. It's hard to not believe that if you discard it immediately, you're not going to just immediately play it. But, okay, that makes sense, too.
All right, so going the other way. So Murktide, so Oculus is going to get out of here. Going to the exile zone. We saw a discard of a counterspell as well. That was post-damage, too. Probably the draw for the turn. And,
yeah.
We see Michael here just getting on the board and going big.
Yep, absolutely. And Psychic Frog and Murktide work quite well together. You know, if you exile spells from your graveyard to jump the Frog, you do increase the power on the Murktide as well. So a nice synergy in this Dimir deck.
So is this Michael saying, I'm not going to beat you in a more normal game, I'm going to be the beatdown?
It looks like it. Whenever you got this many Sagas cranking out constructs, you know, we don't have the best card against these Azorius Affinity deck that, you know, some of these lists play, some don't, and that's Dress Down. Dress Down really just is so perfect against any kind of construct game plan.
I was surprised I didn't see the card on the sideboard.
Yeah.
I actually, when you were talking earlier, I looked for it, didn't see it. I was like,
yeah.
Good against Titan also, has some other good spots as well. But
I think Dress Down is criminally underplayed right now. I think that card is so good.
All right, so back Burke's way. And, of course, the Affinity deck is really good at doing its thing, but not necessarily at removing stuff. So, oh, I love this. Tamio says, I don't care how big your dragon is. I'm getting in. Unfortunately, Michael finds the block. But,
did it.
But there's a clue, and we're going to see, improvising.
The Kappa's here, and that card is unkillable for quite a while.
All right, so we have a very large creature, gets the counter, and unblockable possible threat, but there is more power in play on Michael's side than Burke's.
I would say still big advantage to Michael here. Now, the one thing Burke is going to have access to is being able to get a spell bomb, but just think if Michael goes land 3 Heartbringer, this game is over.
Yeah, that would be probably also on the table, I would think.
I would think so,
too. This part. So,
Michael could have it very, very easily, too. You know, I mean, it's missed a land drop and just might be, you know, why is me if we don't get it? And there could be a spot where Michael would just think like, all right, if I have Harbinger, I have to discard 3 cards. I have to jump this into the air. I guess you can just discard a couple cards and clear this Kappa out. So this is pretty much unblockable. I see a Harbinger. I'm pretty sure that second card in Michael's hand was a Harbinger. So this is going to be a tap the top of the deck if it's a land. Probably on our way to game 3. If not, it might be over.
All right, so looks like no block on this Frog. Obviously, threat of activation, you know, a common Magic term. No more true than Psychic Frog. It is so hard to block this thing.
Yeah.
And there goes a Trespasser. A little surprised to see that with him still in the deck, right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, that one does not seem that great in this matchup.
All right, so it goes to the bin. 1 more point of damage. Draw off the Frog. Is it a land?
Dun dun.
A little slow roll there. I love that. Sweat for the cameras. And it does not
Tell us, Michael.
Not jumped right into play. Ooh, really making a sweat here.
Yes. Okay.
That's not a lamb. That's a pretty good one.
That's something.
Explosives on 0 here, threatening to mop up constructs, the Moxen, the clues.
Yeah, I wonder if you fire it off now because there could be a Pithing Needle that locks it down. I don't think so, as you know, that's the only real target. Not an open decklist tournament though, so of course it could stay in, just to always be staying in as like a safety net essentially. But that wasn't that big of a deal for Burke.
All right, so we've seen no activation on the Urza Saga. Here comes the Spell Bomb off the Chapter 3. Kappa's going to go up to a 6/6. And again, Michael's winning on board right now in probably the most aggressive Dimir draw I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, but man, you really got to feel for Michael here. This was his game to lose. Any land, not only, you know, it's turn 4, it was turn 4 for Michael, but also connected with Frogs a couple of times. And I saw that Harbinger for sure now, as well as a Dismember. So, wow. You could have just dismembered Emery. That might have been better. Because sure, you got rid of some zeros, but, you know, like those zeros can just come back.
All right, well, there goes the Harbinger a different way. Force negation to the counter of his Morgul Blade. Gone forever. And Spellbomb, of course, can mop these creatures up. With Emery still going as well, like you're saying, we can see a little loop in action going on here. See another counter on Cannoneer. 7 power now, unblockable.
Quite possible a 2-turn clock now.
Spellbomb is pretty scary.
Very.
All right.
And only 2 cards from Michael, so could get a 3rd card, boost this frog up to 7, but this Spellbomb bouncing Murktide or bouncing the frog here is still really big game.
So why bounce the frog over the dragon?
Just because it draws a card, I think. It's similar power here. Now, the one thing that could go wrong is if you discard spells. I guess you exile the spells, and that only boosts Murktide by the same amount. So, yeah, frog is just the better creature here.
Okay. Here comes Cannoneer. That's a pretty big hit. Here's a Tameo. That's a Hallowed Fountain there. Space Hallowed Fountain.
Yep.
All right. And a Bauble going to go off. Take a little peek. And what do you got there, Michael? Anything good?
Probably land 3. Being far too late.
Yep.
Yeah,
All
with
right.
that Harbinger, man, Michael really, really got unlucky there to brick so many turns in a row to not hit it.
All right, so Michael now. Murktide region in play, but only 5 power, and the Spellbomb is looming. Emery ready to rock that one back up.
Yeah, and if you dismember at this point, now you're just dead. Because Kappa, there is going to be an artifact coming into play, probably 2. And then that's up to 9, so, you know, if you can go untap Swamp or something and dismember it the old-fashioned way, you know, dismember for 3, sure. But if not, yeah, Spellbomb rips this Dimir deck to shreds.
And Tameo is a pretty good insurance policy here, too,
Yeah,
right? 'Cause
block, whatever.
Right, because we could see Frog in theory and then exile cards in the graveyard to pump his Murktide up.
Yep.
Need to find some more spells, but
Yeah, I don't think there are enough spells there. There's a Stubborn Denial, a Dismember, a Frog, and something else there. Either way, no real way to deal with Kappa. Well, that is an Unearth. Okay.
all right, Trespasser's back.
Can eat the Spellbomb now. Not bad, not bad.
So eat that Spellbomb, so no more. I mean, that's pretty relevant, right? Because finding 7 damage to this Murktide is not insanely difficult next turn. It's like
Yeah.
it's like a Frog with exiles, and it's certainly doable. Did we just see a Tameo get exiled?
I believe so, to gain some life. So, just on face-up information right now, I believe Burke can attack for 11. So we got 7 from the Kappa. You can make a Construct, makes it 8. You can get a Lava Spore Boots, which makes it 9. If you have a land, that makes it 10 with the Equip. Emery bringing a Bobble back makes 11. So a little short.
All right, so Trespasser putting Michael up to 12. Burke with a draw. Here's a Saga. No Construct. Going to go into the deck and pull out a 0 or 1 drop. Quite a variety of options for Burke to choose from.
But now, since the Spellbomb's still there, Burke can do this, a little more measured, not make a Construct because the Construct doesn't matter that much, get whatever, and then bring back a Spellbomb, bounce Murktide, and now all of a sudden the clock is gone from Michael, and this Kappa can just rain down eventually.
Yeah, winning over 2 turns. That's totally fun.
Still counts as winning.
Yep. So we got to see a masterpiece here, and
I would say that's a Needle.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah, yeah.
So Needle naming.
Flawless victory? I don't know. Maybe you just, you meme at this point if Burke already has it.
What is it? You are already dead or something like
Yeah,
that?
I think that's a thing, yeah.
All right, so Emery's going to bring back Spellbomb. And here comes the bomb. And we see a Stubborn Denial.
Ooh.
All right, so only a 1-turn delay on this bomb. Obviously, Emery can bring it back next turn. And the Needle, we got word that it's naming Psychic Frog.
Oh, that's huge.
Oh, how about just the Llanowar Elf?
Oh.
Pithy Needle of a Llanowar Elf's going to pay for this Metallic Rebuke, improvise in, stop a Stubborn Denial. Here's the Aether Spellbomb, and now things are looking phenomenal for Burke.
Yes, absolutely. So the Trespasser can attack for essentially 4 because you can do 1 drain, and you bounce the Murktide, and now all of a sudden Burke looks like he's able to pretty cleanly win the game at 2 life is how it looks so far.
Yeah, a lot to work for Michael, and we kind of missed the fact here. Obviously, there's no 3rd land for Harbinger, but that no 3rd land ever. You know,
Yeah,
Michael's without 2 lands here the entire game.
Yeah, and I mean, this just would have been the easiest game for Michael ever if that Harbinger cleaned up 2 Urza Sagas.
All right, so back Michael's way. Can Michael find a way through all of this? Spellbomb, no real way to stop that one, right? There's no stifle effects, no side binders. So here comes the attack. Trespasser will trigger. We're going to see Trespasser target a creature, gain a life, and drain for 1.
Yeah, I would think the only hope is like you play a frog and you can block Kappa, but with an Emery in play and hope your opponent doesn't have an artifact. But with Emery in play, you automatically have an artifact.
All right, Spellbomb goes off, targets the Murktide. The big dragon is going home.
Yep.
Back to hand. Damage goes through. Burke goes down to 2 life points, which is not 0.
Carry the 3 divided by... No, you're right.
Not 0,
yeah. You're right.
Yep.
And now the frog looks embarrassing. And the thing is, this game was played beautifully by Burke. If the frog was online with this Pithing Needle, all you got to do, exile those 2 cards in your yard, Murktide grows, wins the game. So that needle had to be in the deck, and it had to be named. So, like, this was just incredibly played here from Burke.
All right, Burke with that artifact. Kind of hard to miss, like you're saying, with the Emery in play, but that cap is real big. Got to get Spellbomb just in case. Cap is a little bigger. Going for the overkill, enjoying the camera time. 7-0. Burke's feeling good. Yeah, let's draw some cards, dude.
Why not? Why not?
I'm feeling good. Love it.
And there comes the king.
All right, Burke takes it down Affinity in dominating fashion. I did really like how Michael played that game.
Loved it. Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't work out. Michael didn't draw the 3rd land for the Harbinger.
Yeah.
But taking a super aggressive stance in a bad matchup is a real good way to kind of like try and overcome that.
Definitely, because I think in most matchups, the Dimir Oculus deck is the deck that takes over the late game. You know, with frogs, with Murktides and stuff. The late game's usually for the frogs, but Azorius Affinity just keeps hitting. Urza's Saga in general just always keeps bringing those constructs, and you only have so many fatal pushes. If you don't have the Harbingers to clean them up straight away, or dress downs to truly take them out, it is a very tough matchup, and it looked like it.
Yeah, and knowing that is so important to doing well in these tournaments. You know, knowing when you need to change gears. You can't just accept your baseline is, I have the control deck, I want the game to go long. You know, knowing when you need to change gears and understand that, you know, this matchup isn't that great, but best chance to win, I have these powerful cards, let's lean on them. So,
sometimes you got to shift your way that you play your own deck in those kind of situations.
All right, so we're going to head down to our backup match here. We got Jacob Burton Edwards playing a little more Amulet Titan versus Kevin Thomas on more Snapcaster Mages. Jeskai Control. Let's hop down to the feature match area.
Love it.
All right, so Kevin Thomas on top. 6-1 with Jeskai Control. Jacob on the bottom. 6-1 with Amulet Titan. And Kevin's in the play. Misty Rainforest. Let's rock and roll.
The iconic start.
Yep. And turn 1 Amulet for Jacob. Exactly where Jacob wants to be. Kevin's going to fetch. Imagine a little Surveil on here. So how does this look for Control? You know, the Amulet Titan decks are pretty good at playing a longer game as well, right?
Yeah, I would think this is a really, really rough one here from Kevin. I mean, I see Lightning Bolt, Helix, Flage, Teferi, Prismatic. Prismatic Ending is okay, but those other cards are bad. You know, Prismatic Ending doing exactly this is incredible, but otherwise a lot of spot removal that looks very, very unexciting to say the least. And the sideboard doesn't even look that much better from Kevin. So I think this is Jacob's match to lose.
All right, so we do see the ending there taking out at the Amulet, which is extremely important.
Yes.
Talent for Kevin. And we're going to see Vesuva copying the archive there. A little Surveil for Jacob.
Spicy.
All's fair. All right, land 3 for Kevin. Pass him a turn, Scalding Tarn. And back Jacob's way, we see Beseju into Spelunking. That word's just fun to say.
It is fun. And it's a fun card to play with if you're a fan of Amulet, that's for sure.
Yep.
The one thing I will say for Kevin is Kevin does have some really good cards. You know, Tidebinder seems great. There's 3 of those in the main. Counterspell, very strong if we don't have the Cavern of Souls type thing from this Amulet build, as well as just 4 Flame of Anors. So being able to blow up Amulets is great. But this is where these new versions of Amulet are very scary because, sure, Kevin's very good at dealing with Amulet with Prismatic Ending and Flame of Anor, not so good at dealing with the 3-mana Amulet of Spelunking.
Yep, so also a lot of time for Jacob to get set up here, right? So Here Kevin's going to play Flame Manor, and this looks like a main phase draw 2. I would say Kevin probably missing a land here.
Yeah.
End step, never mind, I apologize.
Quick study, if you will. The instant speed divination.
You don't got to tell me, I love that card. All right, so we got land number 4 coming in here, and pass turn once again. Back Jacob's way. Vesuva, this time copying Simic Growth Chamber, coming in untapped, bouncing Beseju. And there's prime time, just jamming. Coming right in here and asking Kevin, do you have a counterspell? Kevin says, no, I don't. So Jacob is off to the races. Prime time, gonna get probably some haste land, I would assume. Maybe, so is this more of a setup here? There are Path to Exiles, there are removal spells. You think Jacob wants to set up more?
You know, I would think this is set up more. Maybe get a Simic Growth Chamber and a Teleria West. That would be an option. Or the hasty lands and you go for it. But I think the one way for you to kind of lose this game is go to give it haste and you lose to double Helix or what have you. I'm not sure if I see 2 red lands in there, but
how about Path to Exile?
Just iconic. You know, Path on a Titan. I mean, that is just what it's all about.
That's happened quite a few times in Modern over the last decade.
Yeah, but not for a decade, I feel.
All right, so you get a Forest for Jacob. It will come in untapped thanks to Spelunking. And now we see an Amulet in as well. So I guess that Amulet didn't have mana for that one just yet, I suppose. So
yep, looks like it.
Want to just resolve the Titan. And there's End Step Flame Venor once again. Just 3 mana, draw 2 cards.
Draw cards, why not?
Yeah. You know?
It's good, clean magic.
I'm all about it.
Now, the list that we have here from Jacob, they are playing 4 Scapeshift, as we're starting to see from a lot of lists. So, I mean, that's one way to just fight through cards like Path to Exile. You win with your lands.
I would say a little more risky against counterspells, maybe, because you can't really like grind with the Scapeshift. You have to win or lose, right?
Yeah, a little bit more risky. It's also a little risky against like Merfolk Tidebinder. Like if the Spelunking wasn't there, you know, if you can like Tidebinder the untap from a Lotus Field and then you don't have mana to do something, and then you have to sack, like that stuff can matter.
All right, here's a Green Sun Zenith off of some bounce lands. I imagine it is for 6 here. It's Titan time again. Now, there are 4 Snapcasters in Kevin's deck, so we could always see a Snapcaster Path to Exile, just like the old days.
Wow, I never thought we'd be seeing so many Snapcaster mages, but we have seen a ton of them. You know, we've seen maybe like, I don't know, 15 of them cast today, and 14 of them were Corey Burkhart. But
all right, so we see Mirror Pool and Crumbling Vestige. The Battlement already in play.
Will this haste work? Wow, was that a lot of Tamios? No, okay, that is 3 Snapcasters in hand then.
Oh.
I wasn't sure what that promo is, but I saw 3 of those in hand.
How would you like another Forest? How many Forests we got in there? We got 3 Forests.
Find out.
1 more Forest to go. And I mean, all this mana is pretty good for Jacob, right?
Yeah, why not?
All right, like, you know, Kevin's not winning the game anytime soon. So time to rebuild and get things rolling.
And I did see another Green Sun Zenith in hand for Jacob, so can do it again next turn. And that's the one thing. If Kevin had a counter spell drawn instead of a path, you know, just counter the Zenith, that looks a lot better because, number 1, you don't give your opponent a land. Number 2, those Zeniths don't shuffle back in.
Yep. All right. Tamio gets in. You got a Clue. Snappy getting in also. Of course, you know, Snap Bolt is a thing here. A couple of Helixes too, so. And it looks like Kevin's going to pass only 4 lands, so a lot of spells in hand.
All gas.
And now we go Jacob's way with a ton of mana.
Scapeshift, Summoner's Pact, Green Sun Zenith, a Saga. So, wow, this could be one of those turns where, you know, Jacob goes, I want to try to resolve another Titan, but this time get enough mana for, you know, to have 4, and then Scapeshift if the haste doesn't work.
Yeah, and Kevin has not had a counterspell in the last few turns.
No.
So, unless it has been drawn recently.
This is a lot of mana.
All right.
This might be starting with a Scapeshift.
Just looking to perhaps float a bunch of mana, cast Scapeshift, and see where it goes from there.
Leave the 1 Mirror Pool in play is what it looks like, but we shall see.
remind me here, Scape Shift, you don't sacrifice part of the cost, right?
Not a part of the cost, yeah, upon resolution. So not a complete blowout.
Right, so no fear there. If Scape Shift gets countered, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, not too many ways to interact with that.
All right, so we got 3 colorless floating. And
a lot more.
How about 5 green?
Slap some blue in there while you're at it.
2 blue. Jacob could say any number here and I would believe it.
Oh,
There's
yeah, same.
Also 14 red mana. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Makes sense.
That's why you're here next to me.
Oh, yes. I wonder what would happen if I played Amulet Titan in a tournament. I feel like
I think you could do it.
My head would explode.
I think you could do it. I feel like we've commentated it enough. You're good to go. You're a pretty good Magic player.
My Twitch chat might disagree with you.
Yeah.
So here's Scape Shift. Bunch of mana floating. And it looks like it's going to resolve here. So these lands go to the bin. I think that was 7 lands.
Look like
7.
it.
So 7 fresh lands coming out of the deck. Both Amulet and Spelunking in play. A little redundant, but obviously important to have one of them.
Yep.
And notably, Mirror Pool is the 1 land left untapped.
Yep. So we're going to see some T-West. We're going to see Lotus Field, Shifting Woodlands. We're going to get all the things to do the really more busted thing that this deck can do. It's so wild to me that Primeval Titan is like, almost feels like it's not plan A anymore. I don't know if that's fully true, but Scape Shift to get Aftermath Analyst to then just infinitely get through your lands, create as many Titans as you want. You know, the sky's the limit once you have this kind of loop going.
You can tell Jacob's sitting up in the seat.
Yeah.
Ooh, I get to do my thing now. This is great.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Lotus Fields. We got Bounce Lands. We got Shifting Woodland, Teleria West, Crumbling Vestige. We can see the Teleria go to hand. That can go get cycled. They can get a pact. Woodland become whatever you want it to be. Bunch of mana everywhere. Just so much stuff happening.
Yeah. And we already know we have a pact. We already know we have a Green Sun Zenith. So, you know, there's an Urza's Cave there too. You can sacrifice that. That's going to be coming back each time. So you can get a land every time. You can Teleria West for every single one of your packs. Get all your Titans out of your deck. Eventually, you'll have the ability to play a Titan. If your opponent does have the way to deal with it, you can respond with okay, Mirror Pool it. So this, as long as Jacob doesn't make some egregious error, they should be up a game.
Yeah, and important to note here, Kevin is playing a control deck. There are no sweepers in this deck. You know, so even if it just ends up being put some Titans in play or whatever else, we're probably going to see more than that as well.
Yeah.
But mopping up, you know, that was kind of the Amulet thing back in the day where, like, they would just produce a Titan. They wouldn't necessarily kill you.
Yeah.
But it was turn 3. They had 11 lands in play and a 6/6.
Yeah.
And you're still on land 2. So.
And at some point, there were Field of the Dead and zombies that would keep coming at you.
Yep.
Yeah. Amulet has went through so many different changes. And really through all the iterations, it's been a top-tier deck. It's just been so difficult to play that it's, you know, remained through. All right, I won't do the meme, but.
All right, so you see a copy here of Amulet of Vigor.
Okay.
Here's Summoner's Pact.
Sacrificing the land, floating all this mana. Now we get Aftermath Analyst. And even if it gets countered, who cares? You just Shifting Woodland it. Shifting Woodland is also the bane of the existence of control decks. Whether you're Shifting Woodlands Urza Saga, you know, doing more unfair things like this, anytime you can have a land that is an uncounterable way to get back anything, ends up being so good against control.
Get back God Pharaoh's Gift.
Oh.
Saw Fire Choosers posted a pretty cool God Pharaoh's Gift. Went 5-0 a few times in some modern leagues. I haven't seen it yet today, but, you know.
That's a spicy one. One of my favorite ones. Favorite cards.
All right, so here's a bunch of lands, bunch of mana. It's just so much. We gotta hire one of these Amulet players as like a special correspondent, you know?
Yeah.
We should have like an Amulet desk. Look, let's head over to Dom, our Amulet correspondent, and see what the heck is going on here.
Whoever you pick for that job, they will do it for free, 100%, and it'll be the greatest day ever. Like, I get to walk you through all these in-depth Amulet lines. You know, yeah. I mean, this is what it's all about. There's Amulet Discords out there. You know, in between rounds, they're talking about all the cool different lines that they can do. And honestly, it is a cool deck. It really is. You know, sure, it's difficult to play. It's hard to comprehend half the time. If you show a new player what just happened there, they'd be like, what? You know, like, that is wild. But it is a powerful deck. It's a fun deck to be at a tier 1 spot. And I'm a fan.
It's also just cool to appreciate mastery.
Yeah.
You know, it's so cool seeing. I think it's difficult to do. People have mastered it. So great. So
Yeah.
So for Kevin's side here, we got a sideboard of 2 Celestial Purge, 3 Cleansing Wildfire. Love that card.
Bingo.
4 Consign of Memory, 1 Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 3 Wrath of Disguise. Cleansing Wildfire looking pretty cool here, right?
Yeah, Wildfire for sure. Consign is good against like half of the draws. If your opponent's Summoner's Pact for a Titan and they picked up a lot of their lands to cast it, and just anticipating that they get the lands to be able to pay for Pact the next turn, 1 Consign can win you the game. Can also consign like untapped triggers, stuff like that. That can really be impactful, but it's not always amazing. So that's a card that I think we will see come in because, well, there's 4 Lightning Bolts, there's 2 Lightning Helixes. There just looks like a decent amount of dead cards in Kevin's list. So I'd be bringing in anything that has text against Amulet.
Sounds good. And then on Jacob's side, we got 1 Majuka Bog, 3 Dismember, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Otawar, 1 Pyroclasm, 2 6, which sounds silly to say.
That does.
2 Vampire's Vengeance, and 3 Vexing Bauble. What's going on here?
I like 6, but overall, I don't want to make too many changes here. You could think about Dismember to deal with like a turn 1 Tameo to stop kind of the card advantage plan, but I don't want to sideboard too much. This seems like a very good matchup for Jacob. So, yeah, they shouldn't overboard.
Sounds good. All right, so while our players shuffle up here, let's take a little look at an upcoming event.
Oh, let's do it.
All right, and going down to sunny Orlando for a little space action. Planetary Rotation, the Spotlight Series, and this is going to be a really big tournament. We're going to have an actual rotation with Standard losing a bunch of sets, picking up a new set. Tell us all about that.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really fun. This is, you know, probably my favorite tournaments throughout the year is Standard just rotating. The SCG Tour back in the day, you know, playing the new Standard formats right before a Pro Tour. This is going to be like 3 weeks before Pro Tour Atlanta, which is Standard as well. So going to be really fun to see those kind of changes and see what people bring to the table. And if it's anything like the good old days, one of the Jessup brothers are going to win, as they usually do in early Standard. Now, this is going to be August 29th through the 31st. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. To get some more information on this. Going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, great tournament to play, great tournament to watch as well.
Yes.
Always super excited to see what the first takes are on the format. So, hope to see you there. All right, back down to our feature match area. We got Kevin here, down a game on the play, looking for an answer to his Amulet Titan deck, and a bit of a mulligan here, perhaps?
Looks like a mold of 5 from Jacob.
All right, so I have to get dice out of here. So, Kevin on 7 cards on the play. Kind of feeling pretty decent about that.
Yeah.
We see a fetch line come in. Urza Saga for Jacob, and pass him a turn. Very different Urza Saga than the Affinity deck.
Yes, but still just as powerful. It really is just a Amulet Titan and a hat.
Yep. All right, so fetch and scry for Kevin, I can only assume. Also want to get frisky here with an end step Lightning Bolt. Oh,
You're at 17.
Oh, yeah, do it. Oh.
That's a much better play.
Yeah, I know. I get it. So land cycle, Lorien reveal. Go get an island of various varieties. It's going to be I believe a Hallowed Fountain.
Yeah, this card used to be everywhere, and we do not see it as often. But Lorien revealed, still very, very strong.
Yeah. Great amount of modality, you know?
Yeah.
Mana fixing, little card draw, pitch to force once in a while.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
5 mana recall, does it all.
All right, so there's that fountain untapped. Going to shock in and spend 2 mana for a Cleansing Wildfire on Urza Saga. I am a huge fan of this card.
Oh, yeah. This is great, and I was kind of doing a check here to see if Kevin had any, like, Ghost Quarters, any of that kind of stuff that kind of synergizes with this. Nope, just I'm going to draw a card, you can get a basic, which ends up being good enough. It is interesting, you know, that we don't want to do any other kind of hateful land card for Amulet, you know, maybe even Aether Gust. But drawing a card is just that important, and being able to flash it back with Snapcaster is pretty nice.
That is nice. You got to do a forest check here. You know, you try and get all the forest out. So we see forest for Jacob. We see a Vexing Bauble.
Interesting.
That is an interesting sideboard card. What's the plan with this card?
To counter cards that you don't pay mana for, I guess. But yeah, I don't see a ton of them. Just counter Summoner's Pacts, I guess.
All right. Yeah, there you go.
But hey, if you Or excuse me, I mean that's the other way around. So yeah, I don't actually know what this is really doing.
I don't quite get it either. Looking over the list, I don't see any free spells in the entire deck list for Kevin.
Yeah.
And obviously there is Summoner's Pact in Jacob's deck, so I'm curious to see how this one turns out.
Cantrip.
All right, so Azusa Lost but seeking SpongeBob SquarePants to save the day. And says no.
I love it. I love it.
All right, back Jacob's way. They seem in shock that SpongeBob SquarePants just ruined their day.
No
but
kidding.
Azusa Lost but seeking. I don't think Azusa, thought that one day she'd be being bested by SpongeBob. But
we all knew it was coming, though. SpongeBob, very powerful.
All right, so Gruul Turf here, bounce the land, say go. We got to surveil for Kevin. Just past turn, as a control deck wants to do. Looking like this game is looking pretty nice for Kevin so far. Things going according to plan.
Definitely.
Still vexed by this bobble a little bit. I'm curious to see how some.
I am too. I'm just looking over. I'm scowling this list to see if there is anything, but I am not seeing it.
You know what I think it is?
Huh.
I think it's just a one-up to search for with the Saga when you just want to draw a card.
Yeah.
Just if you're not sure what you want exactly or need to draw a card, that's my guess, but could be wrong. Again, Amulet's very confusing to me, so I'm in the booth for a reason.
It is a tricky deck, that is for sure.
All
but
right.
now we can counter it with the Garden, draw 2 cards. Divination.
Yep.
A really hard to work for Divination where you have to, invest 5 total mana.
You don't got to sell me on a Divination.
I'm trying, though.
I was watching some old coverage this week leading up to this, just get my coverage, my feel on, and I watched some of my old control matches of me playing Blue-White Control.
Wow, you're just watching your own matches? Okay, that's not getting ready. That is just hyping yourself up, Jim.
That also might be true.
Okay.
Divination and Blue-White Control in Standard.
Oh, yeah.
Just actual Divination, not quick study, not just 3 mana draw 2.
How are your knees? Are they sore?
They're all right.
Okay.
I was trying not to think about it, So good call from Nick Miller, of course, always on the ball. We are close deck lists.
Yeah.
Right, so Jacob has not had perfect information of what's coming in or not. So Force of Negation, Subtlety, all cards that could be in Kevin's deck. We know that they are not.
Yeah, Solitudes, those kind of things. All right, once again, Nick Miller's got it going on. Shocking.
Yep. Big shout out to Nick behind the scenes. You don't see him that often, but he runs the entire show. So
yeah, pretty much.
All right, here's an amulet. And once again, we've got SpongeBob SquarePants.
Countered yet again.
Who counters your spell? It makes you feel bad.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
All right.
We now owe the Krusty Krab a lot of money for that. Oh, man.
All right. So definitely a much cleaner game for Kevin here. I think the land drops are pretty big too. Drawing cards, making land drops, countering spells. But now you see a Zenith.
Okay. Looks like for 3.
And SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob.
I am loving this.
All right.
I just want to go to Game 3 to have more SpongeBob jokes here on the broadcast.
I mean, that's all 4. They are all 4 in the graveyard. But Snapcaster Mage was born to flashbacks.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so.
Yeah. I mean, Snapcaster brings stuff back from the graveyard or brings stuff back from under the sea. Are you feeling it now, Jim?
Oh, I'm feeling it. I am feeling it. All right, so tapping some mana here for Jacob.
That's 6? Okay, so prime time.
There's Delirium here, so.
Oh, wow, that's Shifting Woodland on the Amulet, so it looks like we are trying to then copy it with the Garden. Oh, baby.
Love this. Okay, so Woodlands activates, copying Amulet of Vigor.
Yep.
Mycosynth Garden is going to copy the Amulet of Vigor if it is, not there really yet, but is because it's a woodland. And so now we have an Amulet in play, and a little Vesuva action. Vesuva's going to be copying
the Simic Growth Chamber, so we should be up to 5 mana right now.
All right.
Now down to 2, if my calculations are correct.
And here's a 6, not the number, the name.
Well, it's also kind of the number, but.
Yeah. Unless you're counting up,
Yeah, that's fair. All
right, so here's 6, mana floating. 6 of Force can discard lands to play spells non-land permanent spells from the graveyard. And also has that 4th toughness, so Lightning Bolt not so good here.
So, I mean, you could just pitch one of these lands to put the amulet into play. That is an option.
It looks like that's what Jacob is going for here. It looks like 6 resolve, so all right. Battlements to the bin. Retrace.
I mean, that is a rough one to put into your yard, I will say.
Yes, so we're going to see the Vexing Bauble return.
Okay.
So the return of the Bauble, and now we're going to see an Amulet of Vigor discarding Beseiju. So not a bad turn for Jacob as far as setting up goes.
No, not bad at all. And looks like we're flooding out up top. I think I see a Consign and I see a Bolt, which, yeah, not amazing by any means.
All right, so 2 amulets. And the Bauble here, again, is insurance against force, subtlety, things like that as well. So, all right.
We know it's not there, but it is, of course, not known to Jacob. Thanks for pointing that out, Nick. And yeah, good sequencing there, I will say.
So let's get rid of that Vexing Bauble. Just draw a card so Summoner's Pact does something.
Yep.
Going to go look for a little search here. 2 amulets in play. There's a Titan.
And here is the little unfortunate aspect. Like, Titan's going to come into play and Consign can stop something, but it's not a big deal anymore, you know?
Yeah, so Stifle is a temporary solution to a very permanent problem.
Yes, yes. Well said.
All right, so Vesuva going to make some mana copying bounce lands. We got mana floating for days.
Yeah, only 4 mana it should be.
Who can tell?
Yeah, who knows?
All right, so tap the Growth Chamber itself, and we're going to see a Consign to Memory. This is on the bounce land trigger?
Nope, this should be on the Titan trigger and replicated to make sure that it won't be doing anything. We know the haste land's already in the yard, so it's a little tricky to get anything going with that. Not impossible with the shifting woodlands, but more than likely this Titan is not attacking.
Well, the woodlands could copy the Hand Warp Battlement, but not a mana for that right now. So,
But we don't have enough mana, but that could happen, which is pretty cool.
Yep. All right, so tap 2 more. Going back into the yard from 6, we see a land discarded to cast Azusa, Lost but Seeking.
We might have enough mana now.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a Lightning Bolt in hand from Kevin, but that's the only card.
So now 2 more land drops coming, I apologize.
Yep.
And No Day Force, there is a pact that needs to be paid for as well. So, so 6 attacks, mill some cards, and
get a land back.
As a
that represents 8 mana. Not that there's a ton to do with it.
All right, so 6 in the red zone. We're going to see Lightning Bolt on Azusa. So Azusa, said hi. Then said bye.
Gone.
All right.
So no more mana, no more any that kind of shenanigans for this turn, but the Titan gets to live, the 6 gets to live, and there's no Supreme Verdict or anything like that to clean these creatures up. So, you know, you got to think that it is just going to be very tough to be able to deal with these creatures in any meaningful way.
Yeah, and Path to Exile would work, but if the Titan is killed any other way, Woodlands all of a sudden pops out of nowhere, turns into a Titan, and keeps this ball rolling.
Yeah, and we see another pact in hand from Jacob, so.
Now, Jacob is owed 1 pact, right?
Yeah, has to pay for 1 pact, but will still have plenty of mana. I mean, by plenty, I mean exactly enough to play a second Titan without attacking with this Titan, but.
All right, so big shuffle here, big draw step for Kevin.
Yep.
Kevin is on the edge here. Needs to pull a little bit of a miracle out.
Absolutely. And Jacob's doing the best, I don't know, I guess Squidward impression, kind of ruining SpongeBob's day over there. 1 Tameo is not going to do it.
All right, yeah, Tameo's here. Tameo is not what the doctor ordered.
Nope.
And now it is clear sailing for Jacob. Got to be pretty clear. The coast is clear here. That was a draw for turn. Bolt was the last piece of interaction, and Jacob is off to the races.
Yep, so 7 mana floating now. There's a pact in hand that Woodlands can copy the battlement to give one of them haste, and that's 12 damage alone plus the 6. You can eat up 3 of it, so should be exactly lethal. 9, 10, 11, yeah, exactly lethal by just giving this 1 Titan haste, turn them sideways and do nothing else. But we know with 2 Titans attacking, there's a lot that can be done.
It is nice to have an amulet line that is just put a thing in play and attack.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you have to do.
Now, that being said, we do need to find a way to add red mana, which I don't think we can actually do since that Lotus Field did not add red for the second one. So, I mean, I think there's going to be like 5 different ways where Jacob could find lethal here, so I don't think it's going to matter that much, but...
5? Have you seen this deck?
Yeah, okay, 6, sorry.
How about 60?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Let's go the more fun route here.
Yeah.
Jacob says attack for 6.
There'll be no attacking unless it's with all the Titans.
Yeah, how crude, how quaint.
Exactly.
Let me show you how it's really done here. So here's Analyst, mill 3. There are already a ton of lands in the graveyard. And it is go time, folks. Analyst going to the bin. All the lands are coming back. 2 amulets in play means this is a smorgasbord of mana.
Oh, yeah. All the things, do whatever you want. Can really just win in a plethora of ways. The battlement's coming back now, so you can go not more than likely, you will find your mirror pool eventually.
Yeah, we got Gruul Turf now for red. We got I can't even see all the lands in there. We're off the screen. We got so many lands. Bunch of mana.
And Amulet continues to impress every time it's on camera.
Deck is really, really powerful.
Really good. And it does seem like a bit of a brutal matchup for Jeskai Control. But I would imagine Kevin was doing some great work up against, other energy decks.
Yep.
Anything that's kind of playing fair, I bet Kevin's deck is great against.
Absolutely, yeah. And still, even if Kevin does not pull out a miracle here, 6-2 is still great. Already locked for day 2. One more round today, try and clean that one up, and then go into day 2 with a clear head.
Yep.
Ready to battle.
And absolutely, some of the cutoffs that we've seen in the past are those like X2-1, that's been kind of the line. But a lot more players at the RCs than we have for this one. So you could easily see X3. I bet we're going to have a couple sneak in tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely a different feel. The RCs have the Pro Tour invites going down to top 32.
Yeah.
This is more of a top 8 focused tournament.
Very much so.
You want to make top 8 of this tournament. That's where the invite is. That's where the money is. That's where the prizes are. Still great prizes going down, on day 2. But this is a tournament where you definitely want to make top 8.
Yeah. Or that top 128. Get that Garrick. That thing looks sweet. I keep thinking about that ever since we put that slide up. That Garrick Wild Speaker for top 128 looks really awesome.
It's a cool card, too. The original 5 are...
Yes.
They're a good set.
Yep, that was the first big tournament win I ever had. I was so nervous in the finals, I asked my opponent, hey, do you mind if we don't allow spectators, essentially, because I was, shaking nervous? And he's like, listen, kid. He literally said that because I was a child. He's like, listen, kid, you're going to have to get used to it. And I'm like, okay.
And then you beat him.
And then I did beat him, yep. Kavu, the 2-2 that whenever you gain life, you put a counter on it. Fiery Justice, Garrick,
Yep.
that was my weapon of choice. It was a blast.
Kavu Predator?
I believe that's it, yeah.
Yep. All right, so we see at least one copy of Titan here. Oh, there's another one.
Oh,
There's another one. Alrighty then.
Making copies.
Titans ahoy. Still a bunch of mana float. Let's get some more.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, you got more in the feature match area?
Sure.
You call Nick or something, get some more tokens down there.
They all got hazed.
There it is. There's the handshake, and Jacob Burton Edwards takes it down in just dominating fashion, honestly.
Yeah.
And it's really, really cool seeing these combo decks that can go really fast.
Yeah.
Being able to take a slower stance against control decks. Take the time. You have the time to get set up. Might as well use it.
Might as well. And, if SpongeBob's not going to be able to help you out of that, how do we beat Amulet? I don't get it.
that was a lot of SpongeBob's, too. All right. All right, so that is going to do it for round number 8 here. We got one round left for you today, and it's going to be an important one, of course, players on the edge of day 2, and then players looking to put themselves in a great spot for tomorrow. So don't go nowhere. See you in a minute. welcome back to SCG Indianapolis, the Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. We got round number 9 coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Our chance to crown an undefeated player, or maybe 2. We have 3 players currently in the running.
Yep.
And our chance for also to see players who are battling for their lives, maybe. You know, maybe we'll see us on camera, we'll see them on the standings, but a very, very important round in any tournament. And let's pop right to the standings, see how we're doing.
Yeah, or we'll hear people cheering from the outside of the room. Whenever your buddies make it in that you drove up with, like, nothing better than cheering on your friend. So looking at the standings, 3 players undefeated. We have seen them all on coverage. Lee Webb taking down the Domain Zoo deck. Corey Burkhart, just slaying Ocelot Prides left and right. And then we did just see Burke take it down with Azorius Affinity. So a nice spread of decks at the top. And then all the players at X and 1 still looking great, still doing extremely well in this tournament.
Yeah, so everyone's great. All these players are going to be 8-1 going to the day, have a loss to give tomorrow, which is a great place to be.
Yeah. One thing I will say is only one is at Prowess in 11th. So the people that were just like, ooh, Corey Steelcutter is going to dominate Standard and dominate Modern, doesn't look like that is fully the case. I think that deck is, in the context of the format, a much more fair, reasonable deck compared to Standard, where it definitely seemed like the best deck by quite a bit.
Absolutely, and it was a large part of the metagame. It was our second most played deck.
Exactly, yeah.
So I haven't really seen it on camera too much yet. We've seen a lot of energy, of course, but pretty cool to see. We'll get into our top 32 here and see what else we got going on. How many players are 7-1? 7-1 goes down to 21st place, so a couple 6-1-1s in there. They're doing okay, too.
Ooh, 5-color creativity in 19th place? Oh, baby. I love creativity in Archon. That is, that's a combination.
Very powerful strategy for sure. And we see pretty good variety here too, right? Orzhov, Blink, Esper Reanimator, Jeskai Control, various energy decks. You've seen Mardu Energy, of course, Boros the main line, and then Jeskai Energy in 30th place also. We got Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm more than likely that is exactly Splashing Blue for Consign, maybe a Mockingbird here and there, but, probably mainly Boros Energy.
Great stuff. Well, we got a great match for you for our undefeated King of the Hill match. We got Corey Burkhart once again, who's I'm not supposed to be biased, but Corey's a great guy, and he's playing an awesome deck. This Grixis, kind of throwback Grixis control deck.
The best Corey be in the Magic community as well, by a mile.
In the community, in the room. The best looking, absolutely.
Yeah,
and,
this guy gets it.
Corey Burkhart, who's been really crushing these events lately, has a finals finish in Modern last time we were doing Modern.
Yep.
And if there's an event happening, he's probably somewhere in day 2 making a deep run.
Yep, absolutely. Very great player.
And then we got Lee Webb here with our Mardu flavor of energy. So not just Boros, getting in some interaction. And we've seen that seems really important in this tournament, right? We've seen the Boros decks kind of faltering against the combo decks. Thoughtseize helps a ton there. Yeah,
Thoughtseize, the dreams of Steel and Oil and stuff like that. I like Mardu's chances quite a bit. I do think Boros maybe is slightly more advantaged against Corey's deck, but I don't know. I think Corey's Grixis mid-range deck seems pretty good against both of them.
All right, well, let's go find out. Round 9 coming to you right now. All right, we got Corey Burkhart on top, 8-0, feeling great. Big smile as always, playing Grixis mid-range. Lee Webb on the bottom, Mardu Energy, going to be on the draw here. And, we've seen kind of an uphill battle so far from these energy decks against Corey's deck. Bowmasters, removal spells, Snapcaster Mage, quite a gauntlet to go through.
I don't think I watched every single one of Corey's games when I was on carriage, but I watched most of them, and I haven't seen a close game against an energy deck so far. It has been a beating. The combination of spell snares that have been destroying Voice of Victories left and right versus the Bolt, Snap, Bolt, or what I saw in Corey's hand here, there was a lot of Fatal Push and a Snapcaster, so the push, snap, push, kind of the same regard. A lot of Corey's deck kind of circles around to do the same thing, and that one thing is kill all the creatures that these energy decks are producing. So it's looked impressive, to say the least, from Corey's side.
We got to get Lee a piece of paper here, folks. We're playing for 9-0 the tournament, all right?
Yeah.
Let's get a fresh piece of paper going. Let's finish this round right. All right, so we see a Blood Crypt.
No, we need him to use the pads. We need him to use the notepad so we have the life totals.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. All right, so Dreams of Steel and Oil coming down here off a Blood Crypt and seeing a hand of Bowmaster, Snapcaster Mage, and some cards you can't take. Fatal Push, Counterspell, and Watery Grave. Being able to have a way to preempt this Snapcaster or Bowmaster is huge.
Yeah, I think being able to pick away either of these creatures looks great. The Exile clause is not going to be that important in this matchup, but hey, just Thoughtseize number 5 and 6 kind of depending on how many of those type of effects we have. Yeah, there's a total of 5, 6, 7 ways to have a 1-mana piece of discard in Lee Web 75.
Lee's taking a second here to kind of figure this one out. Bowmaster, of course, is very valuable based on the threats Lee has available. Got to go for the Snapcaster Mage. So Snappy's out of here. No Fatal Pushes flashback this time around. And we see a fetch from Corey. And Corey's going to look to rebuild a little bit.
Probably the blue-red Surveil land. That would make sense to piece his hand together. But you could also see maybe black-red as well. But
all right, so a little Surveil action. Thundering Fall is going to thunder on in here. And get Corey set up. Obviously, these discard spells make Lee's draws a little bit less aggressive.
Yeah.
So
we got him a piece of paper.
There we go.
There we go.
We run a tight ship here. All right. That's a nice piece of paper, too. A nice blue color.
I was really hoping Lee was going to fold it up into just a small piece of paper there.
just tear off a corner.
Yes,
Scribble on one part of it. All right.
That's a nice small writing of, the life totals and stuff. For me, I pretty much use one of those pieces of paper per, match. I have horrible handwriting, and I need to write big so I can read my own handwriting. Is that sad?
I wasn't going to say anything, but so Corey drew a swap, plays it for turn here. Doesn't have to shock in the Water Goat to represent the Fatal Push or the Bowmaster, and does take Counterspell off, but I think the creature spells, removal spells here are pretty good. So fetch for Lee on Arid Mesa. And what is the first threat going to be?
Yeah, basically any 2-drop besides Bombardment can just be destroyed with a Fatal Push. So, not the biggest deal to not have Counterspell available, but I would bet Corey is going to want to represent Counterspell next turn for Blood Moon, Fable, any of the things that could be available. Now remember, most of these tournaments, you see in the RC's open deck list, not this one. We'll have open deck list tomorrow. But for day one, you just got to kind of guess. Which, Jim, we've both played in a lot of open deck lists and a lot of closed ones. I don't think I haven't played any of these modern RCs, modern spotlights. I haven't played in a both, like open and closed deck list. Does that change how you prepare for things, or?
Yeah, I mean, when you're building your deck, if you know your opponent can see your stuff or don't know, it changes how you can sideboard a lot. Having both is a weird mix,
It is, yeah.
Do you want to favor day one or favor day two?
Gotta favor day one, right?
Yeah, I probably, yeah. I don't know if you want to win the tournament.
True.
So
half the time when I'm playing Pro Tours, our testing team, they're like, yeah, I'm preparing for the best of 5 in the Pro Tour top 8. I was like, wow, ambitious. I'm just trying to get to day 2.
You are better than me.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So we see a great sequence here for Corey, able to kill the Johnny, untap. Bowmaster kills the cat. We got a land here for this Tameo. We got an army. We got the creatures in play. You think that Lee would want them on his side.
Yeah.
Energy is the creature deck in this matchup. But Corey has shown these creatures in Corey's deck are doing a lot of work.
Yes, absolutely. And now, whatever Lee does, having the ability to, Fatal Push one thing and then counter another thing is excellent. Now, Lee does have the ability to play a Flage here, which I think I like the most. Flage, kill that Tameo, and then always be representing Flage in your yard. If you get your Flage countered and it just goes back to the yard and in 2 turns you're going to be able to play it again, that's where I want to be from Lee. Lee had the option to go Guide of Souls plus another thing. I like this play so much better from Lee. Who cares about the 2 damage? Flage will negate that.
Yeah, so as you saw in a prior matchup, Flage being the #1 card. So Lee got the first one. That's great. And this game ain't ending anytime soon.
No.
So like you're saying, Flage is going to be a massive thing for Corey to overcome. Corey does have those 2 Cling to Dust in the deck as well, so watch out for those. And Corey was very aware of this in the prior match we saw, was very cognizant of attacking the graveyard whenever possible. So we're see Bowmaster get a little frisky here.
Debating to attack with one or both, respecting Ragavan dashing, but not respecting it enough.
All right, so here comes the army. Here comes the Bowmasters. We got Counterspell, Fatal Push, and an Unknown for Corey. Pass the turn.
Is that Counterspell? That's the SpongeBob Counterspell, right? Or
no, that's the weird variant non-SpongeBob Counterspell.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Aren't many of those in the wild actually? The non-SpongeBobs, but
yeah, I'm definitely used to the SpongeBob version one a lot more.
All right, so Bombardment here are going to resolve very fast, so no Counterspell, and then Guide of Souls to follow And it looks like no fatal push either. Corey is totally content to let both these things go through. You think Corey saved the counterspell for the first Flage?
I feel like you have to, I guess, because if Lee were to just go like Arena of Glory, I guess you need 2 white here to be able to get that going, but the game just ends. But Bombardment is a scary, scary card here for sure.
Yeah, and you can see here Corey bidding Fatal Push and Bowmaster at the same time, knowing it's going to die on the way out. Yeah, and Bombardment's not a card that Corey can really remove at all. So now every creature spell that gets killed is going to be a little bit of damage here and there. And honestly, being able to mop up these low toughness creatures on Corey's side is pretty good.
Yeah, totally agree. Things looking great from Lee so far. Like, oh, so this is Corey saying, you know what, you didn't have the land before. White source is basically game. That's an Oscillate Pride, so that was not a land, but still has Flage to deal with, probably the Frog. You know, both are card advantage engines. It doesn't look like Lee has the ability to deal with both card advantage creatures right now, so I would assume you just take the more mana-hungry play of playing Flage, but could also Oscillate Pride and then Fatal Push the Frog.
Yeah, interesting to see the Frog actually vulnerable to a burn spell. That is
Yeah.
not a thing we've seen very often in this tournament. So
Can live through shock, though.
that is true. The Onslaught Shock, right, with the Psychotog in the art?
Yes, yes.
All right, so forget all that. We're going to see Lee up here play a Seasoned Pyromancer, discarding the Pride and the Flage. We're going to see two elemental tokens coming in here, as well as 2 cards.
Risky. Left Fatal Push in hand, was trying to draw land 4 here, and if it's not there, the Frog gets to connect, the Tamiyo gets to connect, and it's not there. That's Seasoned Pyromancer number 2, Galvanic Discharge, and Fatal Push, so I didn't love that play. I think that was a little risky.
Well, the backdoor here, of course, is there are 3 bodies in play. So Lee can go after the Frog with the 3 creatures in play. So we can see a little game of chicken as far as do you want to discard or not. So there are options, and there you go. All right,
okay.
So we're going to see both tokens go after the Frog. No discard from Corey, deciding Counterspell is worth more than Seasoned Pyromancer.
Okay, that wasn't bad. Wasn't bad.
Yep, so here comes Tamiyo. Let's get a clue. Of course, no damage. I'm sure. Your instinct is to reach for the pen, but
it's a habit. I do the same.
I love on Arena where whenever a creature attacks for 0, it goes thunk.
Just that hollow sound.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not, instead of being like the whoosh sound, it's like a little thunk.
Yes.
Love it. All right, so clues in play, and that's a big deal for Corey. Now with an engine going, with card draw coming, and a counter spell up, looking pretty good.
Yep, absolutely. Now if you can clear up Tamiyo, I mean now, yeah, what? This is a great turn for Lee. You can go Galvanic Discharge, Guide of Souls, and Fatal Push. Triple spell here looks great.
Yep. There's Guide coming in. Going to go right to combat here with Seasoned Pyromancer. And we're going to see a hit for 2. And now these instant spells are going to be held on to just a little bit longer. So Corey going to go crack a fetch land here. I imagine we'll see a Surveil and probably a crack on the clue.
Yeah, we'll see, because if you crack the clue and Surveil, you cannot counter any of these removal spells, but Corey might be just hanging on to that counter spell to just be a time walk against Flage. Seems very important.
All right, here's Surveil. Right to the bin. It's a land. And here's that clue. So, as you're saying, window's open for a kill spell. We're going to see Galvanic Discharge. Goodbye, Tamiyo. Goodbye, clue. Draw a card. And untap. Corey's going to have 3 cards in hand, 4 mana in play, and a single Orc army.
A very sad Orc army. And, yeah, this is definitely the first game we've seen Corey struggle against an energy deck. And by struggle, I mean is significantly behind.
Yep. Those 2 fresh cards have got to be good.
Yeah.
All right, well, there's Arena of Glory, but there is no second white.
Yep, so no hasty Flage, even if that counterspell didn't exist, but still great. Eventually, Lee's going to find a fetch land, and it's going to be ready to go. But Lee has a great turn here. You can cast a sad Fatal Push here on the Orc army and then Seasoned Pyromancer, or just discard. It might be better as a 1-1. It's either you kill your opponent's 1-1 or you get a 1-1. Yeah, either way, it's going to get countered almost assuredly.
With the Bombardment in play, it feels like having a 1-1's totally fine. But
yeah.
All right, so Corey now, and again, yeah, we haven't seen this look from Corey the entire tournament.
Yeah.
You know, all smiles for the most part, but now really in the grinder, and struggling to come back here against a pretty impressive sequence of cards from Lee.
Agreed. I think you have to counter this. This just feels too bad. Like, Makes a lot of sense. Counterspell, get that out of there. And gets in some damage and hopes for the best here. Oh, is Bowmaster here? Oh, that is huge.
All right.
So one upstairs makes it 2-2, and we'll see if we have Fatal Push before blocks here. I think you have to, otherwise you just lose your Guide of Souls.
Yeah, great exchange for Corey, though. Trading a push for his token is phenomenal. So there goes the army. There are no more orcs. And in for a few points of damage.
And Hellbent from Lee and one card from Corey, so manageable. This game is closer. That Bowmaster plus Counterspell turn definitely got Corey a little bit more in the game.
All right, it's just attack for 1. Untap on Lee's side. Of course, with Flage ever looming, White Source is great, spells are great. How about another Pyromancer?
Great draw.
However, with the Bowmaster in play, I imagine a little something's going to happen here. Maybe if this resolves, it can be a paying efforts, but no.
Okay.
How about Mystic Stake for you? Subtlety's going to come down and just do the whole 3-3 counter thing. That's a big swing on the board.
I don't know if I'm putting that on top, Jim. Like, that is not good in the face of Bowmaster. It just kills the Guide of Souls, but yeah, maybe you have to, I guess.
I mean, you can sack the Pyromancer in response to the trigger, response to the card draw trigger to bombardment.
I suppose.
Kill the Bowmasters. It's a big swing, you know, having this flyer in play, being able to actually attack, you know, and now you see, Snapcaster Mage. Oh, man, Snap Counterspell. I'm sitting up in my chair, folks.
Corey's doing it. A couple more good draws like that. You know, if we can piece together maybe a Flame of an Ore, draw some cards, get a little more interaction. And, you know, the problem is there's 2 Flages in Lee's sideboard, so Cling is not good enough right now. But, I mean, Lee's at 10. This Mardu deck does deal itself a lot more damage than Boros.
Yeah, absolutely. And these creatures just chipping away. A little bit here, a little bit there. Classic Snapcaster Mage, Snap Bolt stuff. So Corey now in the combat step, looking to get in the red zone. Snappy and Salty getting in. We're going to see a block on Snapcaster and then a shot on the Bowmaster. So Snappy's alive, Bowmaster's dead. 3 in from Subtlety, Lee down to 7, and desperate for a White Source.
Is it there for the old Flage? Because basically once you find the second White Force, you know, Lee is going to be casting a Flage for like the next 3 turns, and eventually one of them's going to stick.
Yep. All right, Guide of Souls. Taking a moment. Thinking about getting frisky. We see a Galvanic Discharge on the Subtlety.
Okay. Great. Cuts off the pressure here.
Goodbye, Subtlety. Hello, Guide of Souls in the red zone. Getting in for 1. And looks like that's going to be it.
So now Lee is at board parity. Now, if you want to kill Snapcaster, you can. I like holding this up for a little bit longer, but I mean, I think you have to kill it next turn because then you're in bolt range. So I think Lee is at 5. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Corey.
All right, Tamiyo comes down as well. Tamiyo can block Guide of Souls. Tamiyo is inexplicably an 0-3.
Yeah. I think I'm actually taking that back. I think we did need to kill it there because what if you draw an Arid Mesa and you Arid Mesa for Flage and that last card's Lightning Bolt from Corey? It's a nightmare.
Well, about a little dasharoo here. Gain a life, get an energy.
Oh, it's okay.
Where's Tamiyo again? 3 toughness, pretty nice.
Yep.
And Corey's doing some interesting math gesture, something. I don't know what's going on here. We got finger math, we got card pointing.
Yeah. Debating when to cast his Flame of an Ore? I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah. All right. Looks like the Ragavan's in, the life's been gained, the energy's been gained, the attack is in.
So hard to not block, I feel, but.
Yeah. Gonna throw a swamp at it?
Yep, swamp the Ragavan.
All right, Fatal Push comes in. Where Snapcaster goes away thanks to the bombardment. The bombardment has been unbelievable this game.
It has been very good.
But now it's Tamiyo's turn. Get a clue in the red zone. Attack for 0. Sack that clue. Draw a card.
2 cards a turn. A lot better than 1.
Ugh. Couldn't find the 3rd card draw, though, so Tamiyo will not flip.
Yep.
And once again, sweating the draw step. Will Lee find a White Source?
And, hey, this is, this Mardu Energy deck has had a lot of things going for it, but its mana base is worse. It casts Flage a little less consistently. It takes a little bit more damage, and sometimes you have dead draws like this of Thoughtseize. Flipped over a land there from Corey, it looks like, at the very top of our screens. Watery Grave. And, I mean, that's what Corey needed to stay alive here. It was a Watery Grave, so, like, I mean, white source at any time, Flage just ends the game on the spot.
Yep. Corey, I think, has done a pretty good job, like, being aware of that. You know, just, like, trying to apply some pressure, trying to get things in, trying to move this game forward. You know, obviously it's to find some other threat here, but
playing to his outs. That's all it is. Corey has been playing to his outs, and that is that Lee does not find a white source at any point. One of Corey's best draws here could just be Lightning Bolt, preventing the 1 damage unless, you know, Lee top decks a basic planes, which we probably don't have 2 of those, which we don't. So Lightning Bolt would be incredible. And there's 4 of them.
All right, crack that clue. Tammy getting back to work. Here's a Bowmasters and a Bolt. Burn you out. I'm sorry. Corey Burkhardt here, taking game number 1 with Grix's Burn.
Yes.
Light him up.
Wow. Okay. Well, that looked like a game where there were certain spots where Corey looked maybe 6% to win, something like that. Like, looked like a lot of things had to go right, and they did.
Yeah. Very well played for Corey. Obviously, a little unlucky for Lee.
Yeah.
Didn't find that white source, but you play Magic around the game that's happening around you, you know, and Corey saw what needed to be done and got it done. Took game 1. So for Lee, sideboard-wise, we got 1 Celestial Purge, another Dreams of Steel and Oil, 1 Fatal Push, 2 Graveyard Trespasser, 1 Orm's Chant, 1 Showdown of a Skull. It's a big one there. Out of the Thoughtseize, 3 Vindicate, 3 Wear Tear, and 1 Wrath of the Skies. I imagine that Lee has a little more work to do sideboard-wise than Corey does.
Yeah, I think I would like Thoughtseize, Graveyard Trespassers, probably the one of Showdown, and probably a push as well. I think I would take out the Dreams of Steel and Oil in favor of Thoughtseize because sometimes you want to hit the spells. Got to have an answer for Frog, and you got to be able to push through your spells and get through counter spells. So Corey's deck is a little tricky to sideboard against because, well, if you just take out all your removal, Tameo just runs away with it. Frog runs away with it. So that's what I would do, or something close to that.
Reasonable. And then on Corey's side, we got 4 Consign of Memory, 1 Force Negation, 1 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Goligan's Command. It's a classic card. Look pretty good here. 2 Nile Spellbomb, 2 Edict, 1 Snapcaster. I stumble every time on that because seeing it in the sideboard is so shocking.
Yeah.
And 2 Thoughtseize on the board as well. Goligan's Command looks great here, right?
Goligan's Command looks good. I'm getting that other Snapcaster in the main. That must have been a misclick that he put it in the sideboard anyways. And the Nile Spellbombs. Anything to control Flage. That game was so far... You know, it was so over if Flage ever entered the battlefield at any point, besides, you know, when you play it for 3, that Corey's just got to be able to control that. And if he does, I think this is just an extremely good matchup.
Yeah, and we've seen in past matches on camera, Corey playing against Energy, being very cognizant of that, boarding in the spell bombs, just doing whatever he can to keep that Flage out, recognizing what is important. So what else is important is making sure you never miss a sale, an event, and everything else happening in the Magic world by signing up for the StarCityGames.com newsletter. You can hop on there. I've been signed up for this newsletter for like a decade or more at this point. And we got events coming up, new sets coming out all the time. You don't want to miss some flash sales as well. You're signed up, right?
You know, actually I'm not. I just go into SCG in person, and I have them print me out, you know, the things. They're not pleased about it, that they have to print that out for me every time. But, you know, I still stay up to date, but I prefer it in paper.
Corey, I want to keep working with you. Please sign up for the newsletter and stop doing that.
Fine.
All right.
Fine.
All right. So sign up for it. Just hop on to StarCityGames.com/newsletter. And don't worry. They're not super spammy. It's like 1 a week, maybe 2 a week. And they're always interesting information about news coming out, events coming out, things you don't want to miss.
Yeah. And, of course, you always have that other option. Go to Star City Game. Ask them to read it to you. That's what Director Gwen does for me all the time. It's a very, you know, it's a very, very soothing thing to just get read all the news, you know?
I'll hop in my car and start driving.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
You live close by, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a drive. But all right, so game 2 here, Corey Burkhardt on the precipice of being 9-0, undefeated. There's no better feeling at the end of day 1, of course, than being undefeated. And we got some work to do here. So we got a little out of... I'm going to fetch, you take your turn kind of thing going on for Lee. We see a theater for Lee, a Undercity Stewards for Corey. Both players are going to scry simultaneously. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. How many 9-0s have you had in your career?
I can't even count that. I have
so many, huh?
I have no idea, honestly.
Okay.
I do have 2 at the Pro Tour level. At SG level, I have no idea. So.
Wow. I had 1-8 and 1 at a Pro Tour, and I felt like a god. I went 1-8 on day 2, but
I did go 1 and 7 on day 2 in one of those. But
Okay.
the other one went pretty well though. So
Sure.
all right, so here's that Thoughtseize. So a little bit of a slow start for these players. Tap lands, we see Thoughtseize here.
Bye, Frog.
And we got a Frog, Spell Snare, 2 Flame Venor, Bowmaster, Snapcaster, Swamp. So no red, no third land.
Okay.
But I agree, Psychic Frog looking pretty appealing here.
Not with 2 Fatal Pushes in hand from Lee. That is probably the last thing we're going to take. The Snapcaster does look a little more appealing then. Or maybe even the Bowmaster. There's a Seasoned Pyromancer as well. I think, after seeing Lee's hand, Frog is the only card that Lee can deal with right now. Not the only card, but a very easy card to deal with 2 pushes in hand. And hey, that is an advantage of playing Mardu instead of Boros. Like, these Frogs are so difficult to deal with from the Boros side. But, man, from Mardu, clean answers with Fatal Push.
All right, so Snapcaster goes down, the card advantage card. And Corey has some work to do. His hand needs to be cleaned up a little bit. We, of course, know that Frog is going to be no good. Now, Corey has to decide, you didn't take the Frog.
Yeah.
All right, so what's going on over there? So maybe want to wait here on Bowmaster. What are you thinking?
I think he'll sniff it out and just realize, hey, you either have answers to it or you're about to play a Seasoned Pyromancer. I bet we see land go and we get the Bowmaster in play and go from there. But, yeah, I like that. That Corey guy is pretty good.
Yeah, he's not too shabby. All right, so says go. Of course, the Swamp, we have the Bowmaster up, Spell Snare up, the 1 unknown card on Corey's side. Land number 3 for Lee is going to be a fetch land. Going to go get probably a white source. Of course, that was the problem in the last game, the lack of white sources. When you are fetching up these black-red dual lands to cast these Thoughtseizes, does make things a little awkward, like you were saying. So
there's also a Vindicate, which looks like a Stone Rain.
Oh, man.
Get that sewer to the graveyard?
You're telling me I get to watch him this last match, Snapcaster Mage Bolt versus Stone Rain? Oh, this is just good quality Magic, folks. I'm glad you're all here watching this with me.
We have been spoiled. There has been some throwback decks. We have seen a good variety. This has been an incredible tournament so far.
Great day of Magic. Sacred Foundry comes in here, and I kind of want to see a Stone Rain. And
bang!
Not only a Stone Rain, but with authority on the land across the table. So we see Bowmaster come in here, and this is devastating for Corey, who has no land in sight. 1 unknown card, but
is it on top? That looked like the face of someone who does not have a second land.
I agree. That was my poker. A little sniffle of the nose. Okay, this is the kind of game we're going to play us. So totally fine. Get in the red zone, no problem. Another day at the office here. Man.
All right. God, Corey, I'm not playing poker against him.
Yeah, I'm not playing Magic against him either.
Yeah, no kidding.
Corey's too good. So
yeah, he's at the top tables. We're usually in the mid, huh?
All right. So here's the Froggy. Steam Vent's down as well. So any other land will unlock these Flame Venors, and there's another red source. So still locking second white.
Like always, it seems.
Yep. And here is.
So can go Flage and Fatal Push to clean up the creatures, or Fatal Push on the Bowmaster and then Seasoned Pyromancer. I like this play more, just like get all the things dead that mattered, and then hope your Seasoned Pyromancer is just the classic 3-mana 2/2 draw 2.
Yeah, and with no answer in sight for Flage either, I think it's pretty important too, right?
I mean, to be fair, I don't think Lee plays 2 white sources, so it's going to be tough to bring back.
Yeah, this Flage is only for the front side.
Yeah.
There is no graveyard decks. Couldn't afford Lightning Helixes,
Hey, Lightning Helix is susceptible to Spell Snare. Flage is not.
That is true.
Bingo.
Next level.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's Landry for Corey. Big game, Thundering Falls. We saw the card go on top, so good news as well. Spell Snare up, 2 Flame Venor in hand, and 1 unknown for Corey. Back Lee's way. And Lee's got that Pyromancer coming down.
No counterspell available, so unless Corey has Subtlety and wants to pitch that, there shouldn't be any pieces of interaction. And can we find a white source? Still 2 spells, which, not so bad. But, man, Lee is not great at finding flageable mana.
Yep. All right, Elemental number 1 and 2. I think 1 and 2 are here. Sego. And what did Lee pick up in his hand? You catch that?
Flage and Discharge.
Okay. So not too bad.
Yeah.
Being in a spot where you can draw a land or a spell is not necessarily a bad spot to be.
Yeah, when you can't bring back a Flage, just cast a Flage.
Yo, bro. All right, so once again, Corey going to pass this army in play. 2 Flame Venors, Spell Snare. No wizard in sight, unfortunately. And there it is. Is there a fetchable white source of a deck.
We're getting a swamp.
That's a Bloodstained Mire. So
Swamp.
can't get a Plains. Looking. All right. Corey's like, do you have one? Do you have a white source?
Exactly.
All right. Looking like Atlas Shrine.
And now Flage until the end of time. Like, sure, exert it. Don't exert it. Doesn't matter. If Flage hits the battlefield here, it is just such a rough time here for Corey.
All right. There's one unknown for Corey, and for Lee, and for you, and for me. And for all you fine folks watching at home, thanks for tuning in. Of course, as always, here for Spotlight Series, Secret Lair.
With 2 Arena of Glories, an easy exert here, even if there's a counter spell. Flage is going to end this game real quick.
All right. Corey.
It resolved.
Okay.
There's the damage.
And we got a combat step here also.
It's like, God, what can Corey even have? Like, I guess a Fatal Push.
Yes, yeah, snap or Fatal Push. Is a push in the yard, right? Oh, no.
No.
Nope, it's been
There's
exile.
a snap in the yard, yeah.
Got it. Yep.
So it's got to be a Fatal Push here
All right.
for kind of Corey to continue playing. But even if that's the case, like, the 1 Galvanic Discharge is card number, what would be card 6 if Flage dies, and Lee gets to make this exact play again next turn.
Probably a lot of pressure on Corey to be able to kill this and then find a Nile Spell Bomb or some other graveyard hate alongside with the Flame of Venor drawing cards. So there are a lot of looks here. Multiple draw 2s available. So.
And Cling is good too. So there's actually 4 outs for Corey. And if that's the case, Corey will be looking pretty solid here as Lee's hand is only another Flage. Sure, you get some pressure here, but man, if that Flage is not in the graveyard or there's no graveyard at all, this is a winnable game for Corey.
And we saw his last game too, where it looked pretty bad for Corey, and then Corey just weaseled his way out of it. So
yeah, but Lee drew insanely bad. This game Lee found the white source, so now Corey has to draw quite well.
Darkslick Shores, a little uninspiring. So
yeah.
we're also, we are not seeing the Flame of Venor looking for a Desperation graveyard hate card.
True.
So a bit of a sign of strength from Corey, I think.
I would think there's a counterspell. Yep, that's the vibe I would be getting. So I wouldn't even, I'm still probably making this play because I don't think, Lee has a lot of other options. But I don't think this is going to work as me, a spectator, watching Corey's body language and how he played. I think there is a counterspell there for sure.
All right. So that's 10 cards gone for Flage. Flage is now in a lonely graveyard, but of course, cards go there pretty quick because you have Fetch Land in play. Could be a Scryland also. So
yeah, it represents 2 cards there already.
Yep. Tax comes in. Corey also down to 5. Important to note as well. There is 4 power in play. So
and a Flage in hand.
Yep. So a lot more work to do on Corey's side, but Corey is working through it. Rub those temples.
Corey needs a Flage. That would be nice. But that would really ruin his brand. 4-color mid-range.
Yeah.
It's not him,
There's no Grixis Titan, right?
Yeah.
I guess there's Croxa.
There's Croxa, yeah.
That is castable. Not great with Island, but all right. So
the old Croxa Island deck. I'm here for it.
All right. So there's your pass from Corey, end step fetch, Backstreet's back. Surveil's gonna keep the card on top. Not good news for Corey. So I imagine any non-awesome card is going to the bin.
Yeah, because you want your Flage to get fueled. So there's Flage ready to go. So if I'm Lee, I'm just getting to combat first. Now, of course, you have Arena of Glory. So if we drew a hasty creature, of course, you want to get that going. But this is Corey going down to 2. Flage from the hand will represent lethal.
Lightning Helix you. And
okay.
Just counterspell it.
He's always got it.
Yep.
He's just always got it.
All right, so new spells is there, but that's a card of the graveyard more than anything else, right?
Nile Spellbomb, 1 time.
Yeah, this is the spot. Corey is still at 3, and there are 2 1/1s in play.
Yes.
And Arena of Glory is in play, so.
And this Flage isn't active yet, but here's the Desperation Flame of Venor.
Yep. Yeah, Bowmaster's now mop his board up a little bit.
Yep.
Draws 2. Flame of Venor, obviously a lot better with a Wizard in play. So, 3-mana draw 2 is, it's okay.
Pretty good.
And Corey trying to find a way to weasel out here and secure his 9-0. Of course, Corey will have one more game. Doesn't work out. There's a spell bomb. All right, so, Corey's had a lot of steps to climb this game.
Yeah.
And he has gotten up quite a few of them. Right.
So Corey has a Tamiyo in hand. So I think this is a classic. Do I sack it now? Oh, okay. Better yet, do you – because this Spellbomb didn't have to be fired off yet, right? Because you can respond to any fetch land, any bolt, any of that kind of thing, but –
All right, Corey valuing the block and the life with the fetch line available too.
Yeah.
Now, very scary spot. I mean, there are 2 Flage gone. There are 4 total copies, right? There's a bombardments. There are many ways to deal direct damage here.
Yeah, with Arena of Glory, everything can be haste. But, hey, this is kind of the spot that Corey was in last game. Played to his out to be like, yeah, if you draw, a napkin, I'm dead. But if Lee just keeps bricking maybe 2 more bricks, all of a sudden, if you can flip Tamiyo, you've neutralized all the 1/1s.
Yep.
Straight away.
All right, so end step, Surveil, goes to the bin. Big draw step here for Corey. Wants to keep playing this game, wants to be 9-0.
Yeah, and you have to attack, even if you don't have the ability to draw 2 cards because you're dead to the elementals anyways.
All right.
Finally, we found a game Corey couldn't win.
I know. Corey was climbing the staircase trying to get back in, but stumbled on the last step. Lee Webb takes down game number 2 pretty impressively as well.
Yeah, that was impressive. And, Lee played to his Flage outs and hit this time. And Flage made a big difference. Corey drawing that spell bomb to just fight the good fight, made it look close, but Flage, it's what it's all about here in this matchup.
Absolutely. So we got 1 game left for today, Corey. Any sideboard changes for you?
There is a little bit of changes when now Lee is going to be on the draw, where you need to prioritize dealing with frogs. So if I'm him, I'm probably bringing those Dreams of Steel and Oil back in for maybe cards like Voice of Victory. Like Voice of Victory, it might still stay in for what it's worth, but all I want to do is take a little bit of the aggressive elements out and bring in more reactive elements so I don't just auto-lose to frog. That's the big thing I'm doing from Lee's side. Corey's side, not much of a change for me.
All right, so we got 1 game left to try and see who's going to be 9-0. But first, we got to thank our sponsors. They have a great day of Magic today so far. We got 2 great sponsors here. First, Beckett. Beckett's been around forever. I can recall being a kid and having the Beckett magazine. Oh, yeah? And looking at the prices of baseball cards and stuff too. I used to be a baseball card kid when I was super, super young. No one knows what those are anymore. But Beckett's been around forever. And of course, in the Magic business, they are there to grade your cards. They are there for all your fine collectibles, making sure that they are graded properly and authenticated and everything else. So great company. Check them out. Looks like a Dragon Shield too, right?
Yeah, Dragon Shield, phenomenal company. I mean, same thing. I've been using their sleeves, since I was a young kid as well. They've been around the business forever. High quality stuff. And both of these companies are always at these events. So it's nice to go up and put a face to the sponsor's name. And in general, always support the companies that support Paper Magic. It's really what it's all about here.
Yeah, nothing like Paper Magic tournaments. So happy to have them back and be here with you commentating them. And with all you fine folks watching at home. We got 1 game left for our 9-0 match. Corey Burkhart on the play with the Tamiyo, trying to take it down. Discharge says, nope, Tamiyo, not today. Off of that Pro Tour stamped mountain.
Ooh, I don't see a land from Lee. There was not a land and just drew that Marsh Flats off the top. Wow.
That is a bold move here.
Yeah, they're done. That is 6 not land.
That is crazy.
The old 1 mountain, no other land keep. I love it.
So is the thought process there, but I can afford to miss a land drop or 2 because it's a slower matchup?
Well, End had 2 Galvanic Discharges and I think a Ragavan as well, so had things to cast, but I keep a lot of loose hands. Don't get me wrong. And even that one, that's a little rough. We don't know exactly if Lee was already mulliganed, that kind of stuff. But regardless, Lee hit. Great keep now.
Yeah, and now we see a Thoughtseize, and now we also see it Lee's hands full of spells, which is great in a grindy game too. So here's Thoughtseize. We see a land, a bolt, a counterspell. It looks like a Snapcaster Mage and a Flame of Anor. That's a new school Snapcaster Mage. Little few points deducted there for Corey, but that's okay.
Yeah, and it's not a SpongeBob counterspell, but other than that, A+ from Corey's deck.
I can't wait till we can completely SpongeBob out all of our decks.
Yeah. Give me the Patrick Lightning Bolt.
Yep. All right, so taking the Flame of Anor, leaving the Snap, the Bolt, and the Counter Spell.
Okay.
And saying go. Corey going to be good guy Corey, just leaving the hand face up. Don't waste your time writing it down.
Yeah.
Gonna save a little time here. You got plenty of time for this match. 13 minutes should be plenty. But instead, we fetch a Surveil land. Get our Surveil on.
I will say Lee's hand is very reactive as well. So, like, there was a risk. Of course, you don't hit your second land and you don't play Magic. But also the fact that even if you do hit your second and third land, like, you're still just reacting. But, I mean, that's a perfect draw from Lee. In Lee's perspective for Corey, he's like, please keep drawing Tamiya's. That's what I can kill.
Right. And we see Corey that didn't even flinch. No thought of counterspell there at all. Counterspell peg for bigger things.
Yeah. Okay, Lee does have a Flage there, so not so bad. That is the late game.
All right, so back over Lee's way. No third land, it looks like.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not getting runner lands. Just it's not Lee's day. It's not Lee's day.
I guess not.
All right, so looks like Voice of Victory might be coming down here.
Looks like it. Or the choice of another Thoughtseize.
All right, so going to go Thoughtseize first.
I like it.
And, of course, Corey's hand is all known. Snapcaster, Bolt, Counterspell. Any thoughts counterspelling this? Remove the choice from Lee, or?
You know, I don't think so. I think you just want to make Lee use his mana, and you're pretty much forced to take the Snapcaster because if Corey gets a mana advantage, he's able to go like Snap, Flame of Anor, and that exchange is phenomenal. Where this, now if Corey doesn't counterspell, has the ability to counter a Seasoned Pyromancer next turn, which I feel like you need to.
All right, so we see a Surveil. You can see Corey here definitely geared up for, both players geared up for the long game here. You see Lee taking the cards that are card advantage cards, not answers.
Yeah.
And then Corey totally okay, just be like, all right, sure, you know, kill that creature, not a big deal. Got to play a longer game. So we see a bin of counterspell and no land for Corey. Got to pass turn back. Land 3 for Lee. And here is that Voice of Victory. So awkward card to deal with Lightning Bolt, whereas you can't kill it once it's resolved.
Yeah, I'm still letting that resolve for sure, though.
Yep. So get it resolved. There's the main phase Bolt.
I didn't love that play from Lee. I think I would have rather liked getting a Flage in the yard. I agree not playing the Seasoned Pyromancer, but the Bolt is. I think Lee maybe thought this was going to be an auto counter, but with the Bolt you just let it happen for one turn. Surely could have played a 1-drop there. That would have been uncounterable, but.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Thoughtseize games are having partial information.
Yeah.
You know, some of the cards about the others, you can kind of sculpt around what's there a little bit, but also the unknowns. So, all right, so we see a little Surveil action here on Lee's side.
And you can use that to your advantage when you're the person who has some of the unknown information as well.
All right, so going back Lee's way, still counterspell for Corey. Front side of Flage, probably not getting countered. So Lightning Host goes upstairs. See Corey fall to 13, Lee back up to 15, plays a fetch land, passes the turn. And now Corey's got a couple spells in hand. So we have, there's land number 4, 3 spells behind, one can only assume.
Yep. Now I'm flaging until I have no more cards in my yard, and then I'll start deploying the rest of the things in my hand, just because eventually we've seen Spellbomb. Lee has seen a Cling game 1, so knows that there are ways to exile the graveyard. So get the value out of your yard and maybe get some counter spells and some value out of Corey's hand is my step number 1 if I'm Lee.
So both players here obviously are doing phenomenal this tournament.
Yeah.
But they are clearly aware of what's important in this matchup. They're both in for Flage. Corey wants to stop it. Lee's all about it. And we're seeing that come to fruition right here.
Yeah. And looks like Lee's got, like 1.5 Flages in the yard. About 7, 8 cards. Throwing a Johnny in there for sure. Corey's very good at dealing with the small ball, 2-drop. There's a lot of spell snares and stuff, but it's all about Flage. So I love this from Lee. Lee barely looked at the card he drew. He's like, I'm flaging.
All right, so there you go. Flage number 1. Going to eat a counter spell that is a very temporary solution. So those cards are gone. Flage back to the yard. Going to pass back Corey's way, but Corey can't do this forever.
No. So yeah, Lee is using resources from the graveyard, which is barely a resource, while drawing cards. Corey's dealing with resources he's drawing to deal with the graveyard of the opponent. So eventually, the Flage deck will take over here.
Yeah, and counterspell's a prime answer too. This is not some throwaway removal spell.
Yeah.
There only are so many counterspells, and they are like your all-purpose answer against everything.
And you do have Snap counterspell, which that's the best thing for Corey, being able to just go Snap counter, or here, if you have second counterspell for this Flage number 2, excellent. But with 2 Fatal Pushes in hand and looks like a Thoughtseize as well. Nope, okay, so that was a land. So Lee does have the option now to Flage. If it gets countered, at least push the Frog, and you feel pretty good.
All right, there's counterspell number 2. Here's the fetch crack. As you were saying, his Frog is probably not long for this world. Now, Lee's going to need to rebuild here. That graveyard is now emptied out, but that's what happens in a game of Magic. Cards go to the graveyard. You kind of like Tarmogoyf back in the day. You don't got to put that much work in. It just kind of happens.
And you're staring at 2025 Tarmogoyf right there. It's the Frog.
Yeah. And honestly, Lee's hand is obviously he drew a land or two. That's great.
Yeah.
But has really panned out phenomenally here, where this game plan of almost being a Flage control deck. Oh, I'm sorry, you used your counterspells already.
Oh, yeah, and I love a good Showdown. Showdown is one of my favorite cards of all times. You ever blink that bad boy?
I don't know. Probably. I love Showdown also.
I did a lot of Yorion Showdown decks.
I've played a lot of Showdowns in my life also. So here's Showdown. You can see Corey is not happy about this. And this is the power of how Lee has played this game phenomenally.
So good.
Really sculpted it. And when you play against a control deck, all right, we have a counterspell here. Okay, sure. So your snap counterspell. Corey not thrilled about it, though.
No. Yeah, I mean, that's all his resources. Corey is hellbent now. So it is Corey really wanted to just, play any creature that you could go snap Flame of Anor. Like, that combination is so good. But, hey, Lee is at 9. So if Corey can string together some good top decks, we got it going.
Oh, man. Yeah, these defensive spells alongside the Flage pen has been so good for Lee.
Yeah, but if Lee didn't have Flage and it's just defensive spells against the mid-range deck, that's bad. You need both.
Absolutely. So very, very astute awareness of what's important in the matchup.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bummer on Corey's side that I'm sure Corey's very aware too. He has those spell bombs. He has those clings. Hasn't found them yet. But
here's the thing. I think Corey and Lee both had pretty good draws. Lee kept the one-lander and got there, so that's, a real thing. But both decks were operating on pretty high efficiency here, and Lee is just doing well. But there's the cling.
All right. Goodbye, Flage, for now. So that one's gone, and a pretty big reservoir of cards in the bin for Corey. Cling is not only a graveyard hate card, it's also a card draw engine, too.
Yeah. Did he draw a card from exiling that? Oh, he exiled the Showdown, not the Flage, huh? Okay.
Heads up play.
Yeah, I mean, you can respond to, like, a Surveil land going to the yard. So at any point, Corey's ready to go with this Flage, with this Cling to eat the Flage.
Yep. And then if not much happens on Lee's side, Corey could just go for another non-creature and draw another card, too.
Yeah.
So
Lee's asking a question, some kind of interaction with Flage. And now, you know what Corey's doing right now? Sure, he might be laughing it off, but he's thinking exactly, why are you asking this? There's a reason. Like, I can see the gears turning in his head. He's picking up on information based on just this judge call with hidden information.
So, Corey, why is Lee asking this?
I don't know.
I don't know either. So.
I think it's like fetch land surveil would be my guess. Like, if I fetch and get a surveil land, can he respond? Like, which of course he can. But I don't know anything else that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Lee is looking for some way to get 2 cards in the graveyard and be in a spot where he has priority and can cast the Flage before Corey has priority to remove it. Because once Lee goes to cast the Flage, the graveyard is empty as part of the cost, and the Flage is already in play. There's no chance to cling anything.
Exactly. But everything puts a trigger on the stack. Fetchland does, Surveil does. There's really no way to get a card into the yard without Corey being able to interact.
Yeah, this is a hell of a match.
This has been an incredible match.
Yeah, what a finish to a day here. I mean,
that Cling was the best possible draw.
Oh
it's
my.
If you graveyard trespass a Cling and then you exile it in response, does it still get exiled? And I believe not, because it's a different Cling.
Correct. So the Cling's going to go onto the stack and go back into the graveyard as a different Cling, like you're saying. It's not in the location that it was, so the arrow pointing from Trespasser is now pointing in the wrong spot.
And whatever you target, Corey also gets to eat. So Graveyard Trespasser, while it's normally really good, the ability does nothing as long as Corey has mana available.
All right, so Corey's going to once again go after a spell, not the Flage itself. So when you target the Flage, you gain life, you don't draw. Corey valued those cards, and knowing that there aren't enough cards in the graveyard for Lee to go for Flage yet, so you can kind of just keep eating away. Because
if you do Cling the Flage, you don't draw the card. You just gain the 3 life. That's less than exciting. So now I bet what we're going to see from Corey is use all but 4 mana for, basically the rest of the game.
Yep.
And the reason he did this now is the old day-night mechanic. You want to play something so Graveyard Trespasser doesn't flip.
Yeah, we gotta get that day-night on the table here. Easy one to forget. So Bowmaster in, Pingly for 1 damage. Put a little blocker in play also. That Cling is still up. Here comes Trespasser. Trigger going to look over, take a look, and what is it going to target?
Probably Cling, force the hand, and then, like the best thing that Lee could do, Graveyard Trespasser number 2.
All right, there it is. It is daytime. It's for a little bit longer.
It's pretty dark outside, actually.
All right, so exile the cards for Cling. The Cling chamber is being emptied here, though.
Yeah.
We're running out of cards for the escape war.
But hey, Corey's taking a risk here, drawing another card instead of dealing with Flage. I mean, let's say there is Graveyard Trespasser number 2. You might see some eyebrows raised from Corey.
All right, well, how about eyebrows raised here of the Pyromancer into the Bowmaster? Going to discard, is that 1 or 2 cards? That was 2 cards, right?
Yeah, 1 card discard, so 2. And Corey did say, I have 2 triggers.
All right, so Elemental looking to come in. Card up for Lee. Bowmaster getting those arrows ready.
So I believe the way it works, Corey cannot kill the Elemental, but not that it's the biggest deal. Probably wouldn't want to go for that anyways.
All right, so Pyromancer down. Here's Guide of Souls.
Okay.
And pass him back. All right, so Corey has also now drawn a number of cards over the last few turns as well. So getting a bit reloaded here.
But Lee, as long as we have another Surveil land, has Flage available next turn.
With the Marsh Flats in play. There
yeah.
you go. Yep.
So this Cling play might have been a little too greedy as, fetch land plus discarding a card to Pyromancer might be exactly what Lee needed to just get 1 more Flage. And if you get 1 more Flage to resolve on the battlefield here, it is enough. And that leads me to believe that it's about to be nighttime.
Yeah, I mean, Corey's drawn a lot of cards. So a Snapcaster, a Counterspell, some way to kind of like temp of his Flage for another kind of time walk could be potent here. We see Scalding Tarn, we say passive a turn.
That's the problem, is he's also fighting the battlefield fighting the literal battlefield right now. Lee's battlefield is better.
Yep. And that Cling is no escape route this time from the Trespasser.
You can, actually. You can Scalding Tarn for a Surveil land as well from Corey, and then Cling the Flage. So both players have the ability to do so. And we'll see. Right now, Corey wants to wait, though. Be like, what if that's a good card, but you want it in your yard so bad that you bin it? And then Corey goes, okay, now I will Cling your Flage.
Yep.
What a match.
All right. It's going to the bin.
And that's exactly what this is. That's a great card to draw, but you feel pressured to put it in. And here's Corey to interact with the Cling and can interact on his turn so it doesn't switch tonight.
All right. Exercise in patience here from Corey. Think about that Scalding Tarn. It's going to the bin. And there already is a Thundering Falls and a Theater in play. And the Sewers, too. Is there actually a Surveil land available for Corey?
Is there 3? That's a good question.
4, actually, because 1 of each pair is already in. That's a Watery Grave.
It's Watery Grave, so that leads me to believe that Corey has a Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt? Or wait, is Cling Escape 4 or 5?
Yeah, I believe it's 5.
It is 5, yeah.
5 on both.
Wow.
All right,
the patience on Corey's play here, phenomenal.
All right, so here's Fatal Push.
Could also do a little trick of Fatal Pushing the Trespasser, pay the ward, get another card in.
That is very cute.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the Trespasser is no joke right now. And if that's a land, Corey can easily consider that.
All right, we're going to go after Guide of Souls instead. So Guide of Souls is gone. And now we're going to see the escape cost of the Cling to Dust. And all these cards are gone. Graveyards being a major resource here. Goodbye, Flage. So
finally
answering the problem. Now, of course, though, this is not a card. This is only 3 life. So Corey is light on resources and a little behind on the board, too.
Yeah. And there's still 2 Seasoned Pyromancers, so you have the ability to create those 1/1s. We don't see that often, but wait, is that 3 Pyromancers? Yeah, so Lee will be creating 1/1s for days. So this is going to be a tough game for Corey to win.
Yeah, it's funny. The plan B. All right, Flage is gone. All right, fine. I'll just do these 5 mana things out of the graveyard instead.
Just so many things to do in these energy decks. I love Lee's version. Looked so much better to me than the Boros energy for this tournament.
Agreed.
Better against combo, and I think that's the main thing. That's the main thing you want to do. There's combo everywhere.
That's some more utility too.
Yeah.
Trespasser, Thoughtseize is a very flexible card, obviously. So here comes the Trespasser and the Elemental, and we're going to see the Trespasser 8, the Guide of Souls.
Okay, getting the drain.
Looking for a little drain here. Looking for Cling of Dust has a long way to go before it's relevant again. So just going to go for a little life, a little chip shot damage. This game is getting pretty chippy. So going to go to Knight, and we're going to see an upkeep discharge on the Bowmaster.
On the Army.
On the Army. I'm sorry, my bad.
And now still has 5 mana to be able to bring back the Pyromancer as well. So this feels like one of Corey's last turn, unless those cards are good.
All right, Corey, what do you got for us here? Here's Tameo and a pass of the turn. Pyromancer hits the Exile Zone. 2 more Elementals coming in.
And looks like that was time in the round. I think there was a slight extension. We'll see if that is up to date or if they're going into turns.
Yeah, I believe we had the judge call extension, so I have a little bit longer.
Okay.
Don't know the exact amount. We'll find out.
All right, they are in turns.
All right.
Turn 0 for Corey, so turn 1 will be Lee. Vindicate from the top ropes.
All right, Tameo getting out of the way.
Or this is turn 0 for Lee, turn 1 will be for Corey.
So 5 is not a lot, and Trespasser is going to be eating some stuff here. Now, can eat the Pyromancers. Now, they can only target 1 Graveyard Trespasser, correct?
Yes.
So it can go after both Pyromancers for a drain of 2, thereby losing the tokens. But is that worth the damage here?
I don't think so. I think I'd still go for Corey's Graveyard. Like, there's nothing you're going to lose to.
Wow. All right. Fantastic. What an awesome match. Lee Webb takes it down as our 9-0 player. We might have one other undefeated player, but what we see right here is Lee. And great finish to a phenomenal match. A real clear understanding of what is important in the match.
That was an incredible match. Definitely the match of the day for me. I think both players just played out of their minds. And there were both spots when I think neither of the players looked like they had a chance in the game.
Yep.
And then they took it down. So incredible stuff. Big congrats to Lee.
Yeah, real keen awareness of what's important and really being able to play towards that. A little risky, keeping that one lander, but if you want to win a tournament, you got to get lucky at least one time. And maybe that was Lee's one time, but took it to the bank, 9-0.
I already forgot about that, to be honest. That was so incredible.
It was an intense game for sure.
My.
So what a finish. I need dinner now. I'm sure both players need dinner as well. And really, really awesome day of Magic overall. What are your thoughts on the day? What's our wrap-up here? What are you taking away from this day?
I would think my biggest takeaway from this, is that whatever deck you really want to play in Modern, it seems pretty wide open. Sure, there are, decks to beat, the Amulet, the Energies, and stuff like that. But, we just saw Grixis mid-range do well. One of our 8-1 players. So I think you can play anything as long as you know how to sideboard with it, you know how to tune it for the metagame that you expect, and, get a little lucky. Keep some one-landers. Feel something.
I got to feel something. I guess the evolution, too. Boros mid-range, definitely the deck coming in, Boros Energy. But seeing we've seen it get wrecked a few times, but seeing the evolution of it, that Mardu version seems a lot better. What can you do, when you know you're the moving target coming in, what can you do to kind of okay, well, I'm coming, but I'm going to do this.
Add black, have Thoughtseizes, be able to interact with the combo. It looked so much better to me than Boros. And Boros, of course, looks great too.
Right.
But, the mana bases, when you have that fetch shock mana base, you can kind of do anything you want to an extent.
Yep.
So I loved it. That was a great deck there from Lee.
Awesome stuff. So phenomenal day of Magic here at Spotlight Series in Indianapolis. We got more to go tomorrow, though.
I can't wait.
We got a day
Can we start now? I want more. Can we run it?
I don't think so, but we'll check with the directors. But we're going to call for the evening. We'll see you all tomorrow morning for plenty more Magic. See you at 9 a.m. Have a good one, folks.